you smell it? No? You can't smell that? I can. It's all this grass around me. All the hills on the wayside, and the city off in the distance. Oh, and a really big sign that actually kind of reminds me of the Hollywood one. I've never been here on my own before, not even in Sandbox. The memories I have are on Construct, so this is honestly like, well, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. My second time being here because the first time I was literally a couple minutes before because I had to do some testing. Originally, well, before that, clearly you could see the time on this video. And yes, it is long, and I promise you it's going to be a very cringy and a boring one because today, my fellow explorers and adventurers, we are going to be exploring GM Flatgrass. I'm hoping to make it 12 hours, at least in terms of recording. Not in one sitting, mind you. I will be taking, like, doing certain things, but this is episode 400 of exploring Garry's Mod maps. Now, I had an idea. The original idea I had in order to make this episode special was to explore the infinite map base for Flatgrass. But when I was doing my testing in the infinite map base version, at least in the one I looked at, it didn't have the city off in the distance, and it didn't have the Flattywood sign. It was all just hills, and this platform, and that was it. So it not completely being the entire Flatgrass, I am just gonna be doing the original one, and ramble as long as I can to make this a lengthy episode. So, for those who are more into watching YouTube shorts that will last 15 seconds, this one is going to be a long one. And I'm gonna try my best to ramble about some nonsensical things and just enjoy the view. I'm not gonna mess with any Sandbox stuff. I'm gonna try not to. I might break that promise later, because I have more than enough time to just check out stuff and just to look at things with the VR. But I'm gonna focus on the video. So with that out of the way, this, I believe, is another legendary. And I don't say legendary often for maps, but this is another legendary map, other than GM Construct, for Garry's Mod. Because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I have so many maps installed, it's crazy, but I believe Construct and Flatgrass are the two maps that come pre-installed with Garry's Mod. If I'm not mistaken, again, I could be very wrong because I have so many maps installed. I probably installed it and I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure that it comes pre-installed when you buy the game Garry's Mod. And on episode 400, my journey has come so far. What has it been, 2-3 years of exploring maps? And already on episode 400, the big 4-0. It's crazy. The amount of worlds I have seen made by other people is astonishing. I've been through so many. And to get to this point in time, to be on episode 400. Now, not 400 maps, mind you. 400 episodes. Meaning that some episodes are like multiple parters. Like, especially, I believe, I don't think did I do a two-parter for Void Places? I don't think I did, but there are definitely some RP maps that I've made videos on that I've had to make multiple videos on, like RP Southside in New York City. I remember making multiple parts for New York City. I think I made 3 parts for that particular map. Unclear. And when I did my initial testing in the for the infinite map base for Flatgrass, you can't go out to the Flattywood sign on the original map. All this is just skybox. And on the infinite map space, like I've said, it's completely gone. You can't even. I was hoping to go up to the sign and maybe take a picture for the thumbnail, or go off into the distance and see if I can explore the city. But no, the infinite map base does not. I guess it doesn't allow such things that are outside the skybox. But man, can you imagine the amount of memories made on this particular map too? Construct is a really very memorable one. Flatgrass, just as memorable. The amount of memories that have probably been made on this map is probably so insane. I'm stepping on history without realizing it. And I wonder if a couple people... Jeez, I'm sorry. Like I said, it's going to be a lot of video time. I'm just going to talk as slow as I can. This commentary is going to be an interesting one. That is for sure. And I did spawn up here initially, and I know there's another spawn down somewhere. I don't know exactly where, because I didn't exactly note that down. But I can only imagine the amount of videos, the amount of memories, game modes, sandbox memories that have been made on this map in particular, especially probably up here and even down yonder, where we get this giant tunnel in the middle, which a vehicle could go through, assumingly. I wonder why this is like this now. Now that I'm actually looking at it, without doing my testing, why is it the way that it is? It's such a basic architecture, you know? It's nothing too extravagant. It's just like a building bridge like structure. And I wonder what kind of skybox is out there. Is that where Construct is located? I would assume so. I would think so. And then we have this Hollywood-like sign out in the distance. No wind, no ambience, just the sound of my own steps. I can only imagine the amount of maps made from, like, the variants of these maps, or of this particular map, in the workshop. GM Construct has a lot too. My favorite one, at least from the time right now, as of 2025 of recording, is the neon GM Construct. So I'm assuming that there might be another variant to this place too, named Neon Flatgrass of some kind. I really wanted to really push the limits of the infinite map base someday. Today doesn't seem to be that day, unfortunately. Oh man. The architecture kind of reminds me of something I don't know. I can't really put my finger on it. I'm getting like a Greek architecture, maybe? Like a Roman architecture? Kind of reminiscent to something like that. I can't put my finger... I can't... Like I said, I can't really say what the name is, because I don't know what I'm thinking about in particular. I could see the picture in my mind, but putting a name on it is completely different. And I'm assuming as well that this place does not... Well, I mean, Construct had its own secrets. Construct had a lot of secrets in particular. Like, well, I don't think they were secrets. They were more like, they're there, easy to find. There's definitely a lot of stuff you can see in Construct. I believe I'm thinking about the other Construct. Was it the beta one? I think I'm thinking about the beta Construct, which is what's coming across my mind right now. You would think a sign like that there would be more buildings around this particular area. Some signs of life nearby other than off in the distance all the way over there. And I wonder where all this would be located. And particularly if it were placed in the real world. Like all these grassy hills. I would imagine Iceland. Because Greenland is very cold and Iceland is very warm, and it's funny. I've always been told that was the Viking story, that the Vikings named them that way because they wanted to keep their enemies away. It really does seem like you could just walk out off into the distance to the sign. It's seamless, you know? And you really can't. And I would really love to. I would love to go up to the sign and take a look at it from up close, or go into the city and explore. I really wish that Garry's Mod wasn't just so limited, you know? We have to do some trickery for like the infinite map base. And that trickery being like it's like a portal kind of like thing. For the infinite map base, I watched a video a long time ago, that it's like teleporting you over and over, but it like changes your information as you pass as a cell, I believe. A cell or a chunk. And that info is stored. And it makes it look like you're going out infinitely. But in reality, you're not. Everything is still there. And you've just been teleported back in like an infinite loop. But as like an illusion that it's infinite. But it does seem to be fairly infinite, because when I explored the GTA Infinite map, it fairly seemed like it was indeed infinite. I climbed a mountain, for God's sakes. I explored a low-res-ish city. I've seen a lot on that map, and I definitely need to make another part on that map. But I believe that map can only go so far because the ocean is probably the infinite part of it. Like, it's crazy to think that technology. Whoa, there's a hole in the sky. Why every time that I seem to find some like broken skybox texture up in the sky? I don't know if you guys can see that. It's probably just because I'm in VR and I can see that. I'm assuming there are no particular secrets to be found on this map. Right? I am going to no-clip. It is very early to no-clip. And actually, it's only been 13 minutes. Maybe I should save no-clipping for now. And just keep walking around. Maybe I should walk around this edge, actually, now that I think about it. Why is this here? I don't know why this is here. Oh my god. I know at some point I'm going to end up running out of things to talk about. When you've got a map particularly like this, where there's not much going on. And I'm really going to be pushing the limits as to what I can and can't talk about on this particular place, because it is indeed going to be the most challenging video I've probably ever made on the channel. I don't think I'm entertaining enough to keep talking for hours, you know? So if I'm like wasting your time, I would please just go watch something else, because it's going to be like this for a while, a long while. And honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way, because it forces me to come up with commentary. It keeps me speaking, like trying to pick things up as I just look around and just see the most minimalistic thing that I can talk about. You know what I mean? Ow. It seems fall damage seems to still be here. Oh, man. Episode 400. Can you believe it? I'm gonna end up becoming, like, schizophrenic now that I think about it. Because, like, with normal maps, whenever I explore an RP map, it's fine. There's usually something different every time. Or maybe in long instances when I'm recording. Sometimes I'll get schizophrenic, and I admit that now, that sometimes I will. That I'll see something in the corner of my eye and be like, what was that? Did something just pass by me? Like, or when I'm scared, I'll be like extra aware of where I'm going or what's going on around me, and I'll try to pick every little detail that I look at. And I'll just end up scaring myself. You know? I really hope that I really hope that I'm able to continue seeing more wonderful worlds, places created by people. Amazing, wonderful lands of awesomeness. See, can you see how it is? There's literally nothing else to talk about, and now I'm just like saying random stuff that comes to mind. There's a lot that has been going on though in my own life. There's just a lot of family things that have just been going on, and I don't know how personal I want to get into talking about this. But seeing as I have the time to do so, and I don't think it's necessarily a risk, I do want to kind of bring some of this stuff up. I apologize for any of like the lack of uploading this past month or two. It's not only have I been streaming, there's been some other things I've just been trying to get used to in life. Like, let's bring up one of the instances. I've always talked about how I've hated my dad, and I still do to this day. I despise him in every way, shape, and form, and the scars are never going to heal from that. But I'm not going to get into detail about that. I'm going to get to about the recent events that have happened. He has been recently hospitalized, and he needs surgery. So he has to wait for the surgery, and they put him in a mental institute where he's completely under 24-hour supervision. He can't even use his phone, and he's far away from me and my family. And everything, that feels great. But a part of me still kind of feels bad. But I still just, is it wrong for me to feel like I just feel good about it, but not good? I mean, for those who have been watching the channel for a while, I've sometimes will bring up some of the things my own father has done, but I don't go into detail about it. Maybe one day I'll spill the beans and talk about it more. He's just not a good person. Not to say that there are probably worse fathers out there. There are definitely worse fathers out there with all the stories I've been hearing over the news and some things that I've watched growing up. And definitely some of the stuff that my mom has probably told me as an adult. Like, there are just worse things out there that are happening to people. And the fact that I can just put on my VR headset and record, I feel very, very blessed that I can be alone and record and have an amazing community of people who, I hope, enjoy watching the things I make. This video in particular, you're probably not gonna like. But I'm happy. I'm so happy with all the people I've met. I've come so far. In the past 2-3 years of just exploring Garry's Mod maps and VR chat worlds. I wish I could just there's so many things going on in the world that I wish I could just jump into the digital world. I don't it feels so much better being here than it is out there, where responsibilities are. Adulting is like bills and just owning a car and stuff like that. It's just I just want to be exploring and being me and doing the things I want to do without any consequences, And I'm sure everyone else does too. And I'm being fairly selfish in wanting that. And I've heard of backpacking too from I believe when I used to work for it was like in the middle or sometime after. I think it was like during COVID season where we were able to at least go outside and be outside in the world a bit more. Where I worked at I don't know exactly what it is. I worked for a company that was making COVID tests. I'm trying to think of things I can talk about because I honestly own like an illegal picture that I can't even upload of the lab that I was in, and I can't like upload it or anything like that because it's like technically illegal. I've never owned an illegal photo. Actually, never mind. I have owned an illegal photo before. The ROTC in high school. They had the by the way, I was in JROTC in high school for 4 years, and it was the Air Force variant. But they brought there was these two particular sergeants that came in, and they brought, I believe it was a moon buggy. I'm unsure. They brought something in. They brought some robot or drone into the classroom, and I did take pictures, and they did tell me I was not allowed to upload it to the web or to any social media, which honestly, okay, very irresponsible of those two people because they just let some normal high schooler take a picture of said robot or drone and just say, don't upload it, you'll be fine. I mean, they really just let me do that. But back to the lab thing. I used to work at a place that used to make COVID tests. And I have like a photo of the actual like lab. Well, we did have to transfer near the end of our job. It was a temporary job, mind you, but I was getting paid $500 a week, which was awesome. $500 a week, and I only had to come in. I believe I worked for 40 hours. I think. Did I work 40 hours a week? I don't remember my work schedule. It feels like I went in every day. But the people I met there were so nice to me. It felt like a family. And when that family just, like, when they say, hey, this job is ending soon, we don't need people anymore, because we have enough tests made, and I believe it was, like, nearing the end of COVID season. I know COVID's still technically around even today, but I haven't heard much of it at all. And I hope I can talk about it on YouTube because I think it should be okay though. I should be fine. They did lift that COVID thing. You can now talk about it again, so I should be okay. But it really sucks that family like that I've gotten so used to. Building bonds is just gone. You know? A temporary family built on amazing relationships. My favorite position in that particular place was just building boxes because I used to work at in high school. I used to work at Little Caesars, and I can't tell you what year after I did. I can't remember if it was after my freshman or if my sophomore that I started working during the summer. But I worked there for a while, and they were also my family, and I got so used to building boxes over there that whenever I moved to a different state and had gotten that job, I was so used to already building boxes that I was so freaking quick with it. All I had to do was just make the boxes, just make it, tape it, and then whoop, move on. And they would always be astonished on how many freaking boxes I would make. I I would just make stacks and stacks of boxes. As long as I had my music, I would do my job. And I'm dead. Speaking of doing my job, I died. How do you die on GM Flatgrass? Ah, weapon. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's get that out of here, please. Oh my God, I'm gonna end up losing my train of thought. But let me talk about my Little Caesar stuff more. Like, I'm gonna be talking a lot about things. Like, no joke. I'm gonna be focusing on the map as I'm gonna try to be focusing on the map as I walk around. These are what? Now that I think about it, what textures are these? These are like original. These are just original textures, right, for Half-Life? Actually, I kind of want to see if the skybox is in this map in particular. So let me do that. So let me no clip. I wouldn't even know where it would be located. I'm just gonna be no clipping to see where in particular this skybox is, because I didn't exactly look for it. You can actually go pretty far. Oh, hello. Oh, look at that. Yeah, look how big this place is. Look how you have so much freedom though. Yeah, there's a lot. Whoa, even up here. Okay, where's the skybox? Is it? It might be under. Let me see if it's under the map. Oh, it is. Look at this. Can I walk on this? Wait. Don't tell me I can just walk on this, right? You're kidding me. Why can't I walk on this? Wait, why? Wait, I'm so confused now. Why can't I walk on this? Why isn't this my Flatgrass? You know what I mean? Why? There's so much space. There's like 2 sandboxes. There's one up above and one down here. It doesn't even say like anything's changed. This doesn't even feel like it's a freaking... yeah, this doesn't feel like it's a freaking skybox. This just feels like another map. This feels like there's 2 maps in one. I can actually come up to the sign though. Sure, it's gonna actually be flat. A flat PNG. Well, I can't come up to the sign. Well, look at that! It's literally just floating text. Look at that! It's not even like, it's literally just floating text. I wonder if it's like some default text they used. The O is in the mountain. Oh, it's physical though. It's literally here. You can actually touch it and everything. Oh, what? There's a city back here too. Why? You can't even see this. Maybe. I don't think you can see this. Well, now I can actually get a good close look at this. It doesn't look like any city I recognize at all. Nope. None whatsoever. I wouldn't even be able to tell you what city that would be. The only city that comes to mind is New York, but any city or location can have skyscrapers like that. Maybe if I saw like the Statue of Liberty or something. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna be getting any hints from this. At first, when I walked up, I thought like this little silhouette was like the Statue of Liberty, but why would that be there though? Maybe it's off in the distance. I'm unsure. Still pretty cool though. I'm really glad you can just come over here and just have another place to mess around in while your friend up top is messing around with the original map and you're down here having your own map. That's really nice of them. But why is it only this? Why is it only so big though? Why couldn't this map be connected with the one upstairs? What kind of magic does that require? You know what I mean? There's not much to render. There's literally only the little structure in the middle of the map. Why couldn't this one be just a whole map? Optimization, maybe? I don't know, because they both exist in the same universe, I guess. I'm not teleporting or anything like an infinite map, so what the heck, man? Why can't this exist in the same on the same plane as the actual map itself? Because you can walk on it. Maybe it's because of the... Do I have my light on? I do have my light on. Maybe because this text is flat and it's supposed to be the skybox, I assume, but you could just take out the buildings in the distance and fix this up a bit, you know, just not being PNG text and just push it up top, you know what I mean? There'd be so much more space for things, stuff to do, you know what I mean? Huh. It does actually help a little bit with some of the commentary that I'm trying to make right now. Imagine there's just like a secret out here in the open. This is what it would feel like if I were to explore the actual infinite map base for Flatgrass, or just the base in general. It would just be this. Can I actually fall off here? No, I can't. It's just an invisible wall. I was about to say infinite again. Oh man. Oh, and by the way, you can blame Pink Black, and his Discord users for this video. So that's your fault. This is all your fault. You made me do this. Hi. I will walk around this place. I'm just gonna explore Flatgrass, even if it freaking kills me. You know what I mean? I know Kolix in my Discord, who's a subscriber and a dedicated person, did mention if I was gonna be doing an infinite map base, and at first I didn't think about it until he said it, and when I did my pre-testing, it didn't exactly pan out, as I said in the beginning. And even then, I don't even know if I would be able to come up with commentary than I am now. Would it just be the same commentary? In an infinite universe, would, like, the commentary be necessarily different? Or would I be, like, saying the same things that I would be saying now? You know what I mean? I think I kind of want to go back up top. I'm technically no clipping earlier than I should, but I really like seeing these hills. There's so much to see. It's not. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be called. Now that I think about it, I guess having two maps exist on the same plane wouldn't exactly be named Flatgrass, because you got all these hills and stuff in the back here. So it wouldn't necessarily be Flatgrass. It'd be named something else. I wish it had some water. We literally just had an update for Garry's mod, which added more realistic water textures. Which, like, it has its own reflections and stuff with the stuff that's actually in the map, which is amazing. And I haven't seen them yet. I got a little bit of a glimpse in the aquarium Echoes of Beyond video. But I really want to look at some water, you know? Ah, man. One day I do definitely want to, like, push the limit on how long I can explore an infinite map base. Because in the testing I did, I'm sorry, I keep bringing it up. I know, I'm sorry. It's just the thing that's just coming up to my mind right now. What I was testing was I wanted to test how far I could go, because knowing that it teleports me by chunks, and it doesn't technically mean it's infinite, it's just changing the information. I wanted to see if it would save my location. That way I can make multiple parts-ish, like, for this very long video. And it would save my location data. And it did! It was awesome! I was actually very happy whenever it did. But knowing that it doesn't have to sign everything, I've already talked about that. I'm just going to move on. So, let's, I think we are okay to go back up top. Yeah. What would this place be called? Hill? Grass? Grass Hill? Green Hill? Do. Green Hill? Map? GM Green Hill? No, I think I've already explored that map. Childhood game, though. Wait, no. It was a GM. Oh, no. I didn't explore GM. Wait, did I explore? No. I explored GM Emerald Hill. I didn't explore Green Hill yet. I'm pretty sure it exists, though. Let's go back up towards the top. Jeez, that flicker. Oh, it makes everything seem so much bigger than it does down. Oh, that's why it's called a skybox, though. But I wish I could actually just see the big old sign. Man. When am I going to accidentally just start seeing ghosts and stuff in the corner of my vision thinking, when am I going to go crazy for recording for 2 hours? I don't know. And what? Maybe I should spawn something in. I could spawn something in. I've got the time to do so. So why don't I spawn something in? Why not? You know, why am I limiting myself to what I can talk about? For whatever reason, this no clipping is like tied to where my hand is pointed, and I found that out like a couple videos after. I don't like finagling with this VR menu much, because it's always just like where's the oh, here it is. It's always just broken at times. Actually, now that I think about it, what do I even have saved? What do I even have in terms of mod? I probably don't even have anything, to be fair. I usually just don't. Oh, see what I mean? It just, that's why I don't like messing with this menu. You can't exactly. I wish they would add an update to fix some of these. I have Vocaloid. Yeah, look, we have the Shadow Miku avatar that I usually use. Oh man, I remember reading in the description of that particular. Let me just spawn. Is this gonna kill me? Well, that's good to know. It even spawned it in. It didn't even spawn it in. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. I don't know. I don't know. See what I mean? It doesn't matter. I can't even click it. I don't like the VR menu. Oh, she's right here. Hey! Well, that's not what she's supposed to look like, but wait, was I always that small when I was recording videos with her? Huh. I guess I was. Don't look at me like that. I guess I was. But yeah, this is sort of the original model, although the reflections on her seem to be broken. She's supposed to be completely black. And I spawned in the other variant, which doesn't have all the the whites around it. It should just be completely black. But this is the original Garry's Mod model that I well, not the original. This is the original one. Can I spawn her into, actually, now that I think about it, let me just talk about the things that I do have. So let me see if I could spawn in. Well, this is why I hate the menus. What would it be under? Would it be under player models? I would assume that it would be under models, but I don't. Here we go, add-ons. Can I open my add-ons? Jesus Christ, I don't know which one it is. I would. Oh, wait. I think I just saw it. There we go. So this. Oh, well, not where I wanted to spawn her. Okay, so this is the model I'm wearing now, but with the shadow variant. I can't exactly show it because I can't spawn a camera and press a quick keybind to show you in particular. But this, with the black skin variant, the silhouette variant, is the original model whenever I first started my channel. And it ended up getting removed. I don't know why. I really don't know why. And I feel like it's because of me, because I used the model for so long. And I also think that model was on there for way too long as well, that it just got removed for unknown reasons. And I remember being very, very upset because it was the model that I started with. And then I had to find a different model that had that same feeling. And that's why when some people watch some of the videos that I've done in desktop, you can kind of see when I put my hand, this is what the model's supposed to look like. I hope it looks like that in my actual, where the heck is my desktop? It's supposed to look. Oh, you can't see it in my view. Oh, I can only see it in my VR view. But it's supposed to be completely black with all the whites. So for those who have known me a long time on the channel, when I used to explore in the desktop mode, it was this model, and I had to. Jeez, I'm drawing a brain fart right now. Oh my god! Let's just say I just used the model. I can't remember the big old words I'm supposed to be using. I had to improvise. I had to find something that looked similar to it. And then someone re-uploaded it, and I got blessed, and I made multiple backups of said model. I do wish one day that I, like, this is just a stand-in for the channel. Even now, I want to have and make my own original model that's like completely blacked out, more male. Not that I have a problem with it. I mean, I've been wearing this player model and using both player models for so long, I don't even care. But one day, I do want to have something to call my own and make something to call my own whenever adult life isn't kicking me in the bun. Buns? Buns. Bum. I was going to say bum, and they went to bum. I apologize. So, let's see if we can actually despawn. I actually don't know how to despawn anything. Oh. Uh-oh. Well, they're probably just going to be here forever. That's great. Wait, oh wait, I know what I can do. I can just clean up the map. I know what I can do. I need to go to utilities and clean up everything. There we go. That is much better. Oh man. I haven't made it to a 12-hour long video since. Wait, I don't even think my Ultimate Void Places video is even 12 hours long. I think that might be 10. That might be 10 hours long. This might be my very first 12-hour long video if it is 12 hours. I would hope so. I have a plan. So many things have come and gone though. Like many people, many experiences. I wish I had met more people on VR chat with the empty worlds that I've explored. I've only met like maybe like 2-3 people when exploring worlds by myself and for videos, for VR chat worlds. And I also wish that Garry's mod wasn't just so limited in terms of how far you can go. Like, even with the illusions of the infinite map base, I would love to just keep going on forever and ever and just, like, in other games, too. I wish there was a game out there which I could just roam and, like, just keep going and just keep going. New buildings, new locations, just everywhere. One game that comes into mind that I believe I've tried a long time ago was Flight Simulator. And I'm unsure how it works, but I believe you can actually go around the whole globe in a plane, which is fine and all, but I want like a game that you can just, go out, collect as many resources as you want. It's not procedurally, well, if it is procedurally generated, it'd be generated by, let's all just say the big bad word that's all across YouTube and everywhere else right now. AI, artificial intelligence. It would be procedurally generated by AI to make different buildings and worlds out in the distance. I've heard of some games that are really cool. I've heard of what was that game called? There was a specific game that I saw on an Xbox. It's not called Stargate. Oh my god, is it called Stargate? No, it's not. Oh my god, I can't remember what it's called. I played it a long time ago. Oh my god, what's it called? Starlink? Is it Starlink? I can't remember the name of the freaking game, I'm sorry. But I remember playing it, thinking that I can land on any planet and just explore the world as far as I could. And you could not. The infinite part of the game is the worlds and not the worlds themselves. Does that make sense? So if you were to land on a planet, you couldn't exactly go anywhere you wanted. I mean, you could go pretty far, but you were limited. And I don't know if they fixed that. And I know there's mods for it, but I don't know if my PC can handle it. So I never bothered with it. But a game like that, where I could just explore the world and see different structures, buildings, life, and then go somewhere else and travel somewhere else, off into this far galaxy, and land on a different planet and explore the entire planet, rinse and repeat, that'd be my game of the year. of all time, honestly. And the whole objective of the game would just be to explore the worlds. Maybe I should get back into that game though. I haven't played it in a while. Would be cool to see some of the updates that it came out with. There was another game that was basically Infinite that I played a long time ago, which was called Infinitum. So what that game in particular is, it's an infinite procedurally generated backrooms game. And at the time of making that video, it still even is to this day. I don't even know if there are updates. I'm in their Discord server. I'm unsure that if there are different updates for the game because I've looked at their notifications and I haven't really seen anything. So I'm unsure, but I still have the game on my Steam, but there's no updates or notices for the game itself because it's still in an alpha or a beta. But there were a lot of technical limitations as to when I played it. At times, there was just some broken geometries when going too far, or when I truly wanted to just keep going and just see what else I could find. I wish there were more variations. Some of the rooms were definitely unique to find whenever I went through the rooms on the very first office level. But procedurally generated stuff can only go so far. You can only make so many unique places for so many procedurally stuff that it's just going to end up repeating, and it's just going to end up all looking the same. And that's why I talk about having, like in the future, we'll probably have... I'm pretty sure AI is already in our video games, so we don't even notice. I think, speaking of AI and bringing that up, I know that in, I can't remember which one it was. I think it's in 6. In Call of Duty Black Ops 6. And I still have these uploaded to the channel. I was planning, these are, let me know down in the comments if you guys want these videos. But there's only like 2 videos that I was planning on making as like a small little series. Because back in the day, I used to play Black Ops 2. And I've never like cared about going for the ranks or anything like that. But when Black Ops 6 was coming out, I wanted to make a video series to actually go for master prestige. Is it called master prestige? Or just to get all the ranks to see how far I could go and get all the weapon camos for melee weapons and hopefully bows if they added them onto the game. And I wanted to do that. I wanted to make a video series. So I made 2 videos on it. But I came into a dilemma that the game itself was just way too big for the PC that I still have today. And I don't exactly have the luxury of buying an expensive new SSD or hard drive. At least even today, because I've got bills and stuff to worry about. So every time I had made a video, I would uninstall the game, and then I would have to, I would record Garry's Mod content, and then I had to reinstall the game the night before, and then record. And at that point, at the time I was going to record the second video, I had come up to a problem where I would just run out of memory in my, for recording, to where I just canceled the 2 videos that I have, and they're still uploaded to the channel. If you guys want to see it, I mean, I'll upload them. I mean, I'll make them public if you want. They're there. I planned on having something like that. I just wish I had a Call of Duty game that just didn't take up so much space on my PC that it would just ruin my overall experience on recording videos on OBS. I could have maybe lowered down the quality, but with me, when it comes to making content and videos, I don't have a lot of time, and it's something that I wish I had more of. And being an adult now, time is the most valuable thing you can have other than money. Money is another necessity in life, but time is valuable just as much because you can only get so much in life. And when it comes to me and making videos, I don't want to make people wait. The whole point of me exploring maps is to not only share my experiences with other people and hopefully inspire them to make their own channels and grow as a content creator, but I also want to you know keep everything in. I want to keep all my videos in like into one video. I don't make any cuts. I try my best to not put any editing when it comes to exploring, because typically I'll look at something and then I'll never know like if there was something that appeared or not. Like when I explored Lily's Halloween map, and I went into that abandoned building, there indeed was something inside the building, but I didn't notice it. I got scared by the shadow of the door instead of the actual thing that was there. It's like stuff like that. If I were to accidentally cut that out, then you guys wouldn't have seen it, and I wouldn't have known about it, So that's why I like to keep everything in. So with the amount of time, and that also goes with the amount of time I've got in my own personal life. I don't have the time. I mean, I do have the time. I have the time to edit at night. I could edit videos at night, but I just hate making people wait, and I hate, especially for just an exploring a map video, like for this one, for instance. I'm gonna keep everything in, and I already don't like having to make people wait, but I've come up with sort of like a compromise, because we're making Echoes of Beyond videos, and Horde videos, and maybe, I also want to check out Dreamcore. Also got an update too, and I might actually record that for this Friday's video, so be on the lookout for that. So, not wanting to make people wait, and with the limited time that I just have during the night, and not wanting to just waste my time editing, I've pushed myself to do a little more quantity and just slightly more quality. And that's been the overall channel dynamic so far. And I think my phone just went off on my bed. So maybe one day I'll make a different video series where I'm not exploring maps and I'll have a bit more editing. And I'm trying to be the best content creator that I can be with my own time and personality. But I don't really have any creativity in me at all. The only thing I've got going for me is just my commentary and my intrigue of going through maps and seeing the most amazing things that people have made. I don't have the talent to make stuff like this, and maybe one day when I get the time to make something, I will. I still have my Garry's mod map that I was like working on my PC that I haven't touched because there's just been so many things in life. I get tired every time I come home from work, and so there's just some days where I'll feel like, man, today was a hard day at work. I want to record a video and I feel bad, but I'm so tired. I have to go to bed. You know what I mean? There's just going to be days like that where I just don't feel like recording, and it's just being an adult, So for those who have been in the channel for as long as you have, from the very beginning, or this might just be your first video, I really appreciate you watching, just in general. I couldn't be any more happier with the people that I've met. The things that people have made for me, too. Like, I've never, in my life, ever think I would ever receive, like, fan art at all making this channel. Honestly, when I started this channel, I thought I was going to stay at, like, 500 or 200 at most. 1,000, and we're already getting close to getting 2. Wow. I'm very happy and content with everything that has been going. It's just been going so good so far. I couldn't be any more happier with the people that I've met. Thunder, Kurika, Fluffles, Redstone, Lily. There's so many other creators. Pink. I can't name them all. I could, but I don't want to be naming a bunch of creators and people that I really appreciate for so Titus. I see I'm going again. Thunder goes. I already said Thunder. I'm pretty sure. It's just the positivity has been insane so far. It's been great, and I hope my mic can handle the amount of recording that I'm going to be able to be doing. And my voice is going to be going so quick as I'm talking because I'm going to be trying to come up with more things to talk about on a map like this. Wonder how loud a vehicle would be if I were to drive around the infinite map-based version. That's one thing with editing, the sound. Another thing with me wanting to edit videos and having, with the quality thing, like I said, more quantity over quality. But with the quality thing, the controlled quality that I do have control over is like the sound. You know, when it comes to editing, I make sure that my mic sound and the game sound is perfectly fine. And I get the shiny new things that make it better. Like this new mic that I got recently, last month or the month, I think it was last month or sometime at the beginning of the month before. Is the I had to buy it. It was like the one of the I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. Whoa, did I just open that by accident? Okay. I can't name the mic off the top of my head, but I had to get it. Like it was the best sounding mic that you could get portably that didn't have a wire. Because before, the mic I was using was a headset mic, and I'm gonna bring this up again because I'm having some stuff to talk about. It was the headset mic for the Logitech X10, but it wasn't the Bluetooth variant that I wanted. Was it? No. Wait, the sound was Bluetooth. The mic itself was not Bluetooth. And that really sucked because that's not the variant that I wanted. No, wait, I think it was just all wire. Oh, yeah, it is just all wired. That's right. It's all just wire. So I had the wired version, which is not the one I wanted for the Logitech headset. And I had to, like, always adjust the mic to be further away from my face just so that way the audio didn't crackle when I talked. So so the mic that I have now is probably the best mic that I could ever get for making VR videos because the mic itself, it's wireless. And it sticks onto any headset with the sticky adhesive surface, and it just lets me. I can't adjust like the rotation of it. I have to make sure that the adhesive is on a specific like rotation. So that took a try or two. But I can like move around my head like this and have the same audio quality, which is really nice. And even if I like bump it slightly, I'm sorry about this. It still sounds the same. The one thing I am worried about is the wire that's plugged into like the headset for the VR headset itself for the sound. It's the only thing I'm worried about it hitting. But it was the best option that I could ever buy. So whenever it comes to like quality of videos, I tend to try to make sure at least I have the best sounding stuff that I can afford. And if there's something better out there, I mean, I tried. Okay, I tried. The amount of research that I was doing, I literally had to freaking, I watched like a VR chat video or two about this mic, and I had to like download some weird what was it, Voice Meter? I had to download Voice Meter for this freaking mic, just for it to sound way better than what it does now. And because originally, using the mic naked without the software, there's two little switches. There's one switch for one that's mono. I can't name the sound things because I'm an idiot. Mono with the omnipresent. Was it omnipresent? Frick. I can't name it. Oh, hello, son. Jesus Christ, you're bright. Omniversal? Is it Omniversal? I can't remember the name. I hate my life. But it has two switches. There's one with the noise canceling, and there's one without noise canceling that records the 360 degrees. The noise canceling one sucked so much. It still sucks, even with the voice meter thing. The other option where it records everything without the noise canceling sounds so freaking good. But the bad thing about it, well, without the software voice meter that I'm using now, it picks up everything. And even then, I feel like it still picks up stuff even when I'm talking or when I'm not talking. Because software can only do so much to block out the surrounding audio. So the compromise that I have to come up with is I had to turn off my AC now. Yeah, I know. I'll turn you on after video. Oh man, it really does feel like you can come all the way over here. So yeah, I apologize for my insane rambling so far. So far I'm actually having a decent time. I don't know why. Maybe I just needed a moment to actually just walk around and talk my mouth off for a bit. I'm always so... Whenever I record a map like that has actual things to look at and not like just one building and grass and that's it, I typically get distracted when I'm talking anyways, when I'm recording a normal video for a particular beefy map. And maybe this is actually something that I needed. Something to keep me talking over and over and over, make me lose my mind. You know, because I get distracted anyways. I might as well just explore really flat grass. It's just, maybe this is something that I just need to have. Because my brain already gets distracted when I talk anyways about other things that I've experienced in my life or just in general. I wonder where they got this, I know PNGs are based, like textures are based off of real life things, but I wonder, like, where they got this, like, the grass itself. Like, what kind of photo did they take of what particular location did they get for the grass? It doesn't seem like it's been made by them. It seems like a photorealistic picture they took of like a grassy plain, and it looks very low res because it's been ported into actual Garry's mod at a small size. Pink was right. Pink was absolutely right. I'm going to end up talking about the grass textures now. Off in the distance, this kind of looks like a freaking painting. Like a work of art. Maybe on the other side it would look a lot better. Could be a thumbnail. I don't even know what I'm going to use it for this. I guess I'm just going to use a typical... Oh, you know what? Oh, I'm gonna have to search up. I'm gonna have to actually take a. No, I can take a picture of it. I can take a picture. Never mind. I was about to say. Typically, what I do for thumbnails, I might as well throw this into the backstage pass since we've got a lot of time to burn. Typically for thumbnails, I either take a picture, screenshot, with the camera tool in Garry's mod of the map itself. Or I'll end up using the very first image for the workshop link. I'll usually typically download the image on the workshop for the map, and then I'll use that as the actual thumbnail in the back. Is it lazy? Yes, okay, get on to me. Come on, get on to me. It's lazy. But it comes out, it gives my point across. It's the map. It's what's going to be there. And whenever people click on the Steam link, I don't want people to think, oh, is this the right map? I can't tell because the thumbnail or the screenshot that was taken is not in this, like in the actual images given on the map itself, So I typically have been doing more of that lately, so that way people could just know, oh, okay, yeah, this looks almost like his thumbnail. Yeah, this is the map. I'm gonna download it. There's a lot of false information out there across the web with people and their links, so I tend to try to keep everything all safe and secure and make sure I'm being the best possible person I can on YouTube. Now that I'm thinking about it, why is it called... I understand the flatty part, but why wood? There's not a speck of wood on this thing. Not even up top. There's no wood up here at all. Unless this is just wood and no, this is concrete. Yeah, there's no wood here at all. What's with the wood at the end? Huh? Oh, I'm an idiot. Hollywood. Oh, just kill me. I'm losing my mind. Ow! I need to stop jumping off. I'm gonna end up dying a second time on this freaking map. I feel like now I want to no clip and see if there's anything else like in these little crevices right here. I don't think there are, but we're just gonna check. It feels like they would probably put something in here. They're very thick. They could have some. I don't know. Yeah. Whoa, what the? Oh, it's just flatty wood. I don't think there's anything in here. Oh, whoa, hello. What the? Hello? What? Hi? I don't think I like this very much. Why is this just here? This is such a weird room to have. Oh, you can't even move it. Oh, it's just here. Okay. Alrighty then. I'm not gonna question it. I'm already actually, you know what? No, I'm questioning it hardcore. Why is this here? And why is there not another one over here? Huh? Huh? Another thing to note. How come there's only one graffiti thing here? What's this about, huh? Why is there only one graffiti on this entire freaking structure? There's no other signs of graffiti on this thing. I heard that like curves are really hard to do in Hammer. So I wonder how long they had to struggle for that. Probably not long because they made the game, or they put it on the store. You know what I mean? They're the developers. Huh. I wonder who this is modeled after. It's kind of reminded me. I wonder if it's modeled off of one of the Half-Life characters. I can't remember. Oh, wait, I can just figure out her name right here. Hold on. Let's go to NPCs. Humans. I wonder if it's... Oh, it's Alex. It's modeled after Alex. I can see it now. At first, my mind was going to Dr. Judith, but now that I'm looking at her, no, it's not. Yeah, it's definitely seemed to be modeled after Alex, but isn't Alex in Half-Life 2 and not in 1? That's strange. Is that Alex? Yeah, that is. Look at that. I need to get back into Half-Life 2 as well. I'm going to do that next week on Friday, since I want to cover Dream Core. Oh, and they also added the ability for all the NPCs to have weapons now, which I thought that was already something you could do, but I guess not. Hopefully I'll be able to keep that name in mind, because I've seen that doll in other maps before, especially in Lily McFluffy's maps. I always think that there's just floating text. Okay, well, there doesn't seem to be any secrets. Other than that one room, which is strange to me. But then again, it would be, can't just be this place, right? There has to be more. Those seem like they're way too perfect for me to take fall damage. I wonder why there is just that one graffiti on this structure. Why is that one in particular and nowhere else? I don't know. I'm gonna start questioning every single little part of the structure now. Oh, there are bullet holes in the actual texture. I didn't even... Wait, are those bullet holes? Hold on. Oh, they seem like they are. It's repeating though, so maybe it's just repeating, not necessarily have to be. No, bullet holes would have residue. That's not bullet holes. That has to be something else. Or maybe it got pierced a long time ago and the residue's gone. I keep forgetting that I have this light on. How do I turn it off? Jesus criminy. I can't even remember my own VR keybinds. Now that I think about it, I wonder what this place would look like in Echoes of Beyond. Oh my god, could you imagine the amount of echoes on this place? Oh, I didn't even think about that. Oh man, because Construct had a crap ton. I'm talking about, you thought Liminal Hotel had a lot? Okay. No, 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 no. Construct, when I was first testing out the Echoes of Beyond, I'm saying of Beyond because it feels nicer to say. Well, the amount of freaking echoes that I saw was absolutely insane. I'm surprised my game didn't lag while I was in there. I'd like, genuinely, it was, whew. I wonder, oh man, should I just, no, I'm not gonna, nah, I've already committed. I've already committed to the bit. I've already committed. I just gotta come up with things to talk about as I walk around this place and take in every single angle. I'm gonna end up, now that I think about it, I'm gonna end up recording every single possible camera angle in existence with just this one video. I swear to God I will. In VR too, yeah, in VR. Oh my god. I love how I just like subjected myself to this torment. And I'd call it torment because I don't know why. Don't question my sanity at the moment. Who can really say they've actually played or made a video on Flatgrass for 12 hours? Which is I'm hoping the final product would be. Something just beeped. Something just beeped. Something beeped. What just beeped? Wait. What? Are we getting into the schizophrenic part of my video? Hello? Did my phone go off? No. No. Okay, I hope my audio recorded whatever that was. Okay, I'm trying to think of things that were probably that. Oh my god, I'm getting, no. I'm not being schizophrenic, I promise. I swear to God. I heard beeping. Not my controllers don't make that sound. They've never made that sound. Usually the menu on my VR headset comes up. My Bluetooth mic, I don't think my Bluetooth mic has a freaking a speaker on it to make noise like that. What the heck was that? Hello? Excuse me? It felt clear. What was that? No. No, please don't tell me I'm losing my mind. Please don't tell me I'm losing my mind. I could have swear to God I heard beeping. It was like beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. It was like a high-pitched beep, too. Oh no. I hope, oh no. Oh no. Yep, here it is. Guys, I'm being a schizophrenic now. Let's just hope that I recorded whatever that was. I don't exactly have a doorbell, and I don't think my doorbell makes that kind of beep. If I did have one, it would just be a ding dong. Oh no about that one. Do you know what happened? I sure as heck hope you do, because I don't. It happened like right here. What was that? Okay. I'm losing my mind. I could have sworn I heard that. Please, for the love of God, recording software, OBS, please tell me you recorded that. Mike, I hope you did too, if that did go off. Oh God. Next thing you know, I'm gonna turn a corner and be like, wait, was there a shadow there? I lost what I was gonna talk about. I literally was just talking about something, and I've lost it. Oh yeah, that's right. I was talking about how I'm gonna be recording every single freaking possible camera angle on this freaking map. But I wanted... Oh man, maybe it was something outside my window. I'm gonna assume that whatever I heard was outside my window, and someone opened their door, and I heard the beep beep beep. Because my air conditioner, it's not a mounted one, like on a window. It's in like my room on the floor, and it's like a really big one, and it's got like a hose that goes from the air conditioner up into the actual window. And the sucky thing about that is my window is like it's not like a normal. I mean, I guess it is a normal square window, but it's not like a window that can go up and down. You know, it's a window that goes from side to side, and I can only open it halfway. Well, I can only open it so far, and it kind of sucks. So the hose is like connected, not connected, but it's like on the window seal itself, and it's like the hose is like slightly stretched, and it has to bring in air from the outside and bring it in and filter it and process it into cool air. And I'm wondering, for it being off, I can actually... Sometimes I'll actually hear... now that I think about it, maybe it was from outside, because in other videos, whenever it's quiet like this, I'll usually note that I'll hear something to my right, outside, and it will bug the actual heck out of me, because I'll never know whether it's from the actual map, or I'm just absolutely losing my mind. It could be a little bit of both. Who knows at this point, right? I'm recording at 3 in the morning. Oh, man. Oh, wait, I want to go up here. How far up can I go before the skybox stops me? How far up can I go? The sky... Wow, it lets me go really freaking high. Okay. Oh, there we go. Jesus, man. I can go pretty... Why do I feel like I can go more vertically than I can horizontally? Is that just me? I feel like I can go even further. I don't know. Definitely feels like I can. No, about that. He wants to bring out the measurement tape for that. I'm sure it's all equal, though. Oh, and I'm falling now. It doesn't feel like I'm falling. It just feels like I'm still floating. Maybe I should toggle no clip before I land. There we go. Sweet. Oh, my hands are already getting so sweaty, though, for holding this controller. Oh my god, I'm getting... Oh my... This is what it feels like to be in, like, in a mental asylum, like in one of those I'm dead. Oh, but you can at least see the... I'm hoping... Wait, let me see if... Yeah, at least you can see the silhouette skin, I'm hoping. I gotta get rid of the... I gotta get rid of the weapon. Can I get rid of the weapon? I'm also hitting my mic, and I don't want to do that. Can we not hit my mic, please? I wish they would update this VR... So the mod VR add-on that I have right now, it's not like the original one that I have downloaded initially when I first started VR. It's the semi-official version that I have downloaded. And for those who don't know the difference between those two different versions, the original VR version, it has some of the same tweaks as the semi-official, but the semi-official is an overall better version in terms of like going. I went through one of first maps and text would pop up on the screen. It allows certain text UI to be on in front of the screen. Screen. Jeez, man, I've been talking for how long have I been talking for? An hour and 20 minutes. An hour and 20 minutes. And so the semi-official version is just better overall in terms of seeing text on the screen if the map allows it to have such things. And I think this menu is also sort of new. I don't think I even had a menu in the original one. Maybe I should do a different. What does this mean? What does this mean? I heard something. I'm hearing stuff. Hold on. Oh my god, I'm literally I'm becoming a schizophrenic. I hope it's not like a derogatory term that towards people. I'm calling myself one. I'm not. I hope it's not something that maybe I shouldn't be saying it if I don't know what it is. It means I'm seeing stuff that doesn't necessarily mean it's there. It's just like I'm seeing things. You know, I'm hallucinating. I've talked about this before, where when it comes to exploring things for long term, like if a map infinitely just like takes me through areas that are repeating, I'll typically I'll hallucinate and I'll feel like I'm hearing things when I don't. I'm actually honestly really surprised that I've been talking for this long. For an hour and 20 minutes of Flatgrass. And now we've come to the point where I'm hearing beeping. I'm hearing like whispers off in I swear to God, I heard like some kind of like whisper off in the distance, but then again, I've always been prone to hallucinations and seeing things that I just haven't seen, because in Lily's Silly Block Halloween map, I was checking out the skybox, and I was like, oh look, there's buildings out there's some like square structures out in the distance, there's square buildings, and then like during the day, on the day of the video was uploaded, they tell me there's supposed to be nothing. There's supposed to be pitch black in the map, and I was like, uh-oh. Oh no. Wait, were you telling me I didn't? I have to go back. I need to go back and check. Oh man, like it was just supposed to be completely blacked out texture and no like weird square structures or anything, or cube-like structures out in the distance. I swear that there are just things I end up seeing in VR that just does not translate onto the actual video software or the actual OBS that's recording the game itself. Because now that I've noticed that my VR view is sometimes different when it on the actual game view that's shown on the my display, which is pretty strange to me, all things considering, because I should be looking at whatever the game presents me. Very suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. I wonder if there's like some kind of like secret thing for playing on a map for too long. What if there's like something very hidden that map developers would just hide? Some like secret, maybe that's what that no. Now I'm trying to make up excuses for it to connect. See, no, you're just hallucinating, buddy. Nope, I didn't hear anything. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh man. But like I was saying, well, I wonder if like this map in particular, or any other maps, have like a timer, and if you play on it for too long, something will happen on the map that like for like if you play on the map for like 2 or 3 hours, something on the map will change, or some ambient weird music will start playing or something like that. That'd be a really cool Easter egg to have. I wonder if that's possible. I wonder if it's possible to have timers like that on a map. I probably should not jump off this place anymore and just do this from now on. You know, dang well, whenever I finish, like, talking my mouth off, I'm gonna end up getting a big old drink of water. Well, since I've still got some time left, I want to talk about another personal thing that's currently going on right now, uh, in terms of the video. And I don't want to make this be something that upsets people. It's still ongoing, and I don't want people to worry about me or my family. But for whatever reason, the place that my mom and my current family lives right now, they are being kicked out from their living space, and they have to move is what essentially is going to happen, and they can't afford to move. They're being forcibly kicked out of the current residence because the owner wants to sell the freaking home. And the home doesn't even have like much to go with. It's like half of a home, and he wants to sell it for $350,000, which is crazy. And that place is not worth $350,000. I can tell you that right now. So it's still ongoing. Don't worry. I'm taking care of my family. We're doing well. We're all happy. We're spending time together. But it's something I wanted to talk about and bring up because I don't want to bring up like I don't like particularly making videos that are not that are personal related sometimes, but I'll typically talk about it and bring it up on occasion. I just don't want people to, have to be too worried about me. But I do appreciate any sentiment that is sent in our family's way, because the two series videos that I made were really real. They were real, and they were indeed about my dad. So if you were a little bit more curious on a little bit of more backstory on my dad, you can definitely go watch those. But I've already taken down the GoFundMe a long time ago, and I've talked about it twice. I really do not want to make another video like that ever again, because I just really feel it's just unprofessional and it's way too personal. And I typically, I'm trying to put a good word for it. I don't want people to think I'm trying to I can't think of it. I can't think of it. Like, I'm using it for views. That's what I don't want people to think I'm using that kind of thing for views. I want to talk about personal things, and because it's just something I like doing. But I want to keep some of my personal life, like more very detailed stuff, out of it. But I'd like to bring it up sometimes, when it feels like I can. And I don't like using like just those, like that focused, concentrated, particular subject for like views or anything, because stuff like that is very serious. And so whenever I do bring up something like that, and I hope I don't have to make another video about it, just know that it is real, and stuff like that happens. Like, that's only like a taste of stuff that happens, like with my dad. It's definitely a trip. But anywho, I haven't. Okay, I think no. You're not hallucinating, dude. I was about to say, off in the distance. Okay, now I'm seriously losing my mind. Okay, I'm losing my mind now. This is great. I heard a whine of some kind. I heard some like a weird whine. Oh my god. I'm not even trying to come up with like excuses to talk about. I am, but I'm also not. That particular thing, I swear to God. Oh man. We should walk around the skybox for a bit. We've been up here for a while. Let's walk around the hilly area for a little bit. Oh, now that yeah, the grass is really, really small. I always wondered how skyboxes worked on a technical limitation. Like, it's rendered, but it's not rendered, and it's real, but it's not real. You know what I mean? And not all skyboxes are physical like this one, but some skyboxes are just like you can't even stand on them. So I wonder how those work. I never actually looked into stuff like that. So, okay, there's just the buildings behind the. No, man. Maybe I should have explored the infinite map base for Flatgrass. Maybe I should have. And now that I think about it, before I even started, I didn't even worry about my player model. I'm actually still surprised that I'm even able to play Garry's Mod in VR at all. Still to this day. I do wish there were still more updates with this particular add-on. Like a better interactive menu, especially with this weapon menu. Because it's a pain in the butt to interact with, and every time I want to like take away my weapon, I have to like tilt my head off to the side a little bit and have the pointer over the actual thing I need to do. And even then, when I click, it just doesn't click sometimes, and the UI will always like bug out. And I guess that's just something I'm gonna have to live with if I want to like enjoy the necessity of playing Garry's Mod in VR. I'm even like, this game is old, like old. And it having VR is something I'm wondering that every game could possibly have now. Maybe it's only for games that are in first person, but if that is true, then I would like to see a VR add-on for every single first person game ever. Like, I want to be able to search Call of Duty Black Ops 2 and play in VR. You know what I mean? Like, what are the limitations on that, you know? Someone could do it, right? Someone had to have gone in and actually done so. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, how do they get all this VR stuff to work? Is there like an informational video that I can watch? I might actually have to look that up. I've never thought about it until now. How did they get the Garry's Mod VR to actually work in game? And then completely different person worked on the semi-official version and made it slightly better. I would assume that the view is just the first-person camera. You know, on like oh wait, now that I think about it, I can actually toggle the mirror. Yeah, because my head actually moves with the actual player model head. My hands actually move. You know what I mean? Like, the only thing I could think of that you would probably need to worry about when they were making the actual add-on is the hands and the head movement in the camera, and that would probably just be it in terms of just a basic VR add-on. But then actually no, because the fingers, like there are two buttons that actually trigger, and then my thumbs over are also being tracked, which is actually, how did they? I never thought about that before. I'm actually very intrigued. But I still want to see VR in every single game possible. In every single game, I want to see a VR Black Ops 2. I want to see a VR mod for I'm trying to think of another first-person game that I probably played. Halo. I want to see a VR Halo game. I need it. I'm gonna look it up. If it doesn't exist, someone's in trouble. You know, maybe I should actually play that for the chat. Would that? Oh, that'd be really crazy. Playing the original Halo in VR. Oh, that would make such a great series to make. I did play that game as a kid. Growing up, I was a Sega boy. and an Xbox kid growing up. I owned a PlayStation 1 for a short amount of time, but I've never, I didn't have that much games for it. I only had like Twisted Metal 4, and that's the only game I ever owned for that original PlayStation 1, I think. Can't think of any other games at the top of my head. By the way, Twisted Metal 4, I have like the actual physical version in my game collection. Sweet! It's so sweet. It's so awesome. What was I talking about? Yeah, I grew up as an Xbox kid and a Sega kid. The only Sega device I ever owned was the Sega Genesis, and I don't remember if it was the 32-bit or the 16-bit. I think it was the 32. I have it in my living room. I should probably just go look after I'm done recording. If I'm done recording. But wouldn't it be crazy to have every childhood game to be able to play in VR? My search history is going to be very interesting after this video. I'm going to be searching a lot of interesting things. I'm going to be searching Sonic Heroes in VR. I'm going to be searching Ninja Gaiden Black in VR. Okay. Heroes in VR. Okay, you're probably going to be forced to play with controller. Ninja Gaiden VR. I think those two games in general, trying to be playing in VR, are probably the worst things you can ever do. You probably would be seasick. I think I saw Sonic Generations in VR, though. I think there's definitely a VR mod for that. That's another game I grew up playing on the Xbox 360. I remember when Sonic Generations was announced, that I would play the demo over and over and over. And the demo, you can only play for like 60 seconds. I think you can only play the demo for a total of a minute. And I remember playing the demo for the for Act 1 and Act 2, specifically Act 2 for Modern Sonic stages. Modern Sonic stages. I miss my stand-up mic already. Over and over and over, trying to get to the end of the goal before the timer ran out. And I also remember the longest time, I can't remember if this was after Generations or before Generations, that I always really wanted to own the Sonic Adventure games that were on the 360 store. I never owned them, and I don't remember if there were demos for them. I don't remember. I can't remember if there were demos for Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. I can't remember. But at some point growing up, as an adult, I bought them and I played them. And oh my god. I think I bought them when I still owned the 360. No, I bought them when I got an Xbox One. Not the Series X or S, the Xbox One. When that came out and I actually had my own Xbox console, I think whenever when I was getting paid digitally, working at Little Caesars. I'm trying to think about it right now because I'm trying to picture where we lived. Yes. And I remember that being probably the first two things I bought on when I got my first paycheck. And I am so glad I did. I'm so glad I played those games in high school because I never owned a Dreamcast growing up. The only thing I owned was some consoles here and there that I just got lucky with, like a Game Boy. I actually owned a Game Boy Advance. I don't know what the difference between color and advanced is. I think advanced is the better one. You're gonna have to help me on that one. I remember owning that, and I think another game I played on the Game Boy Advance was Sonic Advance 2. I believe I still have that. I'm unsure. I would have to look. I'm pretty sure it's in my collection that I have. I remember my mom coming in that Mario game. I owned that Game Boy. I think the Game Boy Mario game was the only one I ever owned initially. There was the I can't remember the name of the game, and I've brought it up many times, and I should have looked it up, but I haven't yet. Still, busy adult life. But I believe I believe my first Game Boy game was that Mario game, the Mario game with the two games in it. One where you're picking up actual like radishes and stuff off of the ground, and it had like Super Mario Brothers on it too. And another game I owned on there, I believe, was Metroid, on the GameCube. Not GameCube. Jesus Christ, I can't speak. On the Game Boy. Can you tell I've been talking for way too long? Yeah, I know. I've been talking for way too long. I believe those two games were the first initial games that I had. I remember having really a lot of trouble with Metroid on the Game Boy, and I believe I also had a lot of trouble with the Mario game too. Both of the dual games on that Mario cartridge, and I was more of a Sonic fan than I was a Mario fan, but I still enjoyed my time playing Metroid and the Mario game. I still had a great time, and oh man, I still remember to this day that one day my mom had come home from being out at the store, and I believe she had gone to a Goodwill or a thrift store, and she came home and she said, "I got a gift for you." And I remember coming outside, and my dad was helping her with groceries. At the time, I believe I was the only kid. Still, I can't remember if my sister was born. Yeah, my older sister. I can't remember if she was born yet at this time, but I do remember when she came up to the door, she handed me the cartridge of Sonic Advance 2. And oh my God, that game, whoo-wee! I remember playing the actual crap out of that game. Did I ever get the Chaos Emeralds in that game? No, I never knew how to get them. At some point in my life, I owned I can't remember what it's called, a Game Boy SP. Is that what it's called? Where the Game Boy can flip. It's like a flip phone Game Boy, and I remember beating the entire game, looking at a walkthrough on that thing whenever I got the upgrade from that. But as a kid, I would play the absolute crap out of it. Would I be able to? I don't remember if I was able to get through all of the stages. I think I got stuck on something. I can't remember. I think I got stuck on the ice stage. I think. Don't quote me on that. I think. I don't know if I ever got stuck. Maybe I just got stuck on some of the bosses. Oh my God, that scared me. My phone just went off. But yeah, the memories of playing those games on the Game Boy and owning those were an absolute blast. Now that I think about it, I played a lot of Nintendo stuff growing up. The Game Boy, the Game Boy Advanced, the Game Boy SP, and I believe at my grandma's house, they had the original Game Boy, which had Tetris on it, it was fun. It was awesome. It was good to try. Until I couldn't find the device anymore because I believe my grandmother took the device away. It wasn't necessarily theirs. I think it was my grandpa's. But my grandmother is really strict on my mom's side. She's really strict and very religious, and definitely not a let's say positive grandmother. When it came to me, she spoiled me rotten. But when it came to like, she ran a foster home, so all my uncles and aunts are not technically by blood, and honestly, my brothers and sisters honestly aren't even technically my blood either, except for just my mom in general, because I have a dad out there somewhere that I don't even know, and I have no idea who or what his name is, just that I know that he's out there somewhere, and I'm not talking about the dad that I don't like. I'm talking about some person out there that I don't know a thing about, and possibly other brothers and sisters, which is crazy to think that something like that can I remember in particular how I found that out. And it was when I was still a kid. I can't remember if I think I was in middle, fourth or fifth grade at the time. And I was playing a game called Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 3, I believe. I never owned 2 or 1. I was playing 3. And then my dad had the Xbox 360 at the time. And I would play it in their room. And I remember him getting mad at me for something. I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was because I was playing the game and he didn't know that I had permission to play it from my mom, and he thought I was lying. And at some point, it got heated to the point where I said, you're not my real father, so stop yelling at me." Like, he wasn't meant to think that I actually knew. It's because I was mad. I said, "I hate you. You're not my real dad." And you know what he said after that? He said, "Who told you?" He said, "Who told you?" And I was like, "Wait, you're not my real dad?" And then he shut up. Like, he didn't say anything after that. And that's when my suspicions were like, "Oh my, wait, what?" I'm not even, like, I was a pretty smart kid at the time. I knew how to piece some things together. I wasn't totally helpless. So my world didn't exactly fall apart. I was more like mesmerized, like, "Wait, what? Like, how does that work?" You know? Like, I was still a kid at the time. I didn't understand everything, but I was still, like, piecing stuff together. Like, how could that, why did you just say, you know what I mean? Like, just something like that. But going on the thing of consoles, I'm gonna go back up now because I want to see Flatgrass once, or the actual, like, map itself too. Also, I miss looking at this building. Ow. So it went from the Game Boy Advanced to the Game Boy SP. I got a little bit of a taste of the original Game Boy, but it wasn't mine. And then I never owned the original DS. I remember one of my cousins from my mother's side. She owned the original DS. She owned it was her and her sisters, and I remember playing around on the original one and texting back and forth in 2 different rooms, like we were just little kids, like saying, like, you know, stupid stuff, drawing it. I think we could have drawn in the actual the texting thing, so that was fun too. But I never actually owned the original DS. But I did own the DSi, which came with internet and, like, stuff where you can download. Wait, was there, like, something here? Maybe it was just my controller. And I remember making a ton of flip notes, because on the DSi there is an application or a software or a game of some sort called Flipnote Studio. And at the time, I don't think I had internet access. I remember not being able to connect to the internet because my mother was strict. My parents are still strict. They were strict raising me. And she's still very sort of strict now, but I'd come to get used to it. She didn't allow me to have the internet, which honestly was the best thing she could have ever done, because there was stuff on there that she didn't want me to see, and she wanted to protect me, she's the best mother I could have ever asked for. So I didn't have the internet, and I remember playing on Flipnote Studio and just drawing stuff. I didn't understand it at the time what you were supposed to be doing with it. All I know is that you can make these little animations slightly, and I didn't know how intricate it got. And I always wondered what the button Flipnote Hatena, I think it's Hatena, Flipnote Hatena was, and I never could because I never had an internet connection, so I never found out what it was until I went to visit my grandmother's house. I brought my DSi to my grandmother's house, and the games I would play on, in particular, I believe I owned Sonic Rush. I didn't get Sonic Rush Adventure until later on down growing up, 2 year, 3 years later. But I remember owning Sonic Rush, and I believe that's it. I believe that's all I owned for the DSi. I can't remember anything else from the top of my head exactly what else there was I owned. Mm, I might have played Super Mario Brothers on the DSi. I think I remember when I used to live in New York State, which is fine for me to say right now because I don't live there anymore. When I used to live in New York State, see, here comes the memory boggling stuff, because we move a lot. We were a military family. We would move a lot all across the states every 2 to 3 years. And at the time, I never owned a phone. I owned a DSi. I owned like a Game Boy, the Game Boy SP consoles, but I never had a phone, Nothing that would require me to have internet. And the only reason my mom found out that it had internet access on the DSi was because I told her, and I'm an idiot because I was a kid. But I'm also glad it did, because she protected me, so which is good. Yeah, we moved around a lot in the States, so there was no point in me, I never had a phone until, not a decent one anyway. I remember having a Windows phone, but I don't think I had any minutes on it, and I just owned a phone just to own a phone for practice. And I don't remember if I had I think I had internet access, but there was definitely parental controls on it, so I couldn't exactly access the web, but I could access the store for it, so I can download games and play stuff on it. So family moved around a lot, and I couldn't exactly keep contact with friends until I just stopped doing it. But back to the DSi. I went to my grandmother's house, and I finally was able to connect to the internet for the very first time on that thing. And it needed a software update. Because apparently, in order for you to actually have the actual good, updates, you actually need an internet connection to update the actual console. So it ran better and played better. But also, I was finally able to see what Flipnote Hatena was, and my mind was blown as a kid. I was unsure of what it was in the first place. I did have to make a profile and everything. And at the time, I was into Sonic games, so I would just name myself, Sonic something, Sonic, you know what I mean? Just random Sonic stuff as my username for the Flipnote Hatena thing. And my mind was absolutely blown of what you could do on Flipnote. I was like, oh my god, this is like my drawing phase, my I want to actually make something phase when I was a kid, because I saw so many amazing Flipnotes during that time that it was I never knew it existed in the world. I never had access to the internet at home because I was always being strict upon what I could do or what I could mess with at home. And I don't even think we had a PC. The only PC we had was an Apple. It was an Apple PC. I brought this up before. It was I can't remember what the name of it is, but I've talked about it in Everpine Mall in the electronics store. It's an old Apple PC that looks like a TV, but it's not, and it was completely white. And I didn't have internet access because every time I would get on the PC, they would disable the internet access, which, okay, fine. God, I already lost what I was about to talk about. But my parents were strict. They never let me have access to the internet at all. So when I was able to actually finally see what Flipnote Hatena offered, it was amazing. And the fact that you could download Flipnotes, even the public ones that allowed you, which were free use, which you could draw over and learn, and just learn how to animate and color things in. I don't remember if I uploaded anything. Actually, now that I think about it, yes, I did. There was a community on there that I was fairly interested in, and it was the Sprite Fight community. And I remember downloading multiple multiple. That's just my toy. I remember downloading multiple sprite sheets uh to use for my own flip notes. So what you could do, there was this little thing you could do, in a, I guess it was like a glitch of some kind. I'm still trying to dig up old memories of this. Is when you downloaded the sprite pack, you had to make sure it was public, right? You can't download a private sprite pack because apparently you can't go in and edit it and do the thing that I'm going to explain right now. But once you have the sprite pack you wanted, I downloaded a Mega Sonic one, with Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, I believe Metal Sonic, Shadow was in there too, I believe. There were some other characters and robots and backgrounds and pieces of not geometry, of the actual like stages you can use. And at the time, I didn't know how to use it, but the glitch or the way to actually use these is you go into the sprite pack and you go into the actual like frame that you want to copy the sprites on. So let's say I want the entire frame where all these Sonics are running. I would copy that frame. I would leave without saving. Go into the one I'm going to go into like a blank flip note project. Open the frames again and paste it, and it would let you paste the actual like the frame with all the sprites in it, and you could circle with the select tool and copy and paste it and just make animations with that. And that's what I did for the sprite fight community. I only made like one. And I believe it was for Bangarang, and I think it was Skrillex. I believe at the time I used a Skrillex sound from my Windows phone whenever I had access at my grandmother's house, and I remember the trick of of putting your sock over. So the trick to get clean audio on a DSi back then was to put your sock on. It was a clean one, mind you. It was to put your sock around the entire console and play your audio through the sock. It would be like a makeshift boom filter to get rid of crackling noise, and you had to play it as loud as you could through the sock. I remember getting the cleanest audio of Bangarang on that freaking DSi. It was awesome. And the sprite, it took me like a month or two to actually finish said flip note animation, but it was probably the first thing I've ever animated in my entire life, like an actual project that I wanted to make, not like some moving ball around like some like actual like real life flip notes. We're talking about like an actual sprite fight animation. It was like between like Sonic and it was like a blue shadow. And it was to the song of Bangarang. It was like 15 seconds long. Oh, man, those were the days back then. Those were the days. And then after that, I don't... I like how I went from exploring a map, talking about different things. Man, I could run a podcast, but then again, my podcast, if I ever ran a podcast, I would totally go off base of whatever subject I'd be talking about, because my mind just goes off into different things over and over and over. Man. I wonder what memories have been made in this area, though, in particular. What secrets or memories have happened in this particular place too, and I wonder how many people have just left it go unnoticed. They've just left it sitting here for God knows how long. And now I'm thinking about it, I wonder how many people knew about this character being Alex. If that is your real name, Alex the plushie. The doll plushie. Not that much lighting in here now. No, the light. I'm actually questioning where the light source is coming from now. I mean, it's just a light emitter, but I wish there was like some kind of like lamp or kind of like some kind of like chandelier in the roof. other than just coming from the wherever this light is at. Man, am I ever going to end up telling my whole life story for this one video? Is that what's going to happen? Is that what I'm doing now? Oh man, hey, this is the video of talking nonstop. You know, it's the video. Huh. It seems the map has also gone quite tired of my commentary, it seems. It's become day and it's turned to dusk. Oh, hello, sun. It's nice to meet you. Jesus, man, that is bright. Okay, I kind of deserved that after talking for 2 hours straight on Flatgrass, but you didn't really need to do that to my eyes. But look at this, though. Look at the colors. The orange and the shadows on this place. Oh my gosh, it looks like a painting. A literal orange paint. Actually, this looks like a really cool thumbnail, to be honest. That sun is very bright, though. Jesus, man. If I had known the map would grow tired of my commentary, I probably would have just made the video 2 hours long, honestly. The day becoming to night. The sun setting on this flat grass. The city out there still going about its daily business. Ah! Jeez, man! My voice cracked, though. Jesus. Knowing what wandering souls over there are just going about their day, doing their daily jobs and their daily things in life. Ah, man, that is very bright, though. It's really pretty. You know, the color of the sky being masked in its orange around the borders of this place. It's absolutely breathtaking. Actually, I need to get a few. What the heck? Hello? What is this? Is this a window? Okay. I'm assuming that this is just... Wait, didn't I just come out from this room? Excuse me? Hello? I just came out of here. Oh! Look at that! Did you make this, Alex? Did you do this window? Jeez, the sun's even brighter in here, or sort of. So I'm glad there's actually some light in here other than just from the ceiling. You needed a better light source. And this is what I was talking about. You listened to me. Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. It's actually nicer in here. Although, I do have to point out, it is much darker. Did I just turn on my no clip again? No, I didn't. It is indeed much darker in here. Why is my flashlight button not working? Oh, there we go. Yeah, we have some dark corners in here, but that's okay, Alex. Alex? I still haven't figured out if you... I'm assuming you are. I am way too short for this window, though. I'm B minus. The height difference, okay? It needs to be just a little bit lower. Other than that, it's still a great-ish view of the sign back there without it hurting my gaze upon it. Well, if you're gonna start adding things, Alex, you might as well just add some decorum. Let's go with some tables and chairs and maybe a lamp in the corner. Ooh, if we're gonna go with the flashlight again. There we go. Jeez. If we're gonna go with the cozy mood, we might as well have like a not campfire. Jesus, man. Oh my God, I already forgot what it was. Not a campfire. Oh my God. Well, we could do a campfire. We could do a... I would say a fireplace, you know. But if we're going for cozy, maybe a campfire and some tents and some marshmallows will do some good. But I mean a fireplace and some furniture, couches and other sofas would be nice too. Some hot cocoa, although it's not... Well, I mean, it is getting close to the winter season. It's almost December, at least in terms of this video being uploaded on whatever day I decide to put it on, when I actually finish it. Oh, the light only hitting like the left side of this entire structure, leaving the rest of it completely... That's some really good lighting. I wonder... Oh, That's real-time lighting effects, right? Let's go to the top. Let's get a better view from the top. Oh, and look at this. The light settling on the top of the flat of this surface. Okay, this seems a bit more bearable without staring directly at the sun setting on the back. Yeah, it's a lot more bearable when I'm not looking at it. Do wish it was a tad less brighter than looking at it, but you know what? Worth it. If you had to get this kind of colors on this map, you know what? It's very much worth. Also, why do I keep forgetting that I just take damage every time and just fall off the top? I'm gonna end up going schizophrenic more as I go along. Because the other sounds from earlier were just like... Was I absolutely losing my mind? I'm glad there's actually some... Now that I think about it, beforehand, when it was just during the daytime, it seems like the birds and the wind, it was just calm and smooth. No sounds whatsoever. And now, as the day goes by, the animals seem to have come out and say hello to me. Although maybe they're also probably getting restless because I have been going and talking my mouth off for longer than should be humanly possible for a place like this. Oh, it's not even like completely dark either. It's got like a tint of blue. A blue shadow, if you mind you. If you mind you? Feels a lot better to have this ambience than it is to have the sound of silence ringing through my ears. Although the footsteps going around the place were the only thing that were filling up the ambience to the map, but other than that, that was it. I kind of want to see what this place, the skybox looks like during this time of day. The colors just complement the sky so well, man. Orange is not the complementary color of blue, is it? I don't know. What's the complementary color of blue? Is it yellow? Complementary colors, for those who don't know, are colors that they pop out next to another color. So I don't know. It seems like this is popping out pretty well. Maybe it is like a yellow, but we do have a tint of orange. Yeah, this would be a great painting. I wonder if anyone's painted this place before. Have I seen any maps that have actually, like, painted other locations from Garry's Mod maps? I don't think I... Have I? I've been through so many maps on desktop and in VR so far. And, I still have a hard time remembering all the names. It's, in VR, they're a bit more impactful in terms of memorization because the feeling of the map itself is being streamed directly into my eye sockets. While the flat screen on desktop doesn't leave as much of an impact. It leaves an impact for sure, but me being in VR is not going to help me memorize all the names. That's the thing with memories. When you're experiencing them, some of them are just bigger than others, and more memorable too. Like, for example, with Lily's maps, it's hard for me to remember the name of the title without having to actually, like, take the time to think about it, without pulling it up on, like, a browser or something, you know? The memory is deep and lodged into my brain. I remember, in particular, in one of Lily's maps, was the Retro Temple. I can't remember if I did that in VR. I'm pretty sure I did. Did I do that in VR? See, this is my memory. See how bad it is? It's horrible. I don't remember if I did that map in VR or not. But that's the thing, though. Some of the memories are more impactful than the other ones, and I actually memorized. Sorry, tongue-tied. I've been talking for longer than 2 hours. I remember the name of the map just from the top of my head because maybe I did do it in VR and I just have that memory deep lodged inside my brain. While as desktop, I have the memory stored of me going through the map but the name is just so far out in the distance, it's hard for me to remember everything. I wish I could remember everything. I wish I had the brain of a... Like, with humans, we're not using 100% of our brains. Most of the stuff that our brain is doing is automatic, and we can't control those things. Could we theoretically control everything that we do in our brains? Possibly, yeah, and for whatever reason, there's lighting right here, but I'm pretty sure that's because of the... It's because of the... Geez, that was actually kind of a bit creepy looking through this now that I'm thinking about it. And I think my phone just went off, so I'm not going crazy. We don't use 100% of our brains because all of that is automatically being processed. All the information, like, do we think about needing to breathe? Sometimes. Sometimes whenever, whenever you're singing, like, especially for me when I'm singing, like, at work, I tend to think about taking in my breath and making sure I have enough air for the next note or for the next verse. But when we're talking, and we just sometimes just don't think about it. It just happens naturally because our body needs the air to survive. Right there, I almost forgot how to breathe because I was literally just talking about it. The human mind is so finicky. But like I was saying, I wish I could control the part of the brain more in terms of memory. Just increase the storage of the size. Is that physically possible? How much memory can our brains truly handle? And now that I think about it, an anime that I watched, I guess growing up, I guess in high school and middle school, I can't remember. I believe it was in high school because I didn't exactly... I think it was sometime a little bit after, in my senior and junior year when my phone was actually good. An anime named Sword Art Online would be the, no, Naruto. Naruto was my first anime I've ever watched, because I remember having Netflix. But I think a little bit afterwards, there were some small animes with only 12 episodes, and I wish animes that I watched that had more than 12 episodes. But another big anime I watched was Sword Art Online. And I can't remember specifically what season. I think it was like season 1 and 2-ish during my high school years, and then later on into my adulthood, season 3. Hold on, I'm thinking. Does Sword Art only have 3 seasons? Because Sword Art has the initial season, which is the Aincrad and ALO. That's 1 season. Season 2. Wait, no. Hold on. Season 1 had SAO and ALO, which is Alfheim Online and Sword Art Online, the 2 different games in the series. The second season was Gun Gale Online, GGO, and Mother's Rosario, and Excalibur. Season 3 was about Alicization and War of the Underworld. Yes? Okay, so there's only 3 seasons. Sorry, I had to go through my memory there just so that way I didn't get the information wrong. In season 3, oh, by the way, spoilers, big spoilers, big spoilers for anyone who's watching Sword Art right now, season 3, and it's been out for a while. Go watch it. But in season 3, if you haven't watched the anime already, the whole premise of the entire anime is the virtual world. And I kind of wish this technology would come one day, because it's really cool. And also, it's a double-edged sword, so it's also really bad for the world. And that anime proves it. But we're not going to dive deep into that. The whole premise of the anime is this VR, the virtual world. Being able to put on a headset, but not having to, like what I'm doing right now. Not having to have controllers and joysticks in your hands and having a full-on, like, overall heavy setup. It's just a headset big enough to cover your head for a season and literally deep dive into the game. I'm talking about most of your senses. I believe in the actual series, I can't remember the book right now. The only, because in the beginning, in the beta, not the beta, but in the beginning of the anime, uh, when they had those really big headsets, the only senses they could have was sight, sound, and I believe taste. Taste was still in like its early phases, and I don't think smell was in that particular world. And so as the series kept going, they made more advances. And in season 3, not only but that particular season, the whole premise of that one is to find an advanced artificial AI, much like us humans, that we don't certainly follow the rules. Like, an AI is on like a code, like a law. If you give an AI a law saying you can't kill humans or you can't cross this line, it will follow those orders directly no matter what. So the whole premise of that anime is to have, or in the 3rd season, is to have generations after generations of artificial intelligence, years by years. And in order for that particular world to actually have that type of advancement, what better yet than to throw a human whose laws are not bound by the code or by the rules, which is where Kirito comes in, who is, I won't explain why he's in this particular scenario. You need to watch this. I'm trying my best not to make any spoilers. Is to throw a human into the world. Now, in order to prevent any of like teachings of like the world on the outside and to ruin anything, they store his memories and erase them, so that way he's like one of them, one of the people inside the world. And time goes by faster in there than it does in the outside world of that virtual world. I hope everyone's following, because this is a crazy. This is like not just the anime. This is actual like crazy like one day it may exist, and I might be dead, or you might see it in the near future, and this could possibly happen. This is why I'm bringing this up, and it actually fits with the overall aesthetic of what I'm doing now with all the headsets and my series so far. Maybe one day I'll be able to actually deep dive into the world. They've actually made, or already, today, in this day and age, I believe it was a long time ago, I can't remember when I read this, a year ago, maybe even longer than that, we'll say a year and a couple months, I read a bit about them already having a half-dive VR, and already in Japan and China and the other European countries, they're already doing advancements to where we have a half-dive VR. And what that is, compared to a full dive VR is when your entire consciousness goes inside the actual virtual world. A half-dive, and this actually exists in the real world, this is not anime, is where you're able to lie in your bed and you don't have to move any of your limbs, but the game still plays in front of you. The only thing you have to move are like a little bit of your leg movements and where you want to. I don't know how exactly it works. I wish I'd owned one so that way I could try it out myself. It'd be really cool to see how something like that would work. And I can't remember the particular article, but I know it exists. And you would have the controllers in your hands doing all the movements, and that's insane. But like, you're entirely conscious though. You're not inside the actual world itself. But back to the actual Sword Art plot, or at least the 3rd season of what I'm explaining. So he's in this world, trying to what is the word I'm looking for? Oh man, trying to influence the AIs, the NPCs, if you will, to have that human feeling of like, you don't have to follow the rules. You're not bound by the world's law, and that's who they're looking for. That's, once they have one of those, that is the artificial intelligence they are planning to copy. So that way they can have, in the future, later on, real life AIs in the real world. And it's insane. But in the anime, this is a huge spoiler, absolute huge spoiler. Don't listen to me. He only in the near the ending of the climax to the War of the Underworld, he only has a limited time before the actual timeline. I don't remember what it's called, but for whatever reason, while they were being raided by terrorists. You have to watch the anime. I believe it's terrorist. I have to watch it again, honestly. By a terrorist organization. I don't know what country. I don't know if it's from the US or not. It's just an anime. They had done something to the actual world where they only had a limited amount of time before the world. Actually, I think it's because he can only go in there for so long before the actual systems prepare to speed up the time. So he only has a limited amount of time before he can return to the real world, before the actual world itself speeds up by 800. I don't remember. It's like times 800, 300% from the outside world. 10 minutes. If the outside world was like 5 minutes, one year in there, 5 minutes would be 300 years in there. So the time would be sped up, and he ends up getting stuck in there. And his chances of ever getting out are like none. Like the human mind. This also brings back to the mind can only remember so much. The human mind can only remember so much. In 300 years, you're basically like you can't learn anything else. There's no room left for your brain to absorb all of that information. I'm also like sort of choking on my saliva because I'm actually really like I'm talking out loud, and I just need, I need to be able to talk. You know, I've needed this for a while. It seems I've said this multiple times, but that's what I wish we had. Not the 300 times speed thing. I wish, because he ends up surviving, by the way, and I don't know exactly if he remembers everything. But he survives along with someone else. Not that he was able to control it, but the fact that he was able to store all that information, even though it's fictional, not fantasy. I know. I know. It's fascinating, you know? What if someone were to survive for all that time and actually live like for that long? That's literally the epitome of living forever, like, but in a virtual world, because it was only like literally 5 minutes on the outside world. And literally, just think about it, you can have a full life in the virtual world for 100 years, and then you pop back out and it's only been like 30 minutes. You know what I mean? It's a fascinating concept, and I don't know if something like that will be explored in the future in our actual, like, in my lifetime. But it's cool, you know? I think that's really cool how they touched upon VR. And at the time, oh my god, and at the time, when Sword Art came out, I don't even know VR was an actual, like, thing yet. I didn't have a phone, you know, till like the end of middle school. I can't remember. A good phone, at least, or the one that wasn't, you know, always being monitored. So I don't know in particular if the technology had existed already. I'm sure it had, if they were making an anime about it. But they built upon it so much in terms of, like, the anime itself. The story was rushed in terms of season 1, absolutely rushed. But the concept of VR actually, like, advancing as much as it did, and they built upon that scenario. Like, what if, like, people were trapped in an actual virtual environment and could die, like, in the real world? Or what if you could theoretically live in an actual world for however, as long as you want, basically immortality, and then just pop back out, and then I mean, I don't know, I can't remember in the anime in particular why he would die. I would have to rewatch the anime, but I'm pretty sure it's because his brain would be fried from all the information that would be absorbed. So it'd be like the first season, but like a soft fry. Like, your mind can't comprehend all that information. But yeah, I've only been talking for like 24 hours. Don't worry. I'm trying to. I swear to God, I'm going schizophrenic. But I wish I could remember every single thing. I know I went on. I know I went on a really long tangent for there, but I just wanted to talk my mouth off in terms of that because we're only just gonna get more stuff. And now that I think about it, we're getting advanced. We're getting artificial intelligence in our timeline, and we have VR. It feels like the concept of what Sword Art Online is just getting closer and closer together. Like maybe not this artificial intelligence thing because this apparently costs money in terms of my own research. And VR, I mean, it does cost money, but once you own it, it's a whole nother ballpark. But it's fascinating, you know? We're just getting closer and closer to that. And like I said, it's a double-edged sword, right? We humans, we are one greedy, like, we are the greediest species known to mankind. Like, once we make something that's amazing and great, we'll just want more of it. We'll just abuse it. We're humans. I mean, that's how humans are. We'll just abuse anything that comes our way. It's like me trying to freaking play Call of Duty with my friends last weekend, and I'm just getting absolutely destroyed by people who have been on the game for like 16 hours a day. It's crazy. We'll just get greedy. We'll just get try hard. We'll just get we're lazy. You know, we are an interesting species for sure. Myself included. Like I try to be very, in terms of money, I'm trying not to be greedy with my money. But ever since I've been like on my own as an adult, like I never had the chance to have nice things. You know, I've had some like nice things as in things I want to buy for myself. You know how you were a little kid and you'll go into like a store and you'll see candy just out in the open. As a kid, I did steal like one candy and then I got caught by my mom, and you know, I learned my lesson. But everyone's always been a kid and they've gone into a store and they've wanted something for themselves. You know what I mean? And being able to just buy your own things, it feels great, you know? And I've come to buy more stuff for myself because I don't exactly have anyone I'm looking out for other than my family. And I still have enough money for them, too. I still have enough money for me, myself, and bills and stuff. And it feels good to actually own some things. But now, as of lately, I've been trying my best to stop being so, like, okay, I've got the things I want. I feel like I could ever have. Do I ever want more? Sure, maybe later down the line, if I make a fortune or something like that, I'll want to own, like, a pool or, you know what I mean? Like, there's some greed to be had, but there's greed that I'm keeping a tabs on, you know? It's like, stay down, boy. Like, you've got the things that you've wanted ever since you were a little kid. You've got a bucket of candy next to your window. That's a lie. It's just an example. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't even eat candy, by the way. I eat gummy bears. Gummy bears doesn't count for me as candy. I know. They count as candy. I get it. So whenever you get that first paycheck, I remember my first ever job, and I believe I've talked about this before. I'm trying to think if there's any other job before that, and I do not think so. I might correct myself if I'm wrong later on down the future. But the first job I ever had was Little Caesars in Texas, which I don't live there anymore. So I'm allowed to talk about it. And my first day, I feel like I've talked about this before. I might have on occasion. But my first day working there, I'm going to come in here now because I want to feel like I'm actually talking to a virtual character. My first day ever there, my mom said I should have quit. There was no AC. It was the weekend. football weekend, mind you. So, no AC, football weekend, my first day, and I had to work in the oven area. Oh, and here's the big kicker. Here is the field goal for that day, if you will, the touchdown. The biggest order they ever had came in on my first day. 99 pizzas on my first day with no AC, no prior training at all, and I had to work in the oven area. When I came home, whenever I came home, I believe she drove me home. When we were having our first conversation, I can't remember specifically like I said, I wish I could remember everything. But my memory's always so already fuzzed up enough because of all the moving and stuff being a military family. I remember her asking me, how was your first day? I told her, oh, it was fine, they had a really big order come in, and she said, "Oh yeah, how big was the order?" I told you it was gonna be hard work. I was like, "Oh, they didn't have an AC, which really sucked." I was like, "Oh yeah, that would have to suck, huh? I would have quit if they had no AC and had to do a big order." I was like, "Yeah, I had to make 99 pizzas today." She's like, "What?" It was like, "Yeah, apparently after the game and they won, they ordered 99 pizzas for all the players." And for the parents, and I can't remember specifically why they needed it. I'm just guessing here. Who else would need 99 pizzas? She said, "Why didn't you quit?" She was just absolutely stunned. We were at the stoplight, and she looked at me like, "What is wrong with you?" It's because it was my first day, and I'm not gonna quit my job on the first day, I want money, And it was during the summer. I wasn't oh my god, during the summer with no AC. Don't even want to talk about it. I'm not usually a hard worker in terms of schoolwork, but when it comes to doing my job, I will do it. She told my dad, and my dad also flipped, and. I remember, still to this day, she still uses that story to this day whenever she talks to people that are looking for a job or just now trying to start looking for a job. She'll sometimes bring it up in conversation, and it still lives on. The memory of that still lives on, Ah, man. I do have to say that I got all that training done in one day. All that training just went straight up through the roof. Ah, man. What a time to be alive on that day. And it's not like I wasn't mentally prepared either. I mean not mentally prepared, physically prepared. I was on the swim team. I can't remember if I had that job for freshman or sophomore year, but I had already trained my body in physical, if I ever felt hot, I'm used to working and moving my body around during that time. So being a teenager and moving around and getting everything done, I was really quick with it too. Later on down the line, a year after, I did have to go back to school, so I had to put my 2 weeks in, which really sucked. But I did go back. But I came back as a freaking assistant manager, either assistant or an actual manager. I can't remember. I think I became assistant manager with two other assistant managers. For a high schooler, no less. I got that job done. And later on the year after, I believe my sister also wanted to make some money, so she also worked with me for the summer until we eventually had to quit. Actually, no, wait. I don't think I became an assistant manager. I became an assistant manager whenever after high school. I was working there after high school making money. Then they made me assistant. Okay. See, my memory's still fuzzy. I can't remember everything. All the memories are all jumbled up and everything. It doesn't help that we're a military family, like I brought up earlier. Because as a kid, I can't remember when my dad joined the military. I'll continue the story after I check out the skybox. Let me. I have not. I've been talking. I've been talking more about myself and not about the actual map. Look how desert-like this looks, though. Look at this. Literally from afar, it looks like an entire desert, and that sign is just. It's just. I don't even know how it's able to stand there. Oh, and then we have. Oh, we actually get a better look at the city going on over here. Earlier, we didn't have any models. Like, it was just this backdrop back here. Now we have an actual living thing to look at. Wait, can I see it from here too? Oh wait, no, I can't because okay, no, I can't. Sorry, I just remembered how skybox works. Skyboxes work. They actually, there's actual street over here. I don't know what this is about though. I have no idea. It's good to actually see some, like, Why do they put an abandoned building here, though? That's just strange. Everything else seems to be working fine. Maybe they just needed that one abandoned spot for this place. Good to know there's actually, signs of life over here, though. That's nice. That's a good change. I like that. Oh, and when we go under the map, hold on. Look at the blue. Like, you can see the skies above, and I'm sure there's just particle effects, but look straight down. Looks like an entire ocean down there, just waiting to be swimmed in. You couldn't add some water to this map? You just literally just made this map look more desert-like, less green, more tan. You know what I mean? Though when I'm sure I get close, you can actually see the greenery below my feet. But back to the topic at hand, and I'm sorry if I'm focusing on my stories more than the map, because there's only so much I could talk about this particular map, you know? There's only so many things I can bring up, so I gotta fill out the time with something, you know, if I'm planning on making this an entire 12-hour video. If I can even get it to be that long, which, future me, was I able to do it? No? Okay, well, good to know. But yeah, my memory is already scrambled up because we used to be a military family until my dad had to retire because of an injury, which I will talk about later if I end up getting to that point. I can't remember what exact age I was as a kid, but I remember that the first place we ever moved to whenever we were in the military was to Oklahoma. We moved to Oklahoma for like 2-3 years, and at this point I still didn't have a phone. I'm trying to piece together my memory a little bit, but the deeper I try to go into my memories, the harder it is to try to place things together. Maybe if I actually dive in deeper, I can figure things out. So we lived there for about like 2-3 years. And at this point, I didn't have a phone. And at that point, my dog, Teddy, ran off to God knows where. Even though I specifically remember a day where he got out. And I chased him all the way across the street, across the field, to the freaking store. And my parents had to literally come and pick me up in the car. I ran for that dog. And then he ended up escaping again without... I have no idea where to this day I still don't know where he's at. He's probably still alive somewhere in Oklahoma, frolicking through the fields with the fireflies. That was my first. Actually, Oklahoma was my first place. Was the first place that I ever encountered fireflies at, which was great. The houses were like I'm trying to describe it right now. We're like in like a parallel. Oh wait, I can actually use the city that's over here. Hold on, let me use that. Since I've got a little bit of a thing here. Yeah. Okay, right here. So let's picture this. This is actually perfect. Well, go over here. Okay, so picture this. Don't pay attention to the actual like the types of buildings right now, but let's take this building for example, right? That's the best example. Take this building for example. It's sliced in half. There's a staircase that goes up into both of them. It was a split house where we would both rent from, and it was on base. So it was on base. Now picture that with a bunch of other buildings, like a long parallel to that one. And out here, there's a street coming across. There's a little bit of a front yard-ish, but not too much. There's a front yard and a sidewalk that goes across. And then across here is the street. Back here, there were more of these behind. Back there. Actually, yeah. And we had our own little backyard with a small little fence. And my dog would always get out. And a trampoline. And there were houses behind that. And another street, and so on. And in front of this sidewalk was a street. And in front of this street was an entire field. And there was the street had like a small little, I guess like a T shape right here. And the street kept going up here. And then right in this area was the field. And a little bit of ways up here, maybe like let's say a mile, half a mile maybe, would be the store. The store would be like off to the side right here. That is how far I ran from here to get my dog who escaped through the front. He escaped through the backyard, if I'm not mistaken. And I remember being in the front yard playing with I believe playing with some friends I had made there. And I believe he ran out the car. Something. I don't know how he escaped. Now that I think about it, how did he escape? Did he escape through the backyard and I was in the front yard, or did he escape while we were getting out of the car, or did he escape when I was taking him out for a walk? I cannot. I think I might have accidentally let go of the leash and he just ran off towards the store across the field. I can't remember. That's such a hard thing to remember. And I remember my parents screaming out for me from behind, "Don't get the dog, don't worry about it, If he runs off, he runs off," because he's already escaped so many times. And it's not like we didn't feed him or water him. We took very good care of those dogs. Like, we took a very good care of those dogs. After that day in particular, we weren't using there was a garage. Wait, no. I'm thinking about New York State. Nope, we didn't have a garage. Never mind. Wait, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think he ran off in Oklahoma. I thought he disappeared in New York State. I can't remember. God, my memory's so messed up, man. You see what I mean? We've moved so many times that I can't remember who's been where and what's been what, especially as a kid. When you're an adult and trying to remember things when you were a baby or younger, it's hard to remember the further you go down. And it's definitely harder to remember when you're just a kid and you're moving constantly as a military family to these different states. I moved from Texas to Oklahoma. I moved from Oklahoma back to Texas. I don't remember. That's the part I don't remember. No, I don't think I did. We moved from Texas to Oklahoma. We moved from Oklahoma to New York State, and then we moved from New York State back to Texas until because we had to. By that time, when we moved from New York State. Oh wait, no. Am I remembering more things wrong? Oh my god. Wait. Oh, my memory is so jumbled up. Oh, my dad didn't get the injury in Oklahoma. Okay, so the injury thing is what's messing me up that I talked about before. So let me talk about the injury thing first. So my dad got an injury one day in Oklahoma, and what's messing up my timeline right now in my mind is I don't know if we moved to New York State first, then to Oklahoma. I literally have to ask my mom because I can't remember. Oh my god, because he got an injury in Oklahoma. One day, my aunt was visiting us during that time, and on base they had a pool you could swim in. Yeah, they had like a place where you can go swim for free for military, as long as you had a military ID. And there were some concessions, and they were getting paid by the actual government to actually be lifeguards, and so it's not. I don't need to go deep into that, do I? And I remember specifically my aunt was watching us, and my mom was gonna come later because she was still looking for her suit. And on the way, so every day at a specific time at like 12 p.m. I can't remember what it's called, but they play the national anthem over the speakers, and they shoot off the cannon. And once the cannon goes off, everyone has to stop. By the way, in their cars, on the sidewalk, they have to stop everything what they're doing. Doesn't matter where you are. You have to listen to the anthem, and then the cannon go off. This particular day, when we were on our way to the actual pool, it was an outside pool, by the way. I don't think they had a high dive. The cannon felt particularly louder, like it shook the actual car we were in. It's always usually loud whenever we had to stop and listen to that on particular days whenever I got unlucky and I had to actually sit in the car and listen to it. Unlucky as in I just didn't like hearing the cannon because the cannon's loud noises always scared me. And it shook the car a lot, like quite a bit. And I thought it was strange as to why that is. And we went to the pool and swam for a bit. My mom, oh my gosh, I'm choking on a little bit of my saliva. My mom had come to the pool and was like panicking. She was literally like losing her absolute mind because at the time I didn't know what was going on. I only knew little bits and pieces. But what had happened was the reason why the cannon was so loud that day was because it blew up. The cannon blew up, and I think we have the I don't know if we got rid of it or we still have it in storage. We have like an actual like a shell, the cannon shell. We literally had the cannon shell. Like, we got to keep it from the explosion. But the explosion happened, and I believe it killed 2 people and injured the rest, including my dad, who had a spinal injury at the time, and I believe also a head injury, but they also had helmets on too. But that day in particular is what's messing up my timeline, because I don't remember if we moved to Oklahoma first and then New York State. I'm pretty sure we went to New York State first because they had to retire him because of that injury. So I'm pretty sure we moved from Texas to New York State, then Oklahoma, and then we moved back to Texas. I'm pretty sure that's my timeline. I'm going for it. Why does that look like oh, that looks like a button because it's from a distance. Man, I can't remember it being that way though. I always thought it was like Oklahoma, then Texas. No, Oklahoma, then New York State, then Texas. Really not. So yeah, I don't live in Texas anymore. By the way, we moved again. So I don't live in Texas anymore, which is why I'm talking about it now. So I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, my mind is just complete. I wish I could remember every single little thing. And it's hard to remember stuff whenever you're a kid and you're just constantly moving around the place. Yeah, man. I wonder if that's also another reason why I just like exploring places now. You know, my initial like wanting to start the channel like is not only did I grow up playing like Sonic games and life was just a full of adventure, and it's mainly also because I watched Indiana Jones as a kid with my mom, and the fact that he would go out, like he would be a teacher and an archaeologist at the same time, and he would go out and explore the world and see ancient ruins and have his own adventures. Oh my god, I need to watch that series again. I haven't seen Indiana Jones in so long, and I really want to play the game that came out on Steam a long time ago. Like the beginning of this year, maybe in the middle of this year. I really want to play it. Maybe I'll make a series on it. I definitely want to make a series for the original game that I played as a kid. Because I used to own the I can't remember the name of the game, but it was Indiana Jones on the original Xbox. Raiders of the... It wasn't called Raiders of the Tomb. I can't... The Emperor's Tomb? Is that what it's called? I can't remember. I do remember particularly the first level being typically a pain in the butt. Because I would go through the ruins, and then when I would get to the end, it would be... I could never figure out how to get... So, in the end of the level of the Indiana Jones game that I'm remembering right now, I can't remember the title, but I know it exists. It's like an ancient... like tomb in the middle of an entire like lake. Like there's a pillar right in the center and it's surrounded completely by water. And the reason why I couldn't get to that center area was because in the lake throughout the entire level there's some alligators throughout the entire level. Like alligators or crocodiles, I can't remember which one it was. Either of the two. I just haven't played the game in a while. There's some alligators or crocodiles in some of the water park areas. You know, you can kill them. You know, make them despawn, disappear, because it was on the original Xbox and graphics then couldn't. You know, you had to get rid of the body somehow. So there were alligators and crocodiles that would disappear after you would kill them. But there was one in particular in that center area with with the lake, you could not kill. If you were to go in there, you would instantly die from that alligator or crocodile. It was huge. And you couldn't kill it either. You couldn't even kill it. So for the longest time, I could never beat the game until later on when I grew up and I decided to play my original Xbox game again. I beat the game. And being able to accomplish that as growing up, oh man, that feeling, the feeling of when you play a game as a kid and you get stuck on the level for the longest time, and then finally being able to beat it, like growing up, learning more, more problem-solving skills. By the way, I think the issue as a kid was because apparently you can vine whip to the other side, and I was just an idiot and I didn't know that. I believe that's how it went. But that feeling, the feeling of like beating something that you could never beat as a kid is just, it's like getting an achievement like on your consoles or Steam, but a life achievement get, bucket list off, I beat it. Another game that also did that was Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Now I owned a I can't remember if it's 16. I owned a 16-bit Genesis. I still have it, and I've already talked about it. But I can't remember if I talked about it already because I've been running my mouth off for the longest time. But the level I always got stuck on in Sonic the Hedgehog 2 was Chemical Plant Zone Act 2. Because, and everyone already knows it, it's most infamous for being the level most people as a kid got stuck on. Was, you guessed it, the water rising section. I got stuck on that level so many times that I think I just reset the game at that point because I knew I wasn't going to be able to pass it. I would give it a couple attempts here and there, but I'm pretty sure I would just be like, well, time to reset the game again because the only level I'm going to be able to enjoy so far is Emerald Hill Zone Act 1, 2, and Chemical Plant Zone 1, and that's it because I could never, for the life of me, get through Act 2. And that was literally the end of the level. I never even knew the taste of Supersonic back then as a kid. Well, at least as a very young kid. Maybe in my middle school years, I did get a bit of a taste because I owned the Sonic Mega Collection Plus on my original Xbox, which had not only Sonic the Hedgehog 2, it had 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles. I didn't unlock this, but Blue Sphere was on there. Ristar, I wasn't able to unlock that either. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, the 16, was it 32-bit or 16-bit? I think it was the game. Oh, it was the 16-bit and the Game Gear title, which is a lower quality than the 16-bit. And there were a couple of other games on there too. I never owned the Sonic Gems collection. I always really wanted that collection. I believe I saw that collection in a book order. You know those little things you get as a kid or growing up in first through middle school? Don't know how long it lasts. Book fair. Ah, the book fair. Oh my god. I saw the Gems collection for the book fair, and I really, really wanted it. I don't remember if I asked my parents for it, but at the time we weren't. I can't remember. I don't think we were. Maybe it was when I was a kid when we had a book fair. And I just couldn't get it because at the time we weren't a military family, and we just couldn't afford it. You know, before we were a military family, we were like slightly below middle class. Like there was like above the lower class, but slightly below the middle class was that fine little line where we were before the military. After the military, we were like the middle, like between like middle class and almost close to high class, but we're still in the middle class general area. Ah, but man, the book fair. Are they still doing that these days? I should look those up. I wonder if schools these days are still doing the book fair. Where you get the little pamphlets of the different books that you can order. And not only could you get books, you can get little things like a jump rope or a new game. Like the Sonic Gems, and I believe I also saw Sonic Chronicles on there, but I don't think I owned a DS at the time. I think I did own a Game Boy at the time, and I always thought that, oh, I wanted it, you know, in case one day I get a DS. I can't remember. Some of my information is gonna be wrong, and you know what? That's fine. Maybe later on down the line, I'll correct myself, and maybe some of the information will come together and form an actual coherent memory. Oh, but man, those were the days when the book fair was amazing. Okay, we've been down here for a bit, so let's go back up and get a good look at the map from up here more. God, the illusion of space, of how much there is to go around. I really do and sincerely apologize for talking for 12 hours on this map. Or so far. How long has it been? Almost 3 hours? At least in terms of what I'm looking at in my timer. It's really testing my commentary though. I just thought of something. Welcome to the Flatgrass podcast. Oh jeez, I feel like I wouldn't even fret if no one watched this video. I would if no one watches this video or even bothers to listen to it. You know what? I don't blame you. I really don't blame you. This has been literally me talking about my own real life stuff, like being realistic, you know, like being like a human being, and I can only just talk so much, you know, about the things I'm looking at. I can't exactly talk about the grass texture like Pink Black suggested because I don't know much about mapping. I brought it up a little bit, but I can't go, oh, you know, where did this little pixel come from, you know? Oh, what's the story of this little grass pixel, you know? I can only talk about so much, you know, and keep my attention around the place for so long. But, you know, like I said, I did really need this. Going through my own memories, bringing up my own past, and being able to just let it out and just talk to people about it and see what they. I mean, if they end up watching the video or listening to it, listening to it would probably be more feasible for this episode because you're probably not going to see much. Oh man, having a conversation with myself though. I wonder if I were to make a podcast, this is how it would go. Like, if I were to actually have my own podcast, I think I would actually name it the Flatgrass Podcast. What would I be talking about? This. I'd probably actually have some subjects to bring on the matter, but I feel like if I were to host my own podcast to be able to talk about the current ongoings and just my own personal experiences, I feel like I can do it for at least a few hundred episodes, right? Although I don't know how many people would listen, but there is a podcast option for uploading on YouTube. That'd be cool to do. That'd be a cool thing to have. I don't know if I want to do it at the moment because there's already so much that I'm covering. Listen, there's Dreamcore that I'm currently covering, though I'm sure that won't take me long. There's Half-Life 2 that I still have to cover. There's other Let's Plays that I still need to do. Like Yumi Nikki. Sorry, I'm catching the saliva back in my throat. There's Yumi Nikki that I still need to finish up. There's Enna Dream Barbecue that I really need to get back into. There's Red Dead Redemption 2 that I really need to get back into. There's just a lot of other things that I really want to cover. And lately, we've been doing our weekend streams, too. So we've been covering we covered the entire, not the entire, but we covered FNAFs 1 through 4 on October. We've been currently covering FNAF recently with our Sunday streams. And that's been a blast, although I was only planning for it to last until October, but that's fine. Whatever the poll wins, whatever wins, we'll do it. There's also the other series that I've been doing. There's the Echoes Beyond. There's the Horde series that I've been working on. I want to run more events in our Discord server. I've been just trying to get to adapt to everything. There's so much for me to do, but I'm not gonna burn myself out. I know there are some things that I've just been forgetting to do, and I'm just having fun. I'm having an amazing time. So if there's like a particular series that you guys just like watching, if like Echoes Beyond, I've been covering more recently. I know Horde I haven't touched in a while. There's Prop Hunt, and then there's Trouble in Terrorist Town that I really want to do again for events. And then there's Sandbox. I only have 2 episodes for Garry's Mod Sandbox, and that's what this game is entirely built upon. I'm being so selfish just doing map explorations, but again, I'm only a singular person, and if YouTube wants to give me more leniency, like in terms of funding, to where I can live comfortably without having a job out in the real world. Well, I mean, not real world, but it'd still be a real world. You know what I mean? If YouTube was just giving more, I would also give more. There's so much more I want to do. There's so much more I want to see and cover in one day. I mentioned this before, but if it were me, I'd have so many more episodes uploaded during the weekdays. It wouldn't just be episodes every other day or episodes on rare occasions whenever I'm working on a really long video like this, There'd be more. I'd be a lumberjack and I'd be hammering at the log all day, I'd be making more firewood and I'd be going back inside the building, and then my imaginary wife would say, "Honey, are you done chopping down the wood?" I'd be like, "Wood. More wood, not hot, more wood." And I just go back outside and keep chopping, Not enough wood. Not enough wood to stoke the fire that is my passion for wanting to do more on the channel. Will there be times where I want to just sit by the fire and just watch it burn? In this metaphor that I'm making? Yes. There are indeed going to be moments where I just want to chill out, sit on a couch, or lay in my bed, or, something in terms of that, and just watch the sunset. You know, watch someone else's experiences with Garry's mod, and on maps that I haven't explored, by the way, and just watch the fire burn a little bit. And I can only watch it for so long before duty calls. Either before I have to keep chopping away when I feel like I want to keep stoking the fire, or when I have to leave my home full of comfort and whatever I want to do, and go out and actually be responsible and make money and pay bills. And one day I just want that one thing to be gone. I'll still be responsible, but what I'm saying is having to, leave my place of comfort, the place that I want to keep adding wood to, the home that I'm building, the community, the people that come over into my own metaphorical log cabin to check out all the amazing stories that I've conjured up, that I've seen, the worlds I've seen. Like, this log cabin is going to be filled to the brim with pictures and images that are from my mind onto my walls. It's like like this channel is literally is like a museum, a metaphorical log cabin museum that just is constantly being built until one day it becomes a fortress of memory. And that is amazing. And I would just keep hacking away and hacking away, And one day I will end up getting tired. That day will never come, at least not right now. Nowhere close. Not even. My fire is still a-burning. I haven't had to light another match for the fire to stoke it for a while. Man, it's been a wild ride. I've seen so many worlds, and I really cannot wait till I can have this is never the goal, by the way. I cannot wait to be the one who can say, I am a man that has seen 1,000 worlds. By this point, I probably have already seen 1,000 worlds, but intentionally seen 1,000 worlds. I can't not wait for that day to come sooner. And oh boy, the memories that I'm already whenever I've talked about this before in other videos, but it's good to talk about now since I have the time to talk about it, is whenever I'm done finishing a map. Sometimes I'll have a dream about that map, and sometimes I don't. In VR, sometimes it just happens. You can't exactly control your dreams. I've tried it before. I'll talk about it later. I know I had one for void places. I've known I had one for, I believe. Now we're getting to the memory thing. Now we're getting into the dream recall. I might as well explain what it is since I've got the time. Have you ever woken up from a dream and be like, oh yeah, I can remember the details of that, okay, yeah, I remember, and then there'll be days where you're just like, oh man, that dream sucks, and then you'll go about your day, and then months later you'll be like, man, what was that? Did I have a dream about this once? Like deja vu, but you can't remember the dreams you've had. You can't remember every single dream you've had whenever you wake up, and that's where lucid dreaming comes from, and dream diaries and dream recall. Try and remember those details of your dreams. Having a dream diary and dream recall advances you to eventually have lucid dreams in the future, which is be able to control your dreams. And as long as you keep at it, you'll be able to lucid dream every night. Also, by the way, now I remember my point. Sorry, I even got off topic and forgot what I was talking about. But I've had those dreams of after being in VR where I'll just dream about the map. I believe I had one for one of Lily's maps. Can't remember which one it was. Like I'm saying, dream recall. But your dream recall is bad right now because I haven't been lucid dreaming. Because the last time I tried lucid dreaming, I got really frightened doing lucid dreaming, and it scared the absolute crap out of me because I'm gonna check. I'm gonna go down here now. Let's go down here now because I wanna walk around this place since there's more space to for me to move around, and I'm not just going under the structure in the middle of the map. There's one particular instance where I was trying to lucid dream again, and I remember, and this I did. Hold on. I'm trying to pick it up again. I remember when I first initially started. Later on, I got better at it. I was really scared because when I would practice trying to turn off my individual body parts, like light switches, like my feet, my arms, my legs, my hands, and then keeping this awake, the brain awake, as I'm going into deep sleep, the blackness was just pulling me in behind my eye. It's hard to describe because it's not like it is a physical thing, but it's just a weird. I also hit my mic. I'm sorry. I hope it's still going. Are you still recording? Thank you. But it felt like I was being pulled out of my body, and that frightened me. So I would always just stop lucid dreaming at that point, and that was a really bad. That was a really bad experience. But later on, when I got curious again, I immediately got a little bit better at it. But then I just stopped completely altogether because I was just like, it's fine. I don't need to lucid dream anymore. I'm not too worried about being able to control my dreams. I've had like a dream once or twice where I've woken up in my own bed and without even realizing it that I was lucid dreaming, because when you're in a dream and when you're trying to lucid dream, you'll want to. This is what the dream journals are for. The dream journals are for writing down the information of your past dreams, and then when you go to sleep and have that dream again, you'll be like, oh, this is that dream again that I had. This is a dream. Oh, I'm lucid now. I can control my dreams because I just remembered. I'm in a dream. The whole point of dream journals and dream recall is to force your dream mind to go, oh, this is a dream. I'm in a dream. Let's do something that I want to do. The form of lucid dreaming that I was doing was the wild technique, which was forcing all of my. It was a specific wild technique, which wasn't particularly the right way to do it, but it worked a couple times, so I'm not gonna complain. Oh, oh man, this headset is already hurting. Jeez, man. That's what I get for not doing consistent VR episode uploads, huh? This is the things that I get. But yeah, I would have dreams of past maps that I've gone through, either from the map I did that night or a map a long time ago, and then I'll wake up and be like, oh, I remember that experience. I've never had a dream about it before. I mostly have more dreams about maps I've done in VR than I do in desktop. But with the revisit series that I'm doing right now, that's going to change. My mind is going to be like, wait a minute, we did this twice already. Why are we back again? Oh, we're back a third time, but this time you're in a dream? Hope you can remember this one, buddy. I think I had like a nightmare for Void Places too. I dreamt about that particular map series twice. One was a good dream and one was a bad dream. And I can't remember the details because my dream recall is bad. So we're going to be moving on from that. Man, how much have I talked about so far? I've talked about my childhood quite a bit. My moving scenario, my family, and the situations that are going on right now. I've talked about, some of the things that I used to have growing up. My workplace where I used to work. I'm going to end up talking about my whole life story in this goddamn video. I'm going to be talking about my entire life story in this video. This is crazy on Flatgrass. No, you know what? This is my Flatgrass video. For all the videos of Flatgrass that are out there, whether it be for sandbox, screwing around with their friends, or just plain old just covering a particular topic, whether it be drama or something like that that's going on in the community. This one's mine. And you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. I wouldn't have it being a sandbox where I screw around and, I wouldn't have it where, I would love to have where I would just play with friends and stuff. But this feels more me, More me, walking around, talking all nonsensical, being an insane person, talking about my own past memories and my own intrigue into futuristic technology like the VR space. Am I going to end up forgetting 12 hours? Am I going to end up forgetting what I've talked about so far when I get up to like the 10th hour? You bet your biscuit I will. But you know what? Repetition has always been, at least for me, the best way for me to learn. As long as I keep, repeating myself over and over. And I apologize for it a lot. I'll apologize for all the times I've repeated myself in multiple sessions of videos, or maybe even in the same video. But repetition is the best way, and has been the best way for me to learn. And now that I'm thinking about it, that comes into the memories, I've only been through so many maps in VR once, and with my revisit series, you would think I remember all the titles of the map, but the titles of the maps themselves haven't been, haven't stuck with me as long as, going through the maps twice, like in desktop and in VR with the Echoes of Beyond series. Man. Wow. This is great. This is awesome. This video is, if you're still listening to this so far, if you're still watching or listening to this, either ever, you're an amazing person. And you're also a crazy person. For wanting to hear an individual across the web talk his absolute insane mind off to the void, to absolutely no one but to himself. You're crazy and amazing, and I appreciate that a lot. But this video is not only for you, but it's most certainly for me. And I cannot wait to upload this and share it with the world. If the world ends up listening one day. I've always been told, making my videos, that I should always have more subscribers, more view counts, and as long as one person's watching, and I've said this so many times, as long as someone's watching, and as long as someone appreciates what I'm doing, that's all that matters to me. Whether I'm able to monetize it or not, I couldn't care less. I'm having the time of my life, and this is going to stick to me like glue until the day I died. I've talked on other maps before. I've spent an hour or so on a specific ice map about my deepest thoughts. And I've also talked deep, in certain occasions, like on Lily Lovecore, about love, and about my, my first true love. I've dated a couple of girls, like, in middle school, and in, fourth and fifth grade. But I never really was, like, now that I'm thinking of it, I never really was truly, like, I never understood it, I thought dating was just like, oh, as a kid, it's just, I was like, okay, sure, let's date, and I never actually took anyone out on dates, like, would you like to have my milk carton, dear? Nothing like that. I never knew what it was like to actually have a girlfriend. Like, I did, but I also never understood it, until the end of 6th grade, or at least, yeah, like I built the relationship in 6th grade with the girl that I was particularly talking about in that video. And that is when I truly first fell in love with someone I actually wanted to be with. And if you want to learn more about that particular relationship, I would recommend you go watch Lily Lovecore, and because I talk about the entire story there. But man, everything's just gonna stick to me like glue. I hope so. Some of it's not sticking as well as much as the others, but that's okay. That is entirely okay. One day I will remember all of this. And one day when I do pass away, I hope someone in the future watches this. If you know, I might as well leave a future message for the people out there once I do pass and this still exists somewhere on the internet. If you're watching this from 50 years or 100 years, or even if humanity is going to be alive for that long due to some catastrophic event like the dinosaurs, or some sickness, you know, or just global warming, you know, whatever the case may be, if you're watching this and listening to this, just know that out of all the human beings in the world, that this particular person lived. Maybe not physically, maybe not, you know, being able to go out and see the world, you know, physically. I have lived through these virtual worlds through me. I have seen so many things. And I do recommend you do watch the videos to see my own experiences and to see, you know, my intrigue, being scared, being happy, being surprised, being sad, feeling somber, you know, all those emotions into one little package that is my channel. I hope you remember me. You know, I hope I feel remembered later on down the line. Whenever that time does come. You know, now that I'm looking at it, dawn, talking about it during the dawn actually makes me feel sad. Sort of. It's like, it feels like the sun is setting only to rise again for another new chapter, even though I know for sure my journey has only just begun. I've only seen more lights of day than I can count. And now, I welcome you to the part of the video where I feel like I've run out of things to talk my mouth off. Also, I think my throat my throat is getting slightly sore from talking so much. That's great. I wonder what the infinite map would have looked like, you know, if I kept going. It probably would just look like this non-stop without the Flattywood sign or the buildings off in the distance. I actually kind of want to spend an entire, like, maybe the next video for, like, episode, what is this, episode 400? Episode 500, maybe I should just do... No, I kind of want to do another legendary map. I did Big City already. I don't think I explored the normal construct and talked for him. Maybe I should do construct. I think I did a sandbox video for construct, but I never actually... I don't think I explored it. I don't think I ever made that one a video. Well, at least we know what episode 500 is going to be about. Either that or an infinite map. An infinite map of me just walking around non-stop would probably just be just like this, where I'd just be walking around and not paying attention to what's going on around me and just talking my absolute mind off. You know? One thing that's going to upset me You know, I mean, I won't be upset because I'll be dead. But one thing that's gonna be upset, that's gonna upset me and make me feel really sad, is I won't be able to see the franchises I grew up with thrive in the future. Oh man, that day's gonna really suck. Where you won't be able to see the future of your favorite franchises. Like, I'm sure by the time, like Indiana Jones, I mean, he's already getting really old by now. The actor who plays him, he's gonna pass before. I mean, it's a harsh reality. Okay, it's not an insult. It's just a harsh reality. And I highly doubt he's ever gonna watch this video. And I apologize if you're watching this video somehow, one way, shape, or form. It's not to demoralize you, but it's true. It's factual. People ahead of me are going to pass along sooner than I will. Unless I get into an accident. There's a lot of freaking... The life is literally a freaking gotcha game. You never know what's going to happen to you whenever you pull that thing out of the box. Like, oh, I get into a traffic accident. Or, oh no, I get $1 million. Wait a minute. You know, life is literally like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get unless you try it. Oh man, Forrest Gump had the right. I already said that a long time ago. What am I like the virtual version of Forrest Gump now? Is it because I watched that movie three times in my entire lifetime? I had to think about that. Is that why? What has my life come to where I'm actually being influenced by movies like that? That movie is actually long. I never realized how long that movie was. It's literally a movie about his life. That's awesome. That's great. Oh, and these birds. The birds. The ambience. It's been more comforting to actually hear some sounds on this place. Being able to talk my mouth off for as long as I have. And I think about it. Ow! Jeez, my jaw. I've been talking for so long. This is crazy. I don't think I've ever talked long in a video for this long, as long as I have. I know I've done I have done a 10 hour, 11 hour? I would have to check again. A 10-hour charity live stream, which I hope Sam Procrastinates does again, so I can do another Raising Rings stream. I'm hoping one day I can make a bigger impact than what I'm making right now. You know, I love making the smaller impact and having a small community because it's easier to keep up with. You know, like, I've learned whenever I was doing research on the Discord server. By the way, in the description, you should download. I'm sorry for the shameless plug. You can comment down below. I hate you later. But when I was doing research on how to make a Discord server for the channel, no text-to-speech in particular, the one I watched on how to set up a Discord server, it's so much easier. I remember him saying that it's so much easier to run a smaller community than it is to run a bigger community. Because the more people you have in the community, the harder it is to keep up with, and the harder it is to manage, you know? So I'm really enjoying this small little community I have, even though I don't get as many views as people think I should. You know, I maybe one day I'll have the amazing amount of views later on down in the future, and still have that small little thing where I can just call something that I consider as my second home. You know, the people in there are so amazing. You know, Redstone.co. I get to learn so much from him. And the support he gives me is crazy. Fluffles has been here for the longest time. And so is Colix. You know, it's been so great. There's more people in the server that have been here since the beginning. And I couldn't be any more happier to go into the server and see a message and interact with the community that I can call my home. My own home. My own little pocket of happiness, you know? I'm sorry. It's the most heartfelt video I've ever made in a lifetime, other than my 1,000 subscriber video that I made at the beginning of this year, I believe. And we're getting really close to that 2,000 subscriber mark. It took me, now that I'm thinking about it, it took me at least 2 years. 3 years? It took me 3 years to hit 1,000 subscribers. And it only took a year to hit 2,000 subscribers. Hey, the more people that watch, the more people that watch. It's straight. Oh, the math. Oh man. I don't particularly like talking about like views and stuff. You know, I don't do YouTube for the views. I do YouTube because I'm having fun. I'm meeting new people. I'm seeing the amazing things that people have made throughout the entirety of these 400 episodes. And not just on Garry's Mod. I've been branching off to VR chat. The VR chat worlds are absolutely oh my god, the VR chat worlds are absolutely insane. Like, you can do stuff in Hammer Editor in Garry's Mod. Yes. And if you're a technical genius, like the person who made the Infinite Flatgrass map, the Infinite Map base, you can do some crazy stuff on Garry's Mod. But in VR chat, oh my god, there's so much more stuff you can do in VR chat that I wish that Hammer could do. Because the worlds are absolutely huge. When I did Organism, what was it? It was a fairly recent video, I believe. I think my phone just went off. But it was a fairly like recent like it was like episode 4 or 5. I can't remember if it was 2, 3, 2, 4, or 5 because I think 3 I did 3 or 2. 3 or 2 I'm debating. I did Get Lost Forest. But Organism, whenever that world was insane. The amount, my mind of how big a place could be was absolutely blown when I did that. If you have VR chat, which I would recommend, but not highly recommend, because they still have problems of their own on there. Every place has problems of their own. Double-edged sword. The double-edged sword I was talking about. Every good thing, there's always a bad thing on. So do be cautious with anything. But if you have the VR chat's free. It's on mobile devices. You can play it in desktop mode, or you can play it in VR. I would recommend you do it in VR, whether it be on your phone VR. I used to own like a little empty case where you could put your phone inside and do a VR, but my phone was absolutely crappy, so I could never do that. So I just had it. I remember getting it out of Goodwill, and I remember it never working because I never knew, because I didn't have a phone. I didn't have a phone to use it with. I did end up trying it later on, and it wasn't that great. So, and VR chat didn't exist on mobile during that time. But I would highly recommend you would download. Jeez, I can't even speak English anymore. I've been talking for so long, and also I really miss my headset. Jeez, oh my God, GME. Ooh, you're struggling on your words. I would highly recommend you would install VR chat and go to Organism. I would also do the epilogue, chapter 1 and 2 as well. Those worlds are absolutely amazing. If you love exploring liminal places, go to there. Yes, Organism and epilogue chapter 1 and 2. Absolutely amazing worlds. Huge. The VR chat has given me some amazing wonders. Garry's Mod has given me a little bit of a really cool artistic taste of what people can do. Limited as they be, they're still amazing creators. You know, in VR chat, I just can't believe worlds can be so big. Now that I'm talking about it, I really want to explore another really big VR chat world soon. I wonder what other oh man, I wonder what other worlds besides if organism can be as amazing as that one can be. What other worlds made by people are huge and amazing like that one? Like there's so many other worlds in VR chat that I want to cover now. I really want to catch up. I wish I had started VR chat sooner, you know. But my mic was crappy. I had other series that I was working on. I'm stretching right now because I've been standing in the same position for so long. You know, so it's warranted that I only had so many episodes covered for VR chat. Let's go back up since we've been here for a while. I want to come back up to Flatgrass. A new time. But actually, let's go in here for a little bit. Yeah, let's talk to Alex for a little bit. I wasn't in here for very long anyway, so I should probably be talking to you quite a bit more. Oh, and I just remembered I need to do Vertigo too. I remember Thunder Ghost telling me about his map for Null Spaces that I still haven't beat the game for. Still need to beat that game. If you guys want a Half-Life in VR, I would recommend you play that. Because so far, it's just been Half-Life references the entire game. And I need to get back right on it. Actually, it is a Half-Life game. Yeah. It's got everything you could ever want for a Half-Life game. I need to get back on that too. But there's custom worlds for that game too. You know, when I covered that in game initially, because Thunder Ghost had created his map for that game in general, and there's a freaking a custom worlds workshop thing they have in VR. I think it's their own browser. They have their own custom browser for people's user created worlds. So there's those worlds too. There's so many things I feel like I'm gonna miss out in my lifetime that I'm never gonna be able to cover. Oh, man, if only we could ever figure out the secret to immortality. It'd be the only reason why I would want to live forever. It's so that way I just don't forget. Oh, but then again, we're gonna have a Sword Art Online scenario where the brain can only memorize so much. Yeah, and then I would end up dying anyways because of the memory, you know. I can only remember so much. Tongue-tied in this episode, am I? I really hope this episode is a good one. I really hope so. It's definitely... Hey, if it's not a good one, it's definitely a long one. That is for sure. I'm planning on this is probably going to be the longest video on the channel. I've had the Ultimate Void Places experience to be like 10 hours long. It's supposed to be 12. This one's going to be the longest one by bar none. This is going to be crazy when I upload this. The YouTube servers are going to hate me. They're going to question me as to why I have a video up for so long. Or that is so long. I'm just making sure there's no more secret. Yeah, there's no more secret. There's no more secrets. What do you think? What do you think, huh? Think my videos are too long? Probably. My channel has always been about long-form content. Always has been and always will be. There are some like shorts and stuff that I'll make here on occasion. Ooh, you know what? Speaking of shorts and stuff, I really hate that whenever a video of mine gets copyrighted and I can't make a short out of it. Like, I understand that you don't want me to use the, you know, make a short out of, like, why can't you just demonetize my short? I want to make a short, you know, out of the, you know, so whenever, for any creators out there who know what I'm talking about, that are watching, whenever you're watching, looking over your own video, there's an option for remix. And I think you guys might see this too, not just creators, where you can remix the video into a short. And sometimes it doesn't let you do that because the video has copyright issues on it, which is fine. I guess. But if you should at least allow remixing without having monetization off, because when not everyone is gonna have monetization on a short. Like for me, yes, okay, that's fine, but at least let me make some content out of it, you know? Like I could just, I know I could just download the video, you know, but it's not like lossless. I want the lossless quality of my own video to be in a short, and the only way I could do that is if I have the raw video file. And I don't have the raw video files of every single video that I've made on the channel. The raw video file I have lasts usually like a day or two, and at week if it's like the rarest thing ever, because I usually clean up all my space constantly. With the DaVinci Resolve video editor, and this is for everyone that uses it. If you're wondering why you're losing a lot of space in DaVinci Resolve, it's because it's catching all the data from your edits into a separate folder, and that folder can get up to 50 gigabytes. And I had to use a software called Size File Tree, or Tree File Size. Can't remember which way it is around. Where I had to look for the folder that was causing my space to be eaten up so much. I thought at first it was VR chat when I was doing VR chat videos and covering that. Because whenever you're doing VR chat, the caches of the world are stored onto your actual hard drive. And not in like a cloud or anything. So you can have like 50 gigs of cache world data on your VR chat game. So it's best if you clear that all the time. But no, after I cleared it, yeah, sure, I freed up a couple gigs of space. But that wasn't it. My space was always being eaten up. And I was wondering why, for the longest time, why my data was always being eaten up, even though clearly I haven't downloaded anything in a while. And I've been constantly deleting my my videos after I'm done with them. Especially the finished versions when they're uploaded on YouTube. I typically watch all my videos whenever I'm done editing, when it's done uploading on YouTube. I tend to watch the video first and then I upload it. Sometimes I'm just 100%, most of the time I'm actually 100% confident, and I just let it, I just publish the video, you know, because I'm confident I'm usually very aware about what I'm talking about and what comes out of my mouth, because I've had a filter trying to keep this channel as family friendly as possible. But like I was saying, I didn't know what was taking up all my space because I didn't have anything downloaded. Another thing I thought of was that I thought it was I'm getting, oh my gosh, I'm getting actual chapped lips from this. I thought another thing was that because I was downloading so many there's a game I play, a rhythm game that I played on the PlayStation, which was called Project Future Tone, Hatsune Miku Project Future Tone, and they had re-releases or different versions, and they were called Project Diva Megamix and Megamix Plus, which had more songs on Megamix Plus. And I thought it was because I was downloading mods for the game on my PC. But it wasn't. It was the fact that DaVinci Resolve was catching all of my data for edits, for clips, into that folder. And I don't know why, but it did. Maybe it's because it was for backups in case I wanted to restore something. I didn't need it. Not really. And I have no idea how to turn it off, to be honest. Even still to this day, I have to constantly go into my video folder and delete that cache folder every single time after I render a video. It just makes that folder and caches up all that data, so it just eats up my storage constantly, and I hate it. And I'm already having storage issues for myself. I'm already having really bad storage issues when it comes to wanting to play games, because my friends, in particular Suki as well, get on to me about having so much storage. I can only play so many games on my computer. Like, the games I usually have all the time installed are Garry's mod, VR chat, any of the texture requirements, which is CS2, CSGO. Well, I mean, not CS2. Well, see, you need CS2 installed in order to have the CSGO textures. Counter-Strike Source, Half-Life 2. Well, actually, no. Well, not anymore. I don't have the Half-Life 2 games installed except for the game I'm covering, Half-Life 2, because they cut. Okay, so beforehand, Half-Life 2 was two separate games, so it was episode 1 and 2, but now it's just one whole thing. So I have Half-Life 2 installed. I don't have the original Half-Life installed because recently they've implemented the textures for Half-Life and CSS into Garry's mod as a normal update. So I haven't had to have those installed, which is absolutely nice. And then any games that I want to play in my free time. So we're talking about Project Diva Megamix, including 60. I think I have like 60 gigs worth of mods on that game in general. But I haven't played the game in a while, and I do need to pick it back up again because my rhythm fingers are gonna need a rude awakening, and I want to cover some of the FNAF songs that are modded on that game, which I want to do. That particular creator made and has told me they have updated, but I want to do the before the updates because apparently they made an update to the FNAF songs to where they were a bit more fair. But I want to cover the non-unfair because it's more of a challenge, you know. It's fair, but it's also unfair, but it's a challenge, you know. But yeah, that's just it. I'd have Diva installed. I would have usually I would have another game installed like I owned Sonic Heroes, so I'm not afraid to talk about that. I own Sonic Heroes, so like something like an emulated game like Sonic Heroes, or I'm still trying to beat Ninja Gaiden 4 right now. I had to recently uninstall it so I can have more space, but I need to get back into it. Ninja Gaiden Sigma, I'm trying to get all the achievements for, you know, some personal games I want to install. And with all that combined, I can't have any other games after that. I can only have like 3 other big games that I can have installed. I can only have like Call of Duty and Overwatch and Fortnite installed one at the same time. You know, I either have Overwatch 2 or Fortnite installed, or Call of Duty and Fortnite installed, or Fortnite and what other game they're feeling up to that day that they want to play. You know, I just wish I had more storage. So I'm already having issues with storage space. I need to figure. I know it's expensive. Computer, especially now, but it's good. It's getting so expensive with all the tariffs that are happening, and then, oh man, it's a pain in the butt. Everything's costing more and more. And I'm not. Oh, I'm yawning. Ooh, I'm actually getting tired. It's this lighting. It's making me sleepy. It's making me want to lay in my bed and just watch the sunset and go nappy time, you know? Maybe one day I'll actually have better storage. I was actually considering getting a new PC I believe it was like 2-3 months ago. No, it was I think it was 2 months ago. It was either a month ago or 2 months ago, but I think it was a month ago. No, it was 2 months ago. 2 months and a half. Oh my god, I can't remember. My sister, she's in college, and she's trying to be one of those people in the courtrooms that types everything that everyone says. By the way, if you have that job, kudos to you, because I've seen those typewriters that they use. They don't type. For those who don't know, they don't type every little. I mean, they do, but they don't. They type every little thing in court, yes, but they do it in a way where it's like their own actual language, which is crazy to me, because all this time I considered that the people in those courtrooms that type every little detail in the room were literally typing every single word that someone was saying. No. They are like, they have their own language, they have their own little special typewriter, and they type in like these like weird, I can't remember what it looked like, but I can't remember if it was weird symbols or if it was like weird letters and numbers that like, it was like a simplified version of everything in like a code, which is crazy to me. But continuing my story, she has been using a laptop for the longest time, and her classes for this year in particular needed like it needed better hardware. So her laptop that she was using didn't have the proper hardware and couldn't run everything that it needed to. It would always get really hot, you know, and she just needed something better. So I was planning on giving her my PC and getting a better one, and as long as she gave me money for it. I had a memory problem. I was already planning on getting memory for my PC, but if my sister ever needed anything, I was always going to be able to provide for her. I'm not gonna give stuff to her for free. You know, I need to be able to replace something that I own, because I'm also, you know, I'm giving it to her for like a cheap price. I bought the PC that I have right now that I was going to give her for like, how much was it? 1,350, maybe 1,000, no, 300, maybe 250, 1,250. It's like a 4080. No, wait, it's a 3080 RTX. You know, it has 16 gigs of RAM for memory. Trying to think of other things that it possibly has. It's just an overall better PC for our laptop. So giving her a gaming PC at the time would have been amazingly well for her her schoolwork. So that was going to be my way to get better memory, but she ended up didn't need it because my brother gave his old PC, by the way, which is absolutely still garbage than the one I have. She ended up with a better PC, but not a better PC. She ended up getting a crappy PC, but also a better one that she had for her laptop. I don't... Why? I still offered it to her, but at the time, she didn't get her school pay. The school was supposed to be paying for her... what was it? Was it tuition? I think it was tuition. They're supposed to give her money back for completing the school year. I don't know how that works. I'm not in college, so... See how that turned out. You know, so I still have that storage problem even today, so... One day I'm hoping to actually cough up the money and figure out... The one thing I'm afraid of when it comes to PCs is just... I don't want to break something, you know? I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one with this particular fear where I don't want to touch something and having to mess with delicate parts and break it, you know? Like, I own a 3DS, and I've added some modifications to it. The stores, the online stores, Nintendo has stopped supporting the store for the 3DS, so what's the point? You know, they don't care anymore. They stopped supporting the store. You can't buy games off the digital store anymore. So, you know, they don't care. Nintendo Switch, oh my god, I've heard a lot of things about the Nintendo Switch too that I'm just flabbergasted about, you know. But I've modded, you know, a 3DS, so I know I've messed with stuff like that, but nothing like opening the actual console in like a case and actually finagling with the parts. I'm so worried about all that, you know. So maybe one day I'll when I feel like I've got the money to replace what I break, then I'll do so. But at the moment, I'm too afraid to upgrade anything. Could go for what's it called? Oh my god, what's it called? I could get like a memory stick or a hard drive. But I've heard that it's like slow, and I can't exactly find... I used to own a hard drive for my laptop that I used to record Garry's Mod with. Well, not used to record Garry's Mod with. I just used to own one, and this was before I recorded Garry's Mod. I had a hard drive, and I didn't know how hard drives worked, but apparently the hard drive that I owned, and that could be for all the other hard drives, it has like a spinning record like player with like a little micro what's it called, like a micro tip where it writes all the memory onto the disk that you're storing digitally. And I didn't know that, and I think like one day I might have barely tapped it, and it barely fell to the floor, and the little micro tip that was on the actual disc came off. It came off somehow, some way, and all that data on there was just lost. I could have like taken it to a place. I didn't have anywhere to take it. I didn't know where to take. Maybe to a computer store. I wasn't sure because I didn't exactly have. Even if I had the protection plan, all that data on there is still lost because when I was trying to use it, it kept writing data that was non-sequential on top of other parts of data, and to the point where all the data that was already on there was corrupted with the data that was trying to combine. It was a pain in my butt, and I used to own one, and it's a waste of money that I for the time being, after it broke, it was a waste of money. Before then, it was great, but I could get another one now, but I want a more reliable one, honestly. I need a more reliable one. One that doesn't exactly have a disc on it, where it's fast. I can install as many games as I want on it. I can store proper projects like this long video onto it, and I don't lose any of the quality, and it's lossless, and my greed is coming. I literally talked about greed earlier, like at like the 3-hour mark, or yeah, like the beginning of like the 2-hour mark, I guess. Now I'm wanting something again, humans and being greedy. Although this is not particularly greed in this scenario, is it? This is more of like an actual no, I wouldn't say this is an actual necessity. I'm learning to adapt to having less storage. Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen. Hello? I'm hearing things. I think I'm hearing things. I thought I heard people talking. This is... Okay. I thought I was hearing people talk. Oh, that was a bee. I just heard that. Man, I'm getting schizophrenic now. Jesus, man. I've been talking for so long. Now I'm starting to hear things once again. I'm hearing people talk off in the distance. I'm hearing things behind me when there's nothing really behind me. Oh man. Now I'm silent. Now I've run out of things to talk about. And all I can do now is enjoy this amazing view of Flatgrass, covered in the orange and the blue. I don't think there was anything else for us to see in particular for this place. I don't think so. It seemed like the textures on here was like didn't change at all when it changed from day to dawn. Now thinking about it, dusk and dawn confused me slightly. Ooh, I wonder if there's anything actually under... I don't think there's anything under here, though. Yeah, I figured there wasn't going to be anything under here. I probably shouldn't be moving around in no clipping mode in VR at this point in time, because I have been like speaking so much. What do you think? What do you think, Alex? Do you think I talked way too much? I feel like I do. That light is still hurting my eyes. I talked way too much. Maybe I could have, maybe now that I'm thinking about it, maybe... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I'm still in no clipping mode. Maybe I should have, before starting this long video, maybe I should have actually looked into the history of Flatgrass itself. Maybe I should have actually done some research of, why this was built. What inspired them to make a place like this? Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna watch a video on the history of why Garry's mod became to be. I should. I have to, it's fitting for me to want to learn more about the game I've been covering since the beginning, since the dawn of my channel. Even though the dusk is still settling in on this map. Oh man. Now this right here. Silence. You never actually hear it from me. Well, I mean, I'm talking now, but you never actually hear this from me. Unless I'm streaming. Like in trying to concentrate. But now? This. The silence. The mood. I've wasted a lot of my energy into this. It's great. It feels good. Feels amazing. Oh, it seems the time has changed once more. Oh, look at this. Oh, and the sign is glowing in the background. And look at that moon. Oh my gosh. And also, is my hands broken again? You know what? I'm going to check. For whatever reason, why does it always just, like, break sometimes? That's so weird. That feels a little bit better, but maybe not. Don't know why it keeps doing that on certain occasions. I really hate that it does that. But look at the stars in the sky out there. Whoa! Hello? What was that? What was that? I don't want to know. I was hearing things throughout the different time. I can't speak. I don't want to go anywhere. Why do I feel so weird? My hands are way too close to my face still. I'm gonna have to I'm going to reset everything. Hold on. I'm going to have to reset everything just to get myself a little bit better. There we go. That still feels off. I don't know. Something feels weird about this. What was that? I thought I was hearing something like the past 2 hours ago. I didn't realize that something would actually be scary. I don't like how dark it is now. I was about to say this is pretty as all heck, but now I'm actually worried out of my mind. Hello? That wasn't me just being, did everyone else hear that? Was that just me? Ah! I'm leaving! Ah! Oh my god! I don't wanna! What is going on? I don't wanna do it! Am I going? I'm losing my mind. Help me. Am I still being schizophrenic? I don't know what's going on. I'm so scared. I didn't even. I'm not even doing anything. I'm seriously losing my mind. You know what? This is what I get for recording for 4 hours. What is it? Like 6? Almost. It's gonna be like 6. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do it. No. Help me. I just wanted to look at the moon. I don't want to. I don't. No. Just stop. Okay? I have 2 hours. 2 hours. 2 hours. I don't even remember how much time I had. I have, how long is it? 4 hours? I have 4 hours! Don't do this right now. I'm gonna stay out here because I don't want to deal with whatever's going on. I don't want to deal with whatever this is. All of a sudden, it became night, and now I'm getting more activity, and I hate it. I hate it. I thought I was just getting. I was happy, having a great time, talking my mouth off, and all of a sudden, Now I'm completely like hallucinating. Now I feel like I'm losing my mind. There's no way. Please tell me that was just all in my mind and it's not actually happening right now. That'd be great. Ah! Okay, no, okay, it's not. All right, I'm getting away. I don't know what that's about. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Whatever that is, I'm out. I don't want to be a part of it. Nope. Not happening. No, I don't even want to be here. I don't even want to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be anywhere. I just want. You know what? Maybe if I'm up here, I'll be safe. Whatever's going on right now. I'm not dealing with any of whatever that is. Oh, just look at the moon. Look how pretty it is. Oh, it's. Oh! Nope. 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 Stop. Stop. Stop it. Why? Why? Why is there a broken bottle here? Hello? Oh, okay. I'm worried. Please stop. It's so quiet right now. There shouldn't be anything here. There should be nothing. But there's a broken bottle. I don't. Can we not? How about no? Okay. I think the map is now I think now that I've been on the map for at least 4 hours now, it's getting. I don't know what that is. What is going on? What is that? I don't know what that is. What? Stop. What are you doing? The map is getting tired of. Can we not? Stop! What is that? I don't want to know what that is. I didn't spawn anything. I didn't spawn anything. Nothing is spawned. I haven't touched anything. Can we not? I'm good, okay? I wanted some ambience earlier, and I got some. And you know what? I thoroughly enjoyed it. But now you're taking it way too far. You're taking it way too far! What is that? Oh my god, can we stop? I didn't get a good look at it. I got scared. I don't know what that was. Was that one of the zombie NPCs that just spawned randomly? What's going on during this? No! No! Stop! Please, for the love of God, stop. Okay? I don't want any part of what you're laying down. I'm good. I'm good. This is just supposed to be a peaceful recording session, okay? Nothing's supposed to be scary. It's supposed to be a very relaxing 12-hour video that I'm trying to record. And you're over here doing stuff to me. I don't know if it's because you're just tired of me being here, or okay, that one's okay. That one, I've heard that a lot of times. You got to do better than that, okay? I've heard that on multiple occasions. You can't. That's not gonna work, okay? It's not going to work. Should I check this room in here? See what's in here. Hello. You got rid of the window, which is a tad upsetting. Although I don't know what this is about. What? Why is there just objects in here? Did you do that? Oh! Okay, I don't like being in here. Can we not? Can we just stop with that? Okay, that'd be very helpful. Okay, I'm good. I don't need any of this. I don't need any of this. What are you doing? Is this your doing? What did you do? What did you do? Ah! I don't want to be here. I'm out. I don't want to be here. 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 Nope. I'm not about that. I don't know what you think this is, but this is not something I was planning on having today. No, thank you. I will take. Oh wait, maybe I can escape if I go to here. I probably feel a lot safer if I'm here. Try to come and get me. Okay, I'm not gonna challenge that. Help me. You can't even see the city anymore out there. It's completely like it's so dark. Well, I mean, dark as in like it's nighttime, but like it's dark to like. I guess the skybox itself is dark and the map itself isn't technically dark because I can still see out in the distance. so maybe as dark as I think it. Maybe, yeah. Am I good? Am I good here? Is this place safe? I'm assuming I'm safe here. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. At least tell me that I'm good. I'm good to be here. Okay. I'm going to continue whatever I was going to talk about before I decide to second guess myself and question what the heck is going on right now. Oh, jeez. What about the darkness and the nighttime just makes everything just seem so scary, you know? You know, you always heard about, like, the witching hour at, like, was it, like, 3 in the morning? You know what I mean? And then, just, like, what about the dark? That just makes everything seem so freaking frightening. When you have the beauty of the night itself, look at the sky. I don't exactly see the moon here, which is a slight bummer. Slight bummer. I heard the gust of wind. I'm assuming that's fine. But yeah, like, what about the night? Is it the unknown? Like, what we can't see in the darkness that frightens us? Is it like the total, like, pitch black of it all? You know, like, just the unknown itself being the frightening thing that we humans are just so scared of. And during the day, it seems to be fine, you know. We're content with the, you know, going about during the day. But whenever it becomes the night, that seems to be where the evil seems to show its rear evil, ugly head, you know? And that's a slight bummer. Excuse me? Hello? I think I just heard someone eating a sandwich or something. Yeah, you do what you need to do. I'm good. Whatever you're doing, you keep doing it. Just leave me out of it. But the night should also be like a you know, a place of beauty, you know? Like the stars, the moon. I'm sure the during the night the aurora borealis in like the poles is pretty too, you know? Wait, doesn't that happen during the day as well? That doesn't happen just during the night. I believe that happens in both the day and the night. Although I also think that the different poles don't get much day and night cycles. Like, their day and night cycles are probably really, really quick, which is why it's cold most of the time. Because they're literally on the northern and southern hemisphere of the world. So I'm assuming that the days just go by faster. Or wait, now that I think about it, I've never actually, like, thought about, maybe I was taught about this in school and I forgot, but what if, like, how does time work in terms of, like, being on the edge of the world? Is it the same or is it different? Right? Is it quicker, like, longer days and shorter nights, or is it shorter nights and longer days? I wonder. I've never actually thought about that, because the world itself is like a sphere, you know, and certain parts of that sphere are being, like, shown the main. I like how I'm trying to figure out how to. I like how I'm trying to be a scientist right here on the spot when I have maybe I should just look it up instead of just trying to guess everything I'm trying to think of right now. Oh, I don't want to go back up. I don't want to go up, but I'm gonna go back up just to humor whatever's trying to follow me. Ah! I just got here. Can we stop? Stop. Okay? I just got back. I'm just taking. Okay, so it seems like being down near the skybox is the safest place right now, because whatever is on this place really wants my attention. It kind of leaks through the skybox, although I don't know. I'm actually I don't want to be here. I really don't want to. Did I just see something in front of me for like a split second, or am I just losing my mind? I feel a lot safer I'm going up. I feel a lot safer being up here than I do down here. Because I can at least, like, know that, like, there's space for me to... you know what I mean? Ugh, man, I don't like this. And what is with this broken bottle right here? Why? And the objects down in the little secret room. What the heck is that about? Huh? Okay. Forget I asked. Wait, did something move in that room? Wait, I'm wondering if something moved in this room. Hello? No. Nothing in this room. That's a little... okay, that's fine. I thought something was moving in that room. Maybe, like, you know how objects in Garry's Mod would just suddenly collide with each other and they'll, like, just, like, slide across the floor? That's happened to me before in DE school. In DE school, I thought it was like some like creepy event that was going on in the school, but it was actually like a desk colliding with another desk, and it was moving on its own. And that was like before I even like walked into the room. I was wondering what the noise was, and then I just walked in, and it's like, oh, yeah, you know, it did scare me at first. It caught me off guard. It's crazy how the physics in Garry's Mod will just throw you for a loop. I'm worried. I'm sorry. I'm looking I'm afraid to get... Whoa, can we not? I saw that. I'm really going schizophrenic now. Those noises are real, though. I don't know what else is happening, though. I'm unbelievably worried about what's gonna happen to me. I kind of want to just go back to the skybox and keep talking. I feel a lot safer there than I do up here. I feel a heck of a lot safer. Yeah, I definitely don't want to go back in that room below me. Nope. I'm good. I don't want to go back in there. Alex, I'm sorry, but you could deal with whatever creepy things are happening in the night right now. I don't want to deal with it. I'm already out. Stop. Okay. Nope. 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 Just stop. Nope, we don't need that. We don't need any more creepy noises going on right now, please. I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine. Okay? I'm not fine. I'm not fine. I'm scared, but no, I'm okay. So is there supposed to be like a story or something I was supposed to be figuring out for the past 4 hours? Is that what I was supposed to be doing? Because I haven't done that one bit. I've just been walking around and talking my absolute mouth off. If there was a story to be had, I should have figured it out by now. But I haven't. There's just flat grass and the structure and the sign in the distance that's been staring at me this entire time. What if... oh, no, that wouldn't be it. I was thinking maybe, like, what if the different times of day are, like different genres of movies? Like, the daylight is just all the happy, normal movies you'd be watching. Ah! No! Okay, alright, I don't like that. Okay, I was trying to talk. Okay. Stop. Whoa, 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 something moved. I heard something move. Wait, wait, wait. The bottle's not here anymore. Where'd the bottle go? Hello? Wait, 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 where's the bottle? What happened to the bottle that was here? I wonder if it just despawned. I'm assuming that it just despawned. Did it fall? What? I don't know. I really don't want to check this, but I'm just gonna take a peek. I'm just taking a peek. Just taking a peek. Yep. Alright, that's all I'm here for. Alright, goodbye. You can deal with whatever. You can deal with that. Oh, there's a bottle piece. Wait, what the heck? Wait, there's what? What? There's a piece of the bottle right here. Did something happen? What happened? Is it across the platform? Did I accidentally step on it? Yeah, I see you. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see you back. Yeah, okay. You're not gonna get me that time. Can we not? Alright? I didn't ask to be haunted. I asked for peace and tranquility, and that's all I ever want. Maybe I should have downloaded, like, some ghost hunting equipment. Oh, now that I'm gonna get to it, I wanted to start a series in particular, first off, I'm gonna reorientate myself. Um, that's no, that's not gonna work. I already know. You just walk around and do your thing. I wanted to do a ghost hunting series, and it's the dumbest thing I ever came up with, but I thought it'd be very interesting. I wanted to find like actual like ghost hunting equipment that people have made for Garry's Mod, and I wanted to actually like go into maps. What was that about? what are you? What are you? What are you? Was that a baby? Was that the baby that's been screaming at me for the past freaking few minutes? But I wanted to go do a ghost hunting series where I go through explore the different spooky maps. Not maps that are like actual like scary maps. Maps that are like ambient, you know, ambient and dark, and they just don't have any like triggers or anything on them, and just go around and see what I could do with the ghost hunting equipment and see what I could pick up, because I wanted to do a series like that because I've always been a fan of Ghost Adventures. I've been a fan of Ghost Adventures, and I'd watch their series all the time when I was a kid growing up. I can't remember if it was where it was. Ah! Okay, alrighty then. Why? Why? Come on, man. Okay, I'm trying to talk about ghosts, and there's ghosts popping up in front of my face. But I used to watch them quite a bit growing up as a kid. The one thing that scared me from that show wasn't the ghosts themselves, but it was like the ad breaks. Like before they would go on an ad break, they would always pop up an image beforehand, like a spooky dress, or like I can't remember the other ones. I think one of them was like a door opening and closing, like the knob. And one in particular that scared the absolute crap out of me was the baby. Ah! What was that about? I'm scared. Why? Okay, alrighty then. Okay, I'm worried. I'm so worried right now. That's Stop. It's getting more and more aggressive. Just stop. Stop. It's getting so aggressive. Whatever this thing is following me, whatever's going on, it's so aggressive right now. Did anything happen in here? Oh, no, nothing. Okay, all right. You're just in there. Why are you just having a great time just sitting in the little wall while I'm out here having to deal with absolute HE double hockey sticks, huh? Why do I have to deal with this? I'm going back up there as much as I don't want to. What did I ever do? Except for maybe bore you for like 4 hours straight. That one's actually, you know what? I understand if you're trying to scare me because of that. Understandable. Completely understandable. Where was I talking about? There's this one where the baby, it would show like a screen of a baby and its eye. Like, it's like an old, dirty, like, porcelain doll baby. And it would just show like its like white eye socket moving, and it would just be, that would creep me the actual heck out. It always scared me, and I always like braced myself before that certain image came up. The other ones, like the abrupt ad break segments and the preview, the other ones didn't necessarily scare me, but they were like, they always like caught me off guard because you never knew when the episode was going to end. You know, or not end, but you didn't know when the episode was going to cut to an ad break. But that baby one always scared the absolute heck out of me. It sometimes still gets me to this day a little bit, especially if I'm watching stuff at night. And honestly, recording this, oh man, I'm definitely gonna. Oh, you know what? Now another thing to think about is when you watch scary things. Stop. Okay, stop. You know what? I'm going back to the skybox for a little bit. You could just chill out right there. I'm gonna have my time over here. Peace for a little bit, because I wanted to talk more, and it seems like this place in particular seems to be safe from whatever's up there. What is it about us like watching something scary, like Ghost Adventures for me? Or I think I remember watching a video as a kid, and I hardly had any access to the internet at all. But do remember in one particular instance where I did have access to the internet as a kid, in my grandmother's house in Texas, and my grandpa had his computer upstairs. The foster home they were running, they had a really big house, and they had their own backyard, and it was like one of the best places I would go to because I loved visiting my grandma because of their backyard, and just like it felt great to visit them, you know? Even though technically they're not all my blood relative uncles and aunts, they were still like fun to hang out with. And my grandma's house just had that vibe, you know? It just had that vibe of just like it's like another home, you know? That's the vibe I got from my grandmother's home. But continuing on, upstairs in my grandparents' room to like the door on the left, my grandpa had his own PC, and he allowed me to use the computer and play some games on it. And at that time, I had access to the internet, and at first he showed me, I remember beforehand, at first he showed me a video of like a Lego Spider-Man video on YouTube. I think I still have the video saved somewhere on my likes. And it was just absolutely hilarious. But then sometime after, I was able to get access to his computer on my own by myself for a little bit. And I remember the site that he went to, YouTube. And so I went to YouTube and I watched, I really don't know what video it was. I cannot tell you what video it was. I don't know what video it was. I don't even have it saved because I couldn't find it. But there was a particular video where they talked about one of the games I used to play on their computer, called Sonic R. Now, the game Sonic R that I played on the PC, it didn't have any music with it. For whatever reason, I never actually heard the soundtrack to Sonic R until later on when I became a high schooler / middle schooler. Or sometime around after and before that. Maybe even like during my high school days. I can't remember specifically what date that was where I actually heard the soundtrack. But regardless, during that time I was on the PC, I only had access for a little bit. So I found a video on a game for the game I played on the PC that had no music for Sonic R about the curse of the Tails doll. Now, I played a little bit of it already, and I could never like beat the game because I never understood as a kid how to play the game because I'd always struggle with the controls. So the video in question talked about like how to trigger the curse of the Tails doll, and there was a video of where it gave instructions of like what the Tails doll would come out and kill you after you would do a certain thing. And as a child, being an idiot as I am, oh, just when I thought I was safe. Oh, please, I'm talking about scary stuff, and you're not helping me. But the curse went like this. You had to play tag mode on the very first level. I can't remember the name of the level, but Emerald. I don't remember. I can't remember. Palm. I don't remember the name of the level, the first racing course. But you had to play tag mode, and you had to play as the Tails doll. And you had to catch all of the other members, and by the time you do that, a screen, after you get all the members on the tag mode on that first level with the Tails doll, the screen would fade to black, and then the Tails doll would suddenly be on your screen, and then he would essentially, like, you'd be cursed, you'd be basically, you're dead, right? And I believed this for the longest time, and growing up, the Tails doll was like I didn't think about it another time after that. I didn't believe it, and I even tried the curse myself, and I could never do it because the controls for the Tails doll is absolutely horrendous in that game. So I could never fully do it. And I remember watching again later on, growing up, like in the night, like what was it? I think it was in middle school. And I remember watching a video on my crappy phone. I couldn't exactly like have access to all of the internet, but with the crappy phone that I did have, I remember watching another video about it, and at night, and then I'd be absolutely scared, out of my mind. Like that's what I mean when I'm talking about like why do we have to be so scared after watching like thinking that it actually might come after us in the middle of the night. Can we just like I'm having a great conversation. I don't want to go back up. So yeah, that's. I think even now, sometimes when I watch something scary, even as an adult, like the top 10 scariest Easter eggs, or I'll watch Ghost Adventures at night by myself sometimes, because I own some of the seasons on my actual YouTube account. Like sometimes I'll just get like, I have that feeling that I'm still scared, even afterwards. Like something's gonna pop up in my room, or like books are gonna fly out of my dresser or something. I don't know what that feeling. Maybe it's just like, it's just fear of something that eventually could happen to you, because also the realism of it all, like especially for Ghost Adventures, and then there's also another show I can't remember what it's called that I used to watch, which also was like ghost hunting. Was like Ghost Hunting America or something like that? Can't remember. But maybe it's just like the realism of it all. Like the Curse of the Tails doll, how it could really happen like in real life. Like the feeling of something that can actually happen to you in real life is probably what makes you like feel that sense of dread after you watch it. And being in the middle of the night, that doesn't help at all. So there is that. Okay, I'm gonna go back up. Fine, I'll go back up. Fine, I'll deal with it. I'll go back up. I don't want to, but I'll go back up. It's already like trying to, yeah, okay. Yeah, I see you. Okay? So just stop. I know you're there. I don't know what you are, but you need to get some help. Like, you need help. Seriously. Why am I back up here? Why? I was so content being safe down there just with the noises. It seems like the noises just transfer over down there. It seems like the reach of whatever this is can't go that far. And can only like make noises and try to spook me. Oh, let's check this room. Let's check this room down here back where Alex is and see if there's anything going on down here. It doesn't seem like it. Seems to be the same old, same old. What? Why are you so safe down here, huh? How come you get the really, it probably. Ah! Oh, okay, I'm out. Okay, I literally. Why do I have to open my mouth just for something to happen? Why? Just leave me alone, please. Just leave me alone. I don't want to be here. I'm good, man. I just wanted to talk my mouth off for a couple of minutes. I'm going back down. I can't deal with you right now. Oh. I wanted to look at the moon more. The moon isn't down here. It's just the skybox. Actually, now that I think about it, there's pitch black below us. It's just pitch black. God, now I'm like paranoid, out of my mind now that something's gonna like pop up down here, and I'm not going to know it. Whew. Okay, let's catch our breath, calm our mind, and just talk about something to keep me sane. Maybe I could talk about the time when so I remember my aunt visiting as a kid. Going the opposite way now. I remember my time as a kid. One of the moments my aunt came to visit. I believe it was in Texas. I believe it was in Texas. And my aunt at the time was a teenager, like 18, maybe 19, maybe even 17. She was probably 17. The age doesn't matter. Just know that she was young at the time and still like in her teen years. And she was supposed to babysit me uh for a little bit while my parents were out. And I can't remember what they were out for. Maybe they were at the store. I don't think so because usually either my mom or dad would stay behind and watch me. So I can't remember. Maybe they were off to like a very important appointment at the time. As a kid, it's hard to remember everything. I've already stated this. So I'm in the living room with her and we decide to watch a movie. And there's one particular movie or movies. It's a double feature collection. So I can't remember what the other movie was, but the other movie on that double feature was Don't Look in the Basement. And that movie in particular, uh, my mom told us a long time ago, when we did watch the double feature collection with my parents, my mom let us watch the first one, the one I can't remember the title of, but she told us we could never watch the Don't Look in the Basement one. And that's the movie she said we were not allowed to watch because I'm assuming that she watched it and she thought it was too scary for me to watch as a kid. So my aunt comes over on that day uh, and she goes, "Oh, let's watch this." And she picks up the double movie feature collection, and then she goes, "Let's watch Don't Look at the Basement." And then I tell her my mom says we're not allowed to watch that. She said, "Well, I think she's already seen the movie." I can't remember if she's seen the movie or not. I think she might have lied to me during that time because she wanted to watch it and she didn't know what it was about. But I remember telling her that no, my mom says we can't watch that. And she's like, "Why not? There's nothing sexual in it or anything like that. You should be able to watch it. It's fine." So we watch it. And I tell you right now, that movie scared the absolute crap out of me as a kid. Because it's just like, I can't remember all of the movie. And I actually can't remember the whole premise other than that it's just like a foster home. Like my grandma has. It's like a foster home of some kind, or maybe it's like a mental home for the mentally unstable. I can't remember which one it was. It might be the mentally unstable home where they keep a home just for people who are just mentally unstable. Okay, listen, I'm sorry. Okay, it's been a long day. It's been a long video. But there's like, I remember there being one scene where there's a girl who killed, I can't remember if it was like the mailman or they were just a pizza guy, and she invited him into her room. And it was supposed to be a sexual thing, but no, it was murder. Like, it was absolute murder. I remember that scene being very bloody. And I remember the ending. The ending is absolutely like, holy. I'm sorry I'm talking about it right now, and I implore you not to look this up. And me just saying that is going to make you want to look this up. Stop. Me just saying don't look it up is going to make you want to look it up, but I implore you, if you're under the age of 17 and you're not allowed to watch scare, what is it? Why are you suddenly starting to make noises around me? Is it because I'm still talking? How about stop? I'm good. I don't need any more scares. But please don't look it up if you're not, like, it's an old movie. It's an old, like, there's color in it, but it's like you could tell it's an old movie. I think the scary part about it is not that it's not unrealistic. It's real. It's something that could actually happen. The people in that actual movie could do the things that they do. It's not unrealistic at all. Like, especially with near the ending, which is the craziest thing I ever seen as a kid during that time. But if you are allowed, I would give it a watch because I don't even remember the name of the I don't remember the whole plot to it. But I also want to implore you that there are probably other movies out there that have the same title like that, and it's not the one that I'm talking about. The one I'm talking about is the movie that contains the double feature of another movie, and I can't remember the name of the other movie for the life of me. So if you could find that and find that movie and you're allowed to watch it, I would watch it and just be aware that that movie is indeed scary. Oh, and you know what? Another movie that I haven't seen in a long time, and I can't remember the plot for it either, is 13 Ghosts. I think it had a reboot of some kind a while ago. And but the movie I'm referring to is the old one, the old 13 Ghosts, which is an old black and white film. And I can't remember the plot of the movie either. I think the family was supposed to be staying over at a house. And I think they were supposed to inherit some money of some kind. God, I really haven't seen the movies in so long. I need to watch some of these movies that I've seen as a kid. But 13 Ghosts really wasn't all that scary, you know? Maybe in certain sections it felt creepy. And maybe like the climax to the movie. But I don't think I ever found that movie scary as a kid. I can't remember. I think the movie that really just scarred me was Don't Look in the Basement. That movie in particular, I think, just left more of a mark in me than 13 Ghosts did. There's also a sequel called 14 Ghosts, which I really want to see. I still haven't seen it to this day. I've heard of it like on multiple occasions, but I always wanted to watch it. Maybe I should actually watch it after making this video. Maybe I should do that. I should probably do that. I wonder what the premise of that movie would be. Because of the climax... Oh, man, I don't want to spoil it if anyone's going to watch it. Because I can't even remember. But I do know that someone in the movie... well... Just say that there's a reason why it's 13 to 14 ghosts. Okay? I think we can all figure that out, right? Someone in the movie dies. In the first movies. Movie. Do I want to go back up? Do I really want to go back up to see what's going on? Right now, it's just teasing me. Right now, it's just trying to get me to come back up here. I'm giving it what it wants. Are you done? Huh? Are you done making the spooky? Because I'm most certainly done with the spooky. I've had quite enough of your attention. I've already had plenty of attention from you, my friend. Oh boy, why? Oh, okay. Already. As soon as I land. Listen, we can talk about this, okay? I've been talking for the past 4 hours, so you should know that we could talk about this, okay? I've done nothing to you. I've been an absolute peach. Oh, look at the moon. You know what? I'm gonna no clip. I'm gonna no clip and get a better look at this moon. Pooey, you can't get me from up here. Look at that moon, though. Look how it actually looks like a 3D model from down here. It doesn't seem flat. It seems like a legitimate spherical moon from where I'm looking at it from. This place isn't even that dark, though. Either. It's certainly dark when you get down here. Wait, is that the bottle piece? That's the piece of the bottle. Okay. Alrighty, listen. Alright? You're trying to... It's obvious that you can't follow me when I'm no-clipping. Obvious. How did this fall down? Did I knock that over? You know what? Why am I asking that question? I have someone haunting me right now. He did it. I blame him. Ah! Nope. I ain't about that. I'm not about that. I'm just gonna be here with my bottle, okay? That was loud. That was loud. I don't want any of that. I'm getting so uncomfortable every time. I get so uncomfortable every time I come up here. Ah! Okay, I'm leaving. All right, I'm done. I'm going back to my escape. I'm going back to my escape. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Oh man. Ooh, let's since we're on the topic of scaring and spooky stuff, and it seems like this seems to be the perfect time to talk about those kinds of things. Halloween is not necessarily my favorite holiday. I think my favorite holiday has to be Christmas. Christmas and I think Christmas just might be my favorite one out of all time. Valentine's Day is pretty good, I guess, but I mean, I haven't had Valentine's Day was usually meant for like during the school years, it used to be great during Valentine's Day because you'd pass out Valentine's cards. But now, like, as an adult, Valentine's Day doesn't feel that great. Especially when I don't necessarily know anyone. Like, because we'd always be moving. I've talked about this before. We just always be moving. And the fact that I just don't have any friends right now in real life is because, well, we just move all the time, and it just stopped making them because there used to be no point for me back then, and now I just can't just stop making friends. Growing up, at Little Caesars, they were my family. It seems I make more like connections at my job than I do like outside of work. Because I made friends during working at Little Caesars, and they were my family. I made friend. I no, stop. I made I made friends during COVID season. Whenever I did the Schweitzer COVID stuff, the test tubes and stuff like that. It just seems like I make more friends whenever I'm working than I do when I'm outside of work. And it's not like I don't get out. I do get out on occasions, and we go bowling. I go bowling with my family. I'll go out and want to go for a walk sometimes because I just feel too cooped up in my place. But like, if I end up wanting to interact with someone, then I'll just like not do it because I just feel so uncomfortable. But if someone like asks me a question or something like that in the open, like, hey, do you know where this is located? Or hey, can you help me hold this real quick? I'll do it. I'll be common courtesy and just do it. But I feel so uncomfortable approaching someone else. It just like makes me feel weird. And I think the VR chat videos help me a little bit more in terms of that on occasion. But I'll still tend to want to avoid people because I just feel a little uncomfortable. But my headset just made like a crackling noise. I hope that was nothing important. I hope we're good. I'm assuming that we're okay, right? Am I okay? I think I'm okay. I think we are fine. I wanted to talk about so Halloween. It's not necessarily my favorite, but I remember one year when we used to live in. I have to think about this. Hold on, I'm thinking about it because I don't remember where this was. In Texas, when we lived in Texas. This was like after the Oklahoma accident and after living in New York State. So when we lived in Texas for a bit, on Halloween, I remember that year in particular, that Halloween was probably the best Halloween I can have because my costume I picked was the Scream costume. And the Scream mask that I had like a plastic encasing over it, and it had like blood trails whenever you would move around. The knife I had also had that same like plastic-ish encasing that had like liquid blood in it, and you could shake it and stuff. And then my costume, I remember my mom getting fake blood and putting it on my like actual like cloak, you know, the cloak that you wear for the Scream costume. And my mom or one of my other siblings was passing out candy, and I remember hiding behind the car and scaring the living daylights out of people and chasing them with a fake knife. It was absolutely great. I would always I chased them across the street. And it was like an all good fun, you know. It wasn't like actual like, you know, that clown thing that is that still going on? That I've heard that clowns being on like the railroad thing going on like 2-3 years ago, and I haven't heard from that thing since. I hope it's not still a thing. This year I didn't hear anything at all from that, and I haven't seen any particular like news articles on it. So I'm hoping that whatever that trend or whatever the thing was going on is over with now, and if it's not, it's probably not as much as it used to be back when it was first popular. But it wasn't anything like that. It was all in good fun, you know. It's the spirit of scaring people and Halloween and just, you know, I had a great time that year. I remember Halloween that year in particular was my favorite in terms of that particular day in general. This year, however, it's just been cold. You know, it's been cold. This Halloween now I'm just passing out candy. I'm wearing ridiculous costumes. It's nothing like scary anymore. So it's just all in good fun now. Nope, I'm out. Nope, nope. No, 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 no! Stop! I don't want to put it. I want it. Stop! 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 Oh my god. Stop! I'm just trying to have a good conversation. I thought it was safe, and I thought it was safe. Nowhere is safe. Nowhere is safe. So whatever that thing was spawning around me is not. It's not happening anymore. It just seems to be the noises, which is slightly more bearable. A little bit bearable. It still feels like I'm being chased though while those play, and that's unnerving to me. Should I visit? Oh my god. All right, I'm visiting. Hey, what you doing up here? As soon as I land, something's gonna happen. I already know it. And I'm not planning to land. Oh, fine, I'll land. Oh, you're here! It doesn't matter if I no clip or not. You're still gonna happen to go around. You can't get me, can you? Oh, you can't get me. Oh, that was a little creepy. Okay, that was weird. Alright. Fine by me. You make weird noises? You want to spawn around and try to scare me? You're having a great time, aren't you? What if you're actually haunted, huh? What if you're the one doing the haunting and I'm just like humoring you? Oh my god. Oh, things are starting to scare me now. My own player model's scaring me. Yeesh, man. I don't necessarily want to be up here. So I kind of want to be back in my safe place where you're not messing with me. You know, maybe being out here is safer. Stop! Stop with the noises. I don't even know where the barrier is for this place is at. I'm trying to think of anything else I can actually talk about in terms of like spooky and like scary. And man, I really can't remember. I remember one night when we were watching a movie. What movie was it? I can't remember the movie. I remember us watching like particularly a scary movie. And I had friends over. And this is where I first started living in Texas as a kid. And I remember having friends over, and we were watching like a particularly like, I don't think it was a scary movie. I think it was just a normal like movie. Oh, we were watching. Oh, I remember now. We were watching Goosebumps. That's right. So we were watching Goosebumps, and I had friends over as a kid. And one of my friends in particular was scared. And I remember going to my parents' room and knocking on the door, and they wouldn't answer. So as a kid, being as insistent as I am, I continued to knock at the door. And I got punished for trying to tell my parents that my friend was scared of the particular show we were watching and wondering if we could change it. And I remember getting punished and being put in my sister's room, and it was dark in that room, and I hated it. I was sleeping on like a small little mattress on the floor because my sister was currently asleep in her room. Yeah. I know you're following me. And eventually, I was allowed back in the living room to watch stuff with my friends, so it worked out in the end. Okay, make all the noise. There's not even like. I'm gonna come up and say hi. I said hi, and it didn't do anything. Whatever, it didn't even do anything. Whatever it was, it didn't even do anything. Oh man. I just want to enjoy the night sky. I just want to enjoy the stars and the moon. And not have to worry about what was that about? Something's moving over here. What is this? Huh? Did you move the bottle piece? You weirdo? Huh? Okay then. That's good for me. I guess. Not really. Not in particular. Let's go back to the skybox. I know I've been visiting the skybox quite often, but I really do like this open space and not having to deal with whatever it is up there. I've been going back and forth in the skybox in this particular daytime. Daylight? Nighttime? Night? And now I feel like I've gone through a lot of stuff in my mind. Talked about a lot of things. Spoken it about. Maybe I should turn on the I would love to talk. I would love to like see how many echoes are on this map. Maybe I should enable that. That'd be a really cool thing to see. How many echoes like in the skybox and in the normal like map? How many would there? I'm assuming there'd be millions. I've already like spoken about this before. This video in particular is going to be about a lot of random things that are popping in my mind. Oh, you know what else I get? Oh, constellations. As a kid, I never understood how constellations actually work. You know, I know how they connect a dot and they make a picture, but I thought like when I would play connect the dots on like as a kid growing up, it'd make like an actual like full-on picture. But with the stars, it's actually very different, and I never understood it as a kid. I still sometimes think I don't understand it now. Because when you can draw like a picture up in the sky, and it'd be Scorpio or Sagittarius, you know, up in the sky, but it wouldn't be like a full-on like drawn out connect the dots thing. It'd only be like a few dots, you know. It'd only be like a couple dots in the sky for the stars, and I was always just so used to like drawing and connecting the dots as a kid on like a little activity book, you know? Fine, I'll go back up. My throat's starting to become sore already. It's started to become I mean not become, but it's been quite sore since I've been here. And now I'm thinking that maybe I should get a drink of water. Maybe. Maybe I should. Maybe I should just stay in here and hang out with little old you, even though I don't necessarily want to. I don't want to be in here. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to be in here. I don't like being in here. That freaks me out. And just being under there just freaks me out in general. More and more conversations about being in dark places that you just don't want to be in, you know? Ah. There are like I mean, you know, I've already talked about like the infinite map base and how the Flatgrass infinite map base. I remember watching a video. I'm trying to think of a conversation right now because I'm currently running out of things to talk about. You can only talk about so much in a 12-hour video on a freaking on Flatgrass, with things coming around you, trying to kill you and murder your face. But I remember watching how it worked. I also found out that in the Flatgrass video, not in the Flatgrass video, but the infinite map base, you can also go into outer space, which is absolutely crazy to think about. Like, they added an outer space section for infinite Flatgrass? And I want, or not Flatgrass, jeez, infinite map base. Jeez, man, I can't even come up with my own freaking subjects. I'm getting confused. Maybe it's because this headset kind of hurts a little bit. Having the headset on for even more than 2 hours still feels like a pain now. Probably because I haven't worn it as much as I used to. Because on occasion, I would do desktop videos. And I've already said this before, but I really love my stand-up mic. My stand-up mic is so good. I spent like $70 or $80 on it, and I have another one that my where I used to live with my uncle. He also bought the same brand, and he ended up moving out and leaving it here. By the way, he left it here. So I remember, not remember. So I really like it because when I talk into it, it gives me like feedback into my headphones, and I could sort of hear myself talk and know if my voice was actually picking up. Like, it's not like a replay of my voice. I remember having a headset where I used to do the same thing on desktop where you can hear the feedback, but it's not like that. It's like its own application. You can hear yourself speak and know that what words you're saying you're tripping up over. It's not like uncomfortable. To point that out, it's very natural to me, and I really like it a lot. So that way I can hear myself speak, and, you know, collect my thoughts. But when I'm having this headset on with the mod mic, by the way, I remember the name. It's a mod mic, a better mod mic. I bought a mod mic before, but it was like I couldn't switch between noise cancellation or you know, non-voice cancellation and just have 360 degrees of recording with the omnidirectional or the unidirectional. It was just unidirectional and it had noise canceling. The quality sucked, and I couldn't get the headset or the mic to attach to the headset that I have. The pads that they gave me, I don't know if they were old or if they just weren't adhesive enough. They just did not want to stick to my headset. But the quality in general for that particular mod mic sucks so bad that it was just a waste of money at that point. So when I did more research later on, I found it's the same mod mic company, by the way. The same mod mic company that made this one I'm using right now. This one, which I've already talked a lot about, is a mod mic, but it has so many more features. Like I can switch from unidirectional to omnidirectional. There's a mute button on the right, which I can actually just press it and it mute my mic. You know, there's better features on it, and I don't know why it just sucks when it comes to noise cancellation and unidirectional for their particular brand of mics. I don't know what research is doing into that, but the omnidirectional sounds so much better without the noise cancellation. but I hate that I can't hear myself. It doesn't have that microphone. My microphone's a Blue Yeti, by the way. It doesn't have that Blue Yeti microphone like feedback that I'm so used to when it comes to speaking. And I have to like listen to myself outside of my headphones when I'm talking, so that way I don't trip myself up. And I can't do that as much as when I like to record on stand-up mode, And I feel like I found out my stand-up software just not too long ago into my when I switched to VR now. And I want to do some more stand-up videos on my actual mic, because I really love the quality of it. I love it. And knowing that I also have a backup is great. So I have a backup of the same mic as well, because my uncle left his. So this is great. I'm trying to think about something else. There's some new like VR stuff coming out. Can we stop? You're being a little bit more lenient, but you're still making some noise. Okay, maybe not. Maybe you're just grabbing random entities at this point. You're trying to get me with anything you can find. Like we have the big screen Beyond 2 coming out, and I already talked about Thunder Ghost about this already. This comes back to the point where we were talking about new virtual reality stuff coming out, like with my SAO rambling. I don't remember if I talked about this or not. Oh my god, please tell me. It's been 4 hours. It's been 4 or 5 hours now. I don't know if I talked about this already, but I remember talking to Thunder Ghost about the big screen Beyond 2, because he was getting one, the new Beyond 2. And he had told me with the Beyond 1, and I also found this out later on, that with the Beyond 1, it uses your own what's that word? I can't remember the word. Okay, maybe you're not being as lenient as I thought. I can't remember the word. Your own like eye orientation, your own vision, like your own like particular like where your eyes are. I don't remember what the name of the word. I'm sorry, but I remember people sending them back because they just didn't have the right space between their eyes. Jesus, man, you're being so noisy now. And people had to send them back to get a new one, because when it would have the headsets on, there'd be like a space between their eyes that they just wouldn't fit, And so the Beyond 2 being announced and Thunder already ordering his, I had already predicted that it was going to happen again. And guess what happened again? People had to send them back because they weren't the right orientation for their eyes. But I think they negated some of the damage for that, because they have they added I actually don't know. I actually can't talk about this unless I know what I'm talking about. I think they had a switch where you can change between different adjustments for your eyes for the Beyond 2, but people still sent them back to get readjusted again. And the way that they do it is that you have to have your face virtually scanned with your phone, which is actually nuts. Another thing too is that thing is expensive. That thing is like $1,000 or so. And at first I was like, oh, this is great, a Beyond 2, and it's like, I think it also has like lossless, like there's no like so for those who own a Quest, for those who own a Quest 2 and a 3, the blackness near your eyes, at least for me right now, it doesn't have that. I think they have like pancake lenses, and you don't get that particular black area around your eyes. And I thought that was great. I thought it was awesome. I was considering of like getting one myself, until I found out you don't just need the headset. You need like the tracking, like the tracking, like the stand-up tracking that Valve, not Valve. Who does Valve provide those? Who provides those? Was it Valve that provided the tracking stations? Or was it some other company? I can't remember what the name of the company is. Because I haven't been looking into the VR space as often because I'm kind of content with my Quest 3 right now. I do want to upgrade one day to where I get like eye tracking and like lossless, like no blacks between my eyes and just better performance overall. You know, I one day I do want to get that. And another VR headset I've heard about was like the Apple Vision Pro, where, jeez, man, it had like a weird feature where it would show your eyes like in front of your headset, but it had like the same like kind of things I would want for like an upgrade from a Quest 3 to a 4, like eye tracking. It had eye tracking. It was a standalone Apple headset. Like it had eye tracking. Wait, was it the Quest Pro? Oh wait, am I thinking of a different Quest in general? Am I thinking of the Meta Quest Pro? Am I thinking about the Apple Vision Pro? I think I'm thinking of the Apple Vision Pro. I don't know why I'm walking towards it. I don't know why I'm walking towards this. Are you laughing or crying? I can't tell. I can't tell if you're laughing or crying. It's kind of freaking me out. But one day I really want to get a headset that's just amazing, where it has eye tracking and just no blacks near my eyes, where I can be fully immersed into the experience. Oh, and full body tracking. I would love to have full body tracking. I just saw that. Yeah, I see you right here. Full body tracking would be absolutely awesome. They have come out with cheaper alternatives, although they're still kind of expensive. I think there was another alternative I saw in VR chat for like slime VR or something, where they're like tracking pads you could put on your elbows and your legs and stuff. But I think they were like still like 90 or $120 or something like that. They're still expensive, but maybe one day I'll get them. I really want to try full body tracking. I've never actually. I always thought, like, wasn't the Quest 3 supposed to have like full body tracking of its own? I know those like hand tracking, but why do I remember there being like a video or like a preview of the Quest 3 where it had like its own full body tracking? Maybe I'm just remembering something different and my vision's just absolutely like messed up, because I don't seem to remember much of terms of watching things. But the Game Awards are coming up soon, though. I wonder what's going to be announced at the Game Awards. They're going to be happening, I don't think they're sometime in December. I've already placed my votes. Jeez, man. These guys just do not want to leave me alone. At least they're being a bit more lenient on me, though. It doesn't seem they're too bad right now. This seemed to be this actually. No, I feel like I've gotten pretty used to this a little bit. You guys don't scare me. Am I gonna regret those words? Absolutely. Oh, there's so much more I want to do. There's so many games I want to play. Yeah, you just do that. You just stand there and look pretty while I just get a good old look at you, and you're gone. And you're gone. What's with the objects in this room, though? Was this always just like in here? Is this always just in here from now on? Excuse me? What's that about? I don't know what that's about. I don't know what that's about. I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Are you doing this? Huh? Are you putting all these things in my... I want to go up here now since I'm a little bit used to whatever's trying to haunt me. Oh, and now that I'm talking about it, maybe we should go to the skybox real quick, because I did see in the corner of my eye that part of the skybox is still here. It's hard to see because of this. Yeah, you can kind of see a little bit of the city right here, but not really because of the night sky and for the skybox. And I think there's one back here as well. Yeah, you can kind of see it a little bit, but not too much. I wish we had that 3D city. What the heck happened to that, huh? Why'd you get rid of that? That was so great. I loved having that. Why did you just get rid of it? That was lame of you. And you got rid of the window downstairs. Alex, what the heck? Why did you get rid of it? I wasn't. Well, then again, it's not particularly sunset, so I'd get why. Maybe you just wanted me to feel contained while I dealt with the ghouls and the spooks. I see what your plan was. I see what you tried to do. I haven't heard from the... I haven't seen anything in a while. I'm hoping that nothing is coming. Oh, there it is. I was wondering when the noises were going to start going again. Oh, and you're over there now? Ah, you're just a... Whoa, there's an actual skin with you this time? What the heck? Excuse me? Were you like some weird zombie amalgamation? I need to play some more, I want to play some more Prop Hunt and some RP maps. I know I've already said this before, but there are a lot of like things I just haven't explored with Garry's mod. And I have explored quite a bit with Garry's mod. And I've never played like the sandbox in my own time. I need to do that too. I just need to have open Garry's mod one day and just play with the sandbox features. But then again, I'll want to continue the sandbox series too. The thing about wanting to play games with me, or at least in terms of being a content creator, is that when I want to play a game, I always have to go in the terms of mind of, hey, am I going to play this as a series on my channel? Or, hey, am I going to, like, make videos on this? Like, if someone wants me to play a game, like, I know there have been some people that have been asking me to play certain games for the channel, and I just haven't done it. I have, like, come to terms to want to play the game before without having to record it, you know? Like Sparrow. Sparrow's giving me the Bioshock series, like, the entire collection. And I remember beating Infinite, and I remember playing slightly a bit of the first game, but I never beaten it, right? I never beaten the whole game. I never even got close. I don't even remember getting far. But I'm assuming I'm to make videos on those, right? And there are times where I just open my Steam and I'm like, I really want to play this. Well, I just really want to play the game, but I'm like, I feel like I'm obligated to make videos or streams on it beforehand. You know, and I'm just not allowed to touch it, you know? That's the one thing that really sucks for me when it comes to being a content creator, I guess, is that there be a game I really want to play, and I have to just contain myself and go, am I going to make videos on this for the channel? Am I going to ever play this for the channel? It's like, I want to keep those first blind reactions to whatever game I'm playing, you know, raw and fresh, you know? And I think the one thing, at least to me, the one thing I can at least nitpick about being a content creator that really just sucks for me in general is that there are games I want to play in my own time that I really want to try out, but I have to, like, I gotta make content on it, you know? And I can only make so much content, you know? I can only make so many videos during a day. I'm already, like, taking, like, some time to work on this video, you know? And I have to hold myself back. because I want people to see the games that I play, you know? I just like doing it. I like exploring. I like playing things blind and giving those absolute raw reactions to things that I do. Okay, something's up. Something is up. Because now whatever was bothering me is not. Alright, never mind. Ignore what I just said. Completely ignore what I just said. I was just about to say, because now there's no noises and everything, and now no. I just got proven wrong in 2 seconds. I need to figure out, the one thing I do need to figure out is how to stream in VR. I know I can get the actual like VR stuff and everything set up, like how I do for recording, so that part's pretty easy. But for the other things, like having to get, I had to figure out how to get chat into my actual VR setup, because I want to be able to read chat and read any like particular, notifications on those streams. And I feel like that would be very difficult. I would have to do some research into that in particular. Okay. There's no doors. Why did you make some weird creaking noise? There's no doors here. There's nothing here. It's just grass. You can't... Wait, did something happen in here? Nope, still making its weird noise. Still doing its thing in here. I've been hitting my mic on occasions, trying to record this video. I hope I'm good. I hope so, at least. Why are you being so lenient to me now? What is going on? You were all jumpy on me at the beginning, and now you're just being way too nice to me. What's going on? Hello? No, I can't believe I'm actually asking for this, but what happened? Did I do something? Maybe the map has just decided to leave me alone. Maybe it finally realized that I'm not afraid anymore. I pulled a Home Alone on it, where I'm just not scared of it. So now I get to enjoy the night sky now? You finally decided to let me actually enjoy the map now, huh? Well, fine then. I'm going to do so. Oh, you know what? This is actually kind of reminded me of the VR chat world where I got to draw my name into the stars. So, for those who haven't seen the video, I would recommend you go watch it. That happened down there. That happened down here. Okay, now it's actually starting to creep me out. What is going on? It was already creeping me out, but like it's being so subtle about it now. Okay, no, okay, there it is. I was wondering when you guys were gonna start messing with me again. Okay, that's cool. That's fine. Maybe I don't get to enjoy the map. Oh, man. Oh, but it reminds me of the map where you get to draw your own, like, little images into the stars. I can't remember the name of the map. I think it was, like, a map that had other maps into it, which is probably why I can't remember... Map. It's world. It's a world. I can't remember the name of the world because that world in particular had worlds that were interconnected with other worlds as part of the experience, so I can't remember the name. But the world let you draw your own thing into the stars... And take a picture of it, which was great. I think I made it into the thumbnail. Did I make it the thumbnail? I don't remember if I made it the thumbnail. I don't think I made it the thumbnail. I did make it. Actually, I don't know. Did I? My hand is scaring me. I think I had the idea of making that particular thing a thumbnail, but I just didn't like the overall look of it because it didn't show much except for like the stars up in the sky. I can't wait till the Christmas season starts, though. I think it's already sneaking up on us, you know? I'm going to explore so many amazing holiday maps for the season. Am I gonna get copyrighted? Yeah, probably. I'm probably gonna get copyrighted out of the wazoo, especially for VR chat maps. It seems that VR chat maps give me more copyright issues than Garry's mod does, even though they particularly have the same things where you can just have your own custom music and all this other textures into it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've heard that one before. I've heard that one before. You're not scary, okay? You're trying to be, but you're not. You're not doing well, you know. Yeah, you're trying. Keep trying. All right, I'm getting used to it. I'm getting used to you. You roam around and do your thing. Maybe if you were scaring me on a different map which was darker, then I'd probably be frightened. You know what I mean? Like I could still see out in the distance. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like this. I can't tell whether she's laughing or crying. Yeah, I can't tell whether that's laughing or crying right now. Did I just see something out in the distance? I feel like I did. Maybe it's just me still losing my mind. Because a constant, I thought I'm good. I'm glad to know it wasn't just me being schizophrenic at the beginning of this video. Ah! Oh my. Okay. Oh Jesus, man, you spawned right in front of me. I like how I said I was getting used to it, and immediately that was unexpected. I get scared. Oh my God, man. I just opened my mouth. I opened my mouth and I literally said, "Oh, I'm not scared." Oh, what? Wait, I'm not scared. I'm used to it. Immediately, like a... Oh, I like that one. Is that a baby or a dude? I can't tell. That noise is still going on down here. What? Whoa, whoa, okay. Can we not? Can we not? I'm gonna go back down here for a little bit more and walk around. Because I feel like there's just a lot more space to... Okay, that one I don't like, because that's off in the distance. That just makes me feel worried. I need more infinite maps of like for Flatgrass. I wish there were more, because there was only one in particular that I've already talked about, but that was just the only one. I wish there were more, like an infinite Flatgrass for the with the sign and everything. You know, I wish the sign would still stay there too. But I understand why they removed it though, because it would be repeating the whole point of an infinite map is because it repeats the map and it like repeats it over and over in different chunks to make it give you the illusion that it's infinite. So I understand how the infinite map works, but also at the same time I don't, because I did an infinite map with a GTA map, and it was crazy to see how different even each area was. It was like low poly, you know, it was just low poly textures in certain areas. I think the entire map is actually kind of low poly, like a low, like downgraded version of that GTA map. But like every area, each chunk had a different section you can go to. You know, it was different. So I don't understand why, in particular, the sign would be removed. Why wouldn't you just keep the sign if you could still do an infinite map base? You know what I mean? I do wonder why they just removed it. Just the fact that it works is just crazy, you know. Are they just gonna leave me alone now? Every time I say that, they just, whoever it is just comes right on back. Of course, as soon as I open my mouth. Of course, as soon as I open my mouth. You know, it'd be cool. I would like to see what they would do if Flatgrass was on VR chat and the world. Oh, jeez, and the it had its own like day and night cycles where you could see the stars and the different like the stars moving. Uh, Maybe go up like go see different planets up in the sky. I just honestly at this point I just want a place where you could just go anywhere and everywhere, and no matter how far you go, it's always just an adventure. If like my ideal game would be like a world you can go on forever and it's completely like always just something different no matter where you went. Like I wish that like here's my concept of a game. Think of this as like my starting point. I'm just letting it do its noises so I can talk. Think of this as like my starting point, and I just start walking that way, right? It wouldn't just be flat grass. It'd be awesome to see like multiple cities, different worlds, maybe like an ancient tomb, you know, just like it'd be like an infinite world you could explore. Like VR chat has that like it's not there yet. It's like a middle ground between a world that you can explore forever and because like you have to open different worlds and explore, right? And there's different like there's different worlds and different places that people have made. But an ideal game would be something above that, you know? One world you spawn in and you can travel the entire world in VR. And like I guess you could collect resources or maybe have like maybe like a backpack where you can have like key items that you can keep for yourself for your adventures. Maybe like if you cleared the tomb, you get to keep it and put it in your bag and keep it forever. You know what I mean? And go on a different adventure. Go to a city. Jeez, that was loud. Okay. Wow. I get it. But a game which you can explore the entire world, the entire digital world, it would only be added on by the community as well. Like, instead of having to like put down a teleporting object to go to a different world, what if you can like get inside a rocket and go out and travel that way to someone else's custom world? That'd be really cool. That'd be really cool to see. I think I think a game called what is that game called? What is the game called? What is the game called? I can't remember. It's a Lego game. I can't remember the name of the game. See, this is what I get. I can't remember the name of the game. I'm screwed. Oh, no. What is it? I'm trying to think about it right now. It's a Lego game where you get to make your own world. Like, your own custom world. Can't remember the name of the game. But even then, I think that game was limited too. You can only go out so far. Was it called Lego Islands? What was it called? I can't remember the name of the game. This sucks. Oh well, it's what I get. But that would be my ideal game. Just to explore non-stop without ever having to stop. And I don't know when we're going to have the technology to do so. And I hope it's like sometime in the future, not too long. Because that would be the best game in the world. But everything has to be designed by a person, you know? Everything. The buildings, to the actual ancient tombs that I'm talking about. Like, everything has to just be designed by human hands in order to have that expansive. So not everything's going to be infinite. We can only create... It seems like we can only create the illusion of infinite. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen some clips of the classrooms, and I haven't played it myself, and I'm actually worried about playing it one day, but there's like an infinite mode. But it's like procedurally generated, you know? It's an illusion of like... It's not like an illusion, but it's like... It's like above the illusion of being infinite and below being actually infinite, because not all the areas are like... they're like repeating, they're repeating the same area over and over. There's infinitives. It's also like sort of an illusion of actual infinity, being able to explore the actual like back rooms and lands. You're being very active now. I want to know if there's a game out there somewhere where you can just walk forever, explore forever, and just see the world forever without ever having to teleport. And I know it doesn't exist. I know it probably does not exist. The only way that a game like that could ever exist without having to have human hands design every single building, every single like structure, it would have to be AI. Like AI would have to be it. It would have to like create its own like worlds as the player would go along. Like the SAO cardinal system. I'm not going back into the SAO like whole story, but I'm gonna nab something from it. In SAO, there is an advanced artificial AI intelligence called the cardinal system. And I think that is something that we definitely need if I want something in particular like that. What the cardinal system is in terms of like the anime, it randomly generates quests for users to go on to, and it gives rewards for the quests. It generates different events that can happen around the world or on the actual landscape itself. Like, it's such an advanced AI or system that in the anime that they've made, that it's something that I wish was actually real. Because I feel like if we had something that could make its own quests with its own quest rewards, create different events to the world, like the world could be peaceful like at the beginning, but then as time goes on, the cardinal system will adapt to like different wars that go on, and it would like change the map based around that. Like, is it AI? I mean, yeah, it is. But it's something that we're probably going to have in the future if we want something like that. Although in terms of like today's standards, we're like, I heard that Black Ops 7 has a lot of things going on with it right now, especially with the recent news that I've heard that calling cards are AI, which is unacceptable, especially if you're making a game with your hands, and it's not an open world game either. I think if we're going to be using AI, the only thing I would excuse it for is is what I'm talking about, having an infinite world where you can explore the ever expanse, because you would need an AI to create all of that. You would need an AI to make everything, like the infinite worlds, the different structures. You could make your own, like, it's okay to make things by your hands, if you're going to have that concept, in a world, ever expansive world that never ends. But if you're making a game like Call of Duty where you're not open world, and you're gonna be making everything, you really don't need to be using AI for art. That's absolutely insane. It's controversial to talk about, and I know that people are probably going to be mad at me before I talk about it, but it's unacceptable for something like that. The only excuse I can give is for my it's for my dream game, and that's very selfish of me. But that would be the only possible way for us to have. It would be a cardinal system of some sort, where it makes its own things. It makes its own quest lines. It makes its own storylines. And again, it's just like, there's always a double-edged sword when things come out. It's a positive thing, yes, but there's always just going to be something wrong with it. Something's always going to be negative about it. Like, even if we think it's something good, it's just negative. Something's just gonna happen where inevitably it's gonna have a positive and a negative, no matter how positive you want something like that to be, that's the thing with just new technology and just everything that comes out in general. You know, it's gonna have its negative effects. It's gonna have both positive and negative effects. That thing spawned right in front of me. I'm used to that now, buddy. I'm used to it. Ain't gonna scare me no more. As soon as I say that, I'm gonna get scared again. Wouldn't it be great? Ah, if RPGs were just like that. Just an RPG game that would go on forever. Never ending. Worlds you could expand forever. The game, by the way, I figured out the name of the game, by the way, after some time. Starfield. Starfield is the game I wanted to play that had limited exploration in terms of like the planets themselves. You can't exactly go out as far as you want. Though I haven't, like I said, I haven't played it in a while, so I don't know. I need to get back on it. So I will have to check that out once more. Let me think about something else. I think there's something else I wanted to talk about that I haven't brought up yet. I have this weird feeling in my chest. Kind of stings a little bit. Maybe it's because I've been talking for hours on end. That's probably what it is. It started to get real cold though this season. It started to get really cold. It's been a lot more rain, and you know what? I am more of a person who loves the winter than I do the summer. But I feel like at times I do equally just like the summer and the winter at the same time. Just because of all the positives, like the good things you could do. So like for me during the winter, I love sleeping in the cold. Like when I go to sleep at night, I make sure it's at least cold enough for me to, to sleep in. I also have like I like to sleep with double covers because I like being extra warm in the cold. I'm a weird person. I know, it's weird. But like during the winter, I like to drink hot chocolate and like be by like a fireplace and watch like some festive movies for the winter. I like having that cozy. It's that cozy feeling during the winter that I like. I think it's not like the snow is nice. Like seeing the white of the snow is fine, but I don't think it's the snow that makes me feel all that great during the winter. It's just the cozy feeling, I think, that makes me more happy, because ice is a pain in the butt to walk on, especially on the sidewalks, and snow is just like, it's also a pain to get through, especially when you're driving. And the summer, I consider it not as my favorite as much, but like it has like the same qualities of the things I like doing. Like I hate how hot it gets, I like being cool. I'm like a cool person who just likes to be cool all the time, every time. I'm like it has to be like 60 or 59 degrees every time I'm like in a room. When I'm at my mom's house, it's always just like 70 or like 75. I'm just like, I feel so, I can't handle it. I like it being cold. But the summer always has some great things too. Going to a pool or a pool plate. What was it? A swim park? What is that? A swim park? What is it? What am I thinking about? What am I thinking about right now? A pool park? Oh my god, am I an idiot? Am I an idiot? Oh my god, am I an idiot? I can't remember the name of the place. I can't remember. Oh my god, just a water park. Oh my god, a water park. I can't even right now. It's been too long. I like the summer because of the water parks you could go to, like drinking lemonade on a hot day inside in a pool. That's so relaxing. It's so, I mean, like the heat sucks, but things to counteract the heat just makes it comfortable in a way, which is weird actually. Like having it's like comfortable and like it's such a weird feeling of being comfortable in the heat, like in a pool drinking some lemonade, you know, even though you're trying to keep yourself from being hot and overheated. So I'm not on the fence of like which one's my favorite. I just like the winter because I just like it being cold. But the summer it's bearable in some scenarios and even relaxing to me sometimes, you know, because of just those particular things, like, you know, the water. You know, I love water. I've always stated in my videos that I just love water, how it looks, and I just like the feeling of being cool and you know, now that I think about it, those 4 years on the swim team might have changed some things. Maybe I'm just like in high school on the swim team. I've already talked about this, but I would always have to get up. Okay, except for my freshman year, I would always have to get up like 5 in the morning during my sophomore to my senior year. Always had to get up at 5 in the morning and go to swim for 2 hours. It'd always be cold, and at the time I hated it. But now I feel like as an adult, I just like being cool more because it was in Texas and it was always just hot no matter what time of year it was. So maybe I just come to appreciate, you know, being, you know, cold all the time more than I do like being in the heat. Oh, I almost walked into you once. I almost walked into you. You almost got me there, didn't you? So maybe my high school years, maybe being forced to do the swim team for 4 years did do me some good. You know, not only did I get a workout, but it changed my perspective on what I actually like in terms of, you know, the temperature and the time of day and the weather. Though my current boss doesn't like snow. She hates the snow. And it's understandable. When you're driving, especially when going up hills and such, if you're not like a four-wheel drive, you're probably not going to get up that hill. Or an all-wheel drive, not a four-wheel drive. Actually, now that I think about it, I only just learned about this being an adult now, that I always thought that cars would always just drive, like, when you press the gas, I always thought that the wheels would always turn no matter what. All four wheels would turn always no matter what. But no, this has existed for a while. I never knew about this growing up. Cars don't exactly... Maybe I should have taken the hint on some of these toys that have... It's been a while since any noises. It's been a while since I've heard any noises. I should have taken the hint from all the toys I've gotten from McDonald's and such with the little toy cars where you would pull back, you put it on the floor, and you pull back on the wheel and let it go and it would drive. But it'd only be like that one wheel that would do that and not both wheels. The back wheels would probably be the one, back or the front wheels would probably be the one that pushed the cart forward, and the other wheels would be, they wouldn't do anything. I should have taken that hint as a kid, but I never knew about, like, I never knew that cars would only have a front wheel drive or a back wheel drive. And what that means, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but a forward wheel drive or a front wheel drive is where when you press the gas, the wheels on the front of the car are the only ones that move, while the ones in the back aren't moving at all. They're just moving along with the front, like with the car. And the same rules apply whenever when you're using the back wheel. Like if you press the gas and the only wheels that move are the back, it's the back wheel drive. Is that what it's called? I don't rear drive. I can't remember the name. I don't know. That all wheel drive here. And then there's the all wheel drive, which is something that I've always like thought that cars always had, but they don't. Not every car has that, and that's insane to me. And I'm always what? I never knew about that. I would always just assume that cars would just go forward with all their wheels and not just certain ones. Like thinking about it on a technical level. But having an all-wheel drive is probably the best car you could get in terms of like for the weather. Like, are you going to be able to get up the hill all the way? No, especially like when it's snowy and it's ice, you're not going to be able to get up the hill all the way. But you have a better chance of getting up that snowy hill in an all-wheel drive than a forward-wheel or a back-wheel drive. You know what I mean? It's because the gas is what moves you forward. If the only thing that's moving you forward is the front two wheels, it's not going to help you get up that hill, because the front wheels are trying to move all of that weight of the car from the back. And the same thing applies. Like, it's trying to move all that weight from in front of the car up that snowy hill. It's not going to be able to do it as much than an all-wheel drive where all the wheels are just turning, because it's like equally balanced in terms of trying to get that weight of the car up that snowy hill. We've talked a lot on Flatgrass podcast. We're being haunted as we do so, and it's being lenient towards me, and I'm actually quite happy how lenient you've been so far. I can appreciate that. Like how I'm talking about cars. I'm talking about cars now. I don't know much about cars. I know sorry. Been talking for a couple of hours. Let me catch my breath. Okay. So I don't know much about cars, you know. I don't know brands. I don't know like the technical like mechanics of how a car works. I specifically just don't know the brands of what a car, like I don't, like a Subaru or a Mustang or like there's some things I kind of know, but like there's just a lot of other like types of cars out there that I just don't know. I'm sure I'll learn more as I grow up, but I just don't know a lot about cars. Just the cars that have just been around with my family, and you know, oh my God, that truck pulled up in front of us, a Ford, whatever, just pulled up right past us and tried to run me over with his truck. You know, those kinds of moments, or just the cars that my parents have owned in general. Those are the only cars I probably ever learn about growing up. And sports. I never really into sports. I'm not all that into sports, but I do remember growing up liking baseball quite a bit. I had this on my wish list, and I haven't bought it yet, but I need to. A game I used to play on my grandparents' PC was Backyard Baseball, which is an old like kids baseball game for the PC. Like, it had its own like cartoon art style, and they were all like kids that I could relate to when I was growing up. They weren't just like adults playing baseball. It was like literally playing baseball in the backyard kind of game, you know? Like The Sandlot. Oh my God, the movie The Sandlot. Whoo! You need to watch that movie. I love that movie too. It's like playing the game of The Sandlot on your PC. Basically, but not without all the movie bits. So there was the backyard baseball I played. My grandparents also owned backyard football, but I never really liked that one. I never played that one because I just didn't understand how to play the game and the mechanics. The baseball one was so much easier because all I had to do was either point and click on where I wanted to throw the ball, and then click whenever I wanted to hit the... You know what I mean? It was just easier for me as a kid and much more manageable. And then there was Sonic R too, but Backyard Baseball was on there too. Ooh, another game that I wish they would remake on Steam is The Incredible Machine. Crazy Contraptions. There's The Incredible Machine, and then there's The Incredible Machine Crazy Contraptions, which is like the second much better one that my grandpa owned. And I remember playing the absolute crap on that game. I never beat the story mode on that game, and as an adult, I never knew there was a story mode. I typically only played in the sandbox, where I would only like just mess around with all the different objects and stuff and try to make my own Goldberg machine. It's literally a Goldberg machine game on your PC, which was fun as all heck. And they need to remake that. They need to remake all my childhood games. You know, I need The Incredible Machine Crazy Contraptions on my PC. I already have Seven Wonders. Summer of Wonders is already on my PC. I need Chuzzle 2. I need Chuzzle. I can't remember which one it was. Chuzzle Deluxe Edition or just Chuzzle. They need to make that game again. That game is something my grandma would play on my grandpa's PC. It's like a puzzle game where you click and drag all the little fuzzy little balls and match them in like a groups of four in like a square, a straight line, diagonal. Like it was a great puzzle game and had achievements too as well. I think if I'm not mistaken. They need to remake Chuzzle, the Incredible Machine. I need. I owned one of the Lego Island games, but I could never get it to work. I think it was because my grandparents' PC couldn't run it, and I could never have the chance to play it. But I can't remember which Lego Island my grandparents used to have. Now knowing that there were two of them, I think. Oh, I can't remember. I think my grandparents owned Lego Island 2. Was it 2 or 1? I think it was 1. I can't remember because I wasn't able to play it because the game would just never load. The closest I gotten in terms of that game I was running was being able to get through the menu and riding on a bike, and that was it. The game crashed. Like it would never just it was just so slow in terms of booting up and everything. So I need remakes of those. I honestly probably just need to download them and play them. I'm sure they're freeware by now. For those who don't know, freeware is when a game gets way too old, to the point where it's not being sold in digitally, physically, or anywhere else, that it becomes freeware, which is free to download and free to play. And I know there's another game out there that I want to make a membership series on, which I need to get right back onto. There's another racing game that I played on my grandparents' PC which actually worked. It actually worked, but I can never beat it, and I've never gotten past level 1. I have it saved on my YouTube. Because I found the game after searching for hours on end. So I have a YouTube video saved on what the game is called. I can't remember it from the top of my head, but it's like Crazy Toy Box Racing or something like that. Crazy Kart Toy Box Racing or something like that. I think that's the name of it. No, I don't know. I remember searching hours for it. But that game in particular is freeware, and I want to make a membership series on it and go back to my childhood games as a kid. I'm trying to remember any other childhood games I used to play as a kid. Like I think there was a Hot Wheels Stuntman game I used to play on that PC. I think at some point my grandparents' PC got an upgrade. But at the time, I don't think I could find Lego Island, or even thought about trying it. But there was another one which was Hot Wheels Stuntman, where you got to choose different stunts in different locations, but you couldn't exactly drive on your own. You can only set the power to how fast the car could go, and then you would launch it. And it would just cause explosions and hit buildings, and it was a grand old time. I don't remember the name of the game title in particular, but I do remember that game was really fun to me. Oh man, bringing up childhood memories while I'm being haunted. It seems like they've just been leaning on me and just been listening to me talk. They've probably connected to me more as a person than they are trying to scare me right now. Because now it just feels like they're just listening to me talk. Which I can definitely appreciate that. Thank you for letting me speak my mind, ghosts. I'm having a grand old time. I thought I was going to run out of things to talk about. I think it was because of the initial start of being scared of which caught me off guard, which ruined my train of thought before I started to speak my mind about other things. Oh man, and I need there's animes too. I want remade, or not remade. I want more episodes of. I've already talked about Sword Art, but we're still waiting on another season for that. My Hero I'm currently watching. I need to catch up on. I think this week they're releasing the final couple of episodes. Well, actually, I don't know. I thought they were releasing the final episode for My Hero this week, but I could be wrong because it's supposed to be 11. but there's not 11 for season 7. So, oh wait, or was it season 8? So I don't think we're close to that yet. But the animes I want more episodes of. There's Asterisk War. Oh, I need more episodes of that. I can't, like, I've been buying the light novels, but they're so expensive. I have like the first and second light novels for that anime, but they're just way too expensive and so scarce. Man, I know they're probably on like Google Play somewhere, but I like having the physical book in my hand because I feel like I won't fall asleep looking at my phone. I wouldn't. I don't know, blue light. I have a blue light filter on my phone all the time. It just doesn't feel as. I guess it's just a feeling of not actually having the book in my hands, which doesn't. It doesn't feel like an actual book that I'm reading. It feels like I'm reading something off the web, if that makes sense. I have the entire Najima series omnibus now, but I don't have. I have the omnibus versions, which is like the big books. So I have all of the big ones, but they didn't make any more omnibus. Okay, I got it. But they didn't make any more omnibus books with like the 3 different mangas in one package. So I need to get the actual manga books, but there's the next one after the omnibus book I have is like $200. Way too expensive for me to have. for a light manga. But I think, guys, can we stop with the noises? Stop. Oh, okay. Alrighty. Alrighty. I don't want to be in here. Oh. Whoa. Look at this. We've gone a full day in Flatgrass, although it's only been like, how long has it been? 4 hours? Wait, what? How long has it been? I have no idea how long it's been. Oh, look at the mountain out there. Look at the mountain ranges. Look at all the details here. The darkness has been conquered, and now it has turned into daylight once more. Only we are surrounded by vegetation, ambience. There's literally movement in the grass now. Look at this. This is a treat. I am very happy about this. This Flattywood sign seems even bigger now from a distance. This looks way more realistic, although the grass floating currently from my view, it doesn't add onto that, but still, it's a lot better than just complete flat grass. This just seems like it hasn't been mowed in a while. Although, why would you want to get rid of any of this vegetation on the ground? The pretty flowers. Although I feel like I'm still being haunted though, because those flowers are moving, are floating off the ground in like a ghost-like fashion. These ones seem pretty nice. I love blue. I never really appreciated how, simple animation is. Like, I've already talked about making like a flip note animation of my own, I believe, in this video, although it's hard to keep track of the amount of time that has passed that has left my mouth during this entire video. But like, I've never really like truly appreciated, like, it's just so simple how the animation. Wait a minute, is that wait, hold the phone. What? Hold on. I need to wait, hold on. There's like a little symbol right here next to the grass. Is that just me? There's like a little circle symbol right here. I didn't even. But anyways, before I get lost, lose track of what I'm talking about, I thought there was like a box against the building right there. All this is just a simple looping animation of like the textures being stretched and moved around in like a wavy fashion, giving it that realistic like plant-like look as like the wind blowing. Although the only thing I can hear in my ears is the birds. I can't exactly hear the wind, which Am I gonna be hallucinating again? Please don't throw any more ghosts my way. I'm fine after the last encounter. I'm good. I'm completely content now that I've gotten through whatever that was. But like I was saying, look how just simple it all looks, and it all just. I wonder if is it happening at random intervals or is it all happening at the same time? Is it? Did I just hear something again? I'm absolutely hallucinating. Also, it's really cold right now. Because the weather has been it's been definitely not very cheerful in terms of it's just been cold, which is actually nice. I've already talked about how I really love the cold weather, so I don't mind it too much. I like it being cold. This is like of like flower X's. Look, these are just flowers with like. Is this X mean that it marks a spot? These are all X's. I'm seeing a bunch of X's now. and like the animation just like it goes to everything else. I don't think this is being squashed. Like you can definitely see how stiff this particular brush is and how low res it is. Like I've said in like multiple occasions, like in VR, like the quality of like Garry's mod, like it, you could definitely see the low quality of Garry's mod in VR, but in desktop, I'm sure you could see it a bit less, considering the fact that the screen is like a slightly like it's not in front of my face, it's just like at a distance, at a certain distance. So I'm sure this looks amazingly beautiful, even more so on desktop than it does in VR view. Oh man, does that mean you have opened the bounds for me to go even further beyond? Is that wheat? Can I go further beyond the bounds? Can I actually walk towards the sign? Am I able to roam and frolic the fields of flowers and Man, this is so nice. God. I'll talk about the building in just a second. I just want to know how far I can go. I didn't do that for the different times of day. I didn't actually think about how far can I go. I'm sure I can go quite far. Right? Please tell me I can come all the way over to the sign. Ooh, look at these flowers though. I thought they were like little ladybugs from a distance for a second there when I was approaching them. Oh, it probably ends. It probably ends over here. Yeah. Yeah, I can see it. Oh, there it is. Now you can really see the low quality grass from here. The skybox. But look how much space we have. Look how far we could go and just oh man, does this place actually exist in real life somewhere? That would be so freaking cool. I would definitely spend my time there. Hours on end. I can't speak. Like it's hard to hear myself. For hours on end, just roaming around the fields like I've been doing for the past 4 or 5 hours. I can't keep track of what time it is anymore. I can't always just glance at how long I've been recording for. Oh man. I'm sure there would be wildlife here too. And are those shrubberies or like different like bushes in the distance as well? I'm assuming that the out of bounds area ends once there's no more plants to see in the distance. Oh man, it does feel like we can go even further beyond than what we could. And look at this, look at the sky. Look at that. Blue but not too blue. And you can see clouds within the clouds. Like you can see the faintest hint of white clouds, and then you have the actual visual clouds that you can see. Do you see what I mean? Like you can see like the visual representation of like yeah there's some like smoky like cloud up there, and then you can actually like see the visual representation of what a cloud is. I should have been paying attention more to the skybox on the different times of day since I've been here, roaming around. And now that I think about it, this makes me, oh man, this gives me more of a reason to come out here and look, to look at all the I could literally just lay in here and just sleep. This would be a great resting spot for me. Will there be bugs in the grass? Probably. Yeah, there probably will. Maybe on a blanket, maybe not just completely like in the grass, but like maybe on like a small blanket, just completely just soak everything in. And it doesn't even feel like it would be too hot either. It feels like it'd be the perfect temperature for this, because you got so much vegetation going on out here. And now I feel like I can like enjoy the flat grass even more with the plants around. Sure, I enjoyed roaming around in the skybox below, and I can only take it for so long, just completely flat, and this just, it feels like I'm walking through a vast garden created by nature itself, and the slight bit of humanity in the center of the field. This Flatgrass podcast has definitely changed into like the Groancast podcast. Groancast podcast? I can't even make a Flatgrass representation for the podcast. The imaginary podcast I had come up with in my head. You know what? Now that I think about it, I've done it in like VR chat. But let me just take a seat here. Let me just like really take it in. Wow, this is nice. Imagine like the quality if it were like in Unreal Engine. Could you imagine how much like I'd feel even more at peace if the quality got like a 10 times upgrade. But even then, this is nice. All that walking around, all that talking. Now I just want to take in the peaceful bliss of this place. Although I don't want to accidentally step on and sit on my mic and accidentally unplug something, which is what I'm checking right now. While I'm enjoying this scenic view. Oh, I can only imagine what the skybox has changed into. Wait, that almost seemed to look like it moved in the back. Wait, is it moving back there? Wait, those seem to be moving back there. They are. I wonder if there's also textures been added, like the actual textures have been added to the skybox as well. I already said they looked like shrubbery in the background, and I wasn't sure, so it seems like they indeed are. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, you know what I just noticed? Wait a minute. Am I being a schizophrenic again? Oh, the clouds are moving. The clouds are actually moving above my head. That just adds to the realism of what's going on. You're being really nice to me now. Have you finally just given in and given me a place to relax and just take in the sun? Oh man, I might just have to take a rest here. I'm not even gonna lie. This feels great. This feels really nice. I feel at peace. I probably shouldn't be doing this because I'm trying to, well, also because my VR is kind of breaking a little bit. If only Garry's mod had full body tracking, but then again, also I'm pulling on a cord. Oops, don't do that. I'm gonna have to get up, aren't I? Yeah, I had to get up. But how can I? This is great. Even if Gary's Mod had full body tracking, I would still have to pay $150 or $120 just to pay for the cheapest option for me. Also, now that I realize it, now laying here, I am unorientated from where I wanted to be, so I'm gonna have to get up. But that was great. I could sit there for a couple more hours, but I don't want. I'm already boring. I'm already boring everyone to death with this video alone. So maybe I should hop onto it and keep looking around. This is awesome. Now, if you're giving me a little bit more to look at, but I wish I had gotten some water in this place. Like, what are you waiting for? I want to take a little dip. Maybe there's some water in the center that I haven't seen just yet. Oh, you know what? This in particular is bringing up some more memories of my childhood. I got to think about this for a second before I end up opening my mouth. So it was in New York State where I used to live. And I remember having friends. Hold on, my Oklahoma stuff is mixing in with my New York stuff. I remember. Oh God, come on, bring up the memories. Come on, bring it up. You were just about to talk about it, and now you've lost it. Okay, now I'm remembering a little bit more. But gosh, it's so hard. It's so hard to remember everything, especially when you've moved around a lot since I've been a kid. I had friends in New York State. Two boys. We're just gonna call them Dave and Philip for now. I'm gonna incognito their names. So Dave and Philip were probably one of my best friends until they ended up moving on later on. While I still lived there. They were also a military family, so they moved away. But while they were there, we had a great time together. And I remember they had permissions that I did not. So when they would go out into this giant field of this, it was like wheat, but it was very taller. I think it was like more like a wet kind of swampy grass look to it. So it wasn't exactly this, but this is a good example of what it kind of looked like. But it was really tall, and they would go out of the into the neighborhood, and they would go through this like tall, like wet, wheat grass. And the reason why I know this is because I'm getting to it soon. But they would go over there to like a secret base they told me about inside this wheat grassy tall area. And I, with my strict parents, being a military family, they also had parents who were in the military, but they weren't as strict with them as my parents were, especially my mom. I couldn't go with them. The furthest I could go was just down the sidewalk, and that was it. And even then, I couldn't see where they would go. And one day, I decided to go with them. How did I do this? Well, I came up with a plan. We had a dog named Teddy. We had two dogs at the time in New York State. Not steak. State. Rocky and Teddy. I think I've already told the story about Teddy, the little dog, the one who I caught near that store in Oklahoma. Now, I can't exactly remember when he ran off. I can't remember if it was during Oklahoma or New York State. So I'm pretty sure it's Oklahoma, but I just can't remember where I lived first before any of that. I think I lived in New York State first, then Oklahoma, but besides the point, like I've said, my memory's mixed up. Don't listen to me. Listen to me, but don't listen to me. So I had the idea of taking him out for a walk, and I used that as my excuse to go past the neighborhood. And it worked. I was able to go out past where I was usually able to go and follow my two best friends Drake and Philip. I hope that was the names I came up with because I was too busy talking. And I went in there and followed them, and I thought it was really cool as a kid. There was a couch. They had like a dresser there in the middle, like this little opening, and like a circular opening in the field, like it was a secret. And I followed them there. There was a couch, a dresser. There was like some cool stuff they had there. Though there weren't like any magazines. It was more like a trash, like a place where a homeless person lived. And at the time as a kid, I didn't know what it was. I thought they had just put that there as a kid, and my stupid dumb brain didn't put all the pieces together, but I was smart enough to figure out a secret way to get there on my own. Or not on my own, but to get there with my two best friends. And I've only visited the place twice because I went there to visit a second time, and I couldn't remember where it was because I was there on my own walking the dog. But then my mom ended up finding out where I was going, and so she parked nearby up the area where she could see, and she saw me with the dog in there, and she called me like very angrily, and I was telling her I was just walking the dog, and then she's like, "What were you? No, you don't walk the dog in an area like that. It's basically a swampy area. What were you doing?" And I told her, "Well, there's this secret base that my two best friends had, and I like seeing it." She's like, "Secret base? What are you talking about?" I was like, "Well, they had like a couch. There was like an old dresser. Like it was like a little messy and stuff." She's like, "You do realize that's where homeless people probably have been. I want you to stay away from it." And then I learned that the truth that it wasn't really a secret base, and it was just like a place where a person like an adult could be. And I didn't know at the time. I was just an oblivious dumb kid who just thought, "Hey, this is cool," Like I've never been in a treehouse before, have I? Have I been in a secret treehouse before? I don't think I have. I've never been in a treehouse before, I don't think. Maybe I will. Maybe I have, and I'll end up bringing it up later once I unlock another key memory. But as of my memories right now, I don't think I have. That was like my secret treehouse. Like my best friend's secret treehouse, mind you. So that's a little bit of another story of my past self, my little kid self. At the time in New York, I think I was still in like middle school, so no, I think it was like in 5th grade. I don't know. I can't remember. It's really hard to remember. I wish my memory wasn't such a jumbled mess, so I know where I've been. Maybe if I actually had like a phone growing up as a kid, I would actually remember the friends I've made and what year they were in. I could ask them, but I can't exactly do that when I don't have their contact information or anything like that. But with that out of the way, we should check out this very detailed building. Also, I think I've been hitting my mic once more. I apologize for that. Let's see. Look at this. This seems really realistic from a distance. You can actually like see the brick like popping out towards you. The skybox is still moving, and the clouds are. I think it's just the skybox moving. I think so. And then once you get a little bit too close, you can kind of see how flat this texture really is. But the illusion of the texture being like, so good and high quality is so great. This is like Unreal Engine before Unreal Engine, Like how highly detailed it looks just from a distance, and then coming up close and then seeing the actual like, this is just an illusion of it being detailed. And I'm sure other games have had to do that a lot back in the day, having to use high-res photos and like compress it and to put it into like an actual game to make it feel like it's like part of the world. We have come a long way in terms of graphics now, have we? And now that I'm coming over here with my flashlight, I feel like a slight bit of lag. Just slightly. Not too bad, just small stutter, but that's it. Oh man. Oh, the tag is still there. Oh, I was about to say I couldn't find the tag earlier. Going through there. That's what I meant. I'm surprised I'm not lagging. Is my flashlight off? Okay, it is off. I'm surprised that I'm not like full on lagging. This is great. This is awesome. Now, how much lag would it be if we added some water? How much lag would we get if we added water? Who knows? I think I want to check out the skybox now. I mean, I'm enjoying these fields of grass, and it actually... Oh, man. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Why not? Oh, no, let's check out the secret, room over here. Oh, hello. Wait, where'd Alex go? Where'd she go? Hello? Where did she leave me? I can't read it. I can't read that. Sorry. I wonder where she went. She just left me here all by my lonesome in this room. And the light source that was in the top of the room is gone now. It's just a light. Alright, let's check this skybox. I'm really curious. What? Oh, okay. Whoa. Look at this. This is crazy. You can actually just see all of the plants from here. Hand, don't do that, please. Whoa. This is awesome. This is working differently than I thought it was. There's like 3 different skybox. Is there like 3 different skybox happening right now? What? These are... Whoa. So we have... There's like multiple, actually. This is really great. I can't tell how many there are. There's like clouds on top of... Okay, this is interesting. Huh. Okay, I was about to say this area seemed more high texture than this, but no, that's not the case. So it's like different effects, PNGs across the skybox, and like there's like a dome, like a very slight dome of clouds. You can see it from here around the outside. This is cool. And it's got like a transparent effect on it too. Look at that. Yeah, it's even got like this transparent effect to make it work. I wonder how hard it is to make a custom skybox. I know I've finagled around in Hammer++, but how difficult would a custom skybox be? Also, am I bound by the rules of this map still? Can I just walk around anywhere? Oh, there's no grassy texture when I walk over here. Neither here either. Just regular footsteps. Wish it was still the grassy, walking texture, but I guess I can live with it. Still amazing, though. All these are moving. Look at that. It is moving. That's cool. Good to know it's not like just some vehicle or something like that. Wait, can we actually see the clouds move here? A little bit better? Are the clouds even moving here? Oh, they are. They are. Look at this is cool. Now it seems like we're higher than we actually are since we put the clouds. Oh, and this is actually a 3D model. The other one, during the other different times of day, were just it felt flat, but this is just fully 3D. This is a nice touch to give it more of a realistic look. I like that. I also like how I feel like I'm actually climbing the mountain, climbing the hills. so refreshing. So refreshing to the other. Like, it was just like night. It's like night and day. It's like literally night and day compared to the other times of day that we've gone through. Though I did enjoy looking at the stars during the night and seeing the moon. Although I kind of hated that I had to go through that spooky thing just to look at it, but hey, you know what? Worth it. This is worth it. Hey, look how tiny that sun is up there. That is one time. Actually, now that I think about it, that's more realistic. That's more of a realistic sun than the one up top in the normal area. Feels more realistic. Because, like, the sun in, like, the real world is not even that big. Well, unless... I don't think... Listen, who stared at the sun? Okay, I stopped staring at the sun since I was a kid. After I learned that you can go completely blind staring at the sun for too long, I stopped doing it. So don't ever think our sun is usually that big in terms of just, like, distance. But it's very big. It's a very, very big... So the sun is a bit bigger than our Earth. It's also a star, by the way. The sun is a star. A very long-lasting star. One day it's going to be put out. Then what's going to happen to this world? What will happen indeed once it goes out? I don't think it's going to go out until... I don't think it's going to go out for a very long time. Definitely not in my lifetime. It's going to be out... in like 50, I think it's like 50 million years. I have to look into that. I can't remember how long it was before the sun would go out. But I think it was like millions of years, so it's gonna be a while. Or was it thousands? 50,000 years? I can't remember. I could have sworn I read an article or something like that. Or maybe in a book. God, I remember, now that I'm talking about planets, I might as well bring this up. As a kid, I always wanted to be an astronaut. And then my dreams were horribly crushed from reality. Like, they were just stomped on. Like, it's, like, very hard to become an astronaut. Like, very hard. But not impossible, but hard. It was just a dream. It was just my fascination with the stars and the planets growing up. I always liked it. I could always, as a kid, oh my God, now that I'm getting into it, as a kid, I would, like, look at the, sorry, a little bit of digestion. I'd always have, like, this really big book of, like, information of the planets, and I believe my mom got it for me as, like, a gift one time because she knew how infatuated I was with, like, the planets and the outer reaches of space. I just really liked, like, the look of the planets and knowing that there's more out there to see. Like, my favorite planet is Saturn because of the rings. That's always been my favorite planet. I always got them mixed up with with Jupiter. I always got Jupiter and Mercury all, like, mixed up. Wait, no. Jupiter and Saturn. I'm an idiot. I can't even speak. I've been speaking for too long. Jupiter and Saturn. I always would think that Saturn would be Jupiter and Jupiter would be Saturn. It always confused me. And growing up, I learned that, like, Pluto was supposed to be the last planet until it was proven that it's not a planet. And every time, like, my favorite place to go, growing up as a kid, when we first lived in Texas, I would know all the names of the planet as, like, what was it, like a 5 or 6 year old? Maybe 7. I can't remember. Maybe like a 7 or 8 year old. Like, as a kid, I would like know all the planets by heart, like by memory. And I remember we were going to this planetarium. We would go to the planetarium in Texas. And I was always like scared because of the actual like screen at the top, and I still am not used to something like that. Because I remember us going on a trip as an adult, by the way, and we were seeing like dolphins fly on like the flat screen. Like it was way better, like a modern like version of the old planetarium that I had gone to as a kid, where it'd be like more immersive and actually had like video footage and it's crazy effects. So, but I remember like as a kid, it was so cool to go to the planetarium. I think we even watched a movie on that thing. I think we even watched a movie in the planetarium. I can't remember. What did we watch? What movie did we watch? Did we watch Lilo and Stitch? Oh, did we? I remember it being like a cartoon of some kind, but I can't remember exactly what it was. It's a lost, distant memory now of what it was. And when another time when we had gone, where I sat next to our teacher, I named all the planets. You know, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. I remember her being thoroughly impressed at me. Like, what? How do you know that? Like, because I love planet. I think it was the planetarium that, it might have just been that planetarium that ignited that fire of inspiration of, like, of how cool it could be. You know, maybe it wasn't just the planets itself. You know, I'm sure it was, but my overall fascination with like amazing technology. You know, I'm sure at the time as a kid, you know, it was just like basic technology. Like the stars weren't actually stars; they were just like flat images on an actual video screen above my head. But it was so cool then. It was so great because I like he even like had a laser he pointed at with the stars, and he drew the different constellations. And I don't even remember them. I don't. But man, such a good time to be a kid. And I remember also like getting I think I got a telescope for Christmas. Don't know what year I got that telescope for Christmas, but it was a cheap one that my family could afford during our time. I don't think we were in the military at that time when we got the telescope, so it might have been before we ended up moving. But I could never figure out how it worked. I didn't know how the telescope even worked. I always thought I maybe broke it or there's just a piece I was missing. I didn't know how to use it, but I tried using it. I had fun playing pretend with it, I guess. You know? So maybe the stars and the fascination of space is another reason that could be why I like exploring now. Why I like seeing different worlds in front of my eyes. And maybe we should go to a VR chat world just dedicated to the stars and the outer reaches of space. I wonder if there's a planetarium for me to look at in VR chat to reignite that spark, that fire that still burns within me, that makes me just want to keep going and seeing new things. And maybe just relive childhood memories. Oh, man. I really hope that planetarium isn't closed down. I remember when we went over there for a visit a couple times. And I now that I'm thinking about it, when we moved back to Texas, either from Oklahoma or New York, like I said, I can't remember. And being older now, like as a teen in high school during that time, I remember we would always go past that fateful planetarium I used to go to as a kid and wanting to go back so bad. Like I would always ask my mom, hey, can we go there someday? Hey, can we go there for my birthday? Can we go there for like after Christmas or something? And you know what? We never did. We never did go back. I always wanted to go back to that planetarium and we never did. It was like, it had always had the drawing of Saturn in front of it, you know, like made out of tile. Maybe it wasn't a drawing, but it always had like the picture of Saturn or Uranus, like on that building, just sitting at the front entrance, waiting to call me in the dome. Man, God, I miss it so much. I really hope it's still standing, because that place is probably a really good memory. I don't think I've ever been to another planetarium after that. That was probably my yeah, I think that was the only planetarium I went to. And like I said, the one I went to that was like a planetarium, the one where we saw dolphins and it was like a high res and all the effects. I guess that could be considered like a planetarium. I guess. I mean, it made me feel like I was on like a roller coaster ride and kind of made me sick a little bit. So there's something. Also, now that I think about it, something is so weird. I wonder, like, has anyone else had this experience, or is it just me? Where you're in the seat and then you have to lean back and look up towards like the dome in the ceiling, or the big old flat screen dome, like seamless, and like you have that sick feeling in like your back or in your stomach, like you're like in the actual moment, like you're feeling tense, scared, but also like intrigued, And being in VR now, I get scared. I get like, intrigued by things. I'll see like textures and I'll compliment them, and I'll see things in the distance and like try to make up stories and such. But I've even been on a roller coaster in VR chat, but I've never felt that feeling since like the planetarium gave me. That on the edge of my seat, pulling me in like scared, like tense feeling that those kinds of things have made me feel. I haven't, and that's weird to me. That's so strange to me. Why haven't I felt that doing VR chat? Like, I've been scared. I've you know what I mean? It's just like, what is different from that to here? Maybe it's the fact that when I'm in here, it doesn't feel real to me yet. Maybe it's just like, I know I'm in a virtual space. I know I have virtual hands holding controllers, a big headset, like an actual headset with an attachable mic attached. And maybe it's just that feeling of being able to hold controllers, and then knowing that, yeah, this world I'm in, it's not real. It's fake. You're wearing technology on your head, having to immerse yourself as much as possible into the world you want to be in. Compare that to the actual feeling of being in like a planetarium-like space and watching a screen above your head. It feels more real, I wonder. I wonder if that's what it is, because you're not wearing a headset or a mic or holding controllers. You're just sitting in a seat, looking up, and you let the world move around your head. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why I haven't felt that kind of... Maybe I just haven't found the world yet that has just pushed me all the way towards the edge of, I belong here. This is here. There's definitely been like times where it's definitely pushed me close to the edge. Like that heist I did. The heist I did in VR chat. I felt that, if you don't know what I'm talking about, I would go towards the VR chat playlist. I can't remember the name of the actual the video, but I think it's like the railroad it's the railroad. It's like the temple heist. For VR chat, you should watch that, because it was a great world, by the way. Amazing developer that I follow. And there was a boat ride, and the giant bird, like, I felt like a bit of that, like, pulled in, but the fact that I'm still holding controllers and a headset, one day we're gonna be creating an actual like full dive VR, and I'm gonna lose my actual mind. God, I hope I'm alive for that. That would be amazing to go through. To go in there for hours on end, to spend my every waking moment sharing, like hitting. I wonder if there would be actual recording. How would recording software work in that kind of place? You know, like would it record? Would you see what you with your eyes? I would assume it would, or maybe like a floating virtual camera. I would assume if it were me and we were to make like full dive VR like in SAO. For those who don't know, I've already mentioned it in the video, and if you're on this part of the video wondering what the heck that is, it's like fully immersing your body in like a digital space. Like you're knocked out in the real world and you're actually in VR. Full body, full motion, everything. No headsets, no nothing. Just you and your digital avatar. I wish I was alive. I wish I. Sorry. I'm tripping over my own words. I've been talking for a while. I hope I'm alive during that time, you know? But I also hope that it doesn't exist one day. There's just, like I said, there's just a lot of good and a lot of bad when things come out. If something like a full dive VR comes out, what if an actual SAO, and it's a possibility, but what if an actual like SAO incident happens? Or like, maybe not to that extreme degree, but what if like the world is just going to get even like lazier? People are not going to want to go out and explore the actual real world anymore. No one's going to want to go anywhere, because who would want to do that when you could just push yourself into an actual digital space created by humanity itself? You know? A part of me wants to be so selfish and just do the same thing. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, I'd be doing the same thing. My whole persona, my whole like thing on this channel is just to explore and to see new worlds. And I can't lie, I would be part of that group. I would want to be. It's like, who wouldn't be? It's not technically free. You'd still have to probably pay. You still have to pay for the headset and stuff. But like, after that large hurdle, after that large gap, you'd be able to explore freely as much as you want, without having to pay some expensive two-way trip, one way back, you know, to the place you want to go and come back home, you know, like an expensive ticket, or like spend like insurmountable amounts of money on something that you know, on just a simple trip as to across the states, you know? Especially with the time we're living in right now. There's just, inflation is hurting everyone around the world. Well, not everyone, just where I live. I'd be part of that group. I'm not even gonna lie. I would. If it were up to me, I wish I was born into the VR space, the digital world. Be no responsibility, you know, haven't had to pay bills. But it's just the harsh reality we live in. And I'm just gonna have to get used to it. And be the best person that I can be. Humans are such selfish creatures. Oh, man. Maybe I should take a walk around the skybox a little bit. I'm kind of enjoying this a lot, though. Just seeing all the plants. The skybox doesn't have as many plants down there. And I'm having a great time just being here and talking my absolute mouth off. I still got a couple more hours to go, too. I'm going to end up running out of stuff to talk about, aren't I? Yeah, most likely. This is like pushing my commentary to its absolute limit. I've got to like literally like point out like little bits and pieces of things that intrigue my mind, you know? This is probably, honestly, the most craziest video I'm ever going to upload. This is the most craziest, most cringeworthy probably, most insane thing a normal person in the real world could do. This is the, like, people have done probably some crazy things like for YouTube channels and the TikToks and stuff like that. I'm saying the TikToks like I'm an old man. I can't lie. I've posted my own TikToks too. I can't lie. Or reposted my YouTube shorts onto the TikToks. You know, I don't exactly use X or Twitter because I've heard a lot of toxic stuff about that. I just don't want any part of that toxicity, you know. I've been treated fairly nice on this platform, and I'm having a great time, but, you know, oh God, I lost what I was talking about. Just completely lost what I was talking about. Oh, man. I'm trying to bring back the subject. I lost it. What the heck was I talking about? I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. I'm just, oh yeah, the crazy fact that this video is just gonna be like, there's been some crazy like TikToks that have been uploaded. A lot of like famous people have gotten in trouble, or they've gotten famous and then they've gotten in trouble doing some like scam for like to their viewers. Like, what was it? What's it called? I don't remember what it's called. Like some weird virtual Bitcoin or something like that. Like just crazy, stupid stuff like that. You know, or maybe just like death-defying stuff too, you know. Drama and, you know, this right here. This video is probably the most dumbest thing, craziest thing I'm ever gonna upload to the channel, because this is like, you know, it's a crazy like little concept in general. Just what, you know, not to say that it's dumb. It's really, you know, it's probably the you know what I mean. Dumb as in like it's crazy. Like, why are you uploading this? Like, it's not death defying. It's not like doing something like illegal or dangerous, you know. It's like, why? It's more like a, why are you doing this? Do you need help? I can clearly see you like 2 hours and 25 minutes. You're being a schizophrenic. You're seeing things you shouldn't be seeing. You know, you're a crazy madman for making this video. You know, to that I say, yep, you're absolutely right. I am a delirious person. And I wouldn't have it any other way, because this is actually helping me, to be fair. It's helping me quite a bit, to be honest, because it tests my ability to keep talking, you know, even in like very quiet situations such as this. You know, as a content creator, I feel, well, I think I could call myself a content creator now. I've always debated it all the time. But like I want to be a better content creator. I want to be able to comment if my videos are going to be like, aren't going to be raw, you know, unfiltered. Okay, maybe not unfiltered. I will cut like inappropriate stuff out. But like hardly any editing, like just with the intro and the outro and just raw footage throughout the entire time, to be as real as possible, to be as real as I possibly can. I said that twice, but I mean it. Then I want to at least improve, you know, and be better at something. And what better way to do that than to improve my commentary, to improve my dedication to what I do, to see all the little details and look at the things that I should be looking at. You know, there have been times when I've like explored a map, and I've always felt like, you know, like, let me think about this. Every time I like explore a map, I always feel like I don't do enough. I feel like I always miss, like when it comes to void places especially, I miss secrets all the time. I like feel like, okay, there's an area I didn't look at. There's also like, I always feel like there's always just something like I could be doing that's better. The editing is like a big, yeah, I need to edit more. I need to add more transitions. I need to put memes and stuff. But I want to keep everything in. I want to be just sharing those experiences. Why should I cut this experience? Why is this experience less valuable than this one? What, just because I screamed at the top of my lungs? You know, I'm not you know what I mean? Every experience should be valuable, right? I think every minute counts. We have all these all these short form content, like especially with oh my god, don't even get me started. Now I'm on a rant. Before I go on this rant, just know I've already brought this up, and I like to keep my opinions. I want to keep my opinions. They're not fact. Don't take them as fact. Actually, don't take any YouTuber says as fact unless like the information is cited. It's sourced. It's real, legit. You do your own research before you even take anyone else's word. But like I was saying, like don't even get me started like with like the short form content. Like my aunt, who is living where I am now, she has kids that have devices, and she can raise her kids the way she wants to raise, but they watch like content that's just not like educational. It's like 15 seconds of like some like chicken dude singing a song and saying some stuff, and then doing something that just making random noises and stuff. Like that doesn't feel like every moment should be long, and like not everything should be long. If you're gonna make like short form content, that's completely up to you. Whatever floats your boat. But like we've got stuff these days that are just like they're not good for the children, I'm gonna get hammered. People are gonna I can already probably tell that some people are going to grab that freaking hammer from the hammer editor and just start hitting my head over. Like, what are you talking about? I completely lost track of what my main point was. Hi, you've been watching this video for the past, what time is it? Probably the past 5 hours or so. Maybe more. I'm the Gmod Explorer. I ramble and I forget things every time. Yeah. But okay, I was talking about being a better content creator. That's what I went off a freaking tangent. Look at this. God dang. This is what I get. You know what? I'm listening to podcasts now when I'm at work. This is probably what's doing it. This is probably what's doing it. I'll go off on an actual tangent and talk about something else as I'm trying to make a point. And I'll just forget to go back. But I want to be a good. I just hate missing stuff, in maps. And I always say the excuse is, the journey is my own, and that is true. But I just it still makes me feel horrible, And I can relate to something like that, Let me think about this. Let me make an example. The game I play, growing up, Ninja Gaiden Black, I would watch a Let's Play, and there'd always be something I'd hope the specific content creator would find or discover in that game, and then they just don't, and then they keep going, and then the part's already passed, and by the time they're already on episode 20, I'd be like, dang, I wish he had done this, or dang, I wish he had seen this, or dang, I wish he had gone over here and grabbed this item, I can understand that feeling, and maybe that's what it is, the feeling of just not seeing something that everyone wants me to see. And I think that's another reason why I just don't like to remove stuff. I don't want to cut out things and keep things out from videos. I want to keep it as raw as possible, to I guess minimalize that kind of worry, that fear of hey, I wish you had gone and seen this. Did you see this? How about, this store? It's more of I want to be a better content creator and a better, everything in general, just to make, I'm sorry. I know I'm repeating myself, and, I apologize. I just hope that I'm doing my best when it comes to covering maps. And I know these past few Flatgrass Flatgrass like times of day, you know, have just been me talking, especially this one. I've been rambling on a lot. I've been going off at tangents a lot. I've been, you know, just been silent here and there quite a bit, trying my best, but I just hope what I'm doing in terms of covering maps is like is doing them justice. I'm not smart. I don't have a college degree. I went to a college before, but I failed horribly. I failed horribly. Why? Because I was young. I was dumb. And I'm not like a genius, you know? I can't pick out things and know specific scientific details of like what this type of flower is or what that type of flower is. I'm unique in my own way and I should be proud of it. But I can always do better. I can always be better now. And as an adult, I feel like I can always be better. I can always just improve on some things here and there. But as you try to improve, so does life throw the things at you. You know, just troubling times, horrible memories, and you just gotta deal with it. Let's take a visit of the skybox, since I've ended up running out of stuff to apparently speak about. I do like this cool little detail of being able to see all the plants from under here. I'm gonna please don't take anything I say to like face value. This is just how I am as a person. This is just the person I am, the content creator I am. The real me. A lot of you know, I've seen like some things now growing up, you know, having a proper phone and as a teen, even having a phone. Can I say teen? Maybe it's still an adult. You know, I've seen like, you know, what is it? What point am I trying to prove right now? Yes. Like, there being two masks of a YouTuber. You know, there's YouTube mode, and then there's real life mode. I tend to mix things both into one. This is the real me, but also, this is the real me. You know what I mean? Like, sure, you guys don't know my favorite freaking hot food, or my favorite, you know my favorite color, right? It's blue. Blue all the way. But like, what's my favorite food? I mean, my favorite food is well, as a kid, I really loved chili dogs. Chili dogs are my favorite. And growing up as a Sonic, you know, a Sega person, I always thought he was a cool character. And he liked chili dogs, and I liked chili dogs. So I just ended up growing up liking chili dogs, and I actually do like chili dogs. I really do. They're yummy. But I'm starting to debate that. I haven't had a chili dog in so long. My favorite food right now is like macaroni and cheese. I like macaroni and cheese a lot. I like quesadillas. I like anything that's cheese, honestly. So like cheese is like the one thing I really like. So maybe it's now quesadillas. I like quesadillas now. What type? I don't know. It just needs a lot of cheese. But like I'm saying, like, there are just some things that you guys just don't know about me. And I'm hoping this video in general, like, broadens that connection just a little bit more. You know, 12 hours of me non-stop talking, non-stop speaking about what's on my mind and what flows through the head of the explorer. Oh, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't see the cities off in the distance. They've completely, the map has completely removed any signs of civilization. I didn't notice that before. I should have noticed that before I even like walked out or no clipped out of that little room right there. Let's take a look at the area from above. Now this is looking slightly unrealistic because we're so high off of the ground. And we can't see any of the small, like, little grass textures from here. We can only see, like, some of the little flowers here and there, but it's kind of hard to see the higher you go up. Actually, what's up here? Nothing. What is up here? I don't think there's anything up here. Is the sun up here? How far can we go? No, seriously, how far can we go? Oh, there it goes. There it goes. The sun's nowhere to be found up here. Seems like the sun is only in the skybox. Oh, this is giving it like a foggy kind of look from up here. Look at this. Now that we're up high, oh, it kind of makes sense, honestly, since when you're up in the sky so high, the clouds kind of make it seem a bit more foggier. You can actually see, like, wait, there's like two different, why is there like two different like barrier like areas? We have like the outside, like the invisible wall right here, and then we have like another square surrounding this area. What the heck is that about? And then we have the, like, the sky, wait, what? That's curious. Also, my voice, it feels like it's getting a little bit lower as I continue to talk. Feels like I'm losing that high pitch that I always keep. As a kid, I hated the idea of transitioning from a boy to a adult. I don't want to say it out loud because it's not really an educational channel. You figure it out on your own. But I always hated, like, the fact that I'd have like a deep voice. You know, I'd speak like this. This would be like a deep voice. Like, this isn't, it sometimes feels like it comes through still. And as a kid, I was like, not as a kid, but as transitioning, I would, like, encounter that, like, the deep voice, you know, as a man. And I hated it. And growing up, and still to this day, I, like, as long as I keep my voice at a high pitch, I get to keep it, you know. I get to keep my high voice, you know. I get to keep my high voice, you know, because I just don't like the deepness of how I sounded. So I would just try to keep talking, like, my normal voice would always be, like, or at least above, like, slightly higher than my normal, like, deep tone. And I'd keep that up for, well, till now, you know. It's my voice now. I've come to get comfortable acting like I've, like, talked higher. And, you know, it's not that I'm trying to, like, make a farce, you know. It's not like I'm trying to lie to people. It's like I just don't like, you know, having a baritone. I want to be like a soprano, you know. For those who don't know what that means, that's or at least from choir standards from what I was taught, baritone's like the deep, like, lower half of your voice, like, it's just a low notes. And sometimes my deep voice actually comes in a little bit because I can hear it sometimes, especially when I've been talking for, like, hours on end. But I just like a higher tone. I like keeping it like a higher pitched voice. I sound better. At least I feel like I sound better that way. I sound more clear, and the deepness doesn't know. It's just no. It sounds like I'm faking it. You know, it actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it sounded like I am kind of faking it. But I promise you, it's not. This is like normal. I just don't like it. It's like, stay down there, you know. Stay down there. You're not allowed to come back up. Bright, cheerful, happy, you know. Deep just sounds depressing. Low. Has anyone ever done that? Is that only just me, where I've just tried my best to keep my original voice, or not my original voice, my just a higher pitch growing up? Let me know. I wonder. I feel like it's helped me out quite a bit. especially when it comes to like singing by myself. I like to sing a lot at work when I'm not listening to a podcast. I'm not gonna sing now. I occasionally do it sometimes whenever like it comes out, but I especially don't want to be singing a lot on this mic in general because this mic is not good for singing. I I like doing it more on. I can be more. I feel like I can be more expressive whenever I'm on my stand-up mic, because A, it just sounds better. B, it can actually take my screaming to a degree. This mic in general just it cannot. It can't take my screaming to a degree. I'm always worried about it. Also, the fact that I can't hear myself. I can't hear myself in this thing. And on the stand-up mic, I can hear myself, and I could be like, "Oh, I'm off a pitch," or "Oh, you're too like, you're not saying things you should be saying. You're slurring all your words." This has been an amazing time. I've talked a lot. I want to go back up. I want to see more of the grassy fields again. I know we've been transitioning to the skybox and the actual area of the map quite a bit lately. But since I've been doing this for longer than 5 hours, I'd say it's warranted. I do wish there was more noises. Slight gentle breeze of the wind. Maybe I already checked the audio earlier. I checked the audio earlier to make sure everything was like loud as it could be. And for a reason, it still sounds slightly quiet. I don't know why. I wonder if it's like... I don't know. I really don't know. I tried to turn everything up. Everything seems to be at max. Maybe it's just how loud the map just decided to be. Oh, and now that I think about it, the sound is probably louder in the center than on the outskirts. Playing around in Hammer, I learned some things, but not everything. There's a sound you can play in a certain spot. There's a sound you can play globally around the map. So maybe there's a certain spot right here in the middle and it has a certain volume. And as I get closer to wherever that sound spot is, it's just loud in that particular area rather than it being global in the entire area. So I wonder how this is set up. I don't know. Oh, man. I'm just so glad I don't have to deal with this ghost anymore. This is great. I actually kind of want to sit down again. Oh, you know what we haven't looked at in a bit? We haven't been up here a lot. We've definitely come up here earlier, but while it was still rambling, but we haven't actually given this a good old look. This has seemed to change as well. It seems more stone and clay-like than the other one did during the different times of day. You've definitely upped your game, Flatgrass. You've definitely done so. Also, I think I'm starting to get slightly hungry. I'm a little famished. Oh, man. Maybe, a picnic would be nice. Maybe that's what's making me feel so famished. Wanting to have a picnic in a place like this. Oh, what would be a good sitting spot? This would be a great sitting spot right here. Let me make sure I don't hit my cords again. I don't want to accidentally unplug anything. Ow, that hurt. No, we're good. I think I just popped a bone. Oh, man, this is a great spot. Dangling over the edge, although I am lower than where I want to be. Dangling my legs over the edge, enjoying the sign off in the distance, waiting for any other people who want to spawn in and join me and sit right next to me and enjoy this very scenic spot that I'm looking at right now. Also, it probably seems like the echo has been now that I'm thinking about it, being lower towards the ground, it's a little slightly harder to hear myself because the echoes of the walls don't bounce off and hit any of the openings on my headset. that's science for you guys. Is that science? Soundology? What's the word for it? I don't know. What would I know? That grass seems greener than all the rest of them. There's some areas that are just brighter than the others. It definitely needs water. How are these plants even growing? It has to have been raining at some point. Right? So where's my water? All right, I'll stand back up. Let me make sure I'm not like sitting on anything though. All right, I'm getting up. I'm getting up. I'll enjoy it some other time. Man, let's check out this room again. Is there any other room for me to? No, there isn't. Alex really just left. Whoa, I felt like I lagged there for a second. Alex really just left me here with this thing that I can't read at all. Wow. I wonder what would it be like to play Horde in VR, if at all possible. Probably not. Definitely not possible. There's way too many menu interactions to be able to do that. And even then, I don't even, like, I hate, well, not this. Which one is it? I hate interacting with that menu, the weapon menu in VR. It's a pain in my butt. I do hope there's an update for it to be a little bit more manageable. Also to be able to move it. Can I even move it? I don't think I could even move this thing. I can't. I don't think I can even move that. I don't even think there's any settings for you to mess with in this. I mean, there is, but like, maybe I should look into this a bit more, because yeah, I would have to look into this a bit more in order to do all that. Oh well, 'tis fine by me, I guess. I'll have to finagle with it at some other point. I'm definitely going to have to take the time to see if I can move the UI for the headset, because it's very annoying to have to like. Cause my dominant eye for Garry's mod is my right eye, and my right hand is dominant, so it makes sense. Right eye dominant, right hand dominant, and when anything's on my left, it feels weird to me. You know, writing with the utensil with a pencil. You know, with my left, or like looking something, you know, it's just weird. You know, looking at stuff in VR with my left eye, but in VR chat especially, it's definitely weird. I forget it all the time in VR, but in VR chat at least. When I'm in Garry's mod, I'm like, it's just natural to me. I know where to look. You know, I'm looking right at those flowers right there, and you guys can see it. I'm looking right at these. There was a setting for Steam VR, and it's like for the old Steam VR update, where they had, wait, I think it's for, no, it's for the new one. Wait, is it? Or I think I have an older version of Steam VR installed. I can't remember. Was it the old Steam VR view I had installed? I can't remember. I cannot remember. But I know in particular when I was trying to figure out VR chat in the beginning, I've just come to like just get over it. You know, just like I just got to live with it. In VR chat, I wish there was a setting where you can have both eyes to record. I wish there was a setting for both eyes to be recorded regardless. In like Steam VR, you can do that, but it's just like the lenses. You'll see both of these lenses, and they're not together. It's not like a flat screen. You know, it's just like ugh, it looks disgusting. You know, there's some editing tricks that I've heard people have tried to do, and it works for them, but I haven't figured it out yet. Also because, in my particular case, in the Quest 3, in Steam VR View, when it has the option stream both eyes, it works, but there's like a little black little circle at the bottom right and left of my eye, whichever one I set for the dominant one, and it just does not look good for recording. For those who are curious as to what that looks like, if you go and watch my Ultimate Void Places video, I explored. Oh, geez, that hurt. I think a little. Ooh, that hurt. Something. I think something bit me. That was weird. If you watch my Ultimate Void Places video, on the very last area that I explore, It's the VP Oasis for the VR Home, which is my home menu still. If you watch that, you can clearly see like a black circle indent on the left or right side of my eye. I think I had it right dominant. I'm not too sure which one I had it set on that particular day. But if you watch it, you can clearly see it, and it's annoying. God, it hurts. And then Oculus has its own it has its own mirror option too, and it doesn't have that particular. Wait, my flashlight is on. It doesn't have that. What it does have is it's got this weird stuttering movement whenever you move your head. You know what I mean? In Garry's mod, you can't even see it at all. Like, I can move my head all around all I want, and there's no stuttering anywhere. I could just look there, you know? On the not the Steam VR, on the Oculus View, it's Oculus Mirror, I believe it is. You guys can check it out yourself. For those who have Oculus installed on their PC, all you have to do is go into the files, and there's there's a mirror view, an Oculus Mirror view. It's something Oculus Mirror. I can't remember what it's called. It has something mirror on it. The stuttering is just nope, not something I like. I like everything smooth and compatible. So that was a bust, you know. I've just had to come to terms with Garry's mod. I've actually kind of lucked out with Garry's mod VR. You know, I've actually kind of lucked out with that, because all I have to do is just open the game, hit Steam VR, not open the game, put the headset on, open the game from there, then start the VR mod from the actual desktop mode, and it just records. I could pick the right eye or left dominant eye, and it just works. You know, why can't VR chat let me do that? It'd be great. I'd feel a little bit more comfortable. I wish I could change my field of view to be a bit more, stable. But I can't. I'm just stuck with what I got. So Garry's mod is really good when it comes to I enjoy exploring both VR chat and Garry's mod. Don't get me wrong, but whenever I explore VR chat, I just forget that my left eye is just the dominant one, and when I end up getting scared, oh my god! Now that I think about it, the left eye dominant is the worst. In terms of there's just something weird about VR chat's VR view. I swear to God, because I remember exploring the Halloween maps, and I remember getting jump scared. And I was going to make a short being jump scared by Slenderman on a specific VR chat map. By the way, you should go watch. There's some playlists. I'm sorry for any of the shameless plugs that I put in this video. But my right eye was looking at, it was looking mostly looking at the jump scare. My left eye barely got any of it. So when I wanted to make the short, the view, even before then, I just it sucks because I can't adjust it or anything. I'm just stuck with what I've got. No amount of editing is going to be able to recapture what I had to go through, unless I go in there and fake it, fake the recording and get a different view of it, which I don't want to do. I keep everything real. So it really sucks that sometimes when in VR chat it's just the left eye dominant, and it just feels closer. It feels weird. It feels off. It feels like it doesn't capture. It captures more. It feels like it captures more my left eye than it does my right and left. It feels like left eye is the dominant one. It's dominant, but it feels more dominant than the right eye usually is captured though. So moments like that where I'm scared by something in VR chat, or something happens and it's really cool, I can't even it just sucks. It doesn't capture what I want to capture. And that's why I had to go into doing more research into looking into different alternatives, so that way I can record those types of videos better. But I just can't. It's just something I have to live with. I like how I'm it feels like I'm venting in this entire video, I've given my opinions on things. I've gone on rants. Oh man, it feels like I'm in a therapy session, but no one's listening. Well, I mean, you're listening, the viewer. If you listen to this video for this long, you're either asleep or you're an amazing dedicated fan, and I love you. Or maybe you're new. Hey, if you're new and you're enjoying it, if you want to subscribe, you know what? Just don't subscribe because I said that. I can't even say subscribe properly. I've been talking for hours. Oh, man. God, what was I talking about again? Oh, man. Wait a minute. Oh, my God. Guys, I just had an epiphany. I just had a memory unlock right now. A memory just unlocked in my brain. Oh, my God. Why didn't I think about this before? It took me till I got to this angle to actually unlock this memory for me. I think I've been here before. I've been to Flatgrass like 3 times, not just 2. I just unlocked a memory because I think I remember like wanting to do another like episode. I can't remember if it was episode 300 or 200. Which episode it was supposed to be a special one. And I think I had this same idea where I wanted to explore Flatgrass, maybe not for 12 hours, but like I wanted to explore Flatgrass like as a normal like length video, like an hour 30 minutes or so, or maybe a 2-hour one. But I think I remember like coming here and trying to make commentary back then, and I could only do it for so long. And now that I'm like grown, now that I feel like I have grown now. Oh my God, no, I feel like I've grown now because back then I think I tried to record and I can only do a maximum of like 20 to 30 minutes, maybe like 20 minutes, I think, maybe 25, and then I couldn't talk anymore because I just ran out of things to talk, and I didn't think it'd be a good video. But now it's been like 5 or 6 hours. 5 hours? Wait, has it been 5? Who's keeping count? But like, now I remember trying to make a video almost exactly like this, but it was only like 25-ish minutes or so, or maybe not even, maybe like 13. I can't remember. I remember it being so horribly horrible that now coming to the realization that I've grown. I feel like have seen the light at the end of the tunnel. Oh my gosh. I can't believe that. Why didn't it take me to this angle to actually think about that? I've been here for like 13 minutes, and now I'm here. How long has this particular area been? I don't know. I'm definitely not keeping track of that. Okay, maybe I am, but you'll find out near the end of the video. But wow. Because I thought about doing normal, because at that time, I think I thought about doing normal Flatgrass, and at the time, I didn't think it was as interesting enough. Okay, listen to me. Normal Flatgrass is still interesting. I know that now. But I didn't think, like, in terms of, like, still, like, I don't even remember how many subscribers I had during that time. I can't remember if I had 700 or 800 at that time when I was doing, so I was still trying to learn. It was during the time during one of the 100 episodes, like 3 or 200, because I was debating whether to do one of the normal like big city or construct or something like that, you know. So I was still like on the fence on what to do, and I chose Flatgrass, I believe, as one of my first choices, and I believe at the time I thought, this is what am I supposed, you know, what's interesting for me here? What am I supposed to talk about? And I think I chose this one in particular because it had more stuff around, more vegetation, and more realistic look that I thought I could do it. But at the time, obviously, I mean, I couldn't do it. Now, we come to a year or so, maybe a year or two, maybe like a year. I don't know. I don't remember. But I remember this specific angle because I remember looking at it. I can't remember in VR or in desktop, but I remember this. Was it in VR? Was it? It had to have been. It had to have been during my time in VR, I think. I think so. I think I wanted to do it for episode 2. No, when did I start doing VR? Was it like in like 300 something? So it might have been in desktop. It might have been I don't know. I don't remember. That's all I can pull up from my memories. Huh. Well then. That's good to know. Good to know I just unlocked a memory of a lifetime. But like I was saying, at the time, I just thought that how was I going to ever make an hour long, 2 hour long video of Flatgrass, you know? And I had nothing to talk about or nothing to say because I was just still like a little itsy bitsy like content creator, or at least I'm still growing now. Even now, I'm still growing. So I still got some stuff to learn, but I feel like now, like the growing is showing here in this moment, and it took me till here to realize it. That's crazy. Maybe my commentary has improved a bit. Maybe my commentary has just like I've come to like build upon. I mean, it's grown to a point where I'll go off on a tangent and then I'll forget about what I was talking about earlier. Because I've done that for void places, and I think I was talking about like a specific sickness or something, or about being sick, and I just completely forgot what I was talking about. I just like got memorized and distracted by the map. So that's definitely still a thing that happens now. I'll end up coming up with tangents and completely forgetting about my main point, or I'll just accidentally like say something and then I'll just forget to continue on and get distracted like a 12-year-old child playing with his new toys, and then forgetting about the best toy he ever had that's hiding under his bed that he hid from his mom because he got in trouble for wanting to play with his toys at night, you know. Actually, oh man, toys. The freaking I've already talked about this before in Dreamcore. But I really wish I had that carpet, that carpet, you know, the one with the racetracks and stuff, because I actually did grow up with that as a kid, and I had like little toy Hot Wheel cars that I had gotten from my mom or from my other relatives, because I would go and visit them at their foster home, and they would give me a car to play with and be like, "Here, you can have this," and I would play it on the mat when I got home. You know, I wonder what all of my relatives are doing now. Honestly, well, relatives, not by blood, but relatives. The only ones that are currently that we currently talk to are the ones that live near me, and some like maybe like 2 or 3 out that we know about, that we talk to on occasionally, and we plan to have them over for like Thanksgiving or Christmas or something like that. But I haven't heard from any of the other ones that okay, I'm sorry. Listen, you don't know what I'm talking about, okay? This is all coming from my brain. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. Like, you don't... Everything's just seeping out of my head, and you're like, what is this guy talking about? I don't know who he's thinking of. Would you like to elaborate, sir? I can't. It's a privacy thing, you know? Keeping yourself safe on the internet. And it's why I understand why my mom never let me have never let me have like a proper phone growing up as a child, and I can appreciate that. Because internet safety is the most important thing you can have when it comes to like having technology around the house. You know? Whenever I become a parent, I know it's harsh, but like with the things I've seen with like my aunt's kids, you know, she's never going to watch this video, by the way. She's never ever going to find about this video, especially not in a 12-hour video. You know, with the experience I've seen with her kids and what they watch, and just like, wow, this is like, oh my gosh. And then with all the other things that are happening in the world currently, like it's like a reason why I don't like covering Backrooms maps, or like any, like, I do like covering it, don't get me wrong. I love Backrooms. I love the liminality of it. But then as going on, like those are the most popular videos that I've ever made on the channel. Like I'm proud of them, but I'm also like disappointed a little bit. And it's not because I don't appreciate the back rooms, I really do, but it's just been milked dry constantly ever since I've covered them, initially, and I've learned about them. I watched the entire Kane. I'm pretty sure there's more Kane Pixels videos, by the way. I need to watch more of those. But like, after watching the entire Kane Pixel videos, the series, for the back rooms, there are other things I found out. Like, there's like brain rot stuff of like some weird character like Sonic in the back rooms, or like, Teletubbies in the back rooms, or scary, spooky, live stream constantly. If you watching this video right now, if you search Garry's Mod and type and go to okay, listen, if you're like 12 or 14, don't do this, but you're gonna do it anyways. But if you're a kid, just don't do this, please. Please don't do it for your own good. You're gonna do it anyways, because that's how children are. But if you search like Garry's Mod and filter the live streams, always, constantly, every single time, you will most definitely see some weird, like, brain rot, like, skibbity toilet, and all this, like, weird things that are constantly being lived. And I've always seen the thumbnails, and I've never actually jumped into the streams, but whenever there's like 5 or 6 of them with the same thumbnails, I know what's going on. I you know what I mean? It's like, no, just stop. But like, there's just constant, like, if I ever have like a kid of my own, I'm gonna be just as strict as my parents are gonna be, because they've made me into a really, like, the person I am today. Am I a overwhelmed? I try to be overwhelmingly positive. We've all had our ups and downs and our dark pasts and stuff like that, But as a kid, I hope he turns out to not only be like me, but to be better than what I am, better than what I am today, So, like, internet safety is just the most important thing you can have when it comes to, having it around the house, especially with children around. Look at me trying to talk like a parent. I have no right to talk as one, since I don't have my own. But my mom has always got on to me about, like, hey, you're, like, really good with kids, wait, hold on, I'm trying to think of a specific example to give you guys. God, I'm bringing up stories after stories after stories. This is great. I believe in high school, I think I was like 17 or 16. By the way, I got held a year back in 4th grade, so my age is a little bit messed up when it comes to stuff like that too. So just fair warning, if I think it was like 16 or 17. Don't know what year. Can't remember the year because I got held back. I think it was like sophomore year or junior year. It was like my junior or sophomore year, somewhere between those. But I remember us going to Six Flags, and not only did I have to watch my little baby sister, like, she was like a wee little kid. She was small, She wasn't like a crying baby, but she was a toddler. I had to watch her by myself around Six Flags, being a guardian. My parents, like, trusted. I'm not even kidding. They trusted me when I was like getting close to adulthood, because they knew how responsible I was when it would come to keeping an eye on on the family and being, a responsible person. They were like treating me as I was becoming an adult. I had to learn these things, and so I'd had to watch not only her, but my younger brother. I had to watch him as well, by ourselves. I had to make sure they were in line around Six Flags by myself. And I've always been great. My mom has always been telling me that I'm great with, like, kids, Like, I know how to, like, keep them entertained and interactive while they're out doing other adult things, like grocery shopping and stuff. And that's what even to this day, like, not a kid, but, I take care of my sister's dogs now, and she can rely on me to be a responsible older brother, And I don't mind doing that. It does get annoying at times. Let's all be honest. We all don't want to get up, and we all don't want to help. We don't want to like get out of bed and help our older siblings. And we don't want to do the things that parents are told because we just want to be lazy and do whatever we want to do, right? And that's fine, you know. But the family has always been it's always been important to me. I've stated this on the remember those for those who have been on the channel for a while, and you can actually go back and look at these right now. The serious videos that I posted, the first one and the second one where I've talked about how we've figured everything out. You know, I stopped posting those, but I'm like a family person, you know. I'm a family friendly channel. I try to be the most family friendly person, YouTuber, content creator I can be. You know, some kid is going to end up watching this video and be listening to every single thing I say and take it at face value. And I can't always account for that because there's always going to be moments where I end up saying, you know, curse words. You know, I'm an adult. I can't help it sometimes. Sometimes I'll scream as loud as I can and say the F, F-U-C-K in a live stream. I know I'm not cursing now because being family friendly, you know. On like a Five Nights at Freddy's live stream, and I'll get a message or two, or you know, someone really surprised that I do something like that because I've always tried to be as family friendly as possible, you know. But family has always come first, you know. With those two videos of the serious ones that I made, and I stopped doing it because I just, you know, I already felt like I was using something like that for views, you know. Already making that initial video, I didn't want people to feel, you know, I didn't want them to feel bad for me. I mean, I wanted them to understand, like, this is just something that's happening, it's real, and I didn't want to, you know, make people worry. I mean, I guess I did, but I also didn't, because, you know, content creation comes last for me. You know, in real life stuff is the most important thing for me. You know, family, you know, that. So if like content slows down, especially when the making of this particular video, it's not because, you know, I'm lazy. There might be times where I want to take a break through the weekends, but you know, family comes first. Life is the most important thing, and right now, here in this moment, at least in terms of making this video, it's a hobby, you know. And if it was like a job, and I was getting paid a lot more, then I'd be able to say, hey, this is like, you know, something I actually am working at. Although at the same time, calling it a job is would probably get me into the state of mind where it's like I don't like having fun. So I have to just keep calling it. So I have to just be like, yeah, I like sharing this stuff, you know. So this isn't a job, but at some point it might. Do you see what I mean? I go off on a tangent all the time. I always go off the main subject every single time. I apologize. I'm sorry. It's what happens when you're stuck on a map for longer than humanly should be feasible. You know? Man. Now, I like how every single time on the different times of day in Flatgrass, I'm always like, now I've run out of things to talk about. And then, like, only like a minute or two later, I'll like bring up something else. You know, it's happened on multiple times. Also, me mispronouncing and misspeaking is also a thing that's been happening on multiple occasions. But anything for the content, right? Well, yep. Anything just to make sure that it's not just absolutely, you know, me walking around with absolute silence throughout Flatgrass. That's why I've talked about growing earlier. And I've said I've been here from this specific angle. Oh boy, man. This has been an interesting ride, though. This content creation, this like sharing my experiences with people. Back at the main topic. Jeez, like I like making backrooms videos. but being milked dried, I like, and also like the fact that it's just the most popular, just like it makes me happy and disappointed because there are a lot of other map creators out there that deserve even more attention. You know what I mean? They're, like lethargy pools, those areas were so freaking cool. They're so full of color and personality. And then you have the videos I made for Organism. Now, granted, the mic in those videos is absolutely horrendous, so I understand why people don't have many views on that one. But the worlds, they're so amazing. They're so awesome. I think every video itself should have the same amount of views as the other one, or like any of them. I think each one, like, maybe not my videos deserve 1 million views, but the worlds deserve more love than my videos should. I'm just the person in the middle trying to share all my other experiences and showing the wonders of the digital space. One day I hope, I do hope one day, like, if YouTube does end up paying me very, handsomely from the content I make, I want to actually go and see the real world for myself. It's expensive, like I've said before, and it sucks. But I want to see what else my own world has to offer in terms of exploration. And I've already brought up backpacking, and I've seen some of the people that I've known do it, and I don't understand how they can do it. But being as it may, I do want to see things for myself. Because my mom has seen the Eiffel Tower. She's gone on like an actual field trip before, to see the Eiffel Tower. And I haven't done that, I don't have... Like, I've been, like, in New York State. The most extravagant, like, field trip I ever had in school was to Canada. I went to Canada as a field trip in New York State, and I didn't need a passport or anything. We drove there, and I was still a kid, so I don't know what the rules are for that. I don't know what the rules are for that back in the day during that time when I was in New York State as a kid going across the border. So I don't know what the rules are for that, having to need an identification of any kind. But we went to Canada, and I remember, I think we still have it. I bought like a blue Mockingjay magnet, and it's still hanging on my mom's fridge even to this day as an adult. I also bought maple syrup there. I mean, like a big thing of maple syrup, and I remember we devoured that thing. But I always thought, like Canada was known for its maple syrup, growing up. So that's one of the things I bought with the money I had. Now, did my parents know that I was going to Canada? I think so. They gave me I think they're the reason why I had the money in the first place. Like I said, my memory's still jumbled up. And I sometimes think this is a dream too, because I know I bought stuff in Canada, but the field trip I went on, I don't remember what the field trip was for. I can't remember what it was. Like, I think it was like some historical thing, and it had a gift shop. And I just can't remember that field trip at all. I just know we went to one in Canada, and that's the only thing I can really think of. I really don't know. I really don't know what that field trip was supposed to be all about. So I wouldn't be able to tell you that particular story, at least of right now, trying to remember it, because I don't even know. But as an adult, I've seen quite a bit more. We've gone on a family trip to South Dakota. By the way, it's nowhere near I live. No, it's nowhere near me. We went on a trip to South Dakota to see oh my God, I'm an idiot. You know what? I'm not an American. I can't remember where it was. I can't remember what it was. Oh my god. It's because I'm in VR and I can't think about it. And I'm gonna... Mount Rushmore. Oh my god. Just kill me. It's the VR headset. It's being in the headset and trying to think of real life stuff. We went to go see Mount Rushmore. Is it in South Dakota or North Dakota? Why am I second guessing myself? Oh my god. Where did we go? Oh my god, kill me. It was either or. Someone correct me in the comments if you've been watching or listening to this for this far. I can't remember where we went. It's in North Dakota or South Dakota. It was on one of the two. We went to go see Mount Rushmore. We also went to go see, well, we weren't exactly able to go to it. This is why I can't remember the name of that particular, but there was also, I believe it was Indian Mountain, I believe. And it was like a rock formation, like in the shape of like an actual Indian on the edge of a cliff. I hope I'm getting the name right. I'm not sure. But it was great though. Like, that's like another, like, as an adult, that's one of the cool things I've actually seen. I've been to Niagara Falls. Oh my god, the Niagara Falls was so freaking cool. Because we actually got to walk along, like, near the edge. Not the edge, but, like, right next to Niagara Falls. I don't think we ever took, like, a ferry or a boat. But I remember being very close to Niagara Falls. Wait, were we on a boat? Did we ever go on a boat? I don't think we did. I think we just walked around a platform near the falls. But I remember buying a keychain there though. It was great. That's another like the gift shop. I bought like a little keychain that had the moving Niagara Falls on it, and I think it also had like the initial letter of my first name on it as well. But I have no idea where that's at. I honestly don't even know if I still have that. It might be in storage somewhere. I'll have to ask my parents for that. Not parents. What other trips have I gone to? There was Niagara Falls. There was Mount Rushmore. We didn't get to see Indian Mountain, by the way. We weren't able to see it because I didn't explain why we weren't able to see it. It was really snowing at that time, and I believe we went up there to visit for Christmas. As like a Christmas winter family trip. So it was amazing, but it was also really cold, and we couldn't go up there because it was a really bad snowstorm. So it sucked, but we got to see it in like a little snow globe form. There was also like an area under the building that we went into, which taught you about all the different presidents on Mount Rushmore as well. So that was really cool. I believe there was also supposed to be like an area you could walk into Mount Rushmore? I'm unsure. Maybe I'm just thinking about something else. Oh, I'm thinking about a freaking movie right now. Maybe it is real. Maybe it is a real thing, but I'm thinking about like Richie Rich, the movie. For those who haven't seen it. Oh, that's a good movie. For those who don't know who Richie Rich is, what is wrong with you? It's just kidding. I'm just kidding. But in the movie, there's like a Mount Rushmore like version of Richie Rich's dad, and he could walk through it, and his parents were kidnapped there. It's a good movie. You should watch it. I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I really want to watch it now. Oh man. Oh, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe Richie Rich is also part of why I'm like, I've had like this sense of greed, because Richie Rich being able to get what he wanted with all the money he had from his parents was always something I felt like I've wanted to own, like any of my own stuff. Oh, this would have been cool if the sun actually like moved as well. We haven't seen it physically moved as we've been here. Been on this one map for why did I get scared by a plant? That plant gave me a slight bit of a jolt. Because it's in my view for like, it was like really close to me right here. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe the only reason why I'm scared is because things are really close to me in VR, and it's just unexpected. Maybe that's what it is. No, it's not just that. It's also loud noises and stuff. Just because that happened in the previous like during the night. No, it's more than that. I don't think there's any other trips I've been to. Oh, wait a minute. No, there was another one, but I can't remember it at the top of my head. I would actually have to ask. I would actually have to ask what it was. Maybe I will. Maybe I should ask about more of what I've grown up to be as a kid. There's only certain like unique memories that I can remember as a kid. Doesn't that suck though? Not remembering certain things as a child. Like what it was like to have like your first taste of food. Like can anyone in their right mind remember what their first taste of real food was? Any takers? Like seriously, I don't even remember what my first meal was. Like I'm sure my first meal was like from a bottle or from my mother, as a baby. But like I'm talking about like actual like real food like on the table. I don't remember what it was. That's crazy. That's crazy to think that we don't keep all our memories like that until we like dig them up forcefully. I had to like take the time and actually talk about it and walk through it. And remember, it's so weird, memories being locked behind your like your cerebral cortex, and only when you like talk about it more and more, and only if you try to start remember more and more, you'll end up bringing that memory like from a distance, like you're just pulling it and grabbing like come here like until eventually like here, hold on, I'll go all the way over here, go all the way over here. Like it took me to like coming like at this angle and being like, oh, I remember now, and the memory unlocking because I had a visual representation of that locked memory. And what was it? These, was the memory locked? No, I still had that particular memory in the back of my mind, and I had remembered it. It was like a unique experience for me. It's funny to think how your mind only keeps specific information unique to you, and it throws away any of the information, that you don't want to keep, that you don't want to remember. And sometimes you do want to remember those things, especially now, being more appreciated as like a content creator that keeps everything in the video. Like I come to appreciate to like remember everything I've been through, and I've tried my best to remember everything I've gone through. Like it's still even hard to this day. Like I can't remember map names. I can't remember, like I can only remember like the specific like experiences I've had. I think I've already touched upon this subject though, so we're just gonna move on from the memory subject. Though I'm sorry I talked about it again. We're gonna be bringing up a lot of repetitive stuff. Sorry, been man. It's like my commentary is like on like in like a fire pit. And I'm out here searching for wood, trying to keep the fire stoked. Like I'm gonna end up running out of wood, aren't I? But as long as I keep moving my mouth, there's always something to fill in that space. And even laughing now, it's filling up that space. God, I promise you, I'm not this talkative of a person. I'm usually really well reserved. Once you come to like actually get to know me as a person, then I actually like I open up a lot more. I'm more expressive when you learn more about me. I was about to no clip. I don't know why. You learn to know, I'm more expressive if you know me personally. I'm more open. But I'm reserved when it comes to people I don't know. I've already touched upon that kind of subject of how I am in real life, so we're just gonna move right past that. Man, this is getting more difficult, I think. But it's fine though. It's completely okay. Every time I look at this flower, I like this. It reminds me of the blue bonnet. Like the blue bonnet. Do they still have those? For those who are wondering what I'm talking about, which is everyone that is listening, as a kid growing up, there would always be like a blue bonnet book reward that a book would get. And I remember we were able to vote for that kind of book to get the blue bonnet reward as kids. I can't remember what grade, maybe 3rd or 4th grade. But I wonder if they're still doing blue bonnets. Or was it blue robins? No, I think it was blue bonnets. No, it was a blue bonnet reward. Speaking of reading, are they still doing the what's it called? Are they still doing the I don't remember what it's called. Are they still doing where you get points for reading books as a kid? Did I bring that up too? Did I really bring that up too? I don't remember if I brought that up. It's been so long. Oh my god. Did I talk about how I cheated on a Harry Potter book? Did I? Oh my god. Did I? I don't remember because I've told this story a couple of times. In real life too, like maybe not often, but definitely when it comes to like reading or anything, I'll be like, oh yeah, I remember taking a Harry Potter test and I only read like the first chapter or two, and then I kept retaking it until I eventually got all the points, and then I got in trouble. You know that story. I really wish I knew what this said. I need to learn a new skill. VR Chat has worlds dedicated to learning other languages. It also has like worlds where you're learning sign language, which is I don't know how that works. But man, I wish I knew what that said. I hope it's nothing inappropriate. Oh well. Back out we go. Am I in no clip mode? Oh, what the? I couldn't tell whether I was in no clip or not. Okay. Now I'm in no clip. Jesus. Oh, whoa. Hello. What the? What? Where'd all the flowers go? Where'd all the detail? Where'd it go? What happened? Oh! No, I was enjoying that. Why did you have to change your... Jesus, look at the skybox, though. Oh, my word. Look at this. So we go from high fidelity to we're back in the 2000s and or like the 2000 era. I see what you're putting down. So not only do you make me go through the different times of day, but now you're going from like modern day like map making gaming to this is kind of looking like Half-Life 1, I'm gonna be honest. Look at this texture. There's no look at this. It's it has its own charm, honestly. I really like this. I mean, the high fidelity one, like the high quality fidelity, but I mean, technically the other one was still sort of low quality, considering the fact that the plants themselves were just like, in VR they look like PNGs, So this still has like its own. This definitely feels like a Half-Life 1 like kind of map. This is interesting. Wow, yeah, this feels like Half-Life 1. Look at the skybox now. It's complete. Now I can literally, I can actually see the box of the skybox. I couldn't see it before in the other versions, but this one is very more pronounced. Like, you could see the actual lining for the box. I don't know if you guys can see it in my view, in my particular case, but I can definitely see that. So if you didn't know you were in a sky box, well, there you go. You're not in like a sky circle or like a sky triangle. Actually, now that I think about it, why does it have to be a sky box and not like a sky circle or a sky triangle or something like that? You know what I mean? Maybe because in Hammer Editor, everything is just made from like boxes. Like in the Hammer Editor, if you guys haven't messed with it at all, actually now it's honestly really nice to be able to see the barrier of where I currently can and can't go. You know, I didn't mean for that to rhyme. Yeah, this is giving me big Half-Life 1 vibes. And I haven't even played Half-Life 1. Okay, I have, but I haven't. And now that I'm thinking about it, this is actually giving me Lily vibes, like Lily McFluffy butt vibes, like the creator who has a tendency to make their maps Half-Life 1 style. And that is definitely nudging me in the arm right now, telling me, hey, you kind of feel like you should recognize this. And I think I do. Interesting how you would just change your map to be something I would know. Well, not change your map, but, you know, change your style. My bad, Flatgrass. You're the one messing with me right now, aren't you? You've been messing with me ever since I freaking started this 12-hour freaking marathon. Honestly, I didn't even realize that YouTube even had like a limit for video uploading. When I found out whenever I was making my my Ultimate Void Places video, and let's just say it's supposed to be longer than it should have been. Okay, I'm lying. Okay, I just recently found out. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to play the pretend part. You know, I've only got 4 hours left. So, gotta make the rest of these 4 hours last a while. But like I was saying, I haven't played the original Half-Life, but I have played Half-Life. And what I mean by that is I was recommended to play the remake of Half-Life called Black Mesa. And that is the first one I ever played, and it was an absolute blast. And speaking of Half-Life, I need to play and continue Half-Life 2. We got done with Ravenholm in the last part, so I'm hoping to get right back into it after this 12-hour marathon is finally finished. The clouds don't even move. Do they move? Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm staring at them intently, seeing if there's even a flicker of... There's no movement. There's no movement. It'd be really cool to play... I've heard, I've been told quite a bit that you can indeed play Half-Life in VR. There might be some capability issues in terms of weapon switching and stuff like that. That is probably a concerning factor, but it would be cool to play the original Half-Life in VR. Although it'd probably be best to play it in normal desktop mode the way it was intended before I do any of that. But the idea of that is there. I believe it was someone in my Discord. I think it was Junko. I think Junko's the one who told me about that in particular, or was it for Half-Life 2? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it was for both. Would not be surprised one bit at all. And unlike the before it decided to change itself, let's actually come all the way back here. Why does it always feel like I'm able to go further and further out? Is this the illusion of space that I'm getting right now, or has it always just been the same distance? So in this case, in this particular case, with low res textures for Half-Life, I'm assuming is what I'm looking at right now. Yeah, because the rock formations on the barrier seem to like that's what's getting me right now. That's what's making me say, "Hey, this is Half-Life 1 textures." And it's hard for me to like sometimes pinpoint that whenever I haven't played the original game. The only way I'm able to like kind of pinpoint that specific style or that specific like type of texture is with Lily McFluffy Butt's maps. That's the only like, and some of the screenshots I've seen and given to me in my Discord for Half-Life 1. You know, I heard like the Zen, like in the Black Mesa remastered game, like the Zen wasn't all that great as in terms of what I've been told at least. So I did get blessed playing that one first. I don't know why I even brought the Zen up, I'm going to be honest. I forgot what my train of thought was there. I forgot what my entire thought process was. I'm really looking into the... Ooh, it's green. You can kind of see like a green little lighting like from the grass down here. This is a nice touch. I like that. It gives it... feels slightly more realistic than the last one. Did the last one give it like a good green hue? I don't know if anyone else can see that. Maybe it's just the skybox. The skybox has been different every single time we've been on different versions of Flatgrass. So it's probably that, maybe? I'm also quite curious if we're able to even go into the sky. Although, never mind. I can kind of see back there a little bit. And now that my curiosity has peaked, let me check and see if this room is still here. Oh, it's still here. It wasn't here before. Why did you get... Wait, no. Alex is still gone. That's what I'm remembering. Oh my god, it's been so long. Where'd Alex go? Like, seriously, it was spooky, scary skeleton night, and then she just dips. She just leaves me here by myself. Come on, you can add to my commentary. It was a bit nice. It was good feeling like I was actually like talking to at least someone that was here. Now I just feel very lonely. Well, that's nothing new though. I tend to record all my videos alone a lot. Whoa, there's another room over here? What? There's 2 rooms? Interesting. So you've added a second room for me. You added something I actually wanted. Thank you. I like this. Although I wish there was still... Okay. I still do wish there was like some kind of like fixture in the ceiling. But that's completely okay, map. You're good. All right? You're fine. You did more than enough for me. Man. All right, let's check out the skybox. I want to see what this looks. Whoa, hello. Look at this. Wow, these mountains feel even bigger being here now. This is absolute greenery. This feels like I'm walking on absolute broccoli. Like, this is green. This is like green. This is just straight like. And the like. I guess variation in like the original, I want to say original like Flatgrass look with its original textures, I guess you can say. I don't feel like it was this green. This feels like more vibrant to me. I don't know which one I prefer. And now that I'm thinking about it, is it using Half-Life 2 textures for the original Flatgrass? Now that I'm thinking about it, what textures is Gmod using for its own maps if this is Half-Life 1 textures? Is it using its own dedicated textures? Or is it just some of the... I'm actually... No, what? Yeah, what textures is like Construct and like the original like Flatgrass looking map use? Interesting, because I haven't exactly like made my own maps, and I can't say what the textures are and what it's using. And honestly, I probably didn't even pay attention whenever I was making my own little map that I still want to work on and finish one day. You honestly with this grass you can actually see the repeating pattern of this texture. Like if you look straight down, you can literally see like the row, like the columns of the repeating texture, like in a straight line from this way. It's going diagonal, it seems, or maybe it just looks that way because maybe the texture is in just a different position. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, no matter where I look, it seems like there's still like a variation of a horizontal line of like the repeating texture. This one just seems to catch my eye a bit more clearly than like this way or like this way. In like the original variant, you know, the grass was just like very dark, like less vibrant. And this one just screams like salad. You know what I mean? I wonder what kind of pictures they took for this particular grass texture, though. What would be I wonder if there's a video out there, like, for the origins of, like, textures in video games. Is there a channel dedicated to that? I wonder if there is. Because that would be really cool to find out. Because I know in, I can't remember what video it was. It definitely wasn't top 50 scariest Easter eggs in video games. I think it was just like an Easter eggs in video games video that I watched. And I believe it was like, I can't remember which game they took it from. It was either from Melee or Brawl. But in one of the textures, you could see like some kind of like actual like store of some kind. It's been a while since I've seen that video and I can't exactly say what it was. But I always thought like that was like, oh, so they got there's a little secret little, I guess, texture Easter egg in the actual like game files, which is nice. That's pretty cool. But like, I want to actually know, like, did they just go out somewhere in like Iceland or Nepal or just any random location and just take a picture and then just slapped it into a video game? Is that how it normally works for video games? I mean, you can't really create something out of nothing, right? If you want your game to be photorealistic, why not just take a photo of something realistic? And if you want your game to be stylized, then hand draw it or like pixel art, you know? Or maybe they were created. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you if this texture was created or not. It'd be very hard to pinpoint because it's just, looking at it from up close, it's just really hard to see. Like, it's just so low quality in terms of like the texture itself. We should also say hi to the sign again. Ow. Say hi to this sign again. Yeah, being down here definitely makes these mountains seem way bigger than what they usually are. Look at that. Wouldn't it be great to explore this? And this gives it like a more, wait, hold on. I feel like I'm going back in time now. Because the city's just absolutely gone. Like, it's not even here anymore. Like, it wasn't even here in the last one, was it? No, the city wasn't even here. No, it just feels like we're going straight back in time. Before humanity touched this plot of land, there were mountain ranges and literal cliffs. I wonder, what story would this map actually bring? Ooh, and now I think about it, let's take a look at the tech. Ooh, hello. Whoa. This is... Oh, wait, I don't want to go all the way down. I just wanted to see what was below me. What kind of effect is that? Is that like a water ripple effect? What is this? It seems weird in my VR view. It's got like some weird hexagonal pattern of some kind. Maybe like a flower-ish look to it. It's definitely weird to me, though. Huh. At least I can actually see like the full-on skybox texture. It was usually black from underneath. I'll take a look from up above it a little bit. Yeah, look at that. Those look like they're supposed to be palm trees in the back, but I'm not sure. Unsure. Okay, let's go right back up before we end up getting too distracted by the skybox itself. I've played some really old games in my time. I've already talked about some of the games I played, especially when I brought up the Curse of the Tails doll uh, section. Sonic R. It was one of my like games I'd play as a kid, and for whatever reason didn't have music to it. I know I'm bringing up information I probably brought up, but it's going to get me rolling and hopefully talking about something else. See, I don't know. I never heard like the soundtrack for that, and I know I've mentioned it before, and now I am running out of things to talk about now. How long did it take me? It took me literally like 8 hours. It took me literally 8 hours of talking to end up probably making this the hardest it's ever been, because I was able to talk about a lot in like the more detailed areas like before. Maybe I should bring up like any more old games I've played that have given me this kind of feel, I guess. I don't think I have any other games that made me like giving me like this low quality texture. I mean, the Indiana Jones, I guess, is sort of close. On the original Xbox, is kind of close to this. I never played Tomb Raider growing up. I know that game is kind of reminiscent to this a little bit, at least from the, I guess, clips I've seen watching videos of it. But I can't say for sure that I've played it at all. I've definitely played the what is it, the remaster? Is it like a retelling or a reboot? I like the Tomb, what was it called? I think it was just called Tomb Raider. At the time, I think it was literally just called Tomb Raider. And I remember like I beating that game, but the graphics never looked anything like this. The game was like realistic as all heck. And I think it like released on the on the Xbox One, I believe. Maybe the 360. It could have released on the 360. I wouldn't be able to tell you because I don't think I ended up getting the game when it came out. I got the game like later on, so I wouldn't be able to say when that game particularly came out. Oh, we should also take a look at this platform up here. See how this looks. Whoa, it's got like a sand like gravelly kind of texture. Look at this. Although it's still making the stone stepping sounds. This feels like moon. This feels like I'm walking on top of the moon up here. Sand? Moon? Yeah, that's what it looks like. And I was about to say there was no sun, but it's literally right up there. Oh, and it's doing that sun effect where you look at it and it gets brighter and darker. Or not darker and brighter. It's like a lens flare effect, I guess you can say. And all the ambient sounds are just completely gone. We are now at full silence again. It makes me appreciate how much I really like sound now. But I should talk about before, it had the illusion of being like the bricks were popping out of the wall, like as you got closer you can clearly see the flat texture, right? But this is just, it's absolute flat texture, There's no illusion happening here. It's just straight on brick. Although I can see some like different colorations, and like this brick right here seems to be darker than some of the other ones. And it could also be another repeating, actually, no, I'm thinking about it. I could see a little bit of the repeating pattern on this brick, just slightly. Because there's a white line that's going across this right here. And then you got some dark discoloration like right above it. And then you got white, dark, and it just keeps going and going and going. Like the Energizer Bunny. I'm sorry. That was horrible. Hey, it beats. You know what? I'll take I'll take this any day. No sound, as long as I'm not getting scared by anything like being here at night. I'm good. I'm good. I will take it. I will absolutely take it. I'm not surprised. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if the Combine decided to show its ugly head somewhere. Being on this particular map for 8 hours straight, speaking my absolute noggin off. Man, were there really no games back when I was a kid that just looked like this? Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait. There is one. There is one game I played on the original Xbox that I know today that everyone and every person had when they got their first original Xbox. Maybe not everyone, but it was a good majority. And I think everyone else knows what it is as soon as I'm about to open my mouth. The mascot, the first person shooter, Halo. Now I can see this is like Halo vibes now. I know Half-Life and Halo are two separate beings, but it's the closest thing I can come to where both of the original like styles have that flat, like old texture-like feeling to it. And I remember like playing the game constantly, and I'm trying to think if I ever got stuck on Halo at all. I'm trying to think really hard if there was a particular spot that I got stuck on that I couldn't complete. Because right now I'm thinking about all the times I played it over. Because on the Master Chief Collection, which is on Steam and on all the other platforms. I'm sorry for the plug. Also, that game is like constantly like it's on sale constantly too, which is awesome. Really good game series. You should check it out. But for the Master Chief Collection, had the option to switch back and forth between the old graphics textures and the remastered textures. And I remember like playing off and on the old and the remastered textures, and I can't remember. That's what's messing with my mind. I can't remember if I ever got stuck on a particular level as a kid. Maybe I got stuck on Truth and Reconciliation, which is the I can't remember if that's the name of the mission in particular, but I do know that's the ship that you had to board upon in the third. Hold on, I'm thinking in the third act, like the third level, I guess you can call it, where you have a sniper at night, and you have to sneak your way onto the ship. Let's just be honest. I runned it and gunned it. I didn't even care. I ran around and just started shooting, around at all the aliens, So maybe I got stuck there. Maybe. I definitely don't remember being able to beat the game, but I do remember getting far in that game as a kid. And I remember specifically that here comes another sob story for those who want to cover your ears or want to skip ahead. So I remember getting pretty far into the game, and I'm trying to remember like where I stopped. There's a Truth and Reconciliation. There was actually being on the ship. What was after being on the ship? Oh, it was actually being on the Halo like itself, I believe. No, we were already on the Halo because everyone crash landed on Halo. I can't remember the name of the level, but I remember getting to the island part, and then after the island part, I can't remember the name of the place. I remember particularly getting really far in general. So my dad at the time was also playing that game, by the way. Like the Xbox wasn't like he would also play it as well, because at the time that's just the only thing we had in the house. At least in terms of during that time period. Because I don't think I had any other game consoles back then other than that. And like a cheap old plug-and-play TV Guitar Hero-like game. It was a Guitar Hero, but it was like a plug-and-play, red, white, yellow cord. And you plug it in, and then you play the game on whatever device. I hope my mic is still okay. I'm assuming that it is, because I heard like a little crackle. So he ended up finding out that I got further than him at the game, and at the time he was in the military, and I believe this was I'm trying to think of where this was. We were in Oklahoma, right? I think so. This is why I hate my memory. I can't remember what's been what. Because if we only had the original Xbox in Oklahoma, then I must have lived in Oklahoma first before living in New York State. Because if we had gone from New York State back to Oklahoma, like the Xbox 360 would have came out by then, I believe. So we would have had that by then, and we did get one. So I just can't remember if we went to Oklahoma. I think we lived in Oklahoma first. Jeez, I hate I hate being a kid, not being able to remember everything where I've been. But other than that, he found out about it. He found out I got really far in it, and he took the game out of the console and he broke it in front of me in half and threw it away. And I remember being really, really upset. Like there was no reason at all. I don't even remember if he was drunk or not. I just remember him being really mad because I got further in the game than he did, and I was just actually enjoying myself, having a great time. And I believe my mom found out about it and she was really mad about it. But they didn't ever buy me Halo ever again. I wasn't able to play it at all, you know. So that's how far I got as a kid, until as a teen later on I played like Halo 1 and beat the game all over again. Now, at our time when we lived in Oklahoma, right? We were still in Oklahoma at this time, and I still had the original Xbox. We would go to the library they had on base. You know, we'd be able to rent books and read. And at the library on base, they also had like that section that always has like DVDs of movies, and sometimes they would have a game. Well, guess what they had at the library that I was able to rent out? Halo 2. I was able to hold on, I'm trying to think about it. Hold on. Before I feel like I'm telling a lie, I have to think about this first, because I remember my foster uncle. We'll call him Brian. We'll call him Brian for now. So Brian came over, and he was supposed to be trying to get a job and get his own place because he was in a tough situation. So he was living with us for a bit. And I can't remember if he bought the game or if he got the game at Goodwill or he rented it from the I'm pretty sure we rented it from the on-site library. And I don't think at the time I rented it at the library. I think he rented it at the library, and he told me about it. And so he played the game first, you know, and I found out about him having Halo 2 later on because he showed it to me. But as fate would have it, another problem happened. Not my dad this time, but just the fact that, you know, when you borrow something from the library, it's basically used, which should already hint on what's going to happen. So, knowing that game was used, he didn't get pretty far into it. You know, he got stuck on a particular spot. And me being a gamer kid at the time, I got further than he did. But there's an issue. So after the first level is the second level, right? You have the area where you're down in the actual city. So, and we're not even on Halo at this point in terms of the story, I don't think, from what I can recall from the actual game. So, I'm going through the second level, and we get to a part where we have to drive in the tunnels. And before I can... No. This was at... This was at the bridge. It was at the bridge with the tank. So on the bridge with the tank, when you're able to actually have the tank on the bridge, for those who I'm talking about, you know where this is at. Before I was able to even go inside and continue my progress, the game crashes. The game just crashes. And, I would try to get to my checkpoint again, and every single time we would get to that checkpoint and finish that particular spot with all the flying banshees, it crashed every single time on that spot. Now, I think that's the spot that it crashed on every time, but it was definitely in one of the areas of the city. So the only thing I can remember is probably the bridge part in terms of just like where the crash specifically was. And the problem is that, well, when people also rent that game, they kind of screw the discs up. So I could only have the first two, like, and a quarter of the of Halo 2, and that was it. I never knew what happened afterwards. I would always boot it back up and play the first two levels again until it crashed, until I had to hit new game again, And the graphics, the graphics seemed to have a slight upgrade from the first one, but it still was it still had the look of the first one, which is probably why it was a great game, just because of the story in general too. But that's what reminds me of, just Half-Life 1 textures, back when as a kid, when I used to play Halo 1 and a little bit of Halo 2. Okay, maybe a little bit of both games. But the fact that I wasn't able to beat both games growing up, now as a teenager, whenever I beat those games in particular, I'm just completely mad at my dad and at fate, because my mind would have been the story in those games were good. Would I have been able to understand the story in particular, specifically? No. But it was bad. It was bad A. It was really good, I ended up getting so far in the first one, and then not even close to through the second one. And I understand I should have beaten the first one instead of playing the second one, but it was out of my hands. I can't control stuff that just happens. But yeah, that's what this reminds me of. Just the Half-Life 1 low quality textures. Whenever I played the original Halo as a kid, it always just amazed me with all the effects that it can come in. And thinking about it now, Halo had its own loading zones on the original Xbox, but they weren't like Half-Life at all. Especially Black Mesa still does this too. Black Mesa has loading zones too as well. It pauses the game momentarily and then it goes. But with Halo on the original Xbox, there were indeed loading zones, but they were just they were quick. They were a split second, maybe a slight 1 second hiccup, and then it would just load the next zone. It felt seamless back then when I played on the original Xbox. I think Half-Life was also on the 360. And I think I've also seen it in the store sometimes whenever we owned 360. Oh, by the way, I never actually had Xbox Live when I owned the original Xbox. I tried my best to finagle with the internet, thinking it had some wireless capabilities, because I believe it said wired and wireless on the Xbox. So I thought as a kid, I could just connect it wirelessly. No, that's not the case. You actually need some dongle back then to put into the port of the Xbox to make it a wireless connection. I believe. Don't quote me on that, but I believe so. Trying to remember all the settings. So I never owned or was able to play on the original Xbox Live. Well, except for this year. This year, I was actually able to play the original Xbox Live. And I owned the original Xbox. I had it. My parents sold it because they needed money, and I never played it anymore. So they ended up getting rid of it. It's sad. We went to a pawn shop. I think my dad brought me to a pawn shop and then he sold it off. I believe so. And I think it was during the time after he was put on retirement for the military. I believe so. Yeah, I think so. So he sold it and he brought me with me. He brought me with him and made me watch. There's just some things you got to give up in life in order to thrive in your own. But I really love that thing. But like I was saying, I was able to play the Xbox Live. I mean, I guess not really in multiplayer. More online leaderboards. Because for the game I always talk about constantly growing up is Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden, the original one, not Ninja Gaiden Black. Ninja Gaiden, the original one, which I didn't know existed as a kid. I just owned Ninja Gaiden Black growing up, or my dad owned it. And I'll talk about beating that game later. Actually, now that I think about it, no, Ninja Gaiden's graphics were like really good back then. Honestly, they were like felt really realistic for the time being. And I just also hit my mic. I hope we are good. Also, my nose kind of itches. So there was a version before Black, just called Ninja Gaiden, and that game had DLC. And in order to, would you stop hitting your mic, GME? Jeez, just because your nose itches doesn't mean to hit your mic. So the original one had DLC, and at the time, and now I'm thinking about it, that's crazy to think that games had DLC back then for video games. DLC even existed back then, which is nuts. So, at least I think so, because in the original Ninja Gaiden, there are 2 packs. There's the Hurricane Pack 1, and the one I wanted to play, I think Hurricane Pack 1 came with mission mode, and some extra weapons and stuff. And then there was Mission Pack 2, which also added some more weapons and some more missions. But there was one in particular that the one thing in particular that Hurricane Pack 2 had. It was, I'm sorry if I'm getting this wrong. The Intercept. It is called the Intercept. I don't know if I mentioned this before in other videos. I probably have. But what is it? They removed it in Black, by the way. In Ninja Gaiden Black, they removed it. But in the original one with Hurricane Pack 2, it was called the Intercept. Now, what that was, it was a certain like mission, I guess, a certain playthrough you had to do. What it did is you played the entire game all over, but you have the Intercept, and it was for leaderboards as well. And what the Intercept does is in Black. Let's talk about Black first. When you guard, the only way for you to counter is like pressing the strong attack or the light attack while you're blocking, and then you do a light attack block or like a kick into the sky and a block, that sort of thing. There was no other way to counter incoming attacks. In the original one, Hurricane Pack 2, the Intercept was another way for you to counter enemy attacks, and this move made the game basically broken. So what it was is it would be like a instant counter attack. Like as soon as it would be like a perfect parry. You had to get it on time in order for you to perform this move. So I believe in order to perform the move, I haven't played in a bit because it's been a while and I've been recording videos and doing other things. I believe you had to press the block button on a perfect frame as soon as an enemy hit you. And what this did is it allowed you to either have invincible frames for at least a couple seconds and attack the enemy, or an instant UT charge, which was, now I'm thinking about it, is really broken with other bosses, especially if you got good with their movesets. So, and that, the Hurricane Pack 1 and 2, except for the original game, the Hurricane DLC Packs 1 and 2 were lost to time for the longest time until, I don't know whenever they released, but I remember when I played it was this year. I was able to play the original Ninja Gaiden on my PC, which I own Black. I still own Black. It's basically the same thing. And have the Hurricane Packs with the original Xbox Live. So I remember messing around with the Intercept a lot. I can never get the timing down, though. I still haven't played around with it a bit because essentially, if you end up mastering it, you basically you could cheese through the entire game. Even on Master Ninja, it would probably be fairly easy to get through all the bosses. So with Ninja Gaiden, that game didn't it feels even more modern, even up to today's standards. It still has that very modern look, not like high fidelity, like you can see like water trickle against the wall if it was raining. It was still like a high graphics game back in the day, and I don't think that in that particular series of games textures just give me that feeling other than the Halo one does. And I'm sorry if I'm talking about like other games and stuff. I'm still trying to think what else could there have been. I mean, I guess Sonic R would give me this kind of feeling too, with its low poly textures. Although that one's probably a little bit more low res than Half-Life, because Sonic R probably came out before Half-Life, because those models in general were just really low poly at the time. And now that I'm thinking about it, Sonic Jam and Sonic R were probably the first 3D Sonic-like games that came out. I know in like Sonic 2 and 3, they were trying to get that more of like a 3D-ish look, until eventually they actually made a 3D game on like PC and Dreamcast with Sonic R. And Jam, which is, I believe, unreleased. There was also like Sonic Extreme, which got canceled. But there's like fan games of it as online somewhere. I played it for like slightly a little bit, because it's got this weird fisheye lens thing that's going on with its gameplay, making it seem like it's a 3D game when it's not. There's also like Sonic 3D Blast. Now I'm thinking about it. There's also that one too, but that was like a cheating kind of 3D game. Basically, at least from what I can remember from a video I watched about them explaining how they made the model look 3D. They would model the 3D model, and they would take low quality pictures, like transparent pictures of the 3D model doing different actions, and they would put it inside the game, like Donkey Kong, like with Donkey Kong, I believe. Because I think Donkey Kong also did this. I never played it, but that's what they were talking about in the video that I watched, which gave it that like 3D look, but it was like in a sprite form, which was pretty sick. It was a pretty ingenious idea, but it turned out to not be so well, because I don't think that particular game was well received. I guess, because it's not like it tried the 3D aspect, I guess, which is really cool. Was there any other particular game that I played that gives me this feeling in this style? I don't think so. Maybe Renegade Paintball? Maybe. I guess so. But even then, I don't know. I would have to play that game again to find out. I used to be really into like some really cool like sports games. I'm not like a sports guy, I don't watch football or anything like that in my own time, even as an adult. But there's like some really good ones that I used to play as a kid. Like there's one series in particular which I really wish got another game. Amped. I used to call it Ampade. Amped or Ampade? Yeah, it was Ampade. I used to call it Ampade. It's just called Amped. And another game called SSX Tricky. I used to play that as well. There'd be some sports game here and there that I would play. Slugfest on the PS2 at my grandmother's house. That was like the best baseball game I ever played growing up, because I wouldn't actually play the baseball game. I would actually like throw the ball at the actual players and then watch them beat the crap out of each other. It was like the most funniest thing I could ever as a kid. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm remembering it. And I'm remembering the announcer going, oh, like, oh man, the good times are coming back, man. God, I wish I'd owned a PS2. I only owned a PS1. Oh, you know what? Twisted Metal 4. Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, maybe a little bit with that, at least with the grass, at least, not with everything else. Like Twisted Metal 4's graphics kind of give me that kind of vibe, I guess. But they were lower quality than Half-Life, though, because this was on the original PlayStation. At this point, I'm just trying to remember any old games I used to play that just give me this feeling. I think the closest that it ever comes to is just probably Halo, because that game itself was just ahead of its time when it came out. Now it just feels dated, sure, but I mean, it was great when it came out. At least the textures feel dated, not the gameplay. The gameplay is still good even today. Let's take a look at the skybox now, since we've been here for quite a bit, talking my absolute mouth off. Let's give it a good old another look. Oh, you know what? This probably seems weird to you guys, but I'm seeing like a weird like image floating up here. And I'm probably hallucinating, but the little white patterns look like in the grass. They look like locks. I don't. Maybe I'm just really just trying to find things to talk about. They look like locks, like a white lock in the grass, or maybe like a small pair of headphones of some kind. It's probably just the weird in my mind trying to put images into like the thing I'm looking at, like an illusion. It's not real. Oh man, I do like how it seems like the sun is about to set though. Look at that purple discoloration. Look at the purple coloration in the back there. Is it a sunrise or a sunset? That's definitely strange, because this area, this part of the skybox seems very blue and bright, and this seems like a sunrise. Wait, I'm actually confused because the sun's right there. Wait, I'm more confused now. Is it a sunrise, a sunset, or nothing? Because the sun's like really, literally above my head. What the heck, man? My mind is blown. Does this place have two suns? Oh, I wonder. The sun is obviously probably in effect, though. Most likely in effect, and then the skybox is it's not an effect. It's actually just a texture, like a picture. Oh, and I'm glad there's like two rooms over here. I wish I had my buddy Alex. I wonder where she went. And why am I feeling so itchy all of a sudden? I feel so itchy all of a sudden on top of my head. Probably because I've been wearing this freaking headset for God knows how long. Oh, man. This is reminding me of the fields. Not fields, but the time in Oklahoma. I believe it was like during the 4th of July. We would, But it was actually my first encounter with fireflies, to be honest. I believe on like the 4th of July, we would go out and watch the fireworks, and my mom and dad would sit in like these reclining like what is it, like little chairs, I guess, not recliners. What is it? Little beach chairs, I guess you can call it. Just little plastic chairs. They don't recline or anything. They're just like little picnic chairs. They sat in front of the front lawn while they watched just across the street chasing like fireflies. And I never knew I never knew they were actual bugs at the time, I don't think. I thought they were just like little lights that would sometimes happen to float around the area. But they were. I found out they were bugs later on. I remember I stopped catching them after a certain time as a kid because I always thought they were kind of weird, that they were just bugs. But I should have known they were bugs after, well, their name, fireflies. Those things don't bite, I don't think, do they? I would assume they don't. I haven't seen them since I was a kid. Oh, man. Now I want to see some fireflies again. It felt magical back then, seeing a bug that can light up. I hope they're not extinct. Probably just because I haven't been around in certain areas that I just haven't seen them. Also, it's literally like the winter this time of year. So they're definitely not going to be out. They're probably most likely out during the summer or like the fall. I believe so, yeah. Yeah, they're like during the summer because I believe we did see like fireflies in July. On the 4th of July. I really want to play the original Half-Life. I want to get to it. I do. There's so much content I've got to go through. This long video is taking up most of my time, you know. I don't mind it, though. I don't mind having to... I'm the one who asked for this. I'm the one making this video. It does suck that I have to, like... It just... things just take time, Making videos just takes time. And sometimes I just gotta stop putting out normal videos in order to focus on the one that I'm doing right now. But once this video comes out, I'm going to be like, they're gonna come out like water. Like, literally, just open a bottle of water and just split. It's literally that. My voice is feeling kind of hoarse in the back of my throat because I've been just talking so much. Oh, what have we covered? We've covered a lot in the past 9 hours. Wait, what time is it? Why am I looking at the clock? That never helps. That never helps me because it always just makes it feel like it's longer. Oh man, time perception. Am I right? I've always been like, I've always seen videos about. Hold on. I've heard. That's a little bit better. I've heard that as you get older, your perception of time just goes by faster. Like and that's crazy to me because it really has. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's already like December, which is nuts. It literally felt shorter than that. I feel like it's still like March right now. Nope, we just had Halloween and Christmas is literally on the way, and that's crazy to think. It feels like time went by quicker when I was a kid because I can't even remember half of the things I used to do as a kid. A good chunk of it, but not a lot of it. Oh man. I guess another game I played as a kid, not in terms like graphics or anything like that, just to bring something up. I remember in particular, Sonic Heroes was like one of the games I'd play constantly, over and over and over. And then I ended up getting Sonic Mega Collection Plus, But I remember on a specific day, I think we were all just watching TV down in the living room, and my mom was making food in the small kitchen we had, and this was in Oklahoma, so I still had the original Xbox at the time. A commercial for Shadow the Hedgehog popped up, and I believe I've talked about this before in the GTA Infinity map. So I'm gonna bring it up here just so that we have something to talk about. I remember we watched the trailer for Shadow the Hedgehog, and my parents at the time already knew I was like into Sonic and stuff, and then I pointed that out to them, and whenever they were watching like the little trailer on the TV, they were actually on the fence about buying the game for me. Because it had guns in it. They didn't want me to play a game that had like Halo, it had guns, and they didn't mind me shooting at like the aliens on the game, but it was the fact that I was shooting at like in the game you could shoot like actual people in the game and not just the aliens, because they watched the trailer and my mom was just really on the fence about it. I think my dad was a bit more lenient on that fact, but I believe later on down the line, still being in Oklahoma. Yeah, I remember. Oh my god, I can't remember if I got it for my birthday or for Christmas, but they did end up getting me Shadow the Hedgehog for the original Xbox. And I played the crap out of that game too. I played, the controls were stiff and a little funky, but like the fact that the game like had different multiple endings that you can get, it was like I wanted to get them all. I wanted to see what else the game had in store for me. It wasn't like I was like maybe going into it making it feel like more like Sonic Heroes, and it didn't. But it was fine because the fact that the game just like at the time when I first played it, I didn't think like too much about like what I should be doing. I just went through the game, got the gold ring, and that was it. I tried to do that every single time for every single stage, and then I ended up finding out later on that yes, you can get different levels based on the character's missions that you complete for those particular levels. Just think about this. In Sonic Heroes, in Team Chaotix, you have to do missions. One particular mission in that game. Now think about that, but only you have 3 other ones for every single level, like that you could choose. It was like a choose your own storybook. I used to read those a lot, and I remember losing a lot. But those choose your own adventure books, like it felt like that, but in something I liked. And I had a great time playing it. And the fact that my mom finally gave in and got me the game, I couldn't have been more happier. And I believe I still own it. I remember lending the game to my my uncles in my grandma's foster home, because at the time, it's weird, lending stuff to people that aren't technically by blood your aunts and uncles, but I had already built that relationship with them at the time I turned older, and I still had the game on me, and I lent them the game. I also lent them Sonic Riders. Also, I played the crap out of that game too. Oh my god, it was so great. I didn't realize that there were like multiple other games for that particular series of Sonic games. But there were, but at the time I didn't know, and that one was like the one I played over and over and over, because like the trick system was just so fun to play with. Every single time I would like go up a ramp, I'm about to hit that top jump, I was like prepared to do like the best trick I could possibly do, like messing around with my joystick as much as I can, trying to get that X rank. My favorite particular, like, I guess, hover, board to use was just the shoes that you skate on, like your Shadow, because I had gone off from playing Shadow the Hedgehog to that game, and I was already like used to like Shadow the Hedgehog sliding on his skates, or his hover shoes. So I obviously went with those. I never owned Sonic Adventure or anything. And now I'm going through all the Sonic games. Now we're going through my Sonic history, okay? I never owned Sonic Adventure 1 or 2, like on the original Dreamcast or anything like that. I owned them on the 3. I owned the first one on the 360, I believe. I owned the first one on the 360. I think I've talked about this before, and my information might be contradicting what I was talking about earlier when I owned it. So if you correct me if I'm not mistaking it, because I'm unsure. I believe I owned the original on the Xbox 360, but I owned Sonic Adventure 2 on the Xbox One, and I believe I bought the battle version, which I didn't know what it did at the time until I realized that all it did was give you access to the multiplayer, and like the competitive multiplayer, and some like kart racing stuff too. So yeah, I didn't realize what it was until I bought it. I thought it was just like, oh, the game's completely different. Actually, now I'm thinking about it, did Battle also add the Chow Garden, or was the Chow Garden always in that game? Because I've played Sonic Adventure 2 Battle over and over and over again, as I've like, not over and over and over again, but like as I've grown up, I've gone back to it on occasion, and I would always play the battle version. But have I played the original, like without the DLC? What did that look like? Did that still have the competitive scene? I don't think it did, because from what I can remember, I think you couldn't play 2-player without the battle DLC, and that's probably why I bought it, because I wanted access to all of the game, and not just a certain section. By the way, I never ended up getting anyone to play with me at all, so it was always just an option I had. So it was probably just a waste of money, but I didn't care. I still had that really cool battle menu. I guess you could say I paid for a title screen DLC of some sort, or maybe a Chow Garden DLC. I'm not sure. Let me think. I'm trying to think about something. But I beat the game as I grew up. I didn't always, I would play it, here and there. I wouldn't beat it, just like, oh, okay, all right. I'll come back to it later. And then some years would pass. I'd go back to it, like, oh, okay. And then I end up beating the game. I'm like, okay, this is great. But I've never actually, like, gotten any of, like, the, all of the A ranks in all of the levels. And honestly, when I first initially played the game, I didn't even think there were multiple missions you could play on other stages. Like, I thought there was just one mission and that was it. I saw the menu for the other like emblems, but I didn't know how to actually get them until I realized that later on you literally have to like click the stage and then move your thumbstick in the direction of the actual. Or wait, no, you. Yeah, I think so, right? Am I dumb? I think so. Yeah, I think you had to like choose the actual stage mission for that particular scenario. I believe so. I haven't played it in so long. I haven't played it this year at all. So I'm trying to remember it from memory, and I think you did. And I never unlocked Green Hill, I never, like, I remember trying to go for the A ranks at some point, like, later on down the line in my life. But those emerald hunting missions are a pain in the butt. Because they're random, like, every single time you restart I believe you restart the stage. In Adventure 1, whenever you would restart the Emerald Hunt stage, like, they would be in the same spot. As long as you pressed pause and hit restart. But every time you loaded into the actual stage, they would be random every single time. But in Adventure 2, you didn't have that luxury. In Adventure 2, every time you press pause and hit restart, I believe, don't quote me on this, correct me if I'm wrong, they would always be in a different spot, no matter how many times you would restart. So getting those A ranks were just a pain in the butt. Oh, and also, there was different missions for the Emerald Hunts. And I couldn't even get an A rank on some of the the first levels, especially especially when you're playing as Knuckles in space. That one was really hard. That one, I remember that one being a really, I couldn't even get like a good rank on that particular stage with Knuckles because that would waste so much time just trying to find one of them. Even with the hints, it was a pain in the butt. The little radar at the bottom does help you, but not when you're going like vertically. It's like definitely like, oh, okay, so I'm at this height, or maybe it's at this height, but you're like, oh, I gotta go back up, but you're already like falling down to the bottom of the stage, and you gotta make your way back up, instead of it being like a horizontal like plane, with a little bit of verticality and it just like straight up and down, So that particular stage was, I remember, being hard. I've mentioned this earlier when I talked about Halo, but there's like this one game I played with the plug and play. It wasn't Guitar Hero, but I can't remember the name of the game, and it really just upsets me because I remember getting that plastic plug and play guitar, plugging it into the TV, and I literally, like, as soon as I got it, I plugged that thing in and I played on expert. I believe on hard, not on expert. I remember playing it on hard, 10 years old, 9 years old, and beating the entire thing in one day. Which was honestly probably a bad thing to do because I should have appreciated it more. With games these days, when I play a game, I tend to like play it for like an hour or two, and then I get off and try something else because, or maybe I just take a break and go watch a movie or a YouTube video that I want to watch because I want to appreciate the games more and don't just waste my entire life playing a game. You play it to have fun. That's what games are for. You play video games because you're having fun. Also, I'm oriented the wrong way. So playing too much of a singular game just feels like an absolute marathon. Like, I don't have to beat the game. I don't have to like get all the achievements in one day. And even then, I don't have the time to get all the achievements in one day. I have the Steam Deck, which I guess allows me to play more of my games on the go whenever I have the time to, like, I'm at my mom's house or something and I'm just visiting and they're like watching a movie and I'm just like, oh, playing my little Steam Deck. So I guess that's an incentive to play some games more, and I try, but I tend to like take a break sometimes from gaming and just like really appreciate the fact that I'm just having fun and just, not getting tired of the game, if that makes sense. I don't want to like burn myself out in terms of like getting tired of this specific like game I'm trying to, get the achievements for, like a game recently I 100%ed. Sword Art. I've already mentioned my love for the anime Sword Art Online. Okay, I've already mentioned this. Okay. I hope I'm not hitting my mic. It sounds like I'm hitting my mic on occasion, and I don't like that. Sword Art Online Lost Song. I beat the entire game on my Steam Deck, got every single achievement. Honestly, I remember getting that game on the PS Vita. I owned a PS Vita. I didn't own a lot of games on the PS Vita. I remember owning Sword Art Online Lost Song and SAO versus Excel World. By the way, I never beat SAO versus Excel World, but I need to get back onto it. Well, I mean, I never beat it on the PS Vita. I only played a little bit, and then I forgot about it. But I bought the game on like my Steam Deck, and I played it. I beat it. I got every single achievement, and I remember when I owned it on the PS Vita, I beat the entire game in one day. I remember beating that entire, because I was just so like, I watched the anime at that time, and I was like I was really into playing an SAO game, and I believe it was my first ever SAO game. Like, the idea of like having an anime, like the anime is based off like a VR virtual video game, and I always thought the idea of like, having a virtual reality game was cool. And the anime itself was just really cool, and I like I just like the personality of all the characters. And I remember like that being my first one, and I played it and beat it all in one day. I didn't get all the achievements, mind you. I didn't get any or at all the achievements. I got some of them, and I remember trying to grind for the true sword of Excalibur for the longest time, and I could never do it. It just took forever. And recently, when I played it 2-3 months ago on my Steam Deck, I can't remember, maybe 4 months ago on my Steam Deck, and beat the entire game, I got all the achievements. The true sword of Excalibur I got in like only a couple of runs, because I'd always like grind on there non-stop, just playing around, killing all the enemies, getting my skill levels up, and finally being able to accomplish 100% on that game, on something that I grew up with, is and then have it on my Steam account saying, yes, you completed it, good job. It feels great. And the other games I'm working on right now, like I haven't played it in a while, but I've been playing Excel World again from when I owned it on the Vita. I have Ninja Gaiden Sigma, which I really want to 100%, but it looks like it's going to be more of a challenge than SAO is. Shocker, right? It's not a shocker. That game is meant to be hard. The game is not meant to be played. It's meant to be beaten. Like, you're supposed to survive, not have fun, because that game is just hard. But Sigma is honestly easier than Black. Let's be honest, because you got the quick. If Sigma is a, let me talk about this first. So you have the original Ninja Gaiden, on the Xbox, Ninja Gaiden Black, which include all the Hurricane packs, except for the Intercept, which was I wish I still had, so I could still use it, but they removed it. And then you have Sigma, Ninja Gaiden Sigma. I remember owning it on the Vita, but I don't remember playing it a lot. I don't think I played it much. I remember playing the first or second level, and that was it. But Sigma is the I guess not remaster, but the re-release of Ninja Gaiden Black with like some more, I guess, quality of life changes. In Black, the only way for you to heal was you had to pause the game, and whenever you're fighting a boss or whenever you're fighting a normal enemy and you're like in a grab move, like from a boss or an enemy, you couldn't pause. You had to watch yourself get grabbed and get absolutely like owned. You could only pause after the enemy was done grabbing you and doing its like kick or slamming you into the ground. Freaking Alma. But in Sigma, with its quality of life changes, all you had to do was press up on the D-pad, and you got a quick menu on your bottom left of your screen, and you could heal at any time without having to pause the game at all, and just heal even while the boss is grabbing you. So if your HP is like on a centimeter of health, and the boss is about to hit you on the ground, you can literally use a Great Spirit Elixir and just get yourself all the way back up in Sigma. But in Black, you couldn't do that. You just died. You had to die and start all over again. And Sigma also added some other areas, like in Sigma 1, you can play as Rachel in certain sections. I don't think I particularly liked those kind of sections because you only got to play her like 3 times. Yeah, you only get to play her like 3 times in the game, and then after that, you're just done, you know? So learning her moveset wasn't really like something I was like, I guess, interested in, because you hardly got to play with her. Maybe if it gave me more chances to play with her in the story, I would have been more lenient. But at the same time, it's a reimagining of the first, like of Ninja Gaiden, and Ninja Gaiden Black. I guess not like a reimagining, but like a retouch up for the original games. That maybe they should have just added those sections at all and just kept the normal game as it was. I would have appreciated it more if there was an option to turn it on and off, you know? Like, after you beat the game, you know, on whatever difficulty with Rachel in it, then maybe, like, have it like a switch on it. Maybe even before, you know? I would have appreciated her sections more if there was, you know, she didn't have just her Warhammer and had a couple more weapons, you know, or just in the game more in general. But she was never in the game to begin with, so I don't know. It's just something that just tugs me a weird way. Now, I didn't play... I'm going back in time now, so this is before Sigma. On the 360, you know, my dad played Ninja Gaiden Black along with me, and he got impressed because I beat the game on very hard. Yeah, I was good. I was a good gamer kid back then. That game is meant to be hard. And I remember unlocking Master Ninja, and then I tried like the first level and couldn't get past it. Later on down the line, when we got a 360, or when my dad got a 360, and then he maybe inherited it. But when my dad got a 360, he got Ninja Gaiden 2. And I remember like playing like the first level, and it definitely felt weird to me. And I remember just playing the first level, and that was it. I didn't get any further than that. It was just the first level. You know, I didn't play through all of it. I played through like the first part. I remember being absolutely mad because I kept getting blown up, and I just couldn't get past like the first initial level. Maybe it was on my fault because I like thought, oh, you know, I'm good at playing Ninja Gaiden on very hard, you know, on Ninja Gaiden Black on very hard, you know. I thought, yeah, I got this. So maybe it was stupid of me as a kid to play that game on hard or very hard. I don't remember what difficulty I tried it on Ninja Gaiden 2. But I remember them being either hard or very hard at the beginning, and I just kept dying over and over. So I didn't touch the game after that. I didn't get to experience all of the original Ninja Gaiden 2, and I wish I did. Ninja Gaiden 4 came out recently, though, this year, and it's even in the Game Awards. I hope it wins, you know, because it's one of my favorite action franchises games. I never played Devil May Cry. I believe I tried 5 slightly because my uncle, who I had lived with, he ended up moving out, had the game and he was playing the entire series. I tried slightly a little bit of it, but I didn't know what was going on. But it wasn't even for that long. It's one of those moments where the uncle's like, oh, hey, try this, you know, have fun with this game. I also remember, oh my god, I gotta talk about this too. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. I remember, oh yeah, when Ninja Gaiden 2 Black also released, it was like an instant drop, like a shadow drop. Yes, but it wasn't the original game. Well, it wasn't the original way to play that game because there was not only like apparently there were less enemy counts. They removed like some of the unfairness in the game, and I can understand why some of the fan base is a little bit mad and want to play the original variant with all the enemies and all the unfairness, because that's just how the games are meant to be played. It's supposed to be really freaking hard and unfair. You're just supposed to survive. You're supposed to be able to survive that game. You're not supposed to be able to complete, have fun with it, I guess. But I remember when that game Shadow dropped and I was like playing it on my PC, and I'd already beat it at this point, and my uncle was trying to, he heard about the series and he wanted to get into it. So he ended up playing Black 2, and he didn't tell me until later on. I told him to play the original one. He ended up playing Black 2, and he just couldn't get his head around the controls. And I remember being so, like, confident, being like, give me that controller. And I remember picking it up and kicking all their butts in that game. And he's like, how did you do that? I was like, dude, I've been playing this series for so long. I know how to play this game, But I really want to play like the original Ninja Gaiden 2, like the Black 2 is so good looking with its graphics. It's so cool. I do wish you didn't have to preload the shaders at the beginning, but I guess it's fine for a first time boot. But I wish they had kept everything from like in Sigma 2. I recently modded Sigma 2 on my Steam Deck to play, or at least I'm trying to. I haven't been able to get it to work properly. Some people have, but I haven't been able to get it to work myself. But I've been trying to get Sigma 2 modded to where it plays like the original one, and it's hard for me to know how the original one played if I only played like the first-ish level. So whenever I modded it, I don't know if it feels like the original 2. I played a little bit of Sigma 2, I guess, and the mod did add the charge bow. Like, in Sigma 2, you can't charge your bow, but you have infinite ammo. But I couldn't tell if, like, the enemy count was just, like, what it was supposed to be. Was it supposed to be difficult? I didn't know, I still don't know now, So, I'm probably going to plan on playing the original Ninja Gaiden 2 as a membership option, because I do plan on making more membership videos, and I just gotta get my hammer down and just start whacking away at it, because I haven't uploaded a membership video in so long. I just need to get down right into it. I've just been focused on seeing more worlds on Garry's mod and just like in VR chat and just having a great old time, Though I do need to make more membership videos. Also, I don't think anyone's even subscribed to be an Explorer member yet. So I haven't been worried about it much. If I had more Explorer memberships on my channel, then I'd have like, oh my god, I actually have to like make content, I should have already been doing it. I get it. Get on to me, yell at me. But I do need to get onto it. So it's just like, oh man, I haven't made one in a while, and I'd be like, oh, okay, it's okay. It's not like there's no one like an Explorer member yet. If there were, I would be like, okay, yeah, I need to get right on it, Just one of those. Okay, what do I record today? But yeah, I really want to play the original Ninja Gaiden 2. I mean, I had a blast with Black. And I beat the entire game on... It's on my Steam achievements, so I have to remember wisely. I remember beating the game on normal. I think I played halfway, quite a bit on hard, but I don't remember if I beat it yet. Or maybe I beat it on hard. I think I might have beaten it on hard, or very hard. And I just haven't beaten it on any other difficulties yet. But I wish I played the original as a kid, because I would have appreciated that game more too. Because the overall gameplay of Black 2 is like it still has the feel of what Ninja Gaiden 2 was, with all of its weapons, its kills, and oh my gosh, the fact that the whole game looking like it's like modern day graphics with ray tracing. Oh my god. But I wish I had appreciated it more as a kid. If I had just tried harder to play it as a kid and you know, try to get better, get good at the game, then I would have just like, my mind would have also been blown. It's just, I just didn't do it because I'm an idiot. I got into Naruto at that time. Oh man, Naruto, another anime that I love when I was growing up. I can't remember when my first time was watching Naruto. It might have been one night on Adult Swim. Because as a kid, I wasn't allowed to watch Cartoon Network whenever it went to Adult Swim, which really sucked, by the way, as a kid. Having to, like, my parents being strict as they were, they would always tell me, oh, you got to change the channel because it's on Adult Swim at night. You can't watch it. You're a kid. You can't, like, what the heck, Cartoon Network? Why? I was enjoying what came out at the time. What came out at the time on Cartoon Network? Adventure Time, I believe. Maybe a regular show when it first released. Like, oh my god, Do What Would Happen? Another good show. Oh my god, that used to be my Mythbusters back in the day. Like, before Mythbusters, it was Dude, What Would Happen for me. And what that particular show is it would be like, dude, what would happen if we had a paintball battle in the middle of a tornado, like some crazy stuff like that. Or, dude, what would happen? What if we were to fill a car, or would we still be able to drive a car if it was filled with, hold on, I'm trying to remember the specific episode. I think one of them was, dude, what would happen if we tried to drive and, like, fill a car as an aquarium and drive it? I can't remember the specific wording, so, it was like Mythbusters before Mythbusters. It was like just boys being stupid, trying to come up with some crazy things. Like, that was my version of, like, the Jack A movies that came out. Also, I never watched them. I've never seen those movies, and I still haven't to this day. But those were my versions of, like, before Mythbusters. It was great, And then Nick at Night would just go, ruin my entire night. But I remember watching, like, a little bit of the Naruto anime on Adult Swim, and I can't remember the specific episode. I'm not even gonna try, but I remember, like, on occasions, even when my parents would tell me not to watch Adult Swim, I would always just, take a little peek at what's going on. Not like I was, like, intrigued. I was just more like curious. Whenever you're a kid, I've said this in multiple occasions, like, throughout my videos and even in this one, I'll say, like, don't look it up, don't do this, if you're a kid, don't do that, don't look it up, it's not worth it, Kids will still get the curiosity. They're kids. It gets the better of them. And I was one too, because I was a kid and I was, like, curious on what was on Adult Swim and what was playing, that I would just, like, take a little peek of, like, why am I not allowed to watch this, Like, what's so bad about this, It's still Cartoon Network. Why would they just suddenly have this change in their broadcasting station, And then the Naruto would, like, that was, like, my first, like, taste of anime, I didn't know anything about anime until I saw, like, a little bit of Naruto. And then later on down the line, I watched... I can't remember if I watched it on a website or if I first saw it on Netflix, but I remember also Naruto being on Netflix. Oh, yeah. I remember watching a little bit on the web. No, I didn't. I watched it on Netflix when we owned it. Back when Netflix was still starting out, I guess, or at least, like, just a little. I can't. Why am I trying to figure out the time of what Netflix started? Okay, just know that it was on Netflix when I was growing up. Okay, and I remember there being, like, the first 3 seasons of Naruto, the original Naruto, by the way, and then that's all Netflix had. They only had, like, season 1 for the longest time, and then 2 and 3 got added on. And I was like, oh, okay. I watched the first 3 seasons of Naruto on Netflix, and it was great. And then later on, I ended up finding out there was more seasons of the original Naruto, not on Netflix, but somewhere else. And, at the time, I didn't have a great phone. I've talked about this before. I've had a phone that was always just monitored by my parents. A Windows phone, mind you. But then later on, like the original Naruto like got changed from seasons 1 to 3. They removed him, and then they put the other seasons on, which was weird to me. Why would you remove the first 3 seasons and then add the other ones, but not keep the first 3 seasons? It was weird to me. And then at some point they did end up keeping all the seasons on, but by that time I had already watched the rest of the seasons of the original Naruto, and I thought that was it. I thought that was just, I watched the entire Naruto series until I realized, I watched, by the time I'd gotten older and I had gotten a proper phone, I saw that there was a Naruto, like, anime opening, and it was him grown up, and I was like, whoa, what the heck is this about, And it was another, I guess, variation or another, like, season of Naruto called Naruto Shippuden, which is with him after he had gone training with Jiraiya Sensei from the Hidden Leaf. And I was like, whoa! And it was like the first literal opening. And I remember owning the first season of the Naruto Shippuden on disc. But after that, I had to watch the rest online. I didn't get any other physical season discs of Naruto, and honestly, I don't even have them now. I used to have it, but I don't think I have them anymore. They're gone. We still had VHSs up to 2025 until we had to get rid of them. Dragon Ball was one of them, I believe. I wouldn't say I grew up more with Naruto than I did Dragon Ball, because back when I was like still a kid, at the time before DVDs, there was VHS. We had Dragon Ball on VHS, and I believe we only had like 1 or 2 Dragon Balls on VHS. And it was I know where this is at, by the way, because I've already seen the Dragon Ball Z Kai. I've seen all of it by now. It's after the Cell Saga, where Gohan is now like grown up as like an actual like so he was a preteen in the Cell Saga, right? I guess he was more of a grown up teenager, I guess you could say, in high school. I had like 2 VHSs of him being Saiyan Man and him being in school, and that was it. And I never got intrigued in Dragon Ball after that, because at the time did I watch a little bit of Dragon Ball first? Maybe I thought Dragon Ball was like a cartoon more than an anime at that time. I believe I did. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe Dragon Ball was my very first anime. I say that Naruto was my first one, but I believe as a kid, I always just thought it was just a cartoon, like Pokemon. I always thought Pokemon was a cartoon. I never thought that was an anime. I don't think I even owned any Pokemon VHS stuff. I remember being into Pokemon 2, but I always thought, like, it's just like it's a cartoon. I probably thought Dragon Ball was the same thing. So maybe Dragon Ball was my first taste of anime, but at the time I didn't know it was anime. I more like just said, oh, it's a cartoon. But as I grew up, I forgot about like the original Dragon Ball stuff, and then Naruto came in, and I was like, oh, this is anime. This is what it means. And then I should have put 2 and 2 together as I grew up, but I didn't, because I was just an idiot at the time. Also, I don't even think we had a VHS player back then, and all of our VHS stuff was in storage, so out of sight, out of mind. Some memories just don't pop up as you're growing up as a kid, and you don't think about those kinds of things. You're into the things that you're just looking at in the present, living in the present. So yeah, Naruto was like my first taste of like anime, and then there was like Sword Art that came. There was some other like animes. Like even now I want more Asterisk War seasons. I believe there's only 1 season. I believe there's 2. There might be 2 seasons. It's the fact that there's like different openings, like in Naruto. I believe in like season 1, it changed its ending like twice, and it was still season 1, which kind of throws me off, I think. I don't remember if it's season 1 or season 2. But when an anime changes its intro, I usually think, oh yeah, that's a different season. It's not always the case. Because I believe Asterisk War had only God, I can't remember. Because now I'm trying to think, because there's two different arcs in that particular game, in that anime. So I don't know. I'd have to figure that out. Were there only 12 episodes? I believe there were only 12 episodes, right? Maybe there were 24. Maybe there were 24 episodes for Asterisk War. But I really do want one more season of Asterisk War. He still hasn't found his sister. He's still looking for her. I really want to know what happens next. And I had to buy the light novels. But they're, like I said, they're just so expensive because it's an old anime that came out. And the light novels themselves are just really expensive, and it sucks. I've already said this before. I really just like owning physical books and having the actual book in my hand instead of reading from my phone. I'm trying to think if there's any other animes other than like Naruto, SAO, In Another World with my smartphone. Danmachi was like later on, I guess. I think I remember specifically watching the first season of Danmachi, and I didn't think of anything else about it. I just thought of, another anime I watched 12 episodes of, and then I moved on. And then later on this year, I ended up watching it twice, I think, this year. I watched seasons 1 through 3, I believe, at the beginning of January, and I thought that was all the seasons until later on, near the end of this year, I believe, sometime, maybe in like before October, I watched season 4, and I didn't realize that exclusive streaming services, that really sucks now that I'm thinking about it. What? They're having to force you to pay for another streaming service just to watch another season of anime. It's probably the most scummiest thing that any other streaming platform can ever do. Like, I get, we're eating. Oh no, I don't think they were, because I think season 4. I think it was just season 4 on H-Dive. So H-Dive just had season 4 of Danmachi, which is how to pick up girls in a. Is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? I think it only had season 4, which was really stupid. Why would you just have that season and not the entire series? That's just like really scummy to force people to. And then again, why would you want to force people off your platform to go pay for another subscription platform, unless they're like in on it and still getting the same amount of money and try to charge you twice? Why do we live in this day and age where things like that are just going over people's heads? We've got a lot of really bad things going on in the world. We've got the use of AI in our games, which is bad enough. Okay, cardinal system. I really want a cardinal system. That's for other purposes, though. But, we have the use of AI art in our games. We have the use of, I believe it was Ubisoft that had their CEO talk about how, in an interview, like, what if the players paid for extra ammo as they were playing a game? Or what if we put ads inside of our video games, forcing the players to, like, that's like there's like really scummy stuff happening in the world today. And it really just freaking, like, whatever happened to, like, being legitimate and fun? What happened to actually enjoying the stuff that you do? And I've been walking around in circles talking my absolute mouth off, but it's been 8 hours of this. So shouldn't be anything particularly new. But man, it's just why and then with all the tariffs going on right now, it's also really bad. I heard that they're was it bread or milk? No, I'm not going to bring it up. I shouldn't be bringing up relevant information until I know specifically. It's hard to think about, like, information without having a headset on top of your head. Like, whenever I like record, there's always like this. This is like the lightest like the quest series has ever been, but it still feels like heavy on the front of my face. You know, you still have all this like technology in front of your face weighing you down, and the Quest 2, you know. I still have my Quest 2, and that thing is heavier than this. So I'm just glad they made it lighter, but at the same time, you know, I had to get a lot of attachments for that thing to make it bearable to wear. And it's still like sitting here on my dresser. Like I bought expensive stuff with it, you know. I bought rechargeable controllers with it. I bought a different what is it? A different face plate with it, which made it more comfortable. I also bought a different strap, like actual like more comfortable attachment for it. And then the Quest 3 comes out, like, hey, yeah, none of your stuff is gonna actually work. None of your attachments from your Quest 2 are gonna work with your 3. At least, you know, I spent like a lot of money just on the Quest 2 alone. And then the attachments on top of it, you know, I bought like the rechargeable controllers, you know, I did, and then all of a sudden the Quest 3 comes out, and then I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, you know, I'll get it. And then none of your attachments work, and you have to get new ones. So I just stopped getting attachments for any of the things I have. I still have my original Quest 3 like headband. I still have my original Quest 3 controllers. There's no grips or anything, which I should probably honestly get some grips. They're probably... Oh, yeah, because the controllers are absolutely different. I didn't get any grips for the original controllers for my Quest 2, but I did get rechargeable ones, and I don't think they work with the 3 because they're absolutely different in terms of like how they function, because there's like a button on the actual controllers themselves that just come right off. So for those who are like into like getting a VR headset and want to get attachments for it, I would like try your best to like get those at like a discount, and like I would plan on using that more before you decide to get an upgrade, because I made the mistake of getting a bunch of attachments for my Quest 2, and then all of a sudden, like later on down the line, the Quest 3 comes out with better capabilities than my Quest 2. You know, having a full colored what's it called? Real world view, which is so much nicer, by the way, and just better performance overall. What about the Quest 2 and 3 were different? Oh yeah, the hand tracking. I believe there was hand tracking for the Quest 3. I thought when I initially bought the Quest 3 there was eye tracking, or no, I thought there was full body tracking, but there wasn't, because I'm an idiot and I just like flies over my head. So, but you know, I'm having a great time with my Quest 3. It's lasted me such a long time, and if I guess I can use my Quest 2 as like a backup if I ever need. So like if my Quest 3 ends up like breaking down on me, but I know for a fact that when I go back recording on the Quest, not back recording, if I go recording on the Quest 2, I know I'm probably going to be the least comfortable in terms of like weight on my face. But even then, like I'm like bringing up real information just with a headset on your face, and just try to immerse yourself in both the game and talk about IRL stuff. It's like hard to do. I feel a lot more at ease not having a plain old headset on my, like earmuffs on my head. Headphones. Sorry, earmuffs, headphones. Oh my god. I've been talking my mouth off. I am slurring my words to an absolute degree. It's crazy. I've probably been doing that the entire video. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I've actually blanked out talking this entire time. I have no idea where I've been walking around as I've been recording. I've just been picturing... Does anyone else do that? Whenever you're talking, okay, maybe not to yourself, but maybe like you're talking to yourself during your recording. Has anyone else like pictured their past memories or have like the actual images in their eyes as they're talking about the relevant information that they're like talking about, and just blank out and not even notice what's going on around you? I have that happen to me on like a couple occasions in VR recordings, especially this one. Like in the past other like variations of this Flatgrass map, it's just been like flashes of like I'm not paying attention to where I'm going, or like it's like a type of daydream where you're not paying attention and you're just remembering your past life, like the past. Wow, man. I don't even know like where I've been since I've loaded into this map. I know I've talked about a little bit about the actual like the texture quality and like the past games I played, but like I don't even know where I've been walking for the past hour and 20 minutes. Hour? Maybe like hour. For the past 30 minutes or so. I really get lost in my own speech. Maybe it's because, maybe it's just because I'm a good listener, you know? I've been trying my best to be a good listener because back in the past, you know, I would like always talk over my friends and be really excited, you know, and I would just always just want to talk over them and want to speak my mind, thinking that you know I have to tell them this relevant information now. And I've been working on just trying to listen more and not interrupt, and I have been getting really really better. I have been getting really really good on that. So that's nice. So I'm wondering if like me listening to my own self-talk is like, you know, making me picture those things as I open and close the relevant information that is leaving my mouth. this video is gonna be an absolute bombshell. It is not like it's gonna be a dud. It's gonna be like a bombshell that just doesn't go off. Oh man, I am crazy for doing this video. Maybe I should have just done a 30-minute recording after all. No, I needed to do this. I needed to do this. I've said this on multiple. I needed to be able to have this moment where I'm absolutely like letting loose all my like it feels like a therapy session with myself. Like some type of closure that I can give myself to like just you know, release my inhibitions and just say what I want to say without having to like focus too entirely on what's in front of me, you know? Because like there's no story, there's no nothing, just flat grass, some textures here and there, and a structure in the building, like in the middle. Just you and your thoughts, you know, and it's good, making me good at my commentary, and I feel like it's also helping me out, like just, you know, not relieve my stress, but like some, you know, give me some kind of like outlet, you know. I feel like I've had this like plug that I've always wanted to put into the wall on some of these videos, and I'd always like put it in, and then, you know, occasionally I would just have to like actually like focus on what I'm looking at. But here, that plug is all the way in, and I am able to like release every single bit of like energy I've got into what I've ever wanted to say. Like I'm allowed to give myself I'm allowed to get lost in my own stories or in my own words now, because there's just me, the map, and nothing else. You know what I mean? Nothing I need to focus on in terms of the story, nothing on in terms of focus into like I'm not good at details, but you know, in terms of like just anything. You, grass, map, talk, you know? I've had it on other occasions with other videos in particular that have this kind of like feel to it, where it's just a flat, either like a very flat snowy area and just a small map in general, and I would try to like lengthen video as much as I could, trying to do my best. But this I've already said this multiple occasions, but I know this video isn't going to do well, like my backrooms videos. I know it's not going to do well in terms of like, it's not going to get 100 views. But this video, like every video I make is for me, but this one is like definitely like whew, man, I feel so good. I feel like I've been able to like get everything out of my head and put it onto a video. I hope that I'd actually be able to focus on the maps more as I talk in future videos that I make now. I should be able to. God, I hope I'll be able to. No excuses now. No excuses why I shouldn't be focused on the map after this video. Oh man, I feel bad every time I do that. I feel bad every time I go on a tangent I especially feel slightly bad here now, but not as much because I've looked around as much as I can. So it's just me talking now. But I've especially felt bad when I'm going through a map in VR, and I'll talk about like some like real life experience I've had, and something's happening in the map, and I'm just not paying attention, and I'm just like, oh, I need to pay attention to what's happening in front of me. I'll talk about this later, or I'll end up talking about something and just not finish, and then focus on the map entirely. I also feel bad about doing that as well. There's a left and a right with it. You know, I feel bad either way. But now I feel like I can like hopefully appreciate and focus on maps more. And now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I should just stop moving whenever I'm exploring a map and just finish my thoughts before I move on. You know, I should probably just do that. But I feel like every time I do that, I'm going to be talking for like an hour, and then I'm going to be, or maybe 30 minutes at max, and then I'll be like, oh God, I got to actually explore the map. I only have like a certain like recording time limit, because even now with this 12-hour video, you know, it's taken a while. But I'll get, you know what? I'm gonna wait until the last 2 hours to bring up what I'm doing. Okay. Obviously, I'm not recording 12 hours of straight footage. Okay, I'm not recording 12 hours of straight footage. I only have a maximum of 2 hours every time of recording. So, a little bit of a hint as to what is going on with the map, if you haven't figured it out yet. I do want more storage, though. I wish I was able to have more storage. I hate the fact that I just don't have a lot of it, and I have to use Dropbox. I have to use it. As much as I want to buy an external hard drive, I've had a bad experience with it. I think I've talked about it in this video in particular already. It's kind of hard to remember what you've talked about the past other 8 hours or 9 hours, as it's getting close to that 10-hour mark. So you're probably gonna be hearing a lot of stuff that I'll put it at the beginning of the video. You know, make sure I need to put a disclaimer for this video in particular, because this one's gonna have non-stop talking throughout its entirety. Oh man, it's gonna be crazy once I upload this thing. Is there anything else I can get my mind off things as I'm walking around here? I've talked about my games. I've talked about some other things. like the companies being a little bit scummy, and, you know, with the animes and stuff. I talked about my favorite animes, you know, a little bit details on the games that I played as a kid growing up. I don't think I can think of anything else. I guess another game I could bring up is I can't remember the specific Splinter Cell, but it was like Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell, and in this game in particular, I can't remember what game on the PS2 it was. There's multiple Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell versions, but this version in particular had a co-op story mode, and I remember me and my uncle playing it and beating it in one day. We might have played it before and tried the first level, but I remember we played the first level from start and beat the whole game from finish, and it was like nighttime and dinner time by the time we had beaten the game, or getting close to beating the game. No. We went to go eat dinner while we were playing the game. No, I believe we ate dinner during that time, and then we came back. Oh, we played the game in secret. That's what we did. Oh yeah, that's right. We played the game in secret, trying to beat it, trying not to get caught by my grandma and his, I guess, foster mom. And we did eventually beat it. And I think our grandpa caught us, and he just ignored us and allowed us to play it. Oh man, the good times back then. I need to get him to play the game again. There was another. Was there anything else I want to bring up? I don't think I do. I think I've run my mouth off quite a bit in this Half-Life 1 texture looking area. If I had only, what would my life be if I had played Half-Life 1 growing up? What other steps, if I had taken a different path? And what other universe would I have if I had played a different game other than, Halo? What would be the other game? Is there like any other way I could have? I don't think there was any way for me to play Half-Life at all, except for the 360. But what if I took a different steps and picked a different game back then? What if I just didn't play the first Sonic Adventure on the 360? What if I just played Half-Life? What if one day I just got curious and just decided, I played Sonic all the time. Maybe I should have just played this instead. Wonder how I would have turned out if I had done so differently. But then again, I wouldn't be having all the blind reactions to actually playing a game and being able to make a video series on it, though. So I guess it's okay. But then again, I would at least know something about the original. I probably would have been more interested in it growing up, in terms of later on as a teen when I got better access to the web, I probably would have looked more into it. But honestly, never in my entire life I would ever think I would play Half-Life. I'd hear about Half-Life here and there. I never seen actual gameplay of it. Maybe I have and I just forgotten. But I never actually ever thought I'd play a remake or a remake of Half-Life. Black Mesa. I never ever thought I would actually ever do it. And I've had a PC for a while, I at some point when I started my channel too, I had the initial thought that maybe one day I'd play a different game. Maybe I'd play some other game for a Let's Play. But in my, I never ever thought I would actually enjoy and play Half-Life. And I don't regret, having to check it out because it's really cool. I wish I had played it sooner, like the original one at least. That way I'd have more to talk about and go, have some a little bit of a connection to it other than just Garry's mod, But, I mean, I don't think I would have it any other way, Completely going into the series blind and just seeing everything for the first time, learning about the story now as an adult, I can appreciate it more. I can appreciate those little things more because growing up as a kid, I never understood the story of, Halo or Halo 2. I mean, I never got far, but I never understood all the story of especially Sonic Heroes. I honestly thought Sonic Heroes there wasn't really much of a story other than I knew there was a bad guy and you beat the game. As a kid, I never just appreciated the story. Growing up as a kid, you just don't appreciate those little things. But now as an adult, going back to those times and then playing games that existed while you were growing up and now experiencing them as an adult for the first time, it's great because now I can understand what's going on. I can understand this, the story in general and appreciate it more and go, oh my gosh, I wish I had played this game a long time ago. A Hat in Time is another game. I explored one of the maps. No, I explored two maps from A Hat in Time in Garry's mod, and I never thought I'd actually play the game, but I explored the maps, and one day I might have had the thought cross my mind, but then I ended up playing the game this year and live streaming it and beating the entire thing. Now, did I get all the achievements? No. At some point, I do want to go back and get the achievements for either a future live stream or video. But I never thought in my entire time that when I explored those two maps, I never thought I'd play A Hat in Time. And then I ended up really liking it. I never knew that A Hat in Time was Mario 64 back when I played it on the DSi. I never thought it was like that. I always just thought it was a really cute child I mean, I guess it's like a game for children too, I guess, but it's for adults as well. But it's a really very cute game, very charming game, and the fact that it played like Mario 64, but it was better because you got to switch your hats and get different powers. Why haven't I played that game before, you know? How long has that game been out to the point where I just haven't checked it out or played it? Why there's just so many things of games I've never heard about that I want to check out now. And I don't have time for it because I'm a freaking adult. And being an adult just sucks. I can't play every single game. I know in my whole lifespan I'm not going to be able to play every single little thing that I want to play or check out, and that's going to really suck whenever that time comes. You know, there's going to be that one game, or maybe more than like 20-ish, 1,000 games even. I'm going to be on my deathbed and I'm going to be like regretting like checking, you know, certain games out or watching other movies. You know, I'm going to end up having a lot of regrets maybe one day. I hope when that time comes, I don't have any regrets of missing out on anything. The one thing I am going to be sad about is missing out on the future of projects I do enjoy, like Ninja Gaiden and the Sonic series and stuff. Oh, man. God. Can we build a time machine already? Can we just have that? Like, you know, Back to the Future was one of my, mine and my mom's favorite movies growing up. And I honestly thought there was going to be a fourth one at some point. Not last year, but maybe like the year before that. But they just didn't make another one because they didn't want to mess with the series, because that series is done. Honestly, I can respect that. But, you know, Back to the Future was just something I grew up with. And Indiana Jones was another one I grew up with. And I just loved that series. And I just hope I don't miss out on anything new when I get older. You know, whenever that time comes, when I have to leave this world. God. I would love to have a time machine to go back there, not back in time, but forward in time, just to see what becomes of the things I like. That day's never gonna come, though. Probably not gonna have a time machine until, I don't even think, is the time machine even possible? That's gotta be possible, right? You know, now that I'm thinking about it, I never really thought about it much. I always thought like the time travel was just like complete science fiction. Never actually thought how real. Oh, you know what? Now I'm thinking about it. I need to come up here. I never really actually thought how real that time travel was. Whew, man. I am speaking a lot. But you know what? It's okay. It's okay. Ow, that hurt. I really hate how low the volume is. I really need to figure out what the heck is going on with the volume of my headphones, because this is just absolutely weird. I also do wish there were sounds, but I mean, the only sounds I'm getting are my own footsteps and my voice. Okay. Let's check these rooms one last time real quick. See if there's anything in here. Nope. Okay then. Oh, it's changed once more. Look at this. Oh, is this water? Oh, this is definitely water. Ah, my dream. Oh, finally some water. Oh, but look at the colors. Look at this purple. It's so retro looking. The lighting on this building seems definitely weird since we're in like space with the purple stars in the sky. I don't see any moon at all. Where the heck are we? I do like water though. I'm glad. You know what? I asked for water for the past couple of instances of your variations that you've put me through. And now that you've actually given it to me, you've given me a lot. You've given me a lot of water. And since we're coming up to the last 2 hours of this very long video, I'm going to, I guess, reveal the secret that, yeah, we haven't exactly, like, the map hasn't been messing with me. If you've already figured it out by now, and I'm hoping that the transitions are as smooth as I want them to be, we have been playing different versions of Flatgrass maps. We've played one made by Lily McFluffybutt on the recent 2-hour one we just did. We did the sunset. We did the night. I think it's like experimental. I think that's the name of the map itself. And then we just did the normal Flatgrass and the realistic one that I found on the Steam Workshop page. So yes, there are multiple maps in this session. It's not the map messing with me. All of them will be in the description down below. But it was great. I mean, I also I don't I don't like lying, so I had to like keep like this weird facade up this entire 12 hours of recording. And now that I've getting to the final, like the last 2 hours, because each map I had to record like 2 hours for each video to get up to 12 hours. And it's like stored on like my media fire, right? No, it's in my Dropbox. Wait, isn't it MediaFire, Dropbox the same thing? It's in Dropbox. This is my Dropbox. That's right, not MediaFire. I'm thinking of something else. So it's in my Dropbox, and I've checked all like the video storages. This is crazy. I'm gonna reveal this right now because I just recently looked at it before I started this particular session for these last 2 hours. One of them's 125 gigabytes. Ouch. One of them's 58 gigabytes. There's 2 right there. Another one's like 32 gigabytes. And this is 2 hours for each video. I think another one's like 46. And I have no idea how long this one's going to be. Like how big the file is this going to be. I'm scared because I only have currently 278 gigs on my PC right now. And they're not even saved on my computer yet. So what I mean by my storage is bad on my PC, it's bad. It's bad. You know, I have this game installed. I have like a game or two that I personally play, and they're not the game I play. Like I have Ninja Gaiden Sigma installed, but like it's only like a couple of gigs. It's not even past 10. It's only like 7 at most, and the fact that just I have to figure out how I'm gonna be able to make this video is telling me I'm gonna have to edit this at like after this particular. I'm giving some background stuff too. Well, you know, my whole thought process as I'm going through, since I've got the time to talk about it, and why not? While I'm enjoying this freaking beauty of purple land. Water, this whole what even is this? This is very. I mean, this one's literally called Bizarre Flatgrass. So at this point, this is not even Flatgrass. This is just Water World. Well, I don't think it's called that either. This is just flooded Flatgrass in the stars. Maybe it is bizarre. Maybe it definitely is bizarre. The clouds in the back. What even is going on here? Maybe I shouldn't try to understand it. But the coolest thing too, like not just the purple horizon off in the distance in the clouds, but the stars in the sky. Look at this. Like a tiny tint of pink. And we got some normal white stars, but no moon this time, which is sad. Feels like we've been on Flatgrass for full 2 days in this particular video, even though it's only been 12 hours. But going back to the main topic that I was talking about, like my storage space is so horrendous. I'm probably gonna have to, like, after this particular 2 hour section, I'm gonna have to like drop this into the Dropbox, download as much as I can of the first 2 or 3 maybe parts of the 2 hour videos, like 3 videos of the 2. So it's 2, 4, 6. I'm gonna have to edit them like half by half and hope that DaVinci keeps all of this like at a lossless recording. Because I wasn't expecting the files to be so big, especially the one that's like 120 something gigabytes. God, listen, I prioritize quality over quantity. I've already stated this. Well, no, I prioritize like in between. I do in between. So I prioritize like recording wise quality, and then quantity in terms of like uploading daily is like constantly, you know. And I don't like having to make people wait. But this one in particular, like I know that I haven't posted a normal video in a while trying to make this particular video. But after this is uploaded, like it's like feels like it's a weight off my shoulders, you know? Like initially from the start, like, you know, I was excited and I still am. I'm still excited, and I'm excited now, like I'm getting near the end to the particular video, but I've just been wanting to like that scratch. I've been wanting to just like scratch the exploring urge to see more maps other than just different variations of Flatgrass, and just play, but get back to the games that I want to get to, like Dream Core and Half-Life, and I want to get back into Ender Dream Barbecue. You know, I know I could have done this a little bit better, but I wanted to focus on this video in particular. I know I said I was going to be focusing on like Horde and Echoes Beyond, but I just wanted to like get this video like made, like this should be my overall focus right now. And so I know I apologize for saying that I was going to be focusing on Echoes Beyond and Horde, but I really wanted to do this video because since it's already past the date, we've hit 2,000 subscribers, and I'm gonna talk about it more in this in a 2,000 subscriber video. But I'm like, I'll talk about it more there. We'll just talk about it more there, and I'll save it for then. And I'm just, whew, oh my god. I wasn't even planning on, you know, okay, I'll talk about, I'll just ignore it. I'll just push it off to the side and save it for the video. But oh my god, I really wanted to talk about it, but I'm just gonna have to hold it off and continue talking about something else. But, you know, I hope I can get this posted. Oh man. Because I'm going to have to... The thing is that it's not going to take me long to, like, see if the transitions are going to work in terms of the plan. So, for those who want to know what I mean by the seamless transition plan that I wanted to figure out. So, if you haven't noticed already, I mean, if my plan works and if the transitions are actually seamless in terms of the way I want it to be, I've always come into... Wait, where is the... Wait, what? Is it this room? Oh, I walked in a weird... Oh, there's also a desk in here? Okay, that's definitely weird to me. If you notice that every single part at 2 hours, my whole plan was to have every single map be a transition from another, as like every single start of every 2 hour video is like me popping out through here and then having the map like change, you know. I thought it was a cool idea, and I wanted to try it and see if my plan will actually work. I haven't edited anything in terms of, I just got all the clips and made sure I had all the video first, and I haven't tried it yet. So even if it doesn't work, I still want to post the 12-hour video regardless. I mean, you're watching it right now, but I'm talking in the past, which is your future, which is also the present. Strange how that works, doesn't it? I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm talking about. But oh my word, I don't even know why that... I'm going to have to find out why one of them in particular is like 100 gigabytes big, considering the fact that it's like the same amount of time and everything. I think I know what it is, though. Honestly, now that I'm thinking more about it. So in terms of like making videos in general, and don't take this to heart. Like I've said in this entire video, if you've been watching this video up to this point, if I've posted it in some way, shape, or form, if you watch this video up to this point without falling asleep, I congratulate you. You get the Gmod Explorer stamp of approval. But I think I remember watching a video on YouTube about, hold on. So when you're recording a video and you like move around and stuff, it adds to like more memory, I guess, the more recording space, because the amount of effects really does matter whenever you're recording a video. Say I'm playing, I'm doing a normal exploration on a normal map with no effects, like no particle effects or anything like that, and it's just like let's say it's construct and I'm just walking around and I look at a mirror, and it's just like a full 2 hours of that. And I put in the video after I record it is like, as an estimate, like only like 32 gigs, maybe even 25 gigs, if I'm lucky enough to not have like particle effects in my actual video. But now let's say if I were to record another map, but this map in particular had like a lot of particle effects and a lot of like movement in terms of like what's going on in the map with those particle effects, moving fog or like wizard magic or something like that just goes across my vision. That particle effects take up a lot of memory in terms of like making a video, because it can increase your file size depending on either how long how long of that particular effect is happening on your screen, or you know what I mean? I hope I'm explaining this right. I haven't seen the video in a long time, but I'm sure that's how it works. Also, that cloud right there kind of looks like the front of an alligator's mouth or some kind of dinosaur, now that I'm looking at it correctly. And now that I'm thinking about it, that looks like a fish over there. That seems strange to me. Although, that also looks like a fish. There's some weird, like... I should have honestly been looking at the clouds in the more like realistic looking Flatgrass and try to picture shapes and stuff in the clouds, like a butterfly or maybe like a mushroom or something like that. And now that I'm thinking about it, I should have, and I haven't, because all I've been doing for the past couple of video sections is mouth off to absolutely no one except for the audience. So I really hope I can get this. Wait a minute, is that a ship back there? What is that? That looks like a ship. Is there any more instances of that particular ship? Also, does this texture repeat? I'm trying to see if it repeats at all. It doesn't seem like it does. I'm seeing some weird stuff in the background. So yeah, I want to apologize for like playing a facade this entire like 12 hours of video footage. I've been trying to play it off as like I've been constantly changing maps and the map has been messing with me, just to have that seamless transition. Also, now that I'm seeing it, that looks like a sideways person. Look at that. That looks like a person looking at it sideways. That's okay. Now I'm actually getting a little bit schizophrenic now. I'm actually picturing things in my field of view. Oh man, just mentioning the fact that in the realistic-looking Flatgrass and the clouds were moving, I wasn't really looking up all that much, except for when I laid down and noticed it moving before. But having this in front of my vision, because in video games normally people don't look up in video games because that's where all the secrets are, and it's happened to me before because I explored an aquarium map. And there was a key for the door, and I couldn't find it because it was up above my head. And that's happened to me on other occasions too. But I've been trying to get better about it. But it's definitely a habit that's hard to break. And now that I'm thinking about it, the reflection of the water really does add some of the illusion that there's like little images. Because that just looks like a fish, right? And so does that. But the water is just reflecting that particular skybox texture. And now that I'm thinking about it, maybe we should take a look at the skybox texture. Oh god. Okay, oh god, I'm gonna get sick. Okay. Whew, that was okay. This is gonna make me feel sick. Okay. I'm already. Alright, I don't like this. This is crazy. Can you guys see this? Can you guys see this reflection happening to me right now? No, you can't. But in your view, it looks stationary. But in my VR view, the texture is moving along with my head, and it's kind of making me a little ill. I'm gonna get as close as I can to the edge. There's water here? What? Oh, there is. It's just really hard to see. I'm gonna get close to this edge right here, and I'm gonna end up falling over. I already know. Oh wow! Look at. Okay, well, it just disconnected my headset. That's all fun. Oh, why? It just disconnected me. I hope the recording's still going. Uh-oh. 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 It still is. Why did it just disconnect me like that? I think my VR is probably having a fit because I'm looking downwards right now. Oh my god, look at this. It's like some weird spiral. I wish I could get a better look at it. Hold on, maybe if I go straight up and go out of bounds over here. No, this is the best look is probably just from here. I should stop doing this. This is not okay for. I wish I could see the whole skybox texture. Look at that. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Where in the heck where did this image even come from? Whoa. How did they even get this texture? Did they draw it? I don't know. This looks like some weird smoke effect that they did probably in like a I don't know. I don't know what they did. This looks crazy looking at it from up here. Whoa. I like it though. I don't like how this is moving along with my head. So I'm just going to go straight back up onto this wonderful water area because I love water. For those who don't know and are new to the channel and this is like their first video, I really like water and maps. And now that I'm thinking about it, the water texture should have been updated as well for Garry's mod recently, and it's kind of hard to tell and to see how realistic it actually looks without it being clouded from here. It looks really cool, really good from a distance. Look at that. It looks like it has like real-time reflections to it. I didn't read the entire developer update for the update recently for Garry's recently, but it was like a week or two ago. For Garry's mod, but I know that they updated the water textures to seem a little bit more realistic and to fit the overall like they just made the water more realistic. Then that was like, oh yep, that's good enough for me. So maybe I should have read the entire actual dev update. But you know me, busy bee. Gotta stay on my toes. I am trying to find more image. This looks like I guess it's like a fish of some kind. This little white outline of a fish. All of this kind of looks like fish. They're all fishes. It's all a lie. It's just fish. And I wonder if you can actually picture some constellations up here too. I'm sure there are. I know there's like one constellation in general that I knew how to make as a kid. And that was like the panhandle. Because that was always like the easiest one to make. Because that one actually looks like a panhandle. What was it called? The big... No. What was it called? What was it? I think it was just called the panhandle, right? Am I mistaken? Look, listen, I remembered all my planets. I didn't remember all my stars. Because I just didn't even bother. Because they were just... They didn't exactly made full-on images. They were just like partial tic-tac-toe. Not tic-tac-toe. God, I can't even speak correctly or talk correctly. They were like partial, not even partial connect the dots. They were just, oh my god, yes, they were partial connect the dots. They weren't fully like connect the dot pictures is what I mean. God, I'm an idiot. I really hope I don't have to do a two-parter. I really hope I can keep everything in, because not only does YouTube have like a 12-hour time limit that you can upload, which is I honestly thought there were bigger videos out there, and now that I'm thinking about it, there probably are. I'm gonna have to look into it because I could have sworn there were other videos I've seen on my recommended that were like longer, like than 12 or 10 hours. So I'm gonna have to look into that. Another thing that's gonna also get me is the file size limit. I can't remember the number, but I think it's like no bigger than 250 gigs, I think. And with all the other videos, like by the time that this video in particular renders, it's a smaller video file. So I'm hoping that when the video actually renders out, It won't be like 200 gigs. It'd be like more like 100 or something gigs. And even then, that's a big file to upload to YouTube. It's probably going to take me a total of 2 days just to actually render the entire video. And I can't believe that the Flatgrass video that I'm making currently, hopefully, cross your fingers crossed, is going to be bigger than the Ultimate Void Places video. I wanted to go back and do a revisit of Void Places and include all the other fan maps and all the official ones and make like a 24-hour video. But apparently those dreams were crushed by YouTube's size limits and time limits. So, dang, that sucks. I guess, I understand why, though. I understand, because it's not just me that they're trying to account for. They're accounting for everyone else who is on YouTube space, which is basically everyone and their moms these days. So it's understandable. But at the same time, like, you know, when you first start out making your YouTube channel, you only have like an upload size of like 15 minutes. You only have like that's the time limit you got when making when you first starting your channel out. And I believe that happened even back then. I'm not sure. Because I've been watching a couple of reaction videos to some of the what's it called? The abridged videos for Dragon Ball Z, and apparently they had like a 15-minute time limit even back then, because the videos I'm watching are like old and like people have already reacted to them, and they're actually really funny. But I've already seen the entire like a bridge series for SAO, which was actually hilarious. I saw quite a bit of the Dragon Ball one. I didn't see every single episode for the bridge series, but I saw a good majority. And also, by the way, I've seen all of Dragon Ball by now, at least for Z. Somewhere up to the Boo saga. Oh, actually, yeah, I've seen all. Now that I'm thinking about it, I have seen all of Dragon Ball Z by now because, well, at least Dragon Ball Z Kai, Dragon Ball Z, which is like, is it still on Kai? Is the Boo Saga still on Kai? Was it on Kai that I watched it on? I remember watching the Boo Saga, and I don't remember if I watched it in the original way, or the normal Z series way. I mean, like the Kai way or the normal Z series. I can't remember. I know that Z is like got a lot of space, like for like Goku making the Spirit Bomb. There's like a lot of episodes before he even releases the thing, and then like just in general, Namek is just a long. It's a long arc in terms of like the normal one, and on Kai it shortens that and just keeps the main points in, which is really nice. Honestly, really nice for me. So if you're gonna watch Dragon Ball, I would watch Kai first, and then if you end up liking the series itself, then you can go back and watch the original Dragon Ball Z, because if you don't like it, you're probably not even gonna like it. Having to like have their episodes spaced out. I'm sure that a lot of fans like who didn't have Kai before, like they're longtime fans and they love like the fact that they had to watch the entire series from start to end. And honestly, kudos for you guys, because I like watching I like seeing the main points of an anime, and then if I like the anime well enough, then I want to see like some filler stuff, because I do enjoy filler because it does like fill out some parts of the story. But like, oh my god, here's another good example. In Naruto, also spoilers, by the way. These are spoilers. In the middle of the Great Ninja War, like this is like a big event in the Naruto Shippuden series, where Obito and a revived Madara are like causing absolute havoc and causing the Fourth Great Ninja War with the black and white, with the white Zetsu, and their I said black because there's a black and white Zetsu in that anime, and reincarnated like not only like villains, but also people who have died from villains. Like Asuma gets revived, and all this other stuff that happened. Like just heroes and other Hidden Leaf members, and just it's crazy. But in the middle of the war, like they're about to like have like their confrontation, like, and there's just filler throughout like some parts of the war. Like, do I want to know what Kakashi's face looked like? Of course I do. But why didn't we make a filler? Like, why can't we just like go back and add that to, let's say, the normal Naruto series? Because that particular filler that they showed for Kakashi's face, which I don't mind, but what I do mind is having to see it during a big event like the 4th grade Ninja War. Like, why did you just throw this in here? I want to know what his face looks like, but don't throw it in while I'm just trying to, you know. Or wait, wasn't it his face reveal like after the battle with Pain? I think it was like after the battle with Pain. You know, the filler is nice whenever the filler is like about like, say, after the Pain battle, you know, Kakashi and Guy Sensei are having their race in the like already destroyed like Hidden Leaf Village, you know, and this is like after the Battle of Pain. See, that I don't mind because it's like still taking place in the actual timeline of what's going on, not going back in time in the middle of something that I'm trying to watch, like the 4th grade Ninja Wall, and just inserting something that wasn't supposed to be in the original Naruto series. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand a little bit. I mean, the only thing I can think of is maybe they're trying to figure out what they're doing with this. I don't know if they got all this The only thing I can think of is maybe that they're getting way too ahead of the manga. They're getting really close to like the manga, and they have to like slow down a bit and insert like some like fillers that some of the questions of the fans have been asking about, like what does Kakashi's face look like, you know, and some other things. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't watch all the fillers of Naruto Shippuden. I typically got a list, and I had to look up like the main episodes for the actual war and not have to skip anything. I think there was like maybe some like episodes that the list I had, which had the filler, but like it was like filler that mattered. You know, it was like during the war. You know, why is Obito doing all this? What's the point of him having to cause all this havoc? And you know, it goes back to the past and talk about those things, but that's important to the relevant information that's happening now. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like So yeah, filler for me. I don't mind filler. I love exploring, you know, and I love seeing all the intricate details and stuff. But if I'm trying to like watch the main story and I want to see what happens next, then I want to see what happens next. And if I want to watch the filler, then I'll go back and watch the filler. You know, like if I'm curious about certain things, like before the war, you know, or like before like Shippuden. Or just something that just happened in Shippuden in general, you know? What was I talking about? So yeah, Dragon Ball had, like, a lot of, like, areas where there was just, like, spaced out in between, like, certain action scenes. So I would recommend, for those who are, like, new to the series, I would watch Kai first to watch, like, the main points, and then go back and watch Z and just see what I'm talking about. You know, it's cool that they took the hard work. They put the time and effort into making those things, and I can definitely appreciate that. I just wish there was a little bit more like communication between like the companies that make the filler and the actual fans of the show, so that way, you know, like, hey, why are we spacing this out? Oh, it's because, you know, we're too close ahead of the anime. They always gotta like go around some things, you know. I'm gonna cause controversy. Let me just shut up and talk about something else. Okay. I'm talking about anime again. This whole like past 4 hours has just been anime. It's just been anime and all TV shows, and some gaming stuff here and there. I'm trying to think of any areas that probably can remind me. There's one map in particular that this purple this purple, this like the color purple reminds me of. I can't remember the name of. Is it Night Fever? I think it was like Night Fever. Was it called that? GM Night Fever? Was it that? So I didn't do it in. So the map I'm talking about in particular, I didn't do it in VR. Or at least I haven't done it in VR yet. But I did do it in desktop a long time ago. And this map had like a puzzle. And like so this weird like retro Egyptian like look to it. With all like the purple and like the stars in the sky. It just had this like retro like Egyptian aesthetic to it. And that's what's reminding me of this color a little bit. And now that I'm thinking about it, I wonder if this is made by the same person. I don't know. I typically, for those who are just now starting the channel, I do all my maps blind. I know it should be getting the authors' names at this point, but I haven't. I've just been getting on and recording and go, you know. But I make sure I put the Steam community links for all the maps in the description, and also the haunted, the experimental night with all like the little hauntings. I will also put the Steam community links in the description for like all the spooky stuff that happened. The one I only had like 2 add-ons added on for that particular, I guess you can call it session. It was him. I had him installed, and it was running. And I also had paranormal activities, but I turned off like the cockroach option because random cockroaches on Flatgrass. I mean, that would have been slightly weird, and I thought it would be unnatural. So I turned that off. So the paranormal hauntings and the him add-on is the only thing I had on, and I just hit my mic. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, my face feels slightly itchy, and I hope my mic is still recording. It is. See, I thought, to be fair, I had a lot more, I feel like I had a lot more of the paranormal events happen to me than the actual him mod. Unless the him mod actually worked at some point, the only thing I saw that I thought was like the him mod, or the add-on, was like the radio and the chair and stuff that were right here in the corner, and I honestly thought that was all that was going. I thought there was more. The more happened on the first time I tried the him add-on, and than it did on when I did it. Maybe it's the fact that I did. It was probably the fact that I had the paranormal events on, and I couldn't tell the difference between the two. But it was still, I wasn't expecting the paranormal events to be so scary though. I literally just found it, just added it on to add on to that a little bit of like I guess you should say content. It just started and booted it up and just went go, you know? I wasn't expecting it to actually scare the absolute crap out of me while I was trying to make commentary for 2 hours. But here we are. Now, when we think about anything else for this 12-hour video that I was trying to do, I guess at the beginning, you know, I was talking about earlier, and I kind of got off topic. I guess at the beginning, like, you know, I was excited to make this 12-hour video. The idea was great, and when I got to like the middle of it, in the after like 4 hours, I was starting to feel slightly fatigued because I was just like, you know, I'm trying to get this done. You know, it's a 12-hour video. I want to upload more. So I just decided to focus on it. You know, I wanted to just get. You know, I'm not trying to rush this out or anything, but I am. I'm not, but I am. I'm just trying to make sure this video is good as possible, while at the same time doing my best and getting this video out, because I know there are people out there who want to watch. If this was a blooper reel, it'd be great. I know there are people who are wanting me to play Half-Life 2 again. I know there are people who are wanting me... Like, Fluffles has already made 2 maps by the time I've made this video. And Redstone also had a map just come out recently that I really want to see. And I'm so excited about trying to get this video. You know, it's just that I have that itch I was talking about earlier. You know, I want to go see them, but I'm stuck here. It feels like it's my torment. I didn't have to make this video. I could have just done an hour and 30 minutes. I've already said this before. Why am I bringing this up again? Because I'm trying to say stuff to fill out the time. But yeah, you know, I want to get back into it, and I can't wait. I cannot wait. Like, I'm gonna go through those maps. You know? Was there anything else that I was thinking about adding, like, or doing, like, Echoes of Beyond as well? I talked about this before, but, I decided to just not do it, because I would have to, like, this wouldn't technically be an episode 400, and also, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm gonna have to make another 12-hour video later on down in the future, because with the Echoes of Beyond videos, I've been doing revisits. When and where, when I get to 400 episode, like, what is it, 399.5, after that, I'm gonna have to just go back through all of these maps once more and go through the Echoes of Beyond mod. Oh my god, there's gonna be another 12-hour video in the future, probably. Maybe this wasn't a good idea. No, I honestly, with the Echoes of Beyond mod, it would actually be very helpful in terms of, like, you know, at that point, my commentary would probably be through the roof, and I probably would have mastered it by then. Even then, I don't think I'm ever gonna master being a good commentator. But at least I'll have, like, a little bit more to look at in terms of, like, the first, like, original Flatgrass with the Echoes, because there's probably a crap ton there. I've already mentioned this before, and there's probably a few here and there on the other Flatgrass variants. So at least I'll have a little bit more, like, to broaden in talking about if I ever get to that point in time in my life. I sure hope so. I sure hope so. Yeah, this video has been taking a while to get done, just because it's December, you know, it's Christmas time, it's a very busy year, everyone's ordering all their gifts and presents. My family is doing a Secret Santa again. We did Secret Santa last year, and my brother kind of ruined it a little bit, because he got my sister, I think it was my older sister, and he, no, wait, let me think about this before I open my mouth again. It wasn't last year. It was a year before that we had done Secret Santa. He got my older sister, and he had given her crappy gifts. Like, he got her, like, stuff she didn't even want. Like, we wrote, so we're not doing this now. We're not doing it this year. But 2 years ago, we, like, the very first time we did Secret Santa, we, not only pulled our names out of, like, a hat, we wrote down some things that we probably wanted on our list. So for me, I think I just wrote, I mean, honestly, I didn't even have to write anything. They already knew what I wanted. But I wrote down, like, keycaps. I wanted Hatsune Miku keycaps. We were very specific in our lists. And I got them for Christmas, by the way. They're really cool. There were Hatsune Miku keycaps. There were, I believe I wanted a book at that time. I can't remember. I think I wrote that I wanted some, like, Sonic merch too. I wanted some, like, Sonic stuff too for Christmas. You know, I just wrote some general things. I wrote that specific thing because that's something I really wanted. I wrote down that I wanted I can't remember what book it was I wanted. What was it? I think I mostly asked for, like, technological stuff. I think that's all I mostly asked for. Maybe. Oh, I know what I asked for. I asked for drawing tool. I asked for drawing books, like, teach me how to draw and stuff. So that's what. Yeah. Okay. So that's what I also asked for. You know, the list wasn't even that big. It was just, like, some broad stuff. And so my younger brother, he got my older sister on, and he also had, like, we all had our own lists. And when Christmas time came around, he got absolutely nothing that she wanted on her list. He just decided to pick out gifts because he thought it was, you know, like, because she wanted it. You know, I to be honest, that it was the worst. I had to go out and buy her something for her Secret Santa because he was such a freaking, like, That was the day he really made me mad, and he made everyone else mad, and she was upset. She was, like, literally crying, and but it's like, you know, it's not like he was I mean, I guess he was being an absolute, rude. I can't. I'm family friendly. I know I'm an adult. I can't say those things on YouTube. But an absolute horrible person. Let's just go with that. I can't. And last year he got my little baby sister, not baby, but littler sister, and he actually gave her good gifts. We forced him to pick her because if he ended up getting her crappy gifts, we at least knew like what to get her, because we all knew at the time like what she wanted during the year, because how kids are. They'll ask, like, when Christmas is about to come out, she'll be like, oh, I want this for Christmas, I want this for Christmas, so we at least knew what she wanted, even if he gave her bad gifts. But he actually did a good thing and got her good gifts the last year, which is great. So this year we're doing it again, but added on my aunt and uncle are in the mix, plus her kids. I have to, I have to get one gift for her kids as well. But we're doing Secret Santa between us all adults, including my little sister again. But this year I got my mom, and I can't. Oh man, I got some good stuff picked out for her for this Christmas. She's a bit. I could talk about her. I could talk about her, right? Yeah, I could talk about her likes and dislikes. It's okay. I know some of the things she likes for Christmas, and I can say this out loud because she never watches my videos, and she's never going to. She's never even going to find out this video in particular is the one where her secret Christmas is. Mom, if you're watching this, quit watching. You're spoiling your gifts. But so growing up as a kid, she was always into this show called Red Dwarf. And I can't remember the whole premise of the show, except for the fact that they're carrying, it's like a giant ship, and it's supposed to inhabit all of, like, I can't really talk about it because I can't remember the whole premise of the show. Just know it's like an old, like, British, like, space show, and it's, like, really hilarious and funny. Honestly, I might have to watch it in my own time, because my mom used to really like that show, and it's hilarious. So there's that show. And I've been trying to look for stuff on Etsy. I can't exactly find one that... I found some coffee mugs here and there that I wanted to give her. But, there's also, like, a shirt I've seen. But, I don't exactly like giving clothes out for Christmas. It's like... It's something they're going to keep forever, but it just doesn't feel like a proper gift to me. Like, a proper gift for me feels more like something you can hang on your wall and you can stare at it forever, or something that's like the coffee mug, something they're going to, I guess that's shirts. I don't know. Giving clothes for Christmas just feels like it feels cheap as a gift, I guess. I guess they're definitely still meaningful, but I try to keep the clothes toned down a little bit and not just get them clothes. Because I just don't want to give someone clothes for Christmas. Because I know as a kid growing up, when I grew up as a kid, I always would want the next best thing, like the toys or a new game to play, something exciting. Clothes don't sound exciting to me. Sometimes, you'll get that. Oh my God. Sometimes you'll get some clothes that are actually really good. I remember in one Christmas in particular, I was like still watching Naruto at the time. And I was in high school. This is the time where I was like still like watching Shippuden and stuff. And they would always make jokes about Shippuden, like, oh my God, I Shippuden in my pants. They would make fun of me for it, but I loved them. But they knew at the time I would watch that show, and even though they made little teasing jokes at me and stuff about it, they got me a really cool gift for Christmas one day in the form of clothing. So in the anime, how in the anime they have like their whole their actual like outfits. You got the green, like gray looking like what is it? Oh my God! Like the entire the stuff that the thing that Kakashi's wearing, and all the other like Jonin are wearing, the actual like Hidden Leaf Village fit, the vest and like the blue sleeves and like the patches and stuff. They got me that, but like it was a jacket you can like zip up, and it was so cool. It was like the coolest like jacket I'd own. And so later on, I owned like the actual Naruto jacket, which was cool too. later on down the line in the future. After that, I think I still own them. I think they're like in my closet. They just probably just don't fit because I wore them in high school, and that was a different time. But I still cherish those gifts, and those are like, clothes can be exciting for me and for gift giving if they're like really well enough. So that's just my opinion in terms of my own world that I live in. So don't get mad at me. I know that other people out there just love getting clothes and stuff. This entire video has just been opinions and jabs at some things, but like, it's not to take anything serious about. Some of this information I'm probably even wrong about, and I'm probably going to get corrected quite a bit in the comments. So this video is not to be taken seriously. No video I make is supposed to be taken seriously. I will talk about like personal things here and there, like with my own family and stuff, but it shouldn't be like, end all be all, So, the gifts I found, I found a coffee mug with the red dwarf. I found a shirt. I don't want to say it out loud because I don't know if it's an appropriate term to say on YouTube just yet. I would have to look it up because it's from the show. So there's red dwarf stuff. At first I was thinking like Harry Potter because she read that series growing up. She read all of the books growing up, but I think she probably forgot most of them by now. Because I think she read those during high school. And I thought about getting her Harry Potter stuff, but I always tend to like make that the fallback. I always like tend to go for that first and not think about anything else that she likes. Because like every time I think about my mom, Harry Potter just pops up and like, oh yeah, I know what to get her. Harry Potter, yeah. No. I'm trying to be creative this year and try not to get her Harry Potter. I'm trying to actually like dig a little bit deeper. Because the shows I used to watch some things with her growing up too, like Indiana Jones. We haven't seen that in a while together, and I still haven't seen it to this day. Or at least I haven't rewatched it to this day. It's been a long while. But like, there's Black Adder. Black Adder's really hilarious that she watches. I just have to do a little bit more digging into what she likes looking at, because she's a very like she's a great mom. She just likes really funny, like, dark humor television shows, I guess you could think about it, and like, magical things like with Harry Potter and stuff. Maybe I should get her some Lord of the Rings things too. Also, narrowing down to like just Harry Potter is so hard in terms of like looking for gifts, because if I just focus on Harry Potter in general, it's not. I'm only gonna find so many Harry Potter stuff on like Etsy or something like that. There's only gonna be so many things I could like. If I broaden my search, I'll have a bigger gift giving opportunities. Bigger, more interesting things to pick out in terms of what to get for Secret Santa. I guess that could be a good little tip for you guys that are doing Secret Santa this year if you're planning on doing it. Don't just focus on that particular genre of what they like. Try your best to pay attention to what they're watching, what they talk about, and listen, because that can also help you in terms of just finding a good gift for your Secret Santa. White elephants are interesting, cool. They're pretty cool too. I remember we did white elephants. Did we do white elephant? I think we did white elephant for my high school swim team once, and we all just chose gifts. And then I remember we did another year where we did Secret Santa for another thing, and then we did white elephant again. I remember my mom when she used to work at the jail. I can't remember what her position was. So I remember she used to work at the jail in Texas. They also had like a Secret Santa that was going on. No, it was a white elephant, and it wasn't for us. It was for the children who worked in her particular field. So it was like a white elephant for their kids, and we had bought them a gift, and we gotten them. I don't remember if I got anything for them. Did I get anything from them? I think I might have. I think at that time I was still technically young, and I did end up getting like something, but I can't remember what it was. It's like, Okay, don't you just hate it when you ever like go to different events and you just forget the little things you get from there? Like, I remember getting like the Niagara Falls like little keychain, little visible keychain thingy that moved a little bit, and like, you know, the maple syrup and the blue mockingjay. Was it a blue mockingjay? No, it was a blue robin. I think it was a blue robin. Oh my god, I don't remember. I literally just mentioned it 4 hours ago. And now I can't remember because I've just been talking so much. So, you know, I remember those, but like whenever you're going to like something like your parents are involved in, don't you ever find it hard to remember like what you got or what you did? Because I remember another thing too. There was this time where so my mother's side of the family, my grandma, at the church we were going to, they had this like pirate event going on, and I honestly think to this day it's still just a dream to me because I can't remember much of it because I was so little at the time. I remember we went to this pirate event, and I remember like dressing up as a pirate. It was like a, you know, it was like a Christian pirate thing going on, you know. It wasn't like overly religious, you know. And God, I can't remember what I did there. I remember going and getting some coins and eating some like you know, eating some chocolate coins. But I can't remember what I did there. It sucks that you can't remember the things from your childhood. Golly, it just feels like such a distant memory. Oh, man. I wonder who's gotten me for Secret Santa, though. I'm sure everyone knows what I like in the family. If my aunt or uncle pulls me, I'm a little slightly worried. I hope they know what I'm into now. By the way, the things I'm into now are like My Hero Academia. I've been watching like I was planning on rewatching the entire series once more. I rewatched it this year at the beginning of the year, I believe. But then as the series progressed, I was planning on rewatching it again before the final season released, because I believe it was like season 6. What season is it on right now? I don't remember. What season is it on right now? It's like isn't it season 7 right now? Or is it season 8? I get my numbers mixed up. But regardless, you know, I was planning on rewatching the entire My Hero Academia series again before the new season released, but I wasn't able to do that. I'm just a busy person, you know. There's only so much I can do. The only thing I can do at work is just listen to music, and that's all I got. And there's some occasions where I'm on break where I can watch some things on my phone, but that's just not enjoyable, you know. When I only have like 15 minutes to watch an episode, and I get left on a cliffhanger, and I'm like, oh, I gotta get back to work. No, I can't. I just save it for later, and it's just no worth. I tend to like to watch things straight through without stopping when it comes to watching video series, or at least as long as possible until I end up falling asleep. From the overwhelming information of whatever's going on. I did that once before. You know, I remember trying to watch the the Law and Order Special Victims Unit series. By the way, Jesus freaking Christ, there's so many freaking episodes. It's actually unbelievable how many episodes there are for that freaking series. Like, growing up, I'd always have like this, like, I loved like mystery, you know. I love like the mystery, and Law and Order Special Victims Unit. When my grandma, in particular, would watch it in the living room, sometimes on occasions, I'd watch it with her, and I'd be like, I remember like being like hooked, you know. Like I'm talking like kid as in like 12 or 13 or 14, you know. Whenever we'd go to visit, sometimes. I believe we were in Oklahoma. Actually, no. God, see. I hate being in a military family when we move all the time. Why can't we just stay in one place? But I remember being hooked into the show because the mystery of it all. You know, you have the for those who don't know what Special Victims Unit is, it has to deal with particular crimes that involve The birds and the bees. Yes. That's as close as I'm going to talk about it. You know, it had crimes based on that particular factor. And I used to be like, oh my god, this is like, who did it? Like, I tried to piece together what they would talk about, even though clearly I didn't understand. Like, I didn't understand half the things they were talking about, like, especially with them using big words. But I remember, like being hooked into it and wondering who did it and who done it, and then you end up finding out, oh my god, the mom was the one who like committed the crime all along. I was like, oh my god, why would you do this? Like, like some like crazy twist would happen, or like someone else would probably kick the bucket. I'm trying to keep this as PG as possibly can. Someone else would probably kick the bucket, and it'd be like their son or something, and then you find out like oh my god, it was like the police, like it was like the person who was doing the investigation all along. He was like, oh, why? Like, it would just blow my mind, like whenever the information was revealed, because the mystery of it all was just the one thing that intrigued me about that show. So I remember like being hooked into that particular television series, and I tried to rewatch it. I believe it was this year. Not rewatch it. I tried to start watching the series from beginning to end. I can't remember if it was this year. It's been a while. I think so. I think it was like somewhere in the middle of this year. Like somewhere after April or May. Somewhere there. And I remember trying to watch the entire series from beginning to end, and then just realizing that, oh my god, there's so many episodes, there's so many seasons, there's like 25 seasons, there's like more than 20, there's like 30 seasons. It's crazy how many freaking seasons that particular series has. And you know what? It's understandable, because it's just like, it's an interesting like show to watch, and like some of the stories they actually get are like based off of real events. Not all of them are based off of real events. Some of them are based off of real events that have happened, but they're twist into their own like little thing. And some of them are actually probably real, but the characters are different and stuff like that. I have to look that into more, because they don't actually depict some of the real. They don't always depict real stories. Wait a minute. Hold on. I thought that I'm gonna be honest. I thought the skybox texture was moving. I think it's just me that's moving and jumping up and down. But I remember trying to watch the series from beginning to end, and the closest I got was like season 2, and then I ended up like falling asleep and like completely forgetting where I lost my progress, because you can only like take in so much information. For me, when it comes to like watching a long form video, I'll put on I always, by the way, I'm going to talk about this now. Before I go to bed every night, I tend to put on like a really long informational video on, not only because it just helps me sleep, but also because so that way I can learn some things before I go to bed. So like I'll put on, I think there's one in general that I was watching. There's one series that I'm currently watching right now. I can't remember the channel name, but it's like they're talking about the entirety of the Power Rangers series, in like very like deep, like in deep detail, and like they go through from the beginning of the actual like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers up to like hopefully the newer ones, which I haven't even seen. The last Power Rangers I ever watched was like was Time Force on my phone, and what was it called? It wasn't Mystic Force. Oh my god, I can't remember what. Samurai. It was Samurai. Power Rangers Samurai. I remember watching that in particular on the actual like was it on Cartoon Network? Was Power Rangers Samurai on Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon? But I remember like watching that and thinking that was like that's the closest I have seen in terms of Power Ranger. I have no idea where Power Rangers is in terms of 2025. One day I'll find out. Maybe I should look it up actually. But yeah, like my favorite Power Rangers was like Time Force, Mystic Force. I used to own like a little DVD that had a couple of episodes of Mystic Force. Their theme song, whew, it was good. Time Force is also really good too. What was another one that was good? Jungle Fury. Oh my God, Jungle Fury has like the one of the best like openings ever in terms, at least for me, in terms of like Power Rangers openings. But like I'm currently like that's what I'm currently like watching and falling asleep to right now in terms of uploading this video. So I'll just like put on like a long informational video of them talking about the story of like what's going on in the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger series. Could I watch them myself? Yes, I could watch them myself, but it just feels slightly more like, I not only is it like quick, but it's like informational to me, like them talking about what's going on in the series itself, and it also like covers I don't want to say he or she, but they, because I don't want to assume, they're like covering the episodes bit one by one, and it's like an hour and 30-minute video or something like that on each video, which is a good thing it's not like I'm trying to fall asleep to it, but it's something I just, I tend to accidentally just like, fall asleep to. I do have like a mask that I had bought a long time ago, which is it's a sleeping mask, but it has like headphones you can sleep with on. I've tried to do the ASMR, like not ASMR, but like the jungle rainforest, in the background, or I've tried to sleep with music on, but my brain just can't turn off for whatever reason when I'm trying to sleep with a mask. I don't know why I tend to sleep better when I'm watching like something long on my television, than I am like putting actual like sound in between my ears. I try to do some research on that. I think it has to do something with your brain being active in terms of just trying to like if it's like, I don't know, for me, I just can't fall asleep with something directly inside of my ears, and then like music was just horrible, so I tried to listen to my music as I was asleep, but I would just be like, my brain would be like, oh yeah, I like this song, yeah, I'm not like, you can't fall asleep. It's hard to fall asleep when your particular genre, at least for me, is like rock. I can't, like, it's supposed to hype you up. Maybe I could have made a slow song playlist, maybe, but I only know like a couple, but even then, it's not going to last me a full-on like 2 hours before I end up actually eventually falling asleep. I remember one time, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, what was it? I tried to listen to music and going to sleep, and I managed to almost get through my entire playlist, and I was still awake. And I pulled up my mat. I would sometimes like, I would be like irritated because I couldn't fall asleep, and I'd pull up my mask. Eventually, I had stayed up the entire night because of that, and I just stopped doing it because I knew I was not going to be able to go to sleep with my own personal music. The rainforest like thing, like rain on the top of a car, or like you're inside of a vehicle, or just rainforest sounds or just stormy sounds. Like, I even tried, like, my favorite thing is like water and stuff and like the tropical beaches, so I even like listened to like a beach, like tropical like sound synthwave. What was it? Synthwave? It was like a soundscape, and I just could not fall asleep. Like, I think it was also during my time when I was trying to learn how to lucid dream. Now that I'm thinking about it, lucid dream has like a, this actually feels like I'm in like a lucid dream, sort of, with all the purple tint. I've always pictured lucid dreaming as like a very purple feeling, very purple, bright neon kind of feeling. Has anyone else thought of that? It might be just me. But I remember in my lucid dreaming days, like I would, since I couldn't fall asleep with like the rainforest and the raindrop sounds, I did like research into like lucid dreaming, and I've already talked a little bit about this, but I remember like one thing I was trying with lucid dreaming was there's a technique where you try to picture the thing inside your mind, and well, there was like, I think it was like a lucid dreaming like beach thing I was listening to. So I tried to like picture the beach as the sound was going on in my ears, and I just could. By the way, I just could not get to sleep. The same thing happened again. Instead of like going to sleep, I stayed up all night, and even changing like my tactics still didn't do anything for me. I didn't picture no beaches. It was like, on occasion, like, there'd be like an image here and there. Like, I tried my best, but it felt like I was just trying way too hard. And I'm pretty sure that's what it is. when it comes to like new things I want to try, especially like with new lucid dreaming, I tend to like try really hard. Like, not to the fact that I'm trying to rush it, it's just the fact that I just want to make sure I'm doing it right. And it might just be that mindset of me just trying to get things particularly correct that I just could not sleep in terms of like in that particular scenario. Also, I probably wasn't even going to be able to get to sleep either way because I had stuff and I had literally had like the headphones like inside the sleeping mask weren't even that big. They were just, there's these like little small circular like a little, it's not even like a size of like a soap bar. It's more like the size of like what's it called? Like the size of like what can I use as an example? What can I use? I guess the size of like a mochi. It's like they had the size of like circular size of a mochi, but think of like a mochi but like squished down to like a slightly flat, you know, like a slightly squished mochi. If those who don't know what mochi is, what are you doing? Eat it. It's good. But yeah, they weren't big, they weren't uncomfortable. It was just the fact that it was just noises playing through my ears and my brain would just constantly stay active during that time. So yeah, I don't know what it is with me. You know, maybe it's just the fact that my brain can only take in so much information, and I tend to use that to help me fall asleep at night. Or it's just the fact that maybe I just like I feel slightly uncomfortable whenever there's things in my ears playing. And like with the sleep masking, I haven't used my sleep mask in a while, but with my sleep mask, you know, it works, you know, it keeps the light out, and I tend to only use it for whenever I'm like up really late, like in terms of like if I ended up like staying up late to edit a video until like like 5 or 6 in the morning and the sun's coming up. Well, I mean daylight savings just hit, so it's not that bad. But you know, I tend to only use that mask in terms of if the light is just like hitting my eyes and I'm just trying to go to bed during the day or take a nap. That's only when I'll ever use the masks, but I haven't actually used it. There was like when I was in my lucid dreaming, I'm still on my lucid dreaming talk. There is like a sleep mask you can buy with lucid dreaming sleep mask that you could take where it like plays like a little light in front of your face. I remember always wanting that one in particular, but I tend to not buy anything on Amazon until I like read all of the reviews. So I like for the reviews on that one in particular, they weren't that great. So I mean, I didn't end up buying it. I didn't, you know. Whoa. Oh, I forgot. I just realized I left my window open. I've been closing my window for the past other sections, but I forgot to close it for this particular section. That scared me a little bit. I'm wondering if that's, well, except for maybe the original Flatgrass section that I did the first 2 hours on. Because I remember hearing other noises. And I think that's why I just started closing my window in particular. But yeah, you know, lucid dream, it's fun to try and to actually get yourself into it. But I ended up getting way too scared at a particular point that I just stopped trying lucid dreaming and just been sleeping with informational videos on my television. I'm trying to think of anything else that I've been watching in particular that's been very informational. I know lately I've been watching a video series by Brain Alert. Which is another channel you guys should check out. That they're covering the Ninja Gaiden series. I say Gaiden, you know, I just grew up saying Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden series, and their form of how they're covering Ninja Gaiden, they're like literally telling you the story as they go, but also putting like their own 2 cents into it, which is it was a great watch. You should definitely go watch that. I can't wait till they make the Ninja Gaiden 4 video. I've already seen a little bit of oh god, what's the new Ninja Gaiden game that came out? I'm not talking about 2 Black or 4. I'm thinking about something else. Was it Yaiba? No. Was it? Oh my god, I haven't played the game. I can't really talk about it since I haven't really played it. So yeah, I've fallen asleep to some of his videos by accident, you know, when I'm trying to watch them, and I thoroughly enjoy them. I wonder how many people around these days actually fall asleep to videos, you know, except for like me. It's not, you know, for me, I'm not doing it on purpose, but it does help me sleep. And I apologize. That's technically like fake views too, now that I think about it. Maybe I should probably stop. I don't know. They help me relax. I know there are probably other videos who... oh, you know what? Now that I think about it, back when I first started my channel, I had like a total of like maybe like 200 videos. I think I remember like there being a comment where my videos helped them sleep. At first, I think I took it as like an insult slightly, but then I was like, oh, you know, I do that same thing. You know, I tend to end up falling asleep and watching videos while I'm just trying to, you know, watch videos. Maybe I do use it as a sleep aid. Maybe I'm just lying to myself. But the thing that happens is that whenever I end up falling asleep and waking up in the morning, the video would always just stop at a certain point. I don't know why. Sometimes whenever I'm like, when I put on a video and I end up falling asleep, I'll wake up and like the playlist that I put on will just stop. And I don't know if that's because it's my TV or maybe YouTube has some like detection thing or they're just watching me sleep. Weirdos, stop watching me sleep. But it just like stops the playlist and it doesn't even play the next video. It just stops like halfway in the playlist and it's like, oh, what? Why did the video stop? I was like enjoying, you know. I guess it's nice for them to stop like the video because I can always just go back and figure out where I was. But like, I was listening to that, you know. But it's understandable though, because like. Technically, it's like I have YouTube Premium, so I don't exactly have ads playing for anything I watch. But I think even YouTube Premium, you still technically get revenue, if I'm not mistaken. So it's understandable why that would technically be like an infinite revenue generator of some kind. So I get it. It's fine. I'm not too mad about it, but it is something that just happens, and I just wake up and I end up like, oh, okay, time to play and go back to bed. It's only like, oh, what time is it? 5, 6 in the morning. Yeah, I'm going back to bed. I tend to wake up at like 1 or 2 p.m. because not only do I like work till like 1:30 in the morning, I immediately start recording after I get off work sometimes, and then even then, when on days that I just want to take a good relaxing like break, I tend to either look at my phone and look up either relevant information about what's going on in the world, or just watching videos or a series that I've been dying to get back into on my television. Where was this going again? Oh yeah, so I tend to wake up at like 1 or 2 in the morning and 1 or 2 p.m. During the day sometimes. So, is it unhealthy? Yeah, I know. I should go to sleep more, but the only time I have to record content is like after work, or I guess I could change my schedule to record during the day. But even then, you know, it's like that's the time where everyone's up. So everyone's gonna like my phone's gonna end up going off at some point, you know. What if my sister is like calls me and wants to go, hey, you know, I got something for you, or hey, you know, do you want me to drop you off at work or something like that? I was like, something like that, you know. So when I usually just keep it at night because I like to record when everyone else is asleep and there's like no like risk of getting like a phone call or even anything like that. Live streaming is already like a risk in general in terms of getting like phone calls and stuff, because I typically just don't want to get interrupted whenever I'm making content, because I just want to be as immersed as I possibly am, or as I possibly can till like, you know, I've run out of storage. In terms of recording, at least. Live streams are just in a whole nother ball game. People are just like, I record all my live streams at like 4 p.m. and even then, like, I'll end up getting a phone call at some point. So yeah, I've always had to just keep that schedule up, and I honestly think, well, I only like sleep for like a good 4 or 5 hours, and then I'm good for the rest of the day. It seems, you know, the longer I sleep, I feel like if I get a good 8-hour sleep, I'll end up feeling even more tired. But whenever I get like a good like 4 or 5 hours sleep, I'm probably more energized than I usually am, which is weird to me. Because I've been like recently checking on the times that I've been waking up lately, because I read an article about how there are certain people that have I don't think it's like a genetic thing, it might be, where they only really need 4 or 5 hours of sleep, and then they're good. Their body is well rested. And I wasn't sure if I had that particular thing. Maybe reading that in general, like, put my body into that state of mind that, oh, I only need 4 or 5 hours of sleep. Okay, fine. I'll just only get 4 or 5 hours of sleep. So maybe I've just put my brain in that state of mind that I've read the article in. But I have like noticed it lately that I've only been getting like 4-6 hours of sleep and not like the full 8, and I've just been completely fine. I'm trying to think of anything else that I can particularly bring up. Oh my god. Wow, I've like talked about a lot in this video. Oh, I know what I can talk about. Don't you find it weird, like when you own something and then you go out into the world and then you see other like many instances of that particular thing? Like I'm listening to like the Distractable podcast, and they talk about this, like, oh yeah, I bought this car, and now as I'm driving around, I'm seeing this car more often, you know? And I forgot what it's called. God, I'm not a good commentator, am I? Because I can't even bring up what they were talking about in that I didn't listen to that podcast at all. Let's take a look at the skybox again, since I'm trying to figure out. Oh god, yep, this was a mistake. Jesus, I'm just gonna look. Even looking up just makes it worse. Maybe I should just say hello to this desk real quick. Why? What was that? Hello? That was weird. A sound just randomly happened in my room. That was weird. Okay, moving on. Why is this desk here? I shouldn't be questioning it, but I am. Why are you here, kind sir? Also, is that drawers? Wait, are you backwards? Wait, what is going... Wait, hold on. Hold the phone. Wait, is this backwards? Wait, this is backwards. It's up against the wall right here. The drawers are right here. Okay. That's definitely... Oh my god. Oh my god, I think okay, something just fell in my room that scared the absolute crap out of me. Oh, oh my god. What was that? What fell? Oh, I don't know what fell. That scared me. Oh my god, I don't know what that was. They gave me a bit of a jolt. I thought I heard something earlier. What was that? What? Hello? Am I being haunted? I'm not even kidding. That's like the first thing that's ever happened to me in this video. At least in terms of like actually hearing something. That gave me a slight heart attack. What was that? Hello? I don't know. Oh, jeez. God, it's like one of those moments when you're watching a scary movie. Or, like, for me in this instance, Ghost Adventures, and it's something happening in real life. I'm getting that feeling right now. That right now, it's just, I'm a little bit worried. But I haven't watched anything scary today, so I don't know what the problem is. What was it that fell? I don't know what it was. I hope it caught on the mic what that was. I'm hoping it did, but then again, I've got my voice meter on. Speaking of voice meter, the voice meter is, well, it's not voice meter, it's the game in general. I remember recently, me and Suki and our friends are trying to play Black Ops 3 Zombies. I haven't played it much on my PC, only on occasion, and I only got the game because she wanted to play it a long time ago. And I remember recently installing it, and the first time I ever played it, it worked completely fine. You know, everything was just working all fine and dandy. But then, like, recently, like, the past month when we played it again, and we wanted to check out the zombie mods, the game in particular did not want to open. And I didn't know why for, like, an hour or two, until I realized that, when I installed Voice Meter, it installed new drives onto my PC, for the audio drives. So for Voice Meter, it has different, like, particular outputs that it creates. So for me in this instance, it's created like 12 different audio inputs and outputs, just because I wanted to have a clear mic and do some settings with the equalizer, and just have a good overall, like, I guess, what's it called, noise suppression for the omnidirectional variation for this mic, because the omnidirectional just picks up everything, and the noise cancellation unidirectional setting for this mic just sucks completely. So I had to, like, install it, and I had to follow a tutorial online for that. And even then, I still sometimes just think this mic just does not sound good, especially when I'm screaming. But it's the best that I've got, in terms of VR, and just having a good, overall sound. Because the old mic I was using just had a very loud crackle every time I would just talk. So it was just very annoying and hurtful to the ears. And I just want to have a good overall mic quality for my VR sessions. So installed like 12 new audio drivers, and apparently Black Ops 3 doesn't like, at least on PC, Black Ops 3 does not like having, like, a crap ton of audio drivers for whatever reason. I don't know why an old game like that even cares about having so many audio drivers. But I had to, like, actually, like, go in and disable all my Voice Meter audio drives, including my NVIDIA Broadcast, which I haven't used yet. It seems really cool. I've tried the noise suppression for the NVIDIA Broadcast. It sounds nice, but on occasions there's just there's some hiccups here and there. That it just doesn't pick up my voice on, like, rare occasions, and I don't like that. I want 100%, like, a working feature, so I think it's, like, still in beta though. So the studio mode is still in beta, and I think it even uses, like, AI to detect noises and stuff, which is I mean, I guess it's fine. It's okay. We've had NPCs of video games for a very long time, and some of them are, like, their own, like, little, like, for Ninja Gaiden, they had their own little AI, their little version of what an AI NPC is for an enemy. We've had those for a while, and having, like, a noise suppression AI, I guess it's fine. I guess it's okay for me. I guess I can kind of let it slide, because it kind of helps me out, and I'm not particularly, like, exploiting it. So something like that is okay with me, like, in terms of, like, I always say this in my Discord server as well. AI should be used as a tool and not the overall process. There are people out there who are selling AI art for money, which is absolutely nuts. No. I don't want to get too deep into it, because it's still fairly new in terms of this world, and I just don't support AI that way. I support it in a way, like, where it's like a tool in your arsenal that you can use, but it shouldn't be something that you should rely on. Does that make any sense? I've talked about the cardinal system. I honestly don't even know if that one in particular is AI, but I think it might be artificial intelligence. I talked about wanting a cardinal system, and, like, how it makes new, like, new quest lines, and it, like, changes the world based on what's going on in terms of, like, the story. Like, I've talked about that it's cool. Something like that would be cool to have, but it's also, like, another, like, automation thing. It's not entirely, like, made by man. The AI creation is the man-made object that's creating something else. I honestly think that just everything should just be made by man. There's just some things that are good that we should have, but like I've said at the very beginning of this video, that we are just we are very fickle, and we just, like, take everything we have for granted, and we just push everything to the limits, and we just make more advanced AI, and people will just abuse it, you know? I'm not going to get too deep into that, because I've already pretty much talked about my standpoint on AI, but it should just be a tool for you to use, and not something you should be, you know, it should not be something you should be exploiting for money, or putting people out of work. We've already had, like as we've grown as a society and as humans, you know, we already have machines for factories, you know, replacing actual human workers. You know, it's only getting worse as we grow as a species. So I don't know why I'm getting all philosophical. I'm not. I'm dumb Gmod explorer. You know, I shouldn't be. I should. You know, I'm just dumb. Just don't listen to me. Man, I wonder what the future is going to look like. I hope we just get better as a. Oh man, something. Sorry, my throat went dry there for a second. Oh man, I really wonder how we're gonna look in the next 10 years. It's I hope everything gets better. It just feels like this year has been the absolute worst in terms of just like what's been going on. Cause I've been hearing I've been wanting to get back into the Call of Duty back when I was like playing it in the Black Ops 2 days. I've been wanting to get back into it, and like I've already talked about like playing be at Black Ops 6 and making like 2 videos on trying to get Master Prestige, but I never released them. But like with Black Ops 7, I ended up hearing like some really bad things about it. Like people don't. I mean, skill-based matchmaking was always in the game since I think it was like Cold War when it came out. I think so. I think they started with Cold War, or was it Modern Warfare 2 remastered? I can't remember, but I remember that being still a thing that people dislike. I also have been hearing I've talked about AI, but I've heard of some people say that they've been using AI art, which is very unacceptable. I've heard that they've just the gameplay itself just doesn't. It's like the story itself is just not like Call of Duty. You know, I've heard some things, but I haven't taken it to heart because I usually tend to want to play the things before I take anyone's word for it. But at the same time, you know, it's the same thing with Amazon reviews. I end up reading all the reviews before I end up jumping into a game. You know, those Steam reviews are very important to me before I end up buying anything. So whenever it says mostly negative or very negative, I just don't buy it, you know. I was thinking about maybe hoping, because I heard that the Black Ops 7 had especially for the skill-based matchmaking was going to be minimal at best, and it turns out I've been hearing more news about it just being no, it hasn't. And I was just like, well, I mean, that's not a total bummer, but I guess I'll still play it. And then I heard later on that there was other things going on with it, and then I was just like, yeah, I'm not supporting it. I don't support it. Battlefield though, oh my god, I played Battlefield the beta with Suki and her friends. Well, I guess my friends too. The Battlefield beta was so freaking good. What was it, Battlefield 6? Is it Battlefield 6 right now? Should I open my Steam thing? What's it about? You know what? I'm opening my Steam thing. Hold on. Let me just open it real quick. What was it? Was it Battlefield 6? Yeah, no, not Battlefield 2042. No. Battlefield, yes, it was Battlefield 6. Yeah. So I played the Battlefield 6 beta, and I don't know why I'm not just using my Steam overlay when I need to look things up. I played Battlefield 2042. I have it on my account, but the only reason why I ended up getting that game because I thought the weather effects were really cool, and then it turned out there were a lot of bugs, and I just stopped playing it after the fact. But I played the Battlefield 6 beta with Suki and our friends. I remember having an amazing time. By the way, no skill-based matchmaking, everything created by hand, you know. It was amazing and chaotic, you know. I wanted, like, there are some games that I do want to stream, and maybe I should stream on my Twitch a bit more. Maybe I'll even put it in the description down below just in case I want to get back into streaming to Twitch more. I haven't done it in a while just because, you know, I just haven't given it a second thought. You know, I'm already trying to build a community here on YouTube. I'm not trying to build like a secondary community on Twitch. You know, I'm just making this channel the overall focus. I don't want to stream to any other platforms right now until I feel like I can go, oh yeah, you know, I'll just do it. You know, I'll just add on to it. I don't even think I can actually fully rely on doing multiple. There's I tried doing I think I tried to do this once. I can't remember. But I know you can do multi-streaming, but I think it also takes like double the amount of internet that it takes for you to multi-stream. I could be wrong, but I remember like trying it and I just couldn't figure it out in terms of like how much, like what settings I needed to have. Like it just felt like it just felt like too much. So yeah, I don't want to make another secondary thing. I'll typically just use my Twitch just to just for funsies or whenever I'm playing with Suki, but I haven't done it in so long. Just because I completely just like, you know, yeah, you know, it's a fun thing. Also, I think Suki was also into streaming as well, and I was just like, oh, you know, I'll just make one and follow you, and then we just stopped doing it. We typically just played Overwatch together. Honestly, y'all didn't really miss anything. We're just playing Overwatch 2. She's been playing that game since Overwatch 1. And I just ended up playing it with her because that's the game she's into. And she just really likes the skins and stuff. I can't lie. I've also been finagled into like the skins and stuff and the other stuff, things they're coming out with. The Stadium, the game mode's really fun, though. You know, I'm not really good when it comes to like competitive. But Stadium is actually really fun, especially like the different power-ups. Because it feels like like Risk of Rain, like it's a roguelike, but it's not. Also, my nose is stuffed. This is not good. Not a good time to have my stuffy nose right now. So Stadium when that came out was really fun. They're adding more heroes onto it. I hope they add a lot more. I think May in it. My favorite characters to play on. I mean, y'all probably don't even care about this at all. But like the main character, the main thing I usually play in Overwatch is like support and maybe DPS. But support is like usually the only thing I play as because I know I suck at, like, in terms of, like, competitive. I cannot, for the life of me, like, win a gunfight. I'm going to lose. You know, there are just people who just waste their absolute time on games like that. And like, for support, especially, like, in Battlefield 6 as well, I also play a support. Like, I will do my best to keep my teammates alive, you know. I won't win gunfights. I won't be able to protect my teammates as a shield as much as other tanks will. But gosh darn it, I will do my best to keep everyone alive and support them from the back, you know. So, yeah, especially like I think the competitive scene this lately has just been very, very competitive. It's hard for people for me in particular to keep up. You know, with that Call of Duty thing, you know, going for, like, Master Prestige, I'm sure maybe if I were to actually grind it hard enough, I would, like, get good at that. But is that something I really want in my arsenal? Maybe, I guess, for, like, first-person games in general, but not, like, to be good at, I guess, Call of Duty. The only reason why I wanted to make that particular series is because I never actually got Master Prestige in any of the Call of Duty games, and I never got like the very like advanced what was it, like the dark camos. The only recently I've only got like diamond on one of my like melee weapons, on some of my melee weapons, but that's as far as I've ever gotten. I've never got like dark ether or something like that, like the ether camos for like getting diamond for every weapon. I need to reorientate myself. Also, we're getting fairly close to the time limit of this video. Very close. So I should probably give my overall closing thoughts now. This has been a very, very long talkative ride. I've already said this maybe in a few instances, but if you have made it to this part of the video this far, you are crazy as I am. You're just as crazy as I am. What are you doing? Also, take your breaks. I should have been saying that in the other sections, but I was trying to keep the facade up of it being just one map for so long that I just didn't want to break it and risk it. But I hope you took your breaks. If you're trying to watch this video and going to sleep, what are you doing? Also, if you heard that, it's my stuffy nose. I can't control it. I'm sorry. This has been a fairly long, talkative ride. I shouldn't be talking about anything personal or anything from my real life for the next 500 videos after this one. It's gonna happen still, but it will. But this has been an amazing 400th episode. I don't even know what I'm going to name the title for this video. I've had some thoughts on what it could be, but I haven't necessarily gotten to that part yet. And I'll probably figure it out once I'm editing. Hopefully this singular video and not multiple part video. God, I hope not. I'll figure it out. This has been great. You know, I know I talked about, like, complaining earlier about how I wanted to get this video out and done and just go and explore, but I had to genuinely say, like, talking and having just my thoughts on a map without having to focus on the particular map itself, it's just been, like, wonderful. Like, I've already said this felt like a therapy session, a really long one, where I could just sit in a room and just let my thoughts flow out of me. And I'm happy for those who have sticked this long and who aren't asleep. Are you asleep? Huh? Are you watching this video and going to sleep? Wake up, buddy. This is the end of the video. Hello. It's like 6 in the morning. Hello. You know, like, I wonder, now that I'm thinking about it, if people are going to sleep to my videos like I am with like some other content creators that I watch, like, if you're watching this and you're asleep and you're at this point waking up, and, like, you need to wake up. Hello. Or maybe I should, like, say stuff while they're sleeping. You know, you are now dreaming about cheese. Oh, man. Golly. I don't even think my mic is good enough on the VR for a sleeping session anyways for this video. But hey, we'll see. If you guys are watching this while you're laying down at night and you put it on before you went to bed and now you're up right now, let me know. Let me know if I've caught your attention. Let me know if I was right. Also, I am a guru. You must listen to your future. All right, I'm just being insane right now. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have closed it off so early. I still got like a good 30-ish minutes or so, maybe 25, 24, 21-ish. Maybe I shouldn't have closed it off so early. I don't know. People are probably waking up, and this is like near the end of the video. So, I mean, that little white dot is getting really close to the edge, isn't it? It's almost there. But yeah, it's just been. I've talked about a lot of things this video. I've talked about some of my childhood stuff. I talk about how it's been like just a struggle, you know, trying to remember where I've been, because we're just a military family. We've moved around a lot, so especially when you're a kid and then you move around a lot and trying to remember all that is just hard. So we've talked about that. I've talked about like games that I'm into and some animes. You know, there have been some. I talked about I've also talked about like this player model. I talked about some of my experiences and some maps here and there. Maybe not as much as I probably should have talked about. I know I talked about some crazy worlds that deserve some more views and stuff, like Organism. VR, I'm sure VR chat Organism is fine because I've heard like there are people who've been going there. But there's a lot of other worlds out there to see, you know? I can't get off topic. Stay on topic. But oh man, I've talked like an entire encyclopedia of what's been going on. If this was a 12-hour video of my life, this would, I mean, this is literally an entire encyclopedia of what my life has been. And I feel like that's all it's just been. And it's not just been me exploring just Flatgrass. It's been a lot. And even out of all the even out of all the maps, this particular graffiti has always just been here. It has not changed the entire time. The building itself has changed here and there. The textures seem to be the same old Garry's mod original Flatgrass, but it's changed quite a bit. There have been some changes, but I feel like this particular graffiti is just always here and has just not seen the light of day. Also, Alex not being here again? Where the heck has she been, huh? What? Come on, man. She was here at the beginning of the video and now she's absolutely gone. Unbelievable. I'm probably gonna leave a little bit of dead space just in case there's some like intro I want to add. So I'll be sure to like add like a 10-minute. You don't care. This is behind the scenes stuff. What else do I say? You know, I don't want to talk about the 2 subscriber thing just yet. I want to make that its own video. There's now you're just hearing my thoughts out loud, honestly. You've been hearing that for the past 11 hours. What do you care? I'm joking. I'm just joking, okay? Oh, now that I think about it, I wish the stars reflected in the water a bit more. Now that I'm looking at it, I can see some of the reflections of the stars in the water, but I really wish the water was a bit more clear. That would have made this map a little bit, like, even better. I mean, it's already really cool. It's already really cool, but I wish the reflections were a bit more visual in terms of, like, looking downwards. Like, oh, man, because I could see the reflection of the clouds out there. But I wish I could see more of the stars because that would have been pretty. A sea of stars? Come on. That's so cool. Oh, I almost fell off again. Oh, then again, I wouldn't even be able to take damage now that I'm thinking about it. Alrighty. I'm gonna... Wow. What a journey this has been. This has been great. This has been awesome. I really... have opened my mouth on this one. I should probably say, and I'm already going to put it at the beginning of the video, don't take anything I've said in this video. I know I've mentioned this on multiple occasions while I've been talking, but I really mean it. Don't take everything I say as fact. Don't take it as, like, these are my own opinions. All of my videos are just my own opinions, and I always want to keep that part. Also, why is this weird vision? I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop looking at that. I'm getting distracted. Nothing I say should be taken seriously. You know, some of my personal stuff should be taken seriously, but my opinions, any of the jabs I've made at like certain anime companies that I've talked about, because I know I haven't mentioned like specifically other than H-Dive. These are just my own opinions. I love to keep my opinions, and that's all they are. They're not factual. The only things that are factual is the relevant information that I've been talking about, like with my own personal life and the things I've enjoyed, like with my games, the things I do. That's real. It's factual. But other than like other relevant information in terms of just, controversies, they're just opinions. They're not factual. Do your own research, which I'm going to have to do as well because I've only been hearing stuff. So... And I apologize if it feels like I've ranted as well in certain occasions. I've been trying to bring up a lot of different subjects as I've been going along because this is absolutely hard to do. This is the hardest thing to do. This has been the hardest thing for me to do, is to like bring up relevant information on a really quiet place like this. There's no ambient audio or anything. When a map is like this quiet, like it's a challenge. I would like urge you to like. I wouldn't necessarily try doing this in one sitting, but I urge you to like try to talk into the void for like 2 hours, and now think about that, but 12 hours for me, like Because it's not like being a YouTuber, and going through maps and talking. I know I'm talking to you, the audience who is watching this video right now, or you're probably asleep. Um, it's hard. Like, it feels like you're talking to someone, and you are, but you're literally standing, like, either in VR or sitting making a video. You're literally talking to no one but, like, in your room by yourself, making the video and hoping that someone watches it. So it's like it's so weird. Like, you're having like a conversation with yourself, and I feel like I've like pushed that boundary absolutely, like, to its limit in this particular video or videos. Um, and I've tried my best, but I would urge you to, like, give it a try, and to see, like, yeah, and just to know what I've like what it feels to, like, make content. It's gonna take, if I were to give any, like, actual, like, tips on being a content creator, which I am still learning to be a content creator. I still don't even consider myself to be a content creator as much, although I have been called a content creator on occasion. A content creator to me is like bigger than what I am now. And I still feel like I have a heck of a lot to learn, which is why I feel I just don't deserve to be called content creator just yet. Because even then, I'm, like, learning, and I feel like I'll never ever, like, consider to be myself a content creator, because there's just always something I'm gonna have to learn. But if there's something I have to give, like, in terms of tips on being a content creator, it's just always, if you're going to be doing, like, a map like this, like, or just anything that just might seem like there's nothing to talk about, you've got to make sure you just fill out the void with as much sound, as much, just practice talking, into the void as much as you can. And if you can do that for however long you intend to record, then I honestly think that anyone in this world can be a really good content creator. Because for me, I'm, like, doing something that I love, and that's something that is the most important that you should do when it comes to being a content creator. That's the number one thing. Whenever you're making a video and you're wanting to start out, that should be the most important thing. And however hard you try, however much work you put into editing, or just, if you don't want to do editing, that's fine too. As long as you have that fire and it burns and you keep stroking that fire, you will go far. And I believe in you. This has turned into a motivational video at the end of at the end, but I'm trying to give us a little bit more positive reinforcement, because I feel like I've been slightly negative in some cases, and maybe positive in most cases. But I want to give this a good old positive ending, and just say, hey, be a content creator. I'm sorry, it's hard to talk with a headset on your face. I've already said this. And we're getting close to that time limit. And it's a slight relief off my shoulders, but this entire time as I've been making these section videos, it's been a giant relief in terms of just, like, closure, just to release all of this out. And I'm just I feel like now is just the time where I actually think I'm out of things to talk about. I'm literally speechless right now, because this is the absolute limit to what I can do. And now I have to think about how else do I close this video off? I don't know. I guess I could technically do my outro. I mean, the outros I usually do back in the day were, like, I guess, little music, little sections, or just little poses with the avatar, but I don't know how to do this outro now, because I still have some time left, and I probably just did it way too early. See, I'm not a professional YouTuber, content creator. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just having fun with it, and that should be the most thing. This would be, well, I'm off center. I'm off center where I want to stare at. I'm trying to make sure I'm faced in front of my my PC. I just have so much to learn, and I'm gonna talk about it more in the 2K video, but just have fun. It doesn't have to be professional. It doesn't have to be, the best video in the world. You're going to have a video and your first one's only going to have 50 views maybe, and then as you go on, it's going to only have 1 or 2. And you know what? That shouldn't kill your motivation. The numbers don't matter. It's the fact that you're doing it and you're having fun, and that I feel like YouTube is just lost these days. Is that at least on some like some parts of the community on YouTube, there are people who are just doing it for because they want to get famous. Or it's always been a sharing platform, and I feel like that's what it should be. Now I'm talking like I'm YouTube guru, okay? I'm not. I'm talking like I'm all high and mighty. Just don't take everything I say seriously, but you should have fun being a content creator, and this video is crazy enough with me making a big video like this, and I apologize for making you listen to my absolute insane ramblings for the past 12 hours. Please forgive me. Maybe I won't do anything like this ever again. We'll see. When I get to 500, I have no idea what episode 500 I'm gonna do. I have absolutely no freaking clue. Maybe constructs or I don't know what other map base Garry's Mod maps are there. Maybe I should do a CSS map for episode 500. I'm unsure, but I think for now, because I'm looking at the time right now, and I'm trying to debate whether I should close it off right now, or I should give myself a bit more dead space with the 10 minutes I do have left, because I know there's particular sections that I need to edit out. And maybe this video won't be exactly 12 hours, now that I'm thinking about it, but it's definitely going to be longer than the... Sorry, I'm hiccuping. You know what? I'll keep, no, I'm going to make it the exact 12 hours as best as I can. If YouTube doesn't want to take my 13 hours of content, then I'm just going to have to re-edit it, aren't I? I'm going to have to be very careful with this particular set of videos, because the plan I have right now is just to delete all the, not to delete, I guess yes, delete, is to download the other videos and just delete and keep the other ones on the Dropbox and read down. I'm going to have to process this multiple times, max 2 or 3 times, just to be able to actually upload it. So if it's in parts, just know that I failed at making a 12-hour video, and it's only one big. Even if it is in parts, that'd be episode 401. I'm gonna have to really try. This is really going to take my optimization skills to the test, isn't it? But anyways, guys, I urge you to go out and explore and have adventures of your own and see the world, whether it be IRL or in the digital space. If you've got the time for it, you go and explore it. And I felt like that rhymed, but it didn't. I just said it twice. Because there is so much more for me to see in terms of just Garry's Mod maps and VR chat maps that I'm very excited to get back into. Because I've been itching for some more, for different maps now and some more actual objects. I'm starting to appreciate the maps even more so, because with Flatgrass, there hasn't been much to interact with, and it's I'm literally put into a white room. We've made jokes in Peak Black server, how he would make a white box for VoIP places, and just you had to sit there for 6 hours. We make jokes on that on occasion, and that's what this video basically is. And if that hasn't proved that I would actually make a video like that, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think it would be possible unless I did a live stream, because Garry's Mod save states are weird because they keep your location data, but I don't think they keep the time played data. Yeah, I don't think so. I like how my closing argument always just goes off the deep end, and I'm trying to be all philosophical and okay. This is the end of the video. I'm gonna end it. There's 5 minutes left. This is the closing statement, for real this time. If you guys enjoyed the video, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. You do not have to. I say this at the end of every video, but unless you actually like the content, please like, comment, and subscribe. And if you don't like the content, you don't like this 12-hour video, and you don't like my ranting, then you are more than welcome to dislike it. You know, I've had some dislikes on some shorts and some other videos that I have created, and that's completely fine. People are entitled to their own opinions as well, and why should I have to shut them out? So, if you enjoyed it, please do so. If not, leave a comment why you didn't like it. Tell me off like an actual oh god, actual feedback. Nothing like mean or anything. You know, I don't like that. If it's just mean, then I won't. I'm not gonna read it. Leave me feedback. Why did you dislike the video? Was it because I talked too much? Maybe because I could have done something different. Maybe I should have downloaded this add-on. Or maybe I should have actually done the Echoes of Beyond mod. You let me know down in the comments. Our Discord will be in the description down below. You do not have to join it. We have a community section for the channel where you can post your own community stuff. Only on mobile though. For now, at least in terms of this video going up, you can only post your own community on my channel on mobile. So if you want to like post something for the community, please do so. Leave anything you want to say in there, whether it be art or a video you want me to check out or something I should just watch in my free time. That is always there. But you do not have to join the Discord. We do have people who are in the Discord, who I interact with on occasion. So if you do decide to join the Discord, hello. Thank you for joining, and whenever you join, you can always just leave any recommendations we have in our dedicated channels for hashtag map recommendations, whether it be for VR chat or for Garry's mod. I've been trying to do my best to do both, but as a singular human being, I can only cover so much. And like I've said, the Steam Community Workshop pages for all of the maps that I have done are in the description down below. You can check those out. I'll try my best to keep them in order in terms of where have they been seen. I'll see if I can do timestamps. I'll probably do that in editing. I'll just do the best I can for this video. I've tried as much as I possibly could in terms of just this video or videos in general. And I hope you all have an amazing day. Or if you're sleeping, have a nice rest. Or if you're going back to sleep and you decided to resume the video, have a nice continuous nap. And always keep exploring and seeing new things, because you never know what kinds of great people you have met. My journey so far has been amazing. But like I said, that's for the 2K subscriber video. But other than that, I will see you guys the next video or the next live stream, whichever it may be, where I finally meet you in the chat on our Discord or just in the comments section. Hello, and thank you for sticking with me for 12 hours non-stop of Garry's Mod Flatgrass, the craziest video anyone has probably ever made. Maybe. I'm sure there's another one out there somewhere that's even crazier than my own. And I will see you guys wherever I meet you. And I hope this talkative journey has been a great one. I hope I didn't mess up too much. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Bye, guys. See you next time.